Hello everyone, and welcome to part 2. Before we dive in, let's take a quick look back at part 1. Yunfeng, a teenager who crossed from Earth to Blue Star, awakened with memories of his past life and a mysterious antique jade pendant. Unfortunately, his ability was ranked F plunder, the lowest level in a world where talents decide everything, making him the target of endless ridicule. But Yunfeng had plans and secrets of his own. At the awakening ceremony, he was mocked as the school's disgrace, yet he silently vowed to shock them all. He sensed that his pendant was far from ordinary, and his seemingly useless plunder talent might hide enormous potential. His parents, both crank awakeners, had died unexpectedly, leaving behind several rare shards. Yunfeng sold them to fund his survival. During combat class, he was placed in the weakest squad, but that hardly bothered him. An accident revealed that the jade could fuse shards into powerful artifacts on its own. He crafted a storage ring with vast internal space and obtained a potion that increased his strength. In that moment, he realized the pendant could be the key to his rise. When he entered a dimensional realm for field training, Yunfeng was assigned to the weakest team again, yet he remained undaunted. Using the pendant and more shards, he secretly grew stronger. In a crisis, he drew the monsters away, broke free from the team, and ventured deeper on his own. Armed with superior gear and the plunder talent, he cut down beasts and leveled up at astonishing speed. He kept challenging stronger enemies, growing after every fight. He discovered that his ability could not only steal energy but, on rare occasions, even seize another being's talent. The odds were slim, yet he believed persistence would pay off. He scoured the realm for better shards and elixirs, edging ever closer to his goal. In one battle, his ingenuity and courage earned him valuable shards and potions, accelerating his progress. His feats drew attention. Classmates and instructors began to recognize his potential. Back at school, Yunfeng requested a 2-month leave to continue training in the realms. The road ahead was long, but he was no longer the frank pushover others took him for. Resolve burned inside him. He would carve out his own place in this world. During these battles, he noticed his talent sometimes grew exceptionally strong, even stealing a monster's innate gift outright. He began to suspect plunder was never as weak as people claimed. By chance, he met a mysterious diviner named Wenren Longyu, who said his own SS-rank talent had been sealed and that Yunfeng might be the key to unlocking it. Skeptical yet intrigued, Yunfeng agreed to help. Together, they entered a high-level dimensional realm and embarked on a new adventure. Inside, they faced formidable creatures, but their combined wits and bravery carried them through. Yunfeng's power kept climbing, and his talent finally revealed its true might. In a decisive battle, he successfully stole a monster's ability, gaining a massive boost. Yunfeng's meteoric rise stunned the Awakener community. His name spread through schools and clans, and people began to realize the boy once mocked as a worthless Frank might become a living legend. With unshakable resolve, Yunfeng knew his journey had only just begun, but he was ready for whatever came next. That wraps up the recap of part 1. I hope you enjoy part 2. Your likes and comments are my greatest motivation. If you're new to the story, feel free to check the comments section or playlist for part 1. Now let's jump into today's episode. The three of them slipped into the dimensional realm without a hitch. The moment they landed, Yunfeng and Wenren Longyu each took a disguise potion. Under the potion's faint glow, their auras melted seamlessly into the surroundings. You maniac, your level and combat power change whenever you feel like it. Heiho pulled up the data on his goggles. The screen clearly read, Yunfeng, level 25, combat power 87,654. Don't sweat the small stuff, Yunfeng replied, waving him off. Let's gear up first. After a quick check, the trio switched to their usual equipment. Heiho suddenly noticed Wenren Longyu still floating around in his Taoist robe and asked, puzzled, where's your combat suit? Didn't the maniac give you one? Combat suits feel awkward. I'm used to this. Wenren tugged at his sleeve, looking indifferent. Suit yourself. With the maniac here, nothing's going to happen to you anyway. Heiho shrugged. Yunfeng wasn't surprised. The last time Head rescued someone, Wenren had been dressed the same way. With the brief chat over, Yunfeng led them deeper into the dimensional space. Surreal vistas flashed by, rivers of magma tangled with forests of gray mist, all humming with a low, ominous resonance. Maniac, isn't it a bit reckless for the three of us to farm together? Heiho whispered while scanning the area. True, Yunfeng nodded. Even Wenren, our lowest level member, has 120,000 combat power. The Chu clan can't chase us in here for now. We split into 2 teams, clear the elite mobs first, then head for the rare spawn zone. They'll take Wenren. You push solo. Good with that. Relax, I've got this. Heiho flashed a thumbs up, his goggles reflecting pure confidence. 2 days later, a blazing lava flat stretched beneath their feet, the air so hot it felt combustible. In the distance, a lava giant loomed beside a molten waterfall, some 50 meters tall, its shell of stone and flame glowing crimson. Wow, that thing's impressive, Wenren Longyu swallowed hard. Don't let the look scare you. It's just free XP. Yunfeng patted his shoulder, then pointed to a hazy behemoth on the other side. That one's Hay House. We're heading over there. On cue, Heiho drew a silver dagger in each hand and blurred forward, skimming the ground in multiple afterimages, moving so fast the sparks of splashing lava couldn't even catch his reflection. Good talent, and he puts in the work, Yunfeng observed for a moment. Once he confirmed Heiho had the giant under control, he motioned for Wenrin to follow. At the edge of a magma fissure, Wenrin lowered his voice. Yunfeng, the monsters here are crazy high level. Can I really handle them? If I brought you, I've got a plan. Yunfeng grinned wickedly and pulled a vivid green cap from his storage ring. Put this on. Wenrin shook his head like a rattledrum. No way. I am not wearing a hat in that color. Time to learn about the law of too good to refuse. Yunfeng opened the item's stat panel. Sea King's green cap's scarlet glare rank. The staggering buffs made Wenrin's eyes bulge. Well, maybe the color's not that bad, Wenrin stammered, snatching the cap and jamming it onto his head. Scarlet glare rank right below artifact grade. Where did you even get this? And why didn't anyone bail you out last time? Right place, right time, Yunfeng answered vaguely. Had wondered why Wenrin had been wearing a green cap during their last rescue. Now the mystery was solved. Top-tier buff gear. With that hat, leveling's easy. Ill control, you deal damage. Hold up, I don't even have a single damage skill. Wenrin protested, stamping his foot. Here, use this. Yunfeng tossed him a silver-grade crossbow that gleamed coldly. Before the words fully left his mouth, another lava giant roared and swung a flaming arm toward them. Yunfeng raised a hand. Ice prison. Azure frost formed a cage around the giant's upper body, but the size difference was too great. Only its torso was locked. Yunfeng arched an eyebrow, pressed two fingers together, and fired twin icicles that punched through the giant's knees, freezing its legs in place with a crack. How do you have elemental affinity? Wenrin Longyu stared at Yunfeng, momentarily forgetting to attack. The last time the two of them ventured out, Yunfeng fought exclusively in close combat, never revealing a hint of elemental talent. Forget the details and keep killing, he soothed Wenrin Longyu, all the while calculating how to keep his real power hidden a little longer. Every extra minute helped. Right now the lava giant's four limbs were locked in an ice prison, its movement completely sealed, and a doom debuff hung over its head. It was basically a stationary target. From a safe distance, Wenrin Longyu drew and loosed his crossbow again and again, each bolt bending at impossible angles to pierce the giant's joints and chest, every shot a critical hit. Still a bit slow, Yunfeng muttered, rubbing his chin as he surveyed the flame mountain pocket dimension. The monsters here were famous for their thick hides, especially this one. Too bad his buff skills only worked on himself. He couldn't cast them on teammates yet. 2 minutes later, the lava giant collapsed with a dull boom, riddled with holes. Killing like this feels incredible. Wenrin Longyu swung his crossbow, exhilarated. That one alone gave me 275 spirit points. A few dozen more, and he'll level up. Grab the loot and move on, Yunfeng said, motioning for a quick sweep. He had no hope of shards dropping. Spent 10 days here last time, without seeing a single one. Sure enough, the rubble was spotless. Wenrin Longyu acted as if nothing were amiss, cheerfully tucking the heart of lava into his pack. Haul it off, next one. His swagger made it look as though he'd soloed the giant. The lava giant's territory had one great perk. Kill one, and the next was always in sight. Those 50-meter bodies had nowhere to hide. Splitting into two directions, the trio mowed them down in turns, and Wenrin and Hay House levels shot up. Because of the level gap and Yunfeng's non-stop support, Wenrin advanced even faster than Heiho. 5 days later they stepped into the rare monster zone. Heiho was now level 28, Wenrin Longyu level 26. Yunfeng, you haven't earned any spirit points in days. You look dead on your feet. Won't your combat power stall out like this? Heiho asked with concern. At least you noticed, Yunfeng waved him off. It's not a huge problem. Let's get you two strong enough to survive first. The continuous fighting without any replenishment had worn him down, but he gritted his teeth and kept going. While playing support, had never stopped refining his own talent and had already grasped several new skills. When you hit level 30, we'll switch to a different dimension. Then I can start earning spirit points again. As he spoke, his eyes fixed on their new target. Monster, two-headed flame python. Rarity, level 30. Combat power, 135,680. Skills, toxic flame breath, death coil, skull mark passive. Head left after farming lava giants last time. So this was his first look at the python. The 20-meter creature coiled atop a rock, one head blazing red, the other shrouded in green mist. Yunfeng grinned. Wenrin, that green head looks a lot like your hair color. Now it matches yours, Wenrin Longyu retorted, clapping the green hat onto Yunfeng's head with a snap. His level was finally within 5 of the monsters, so he no longer needed that hat anyway. Hissed, the two-headed fire python slithered closer, tongues flicking. 30 meters away its twin jaws yawned open, and a torrent of scorching flame intertwined with a sickly green miasma, twisting into a roaring cyclone that barreled toward them. Polarity, reversal. Wenrin Longyu barked. In an instant, The poisonous blaze whipped around as if yanked by an unseen hand, surging back along its original path and slamming into the python. The venom did nothing. Can you even poison a viper with its own venom? Yunfeng quipped, but the searing flames made the monster writhe and shriek. Wenren had unlocked polarity reversal at level 25. The skill's core was simple reflection, yet he claimed it had countless bizarre side uses, even bending fate if you pushed it. The trade-off was a brutal 30-minute cooldown on cast per fight. After that, his damage came solely from the rapid-fire pew-pew of his crossbow. A purple skull icon flared above the serpents' heads, showing that Wenren's passive had triggered. Roaring, the immense body flung off the lingering flames and lunged, trying to crush them in its coils. Ice prison. The temperature plunged. Thick ice pillars erupted from the ground, trapping the python in the center. For days Yunfeng had stuck to ice prison and frost spike, using the latter sparingly to avoid killing the wrong target. The moment the prison formed, Wenren drew back his crossbow, marked the snake with Doom's embrace, and loosed a volley. Their timing was flawless. The two-headed fire python struggled for a moment, then collapsed, riddled with bolts. As a rare-class monster, its loot wasn't bad. 2 crystal cores. Yunfeng pocketed them, gave the corpse a habitual kick, and froze, eyes widening. You actually dropped a shard? He picked up a pitch-black fragment, tears of excitement filling his eyes. After days of nothing, even the lowest tier black iron shard felt like that poster in the men's room. One small step for you, one giant leap for mankind. Maybe leveling up and unlocking talents is finally improving our luck, he murmured. Wenren scratched his head, secretly pleased as well. At least the shard show drops weren't impossible, just ridiculously rare. Let's hope so. Yunfeng carefully tucked the fragment away, and the grind suddenly didn't feel so hopeless. Elsewhere, at the edge of the rare mob zone, Zhou Quan, nicknamed Black Monkey, had been farming elites for days. Rare monsters aren't that tough, he scoffed, sizing up another two-headed fire python and glancing at his own combat power, over 170,000. Confidence surged. Reality hit hard. Rare mobs concealed frightening strength, and his arrogance cost him. A grazing blast of toxic fire turned his exposed skin an eerie purple. Without the healing potion Yunfeng had slipped him earlier, he would have been forced to flee on raw speed alone. After finally killing the beast, Zhou Quan still felt a tremor of fear. Clutching the potion, he muttered, "That madman really does think of everything." He had never figured out how Yunfeng, an orphan, had suddenly become so rich. On New Year's Eve, the resources Yunfeng crammed into his hands were enough for a mid-tier family to raise an awakened and rise to power. Heiho was both startled and thrilled. In the past, even a 5-man squad wouldn't dare set foot in a rare-grade monster zone. Now he could clear an entire region on his own. Whenever that thought surfaced, he consoled himself. As long as my brother's doing fine, who cares what's behind it all? I'm basically a stealthy trust fund kid now, right? Of course, Heiho still didn't know the treasures had come straight from Yunfeng. 5 more days slipped by. Deep inside the dimensional space, beside a canyon-like black fissure, Yunfeng, Heiho, and Wenren Longyu finally regrouped. The glowing rings above their heads each read 30. Nice level 30 across the board. Yunfeng clapped Heiho on the shoulder, genuinely happy for him. Maniac, you have no idea how awesome these days have been. Heiho stamped in excitement. I never dreamed I could solo rare monsters while underleveled. Yunfeng chuckled, scanning the empty depths of the rift. One last monster, and we're out. If Wenren gets this chunk of XP, he'll hit 32. Wenren Longyu cut in, rapid fire. Letting you two finish off a commander-class monster would be a waste. I'm taking the last hit. Yunfeng shrugged. We haven't seen a single rare monster for ages, and waiting for respawns would cost us a whole day. Hey, not my fault. Blame it on luck. Wenren pounded his chest, settling the matter with a grin. Banter done, the trio moved forward. The fissure widened into a cavernous chamber. In the center stood a humanoid shadow of black fire, more than 10 meters tall, dim ghost flames swirling around it like a vortex. Data flashed across their interfaces. Name, Netherfire Shade Commander. Level, 30. Combat Power, 162,956. Skills, Nether Ghost Flame, Shadow Flame Mirage, Howling Abyss, Phoenix Rebirth Passive. At 100 meters the shade lurched, unleashing a shriek so sharp it seemed to tear their eardrums. Yunfeng, maniac, I'm blind. Heiho yelled. In the same instant Wenren plunged into darkness, two both felt themselves falling into an abyss, chilled to the bone, as if some unseen horror could devour them at any moment. Stay calm. Yunfeng's voice was steady. 10 gold-grade mental potions gave him enough resistance that Howling Abyss couldn't touch him. He raised a hand. Ice prison. Frost formed crystalline hexagonal walls around the shade, but the blue light lasted only a heartbeat. The black figure flickered and reappeared outside. Shadow flame, mirage teleportation. Yunfeng narrowed his eyes. Heiho blinked as his sight returned and stared at the shattered ice shards. A maniac. That ice prison was yours. I thought you awakened in frank talent. It was the first time Heiho had actually seen Yunfeng fight. The last rescue had been over before he even knew what happened. Yunfeng sighed. This isn't the time for explanations. You'll know eventually. It's not that I don't trust you, it's just hard to explain. Heiho nodded hard. I want to ask. Tell us when you're ready. Wenren raised a hand, showing he understood. Battle lust burned in Heihao's eyes. All right, let me feel a commander-class monster's weight. He twitched, leaving only a faint after-image strike. A heartbeat later, he was at the shade's chest, dagger carving a diagonal line through the ghost flames. The fire shuddered violently but reformed at once, as if the blow had merely stirred a tuft of flame rather than struck anything vital. Still, the deep blue scar was visible. The shade lunged, pitch-black fire roaring with a piercing hum. But Heiho had already flashed back, forming a triangle with Yunfeng and Wenren. The dagger's cut had split the flames, but it barely scratched the netherfire's health. Black flames crawled over his body, making him bare his teeth in pain and look even more like a monkey. Still unwilling to give up, Black Monkey whipped his arms about, fists whistling like the wind. But the creature forged from netherfire ignored every physical strike he as pointless as swinging a blade at open flame. After a few seconds he had to back off, shaking his head. You're crazy. I've got nothing for this one. Yunfeng glanced at the fight and warned, you didn't hit the core. Wenren, drop misfortune first, then focus on the head and the heart. On it. Wenren began his chant, dark violet runes spiraling toward the fiery shadow. Even after misfortune landed and the monster triggered phantom blaze, splitting into ghostly afterimages, Wenren's crossbow bolts still punched into its vitals. The creature screeched, flinging streaks of green ghost fire that traced razor-sharp lines through the air. A minute flew by, yet the health bar had only inched down. Wenren panted, his crossbow hand reddening from the heat. Let me. Yunfeng removed several attack-boosting items, purposefully throttling his own power, and stepped into the fray. With a twist of both palms, he hurled 2 frost spikes. They hissed through the air in a swirl of mist. The first tore through an arm, the second pinned a thigh. A thin crust of ice formed instantly, smothering the blaze, and the 10-meter giant shrank to barely 3. Elemental damage. Nice. Black Monkey clapped in delight. While the wraith was frozen and shrunken, Wenren followed up with a volley of bolts, whittling it down to a flame no larger than a palm. All set, job's done. Wenren slung his crossbow with an easy grin. Yunfeng arched a brow. Not so fast. Did you hit level 30? Huh. Still 29. Before he could finish, the tiny flames suddenly swelled. Fire rolled outward, and a larger, fiercer nether wraith was reborn. What the why want to die, and it got stronger. Black Monkey involuntarily took a step back. Power spiked once more, but to Yunfeng it only meant 2 more frost spikes. He flicked a hand. Cold light flashed. The first spike shattered its chest, the second blew apart its head. The revived wraith never had a chance to boast. It burst into shards of ice and dwindling sparks, finally gone for good. Wenren still had a finger on the trigger when golden light flared before his eyes and a status panel popped up. He shouted in delight, Yunfeng, I leveled. I'm 30 now and I just unlocked a new skill. So what's the latest funky skill? Yunfeng folded his arms and studied. Wenren the guy's abilities were legendary 1 minute and downright bizarre the next. Weird. Every one of my skills is tailor-made for support. Wenren shot back, clearly annoyed. He cleared his throat and declared with mock mystique, you're going to love this one. It's called Destiny's Blessing. Great name. Black Monkey's eyes lit up. What does it do? Yunfeng asked, intrigued. Anything with destiny in the name sounded promising. Cast it on yourself or an ally to greatly boost the success rate of whatever you're doing for 1 minute. 3 uses per day. Wenren rattled off. The words hit Yunfeng like a thunderclap. This skill was made for him. I knew it. Anyone who likes fragments will love this. Wenren spotted Yunfeng's grin and felt relieved. At last he could contribute. Ever since fate nudged him to assist Yunfeng, had mostly been along for the ride and felt he owed him 3 extra chances at fragments. What's the big deal? Black Monkey scratched his head. Had been farming above his level lately and fragments were dropping like candy. Yunfeng didn't bother explaining his unique talent. Yunfeng, my talent seal just broke again. I'm up to crank now, Wenren added. Wait, leveling up also upgrades your talent? Black Monkey was baffled. Yunfeng gave a quick rundown about the sealed talent saga. Wow, an SS tier talent right beside my mind blown. Black Monkey stared at Wenren in awe. Wenren lifted his chin, soaking in the admiration. Enough. No reason to hang around this pocket dimension. Let's move, Yunfeng ordered. They grabbed their loot unsurprisingly, no fragments, and headed for the exit. The once empty space had filled with people who nodded and offered New Year wishes. Holidays end, life goes on. 3 days later they finally stepped out of the rift. Madman, what's next? Black Monkey asked, palms sweating with excitement. Yunfeng frowned. Bad feeling we're being watched. Black Monkey tensed. The Chu family was huge. If they struck, the team would be toast. Stay calm. They won't act openly yet. Hey, race the plan, Yunfeng explained in a low voice. Plan settled. They headed for the armored vehicle parked in the distance. Yunfeng's instincts were dead and Sumyeon behind them immediately pulled out a phone. Patriarch, you were right, they showed up in one of the rifts you named. The caller gushed before reporting the group's movements. Keep them in sight. They'll have people there in 24 hours, Chu Quanlong replied. Last time, Gudabai fled to him in panic and told him that Yun Feng had managed to kill even a transcendent. Chu Quanlong was stunned for a while, then refused to believe it. How could an ordinary awakened high schooler, who had been training for less than a year, slay an opponent 2 tiers above him? But when he learned that Gu Debay's base had been reduced to rubble and the man had barely escaped with his life, he was forced to accept the truth. With no other choice, he submitted a full report to the Chu family's board of directors. Elders, Yun Feng has surfaced again, we can't afford to miss him this time. In the conference room, Chu Quanlong stood at the head of the long table, his fingers trembling with excitement. I do want revenge for Tsang Ming, but am thinking of the family first. A high school student who can kill a transcendent must be hiding a secret. What do you think? He pressed. Quanlong has a point. An elderly white-haired clan elder nodded. Tsang Ming was a rare SS-grade talent in the family, and we deserve an explanation for his unexplained death. Exactly, another elder sighed. He wasn't my own grandson, but I had high hopes for him. Opposition rose just as quickly. He went looking for trouble and got himself killed. Who else is to blame? Talent or not, he deserved it. What secret? You're just making excuses for that useless son of yours. Arguments erupted, splitting the Chu family into factions. Listening to the sneers, Chu Quanlong clenched his fists so hard his knuckles almost bled. He knew full well that the old men across the table, all top-tier transcendents stuck at level 79, could crush him with a flick of a finger, yet he held his ground. Enough. The silent Grand Patriarch finally spoke, his deep voice silencing the room at once. Tsang Ming should have become the leader of our new generation. His body is barely cold. There's no need to tear each other apart. Quanlong is right, the family's honor must not be tarnished. Hearing this, Chu Quanlong felt a surge of relief. The Grand Patriarch was on his side. But remember, the old man continued, we're the largest clan in Jiangnan province. Every move we make is under scrutiny. Sometimes our hands are tied. Grand Patriarch Chu Quanlong began, only to be cut off by a raised hand. Relax, the family will avenge him. But we don't have many transcendents we can use in secret. I can give you at most 2. The Patriarch's gaze sharpened. There's only one condition, bring Yun Feng back alive. The elders exchanged looks, instantly understanding his intent. Bitter but unwilling to give up, Chu Quanlong tried to object. This is the only condition, the Patriarch said, leaving no room for negotiation. Refuse, and you're on your own. Taking a deep breath, Chu Quanlong lowered his head. Understood. They'll bring Yun Feng back. He finished the sentence in his mind with a corpse. 2 transcendents would be enough. According to Gudabai, Yun Feng had nearly died fighting one last time. After the meeting, he contacted his informants at once. Patriarch, the 3 of them have boarded an assault vehicle and are heading to the Long Ridge dimensional zone. Long Ridge? Chu Quanlong's grip tightened around the communicator, his rage flaring. His son had died in that very zone. A long moment passed before he forced down his anger and said coldly, fine. With the few of you keeping him company, my son won't be lonely. Yun Feng and the other 2 climbed into the armored carrier and settled in a corner, sitting motionless with their eyes closed as though meditating while they waited for departure. The cabin was bathed in dim yellow light, the metal floor trembling slightly when the engine turned over. The scout who had tailed them stood by the hatch, phone pressed to his ear, stealing furtive glances at the trio. Patriarch, the vehicle's moving. In another half-day. Mid-sentence he froze. The 3 faces that had been there seconds ago had vanished. The seats were empty, as if no one had ever sat there. What happened? Chu Quanlong's puzzled voice came through the line. Sir, they're gone, the scout stammered, handcuffing the phone. Who's gone? Yun Feng and his team. They were here a moment ago, now they're not. Useless fool. Find them now? Chu Quanlong roared, knuckles creaking against the phone casing. He cursed inwardly. He had just rallied his men, and the target was already lost. Patriarch, the carrier's already moving and they're nowhere inside. The scout replied bitterly, knowing punishment was inevitable. Fine. Alert everyone. Watch every dimensional rift between levels 30 and 40. Chu Quanlong knew Yun Feng's group would need those mid-tier rifts to power level. It was the only trail he had. Meanwhile, a few hundred meters from the carrier, beneath the shadow of a fortification. Madman, you downed 3 Violet Elite stealth potions just to shake that scout. Isn't that overkill? Hey-ho griped, still aching for the lost elixirs. You can't pull off big plans by pinching pennies. As long as we lost them, it was worth it, Yun Feng said calmly. So where to now, madman? The potion's effect ended and the 3 reappeared on the wasteland's edge, leaving Hey-ho a bit adrift. Every rift entrance will have their scouts. Step out of a dungeon, and someone's on your tail. If they haven't figured that out, they're not naivethire idiots, Yun Feng said, shaking his head. Who says monsters only live inside rifts? A sly grin tugged at his lips. Right. We can grind outside the rifts. Hey-ho slapped his forehead in sudden insight. Follow me. Yun Feng recalled an eerie stretch of wasteland had stumbled across while being hunted. This was the perfect chance to investigate it. The trio slipped past the base's perimeter fence and followed the low hills beside the secure access road. It was Hey-Ho and Wonrin Longia's first trek through open wasteland, and they were equal parts tense and exhilarated. To stay safe, Yunfeng kept them close to the road, unwilling to let a horde of high-level beasts drag his companions into danger. Even so, during half a day's march they repeatedly ran into roaming creatures, long-armed carrion beasts, scale-split hyenas, and two iron lizards clad in black armor, all of which they dispatched quickly. By late afternoon, the crumbling walls of the abandoned town came into view once more. Looks like an ordinary deserted town. Nothing weird about it, Heiho said, squinting as if to sniff out something eerie. Why don't you go in and find out? Yunfeng asked with a cryptic smile. Genius. Crunch the numbers for Muhat are my odds of making it back alive? Heiho turned to Wenrin Longyu, who had gained the honorary title since revealing his SS class talent. Wenrin raised a hand and triggered his insight ability. A flash of gold flickered and vanished. His face went ghost white. Bad. Extremely bad. Did you say extremely busty? Heiho leered, glancing around. Pervert. That's not what I meant. Wenrin snapped, cheeks flushing. I'm saying you'd have a 9-8 chance of dying in there. That bad. Heiho gulped. Heiho took an involuntary step back, his face tightening as he stared at the unobtrusive, abandoned town ahead. When Ren's heart skipped a beat, he knew Heiho all too well. Although the man's talent was only a rank, he had pushed it to its limits, and the booster serums let him go toe-a-toe with level 35 elite monsters. Yet this lifeless little town might be the place that finally brought him down. Madman, what's going on here? Wenrin asked in a low voice. Follow me, and you'll see. Yunfeng strode forward, brimming with confidence. The other two hurried after him, passing through the crumbling gate while scanning every corner. Broken bricks shifted underfoot, and rusty rebar jutted out like needles. Glass shards crunched with a screech that sliced through the silence, each tiny sound jabbing at their nerves. But when they looked closer, it was only dust stirred by the wind. Madman, something's watching us. I can feel it. Heiho muttered, tightening his grip on his daggers. Ah! A sudden scream erupted beside him. Heiho jerked so hard he dropped a dagger. What are you yelling for? There's nothing here, he said, scooping it up and scowling at Wenrin. Huge rat, Wenrin stammered, pointing at the hulking shape in the shadows. It's just a big rat. We've killed worse. Watch. In a flash, Heiho dashed forward, and the giant rodent fell in 2 bloody chunks. See? Still scared? He waved the stained dagger like a prize. Let's see if you're still showing off in a minute, Yunfeng thought with a faint smile. They pressed on. Swarms of oversized rats and cockroaches burst out without warning, only to be shredded by Heiho in a blink. These things barely counted as monsters. Wenrin steadied himself after that first scream, but every time the slimy vermin surged, his scalp crawled, and he silently cursed Yunfeng for leading him to this stinking hellhole. Soon they reached the ruins of the high-rise. Since the last battle, the once intact building had collapsed into a mound of twisted steel and concrete. Yunfeng surveyed the area. No trace of anyone cleaning up, yet every fragment dropped by the monster they'd slain was gone. Scree. The moment they stopped, shrill squeals rose on all sides. Heiho locked his eyes on the darkness, dagger ready. A tide of rats and cockroaches poured out, a living carpet. Wenrin clamped a hand over his mouth. Even without a phobia, the sight made his skin crawl. Go on, star of the show. Yunfeng glanced at Heiho. Madman, how do you even count them? Heiho muttered, wiping imaginary sweat while trying to sound steady. Still, he didn't back down. Numbers just meant time. He blurred into motion, each swing of his blades spraying blood. From a distance, the bursts looked like crimson fireworks in the gloom. It played out exactly like last time. Bodies piled high, yet fresh vermin kept surging in. Any second now, Yunfeng calculated as the sky darkened. With his speed talent, Heiho's movements were superhuman. In mere breaths, the ground was carpeted with mangled limbs and gore. Huff! Heiho reappeared beside Yunfeng, panting. Too many. I'm running on fumes. The last sliver of light slipped beneath the horizon, and darkness swept in. The animals that had once cringed beneath Heiho's slaughter now stared back, every eye awash in crimson. A berserk state? Heiho muttered, unsettled. Only true monsters should be able to trigger that after nightfall. Ho! The rat's shrill squeals turned into a gritty growl as countless insects and rodents surged at the trio like a black tide. Wenrin clapped a hand over her eyes, peeking through a narrow gap between her fingers. Boom! Yunfeng raised his hand and conjured a storm of ice and snow. A towering blizzard funnel erupted around them. Gale force winds carried razor-sharp crystals, driving an even deeper chill into the winter night. Anything that ventured close was shredded or flash-frozen and flung aside. Within seconds the street lay under a blanket of white shards, flecked with red. That's insane. Heiho gasped, staring at the fading glow in the frozen corpses. One skill had erased the thread in front of them. When the vermin scattered, the abandoned street fell into a tense hush. They're coming, Yunfeng warned in a low voice. Coming? What could be worse than that? Heiho had thought the last wave was already the limit. He would have been exhausted long before finishing off that horde. You'll see soon enough. Even as he spoke, fresh crimson eyes flared in the gloom. No longer rodents, but real monsters. Heihao's teeth chattered. Yunfeng, tell me this is a joke. I'm seeing level 40s out there. Yunfeng flipped his wrist, tossed 2 defensive talismans to his partners, and snapped a green helmet onto his own head. When run, climb that rubble pile. Use the crossbow, pick them off from above. Heiho, we'll take point. You clean up what's left. They'll focus on the ones that suit me, and the rest are yours. For extra safety, he wrapped Wenrun in an ice barrier. With the plan set, Yunfeng struck first. A second blizzard roared to life. Monsters below level 35 froze and shattered, but those above merely staggered, their movements dulled. From the high ground, Wenrun fired bolt after bolt, each shot threading the frigid air and burying itself in a vital point. On the ground, Heiho used afterimage strikes and other ranged skills to finish off anything left limping. In moments, every sub-30 monster lay in icy pieces. A shrill, uncanny screech echoed from somewhere unseen, and the remaining low-level creatures melted back into the dark. As the fight wore on, Yunfeng's perception widened. These monsters might match their rift-dwelling counterparts in level, yet they were noticeably weaker and far less intelligent. Thankfully, the energy they yielded was unchanged. 9, 14, 19. The cold numbers floated before his eyes. He was still a long way from the 40,000 he needed, but the sheer volume helped. Before long, the experience head banked nudged him up to level 36. As the low-level monsters withdrew, higher-tier beasts poured onto the battlefield. Yunfeng fought while shielding Black Monkey and Wenrun, and the pressure on him soared. Madman, I just hit level 31. Black Monkey yelled through the gaps in the horde, his excitement unmistakable. Yunfeng grinned. In this chaos, Black Monkey's close quarters clearing speed left Wenrun's ranged attacks in the dust. Frostbound domain. Yunfeng exhaled and unleashed the 7th skill of his newly awakened ice affinity. Centered on him, a solid sheet of frost erupted from the shattered ground and, within seconds, swallowed the entire town. Apart from Black Monkey and Wenrun, every monster was frozen into a glittering statue. Snowflakes fell like razors, slicing the air with a bone-deep chill. Catch and drink every potion inside. Yunfeng flicked a storage ring toward him. When Black Monkey probed it, he nearly crashed. 20 gold-tier potions sat in neat rows. 10 for speed, 5 for strength, and 5 for defense. Yunfeng wasn't being stingy. Letting Black Monkey carry more consumables would expose their real trump cards. Even Yunfeng was relying on disguise potions to prop up his combat power, afraid their secrets might be uncovered. Quit staring and absorb them before my crowd control wears off. Snapped back to reality, Black Monkey uncorked bottle after bottle and downed them. While the monsters remained frozen, Wenrun's bowstring thrummed unceasingly, arrows drumming against the icy statues like rainfall. As the seconds ticked by, the bladed snow thinned and hairline fractures spidered across the ground. Cracks raced over the statues, and an instant later they detonated. Ice shards whirled as roars erupted on all sides, and the monsters lunged once more. Madman, I'm good to go? Revitalized by the potions, Black Monkey became a blur. After 10 speed elixirs, he left only afterimages, moving so fast, even Yunfeng struggled to keep up. When speed is absolute, any lack of power can be fixed by hitting more often. The monsters couldn't touch him anyway. Seeing this, Yunfeng finally relaxed and prepared to go all out. With Wenrun protected by defensive trinkets and the occasional ice prison he threw in, their safety was assured. He drew his warblade. A barely visible thread of black flame crawled along the steel, and he charged into the swarm. Madman, are you really going melee? Black Monkey blurted, startled. He knew Yunfeng had downed even more potions than he had, but without the right talents close combat should still be dangerous. The warning died in his throat. Yunfeng's footwork flowed like wind, his strikes were overwhelming, and his blades sliced through monsters as if they were tofu. For a moment, Black Monkey wondered if Yunfeng actually possessed a top-tier melee talent. The secret lay in that black flame. It was the second skill Yunfeng had forged from his Void Blackfire Affinity. Blackfire Decree, tailored for close combat. Blackfire Decree cloaks the user's or an ally's weapon in black flame, making every physical strike carry its effect. It reduces the target's defense by 30% and adds elemental damage equal to 30% of the physical blow, lasting 5 minutes with a 10-minute cooldown. You maniac, that's downright perverse. In Heihao's mind, his respect for Yunfeng was written in capital letters. The long-range barrage of ice had already made his eyes pop, yet Yunfeng's melee burst was even more outrageous. Within 5 minutes, Yunfeng's combo had left him twitching with a strange mix of pain and pleasure, and just as he caught his breath, Yunfeng planted his feet and unleashed a point-blank hail of ice attacks. The moment his cooldowns reset, Yunfeng quietly attached the Black Flame Edict to Heihao's dagger, treating him to another 5 minutes of extreme delight. Seconds slipped by as wave after wave of monsters charged in and fell, and everyone's experience bars shot upward. The longer he fought, the more uneasy Yunfeng became. Where were these creatures coming from? A full hour passed, and the mobs still appeared, thinner than before, yet their corpses carpeted the ground and blood formed a shallow film underfoot. Yunfeng glanced at his character panel. Half a level in 1 hour, and that was without elite or rare multipliers. Just then, a shrill screech rippled through the ruins, directionless and eerie. At the sound, every charging monster froze, then scattered like a retreating tide. After them. Last time Yunfeng had been forced to flee these ruins without learning the truth. Now that the advantage was his, he meant to get to the bottom of it. As the creatures fled, he picked a level 45 serpent-type beast and sprinted after it. It writhed forward like a mindless thing and finally slipped into a sewer. Yunfeng was about to jump in when a stench so foul it nearly knocked him out surged upward. Hey-ho, moving too fast to stop, skidded to the tunnel's edge and gagged on the spot. One run, trailing at a distance, halted 10 meters away, pinched his nose, and waved them off. Stay back, talk to me from 3 meters away. He had caught the odor on Yunfeng and hey-ho long before he reached them, and the thought of monsters nesting underground churned his stomach. This smell is killing me. Going down isn't impossible, hey-ho said, wiping his eyes. We just need gas masks. Where do we find those? Don't be shy, one for each of us. Yunfeng pulled 3 respirators from his divine-grade storage ring. Ever since Head gotten the ring, Head stashed every odd item imaginable inside. Pots and pans, bedding, tents, anything he might need. With space to spare, a few gas masks were a given. Go if you want, but I'm not setting foot down there, One Rin said, pushing the mask back. Even if it filtered the air, the stench would still cling to his suit, and combat gear kept out dust and water, not odor. He swore silently that nothing would drag him into that sewer. Yunfeng and Hey-ho exchanged a helpless grin. All right then, stay up here and keep safe. Since Yunfeng couldn't force him, he handed Wen Rin a few life-saving and escape items before heading down. If something really goes wrong, head to the nearest base and wait for us. No one will dare make a move inside a base. With that warning, Yunfeng led Black Monkey into the sewers. Both wore gas masks, so the stench was muted, but the mountains of mixed monster droppings underfoot were still nauseating. Every step landed with a sticky, muffled squelch. You're nuts, Black Monkey muttered, kicking away a clump of gray-white sludge. We've farmed monsters in dimensional space for ages, and I've never seen one leave droppings. He spoke offhand, but the comment jolted Yunfeng. These monsters were indeed unlike anything they had faced before. Tap tap. Faint sounds came from overhead. Threads of half-congealed white slime dripped through cracked bricks, splattering the floor with a fetid stench. The deeper they descended, the wider the tunnels grew, branching into an underground labyrinth. Strangely, the swarm of fodder monsters from earlier had vanished without a trace. Maniac, look there. Black Monkey halted. The dim beam of his headlamp revealed shattered shells larger than millstone across the ground. They examined the fragments. Half-dried mucus still clung to the inner walls, as if the creatures had hatched only recently. Yunfeng rubbed a shard between his fingers, brows knitted. The farther they went, the more eggshells appeared, soon blanketing the passage. Roar! A string of bestial howls shook the ground. Yunfeng murmured, careful. Whatever's inside doesn't want us any closer. A system-like prompt flashed before them. Monster, aberrant Ironhide Elite. Level, 45. Skills, lethal venom, merciless lash. Passive, barbed armor. For monsters lunged out of separate tunnels. They ran on 4 legs while 4 long black arms sprouted from their spines. Chitin covered their bodies, and canine jaws split wide, bearing glittering fangs. Finally, elites 4 at once. Yunfeng gripped his blade, face tense. Monkey, stop following me. I can't cover you. They'll manage. I might not kill them, but I won't die either. Black Monkey grinned. The beasts accelerated. 8 legs pounded the ground, spine arms whipping the air as they shrieked forward. Stay alive. Yunfeng barked. His combat knife flared with black flame edict, a blade of fire and darkness tearing through the gloom toward the nearest foe. Steel flashed, and the creature's back arms fell away. 4 bloody slashes opened across Yunfeng's chest, but copper skin and rapid regeneration sealed them instantly. You've got barbed armor. I've got copper skin and Regan. Who's scared now? He sneered, lopping off the beast's head. Toxic green blood sprayed as he sidestepped the splash. 2 more circled behind him, 8 iron arms roaring down. Yunfeng's shadow burst black dragon flash. He folded aside, then cast absolute zero ice prison, freezing one monster into crystal. The last one faced him alone and was diced to chunks after a few blows. The frozen creature met the same fate moments later. The final beast charged after Black Monkey, kicking up dust and gravel. Maniac, quit spectating and help. Black Monkey rolled away, seeing Yunfeng standing with arms crossed, smiling. Just wanted to admire a level 35 player styling on a level 45 elite. Can it? It's gaining on me. Black Monkey sprinted harder. Yunfeng finally darted forward and sliced down the last elite with a few quick strokes. Stop pretending. Your combat power's 300,000. The gap isn't that big. That's 20 bottles of gold tier elixirs talking, and level suppression is still real, boss. Black Monkey panted. Yun Feng tipped his cap, remembering the penalty for fighting higher level foes. Go any deeper and rare monsters might show up. I won't be able to guard you. Black Monkey nodded. Then keep going. He'll head back and find one Ren. He turned and left. Yun Feng watched him go, then pressed on alone. He cut down several more waves of elites, but never encountered a rare spawn. After descending another 2 or 3 kilometers, he reached the mouth of a passage only to find 2 colossal creatures barring his way. Monster, Bloodthirsty Mantis, rare grade, level 45, combat power 379,840. Skills, Twin Blade Whirl, Shadow Pursuit, Echo Positioning, Self-Sacrifice. No wonder he hadn't run into any rare monsters before. They had been standing guard here all along. Yun Feng narrowed his eyes, trying to see past them, but nothing was visible beyond. Blocking the middle of the passage were 2 metal mantises over a meter tall, their carapaces gleaming with an icy sheen, and their thick forelimbs shaped like chilling, oversized scimitars. Bzzz. The instant their wings began to hum, both mantises vanished. 4 dusky blades tore through the air toward Yun Feng's position. He twisted aside, but before his toes even touched the ground, a second wave of 4 blades came screaming in, so fast it stole the breath from his lungs. Clang! Yun Feng's arms transformed into draconic scales as he blocked all 8 strikes Heaton. Even with his copper arm iron bone talent shielding him, for shallow gashes opened on his forearms. The dragon form faded. He drew his saber, igniting Black Flame Command, and stopped moving altogether, relying on the passive flicker of Void Fire to blink in place and engage the mantises at point-blank speed. Blade shadows crisscrossed, sparks flew, and within 10 meters the air was a blizzard of steel and flame. Perfect time to test the new technique. A few days ago, Black Monkey had handed over every fragment had scavenged, among them the Violet Hero grade manual Chi Source Ghost Cut. Built for sheer speed, the style meshed seamlessly with flicker of Void Fire. Half a quarter hour later, Yun Feng had grasped the core of the technique and stopped holding back. His saber flared, forcing the mantises to retreat step by step. In the blink of an eye, both were grievously wounded, their auras flickering on the brink of collapse. Yun Feng lifted a foot, ready to harvest their spirit energy. Boom, boom. Twin shockwaves rocked the tunnel, hurling scorching dust everywhere. The blast flung Yun Feng into the wall, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. The twin self-destructs hit with the force of a full power strike from a transcendent, sending his organs reeling out of place. So that's self-sacrifice? Seriously? He pushed himself up, coughing blood and cursing. The 2 level 45 rares would have yielded 1,008 spirit points, now wiped out in an instant. Fortunately, his rapid healing talent kicked in, knitting the wounds and dulling the pain. Stepping through the hole the explosions had gouged, Yun Feng moved on. Moments later he froze. An immeasurable cavern opened before him, vast enough that the far walls were lost to darkness. Countless gigantic eggs, each the size of a hill, were packed together, stretching to the horizon. Their shapes and colors varied wildly, and through their translucent shells he could see curled, slumbering larvae of every kind of monster. All these eggs, every one of them? Cold sweat drenched his back. At last he understood. The swarm of monsters on the wasteland hadn't come from another dimension. They had hatched right here. No wonder so many could gather in one area. At the center of the egg field squatted a grotesque, hulking creature, motionless. Around it lay the mangled corpses and severed limbs of countless monsters, arranged like offerings at an altar. Twisted, translucent tubes sprouted from the grotesque creature's hide and bored into the bodies of nearby monsters, siphoning a milky fluid from their flesh. The first victim in its grasp was a Silver Moon demon wolf, an elite barely able to stay on its feet. Yun Feng's detection panel flashed in front of him. Monster, Silver Moon, Demon Wolf Elite. Condition, critically weak. Level, 40. Combat power, 287,600 and 232,786. Skills. It was only one of many patients. All around the cavern, ordinary, elite, and even rare monsters lay gasping for life, each one shackled to the tubes. Yun Feng shifted his gaze to the cavern's center, where a titanic fleshball pulsed like a heart, its surface crawling with tentacles. Monster, Gluttonous Broodmother Commander, Mutant. Level, 45. Combat power, 406,220. Skills, Devouring Hunger, Endless Hatch, Rapid Growth, Bioreforge, Hive Mind, Infinite Evolution. The words Infinite Evolution nearly convinced Yun Feng to steal the skill with Seize the Beloved, but he forced himself to resist. Sensing an intruder, the broodmother shrieked, a razor-edged scream that bounced off the stone walls. It hadn't expected Yun Feng to survive the self-destruction of 2 rare beasts and barge in alive. As the cry echoed, gray-white eggs burst open with sharp cracks, spilling yellow, green, and pearly fluids onto the ground. Larvae wriggled free and swelled at a terrifying rate, racing from level 0 to level 30 and still climbing. The broodmother shrank visibly, its own mass feeding the rapid spawn. Yunfeng swept the new data stream and sighed. The hatchlings carried no flashy skills, only one self-sacrifice. Boom, boom, boom. Self-sacrifice, self-detonation. Chain explosions rocked the cavern, hurling dust and rubble from the ceiling. Up on the surface, the ruins trembled. What was the Tan earthquake? Heiho yelled, about to sprint for the entrance, but when Run lifted a hand. Easy. My divination says Yunfeng will be fine, he said with calm certainty. He was right. The instant the blast began, Yunfeng had downed an invisibility potion, blinked into the shadows with Black Dragon Flash, and masked his presence with Sung Yunfei. Not a single monster sensed him. When the shockwave died, a crater tens of meters deep yawned where he had stood. GAA. Unable to locate its prey, the broodmother quivered, as though laughing at his escape. The tubes writhed again, pumping fresh life essence back into its flesh, and the half-dead monsters convulsed, forcibly revived. Icebound domain. Hidden in the dark, Yunfeng whispered. A frigid mist surged out, turning the cavern into a blinding white wasteland. Every egg froze solid. Yet when the frost touched the broodmother, it cracked and melted away as if corroded. Fine, let's change tactics. Flames, lightning, and vacuum blades erupted in a storm, lashing toward the broodmother and the weakened beasts it dragged back from the brink. The moment Yunfeng saw the meatball's last skill, he abandoned any plan to finish it off. Infinite evolution meant the blob could someday reach epic rank or higher. No one knew how long the next molt would take, but any chance was worth waiting for. Besides, a spawn-type monster was a walking spirit energy mine. Every hatchling it produced was free experience and essence in his pocket. If it wanted to evolve and keep spawning, it had to eat non-stop, which actually eased the pressure on the other creatures nearby. As for the wilderness trainees who might get culled in passing, they had nothing to do with him. One skill, one basic attack, every weakened minion around him died before they could even scream. A tide of spiritual power crashed into his meridians, thrilling in its intensity. Had made a hefty profit with almost no effort. Then a deep, puzzled voice echoed in his head. Human, what are you after? It wasn't sound from the meatball's mouth. It was a mental projection. Yunfeng frowned. Its psychic strength was that high? Nothing serious. Just curious what you are, he replied, finishing off the stragglers. Under the blob's blank stare, he turned and left the underground chamber. To avoid delaying its evolution, he didn't touch a single egg. Before he went, he patted his weapon and muttered, hurry up and evolve. Next time I'm here, give me a surprise. When he stepped out of the ruins, dawn was bleeding into the sky. Black Monkey hurried over, eyeing him. Psycho, what's in there? You all right? Wenrin tried to come closer, but stopped short, gagging at the stench clinging to Yunfeng. I'm fine. Sun's up. We're off. Yunfeng tossed the words over his shoulder and strode away. To their embarrassment, the trio were escorted out. The lesser monsters, still cowed by the lingering psychic pressure, lined the way, trembling. Deep inside, the meatball finally came to its senses and let out a low, miserable wail. 3 years ago it had slipped through a new dimensional rift as a level 30 grunt. After dodging human hunters, it hid in these forgotten ruins, binge eating and relying on its mutant skills to survive. 3 years of walking on thin ice had built it to its current size. It had just tried to swallow Yunfeng as a tasty morsel only to see its brood nearly wiped out. And the human could have killed it, but let it go at the last second. Why? Pop eggshells cracked one after another. Damp hatchlings staggered out, scrambling for the exit. Because Yunfeng's slaughter had drained its reserves, the blob needed fresh nutrients fast, so it sent its young out to hunt even if that prey included wandering trainees. Outside the ruins, Black Monkey scratched his head. So, Psycho, where to next? Yunfeng had no idea. One run, do a reading, pick a lucky direction, he said, dumping the problem on his teammate. One Ren Longyu rolled his eyes. You really think him a sidewalk fortune teller? Grumbling, he invoked his second fate reading of the day and merged it with his own divination. After a moment he pointed. Azure Dragon rules today's is auspicious. Black Monkey snorted. You could have just said head east. All that mumbo-jumbo, and you claim you're not a charlatan. The three of them set off toward the east. Master, we've been heading east for most of the day. Where's that big score you promised? Heiho practically waved an imaginary staff behind the honorific. What's the rush? We still have half a day left, Wenrin replied, arms folded across his chest, radiating confidence in his treasure-hunting skills. Besides, the trip's been hazard-free, and we've stocked up on plenty of spirit energy. Don't forget that. Heiho grumbled, but had to admit they'd enjoyed a remarkably smooth journey. Hold up, something ahead. Yunfeng, who was scouting in front, suddenly raised a hand, stopping as sharply as a bowstring pulled taut. The three squinted past the rolling dunes. Billows of dust churned in the distance, sand whipped through the air, and faint shouts and roars drifted toward them. Madman, want to check it out? Heiho rubbed his palms together, eyes shining with predatory excitement. Let's learn the situation first, Yunfeng said. He drew a gunmetal monocular from his storage ring and pressed it to his eye. He-Ho and Wenren were long accustomed to his odd gadgets. Well, what do you see? Yunfeng lowered the scope, the corner of his mouth lifting. Looks like we've found some old friends. Old friends? Anyone I know? Let's get closer. It doesn't look like they're doing too well. They kicked off the sand, 3 afterimages streaking toward the storm. As they neared, He-Ho sucked in a sharp breath. What in the world is that thing? At the sandstorm's core, a colossal beast was hammering the ground in a frenzy. Monster, Chiao Quishan. Rarity level, 35. Combat power, 267,833. Skills, sky-shaking roar, 12 pillars, constrict, enhanced regeneration passive. It was a stitched-together nightmare. A bull's snarling head, with 12 thick, octopus-like tentacles sprouting from its shoulders and back, each lash sending stone chips dancing and sand surging. Opposing it was a 5-person squad, led by none other than Han Yuchi, whom Yunfeng had met in the ruined town. Looks like you're in a rough spot, Yunfeng called from the edge of the fight. Han Yuchi now stood at level 33, her 4 teammates around 32. Yunfeng silently marveled 3 levels in just a few months was impressive. The 5 of them fought in formation, barely withstanding the tentacles that cracked like iron whips. At his voice, Han Yuchi turned and finally noticed Yunfeng's party. You're alive? She blurted. After escaping the ruins that day, she had assumed Yunfeng had perished in the monster tide. They had even returned at dawn to search for his belongings, only to flee empty-handed. Disappointed? Yunfeng brushed his nose, voice mild. That's not what I meant. Chijia, no, was not the time for chit-chat, the tall shield-bearer rasped. Every word scraped raw was clearly at his limit. Yunfeng had to respect them. With their stats, lasting this long was no small feat. Right. Little brother, do you have a way to help us? Han Yuchi began, then faltered when her gaze fell on He-Ho and Wenren flanking Yunfeng, unsure how to finish her plea. Black Monkey, level 31, power rating over 320,000. Wenren, level 30, power rating over 220,000. What kind of god-tier stats are those? Han Yuchi muttered while swinging her sword. Even worse, Black Monkey and Wenren flanked Yunfeng like twin guardians, treating him as the center of their world. Black Monkey, give them a hand, Yunfeng decided. If this dragged on, that group, especially the big guy with the shield, wouldn't last. With twin daggers ready, Black Monkey's dark face lit up in excitement. One step, a blur, and he vanished from sight. An instant later, steel rained on the monster like a storm. So fast, by the time the others reacted, the creature was already shrieking. All 12 tentacles were carved open to the bone, foul ichor dripping everywhere. Yet in a blink the wounds writhed, trying to close. Thanks, brother. Now pinned down, the monster had no strength left for Han Yuchi's team. She almost clapped Yunfeng on the shoulder, but stopped herself. Was nothing like the student she had met by chance before. Minutes later the fight was over. Standing beside the massive corpse, Black Monkey pried for loot. Super regeneration? Hit fast enough and it can't heal. He wiped his blades and sheathed them. Who's the beauty? Han Yuchi glanced at Wenren, meaning to chat, but was cut off. Beauty? Don't you see my Adam's apple? Wenren Longyu bristled like a cat. Han Yuchi looked closer and spotted the bump at his throat. Sorry, didn't expect a guy to look that pretty, she mumbled. Check before you speak next time, Wenren grumbled, lacking real heat. Let's take a look, Yunfeng said, ending the exchange and heading over to Black Monkey. From the creature's gut, Black Monkey fished out a purple shard the size of a fingernail and handed it to Yunfeng with a grin. Here, Yunfeng. The shard flashed violet, and the 5 newcomers froze, eyes wide. Chijia, someone gasped. Yunfeng tensed, recalling the time had saved strangers and nearly got stabbed in the back. Chijia, his luck sensei pulled a purple hero shard. Why can't we ever score like that? The tone held envy, not greed. Spotting their full set of silver gear, Yunfeng relaxed. They were well equipped and unlikely to fight over scraps. Linger, it's only a purple hero shard. Don't make a fuss, Han Yuchi said, though a jealous smile tugged at her lip. She had farmed outside for ages without even seeing a purple hero beast. I never got your name last time, and now we meet again. Must be fate. Let's get acquainted. She rallied her team and faced Yunfeng. I'm Han Yuchi. Behind me are Neo Hang Tank, Gao Yuli Angelemental DPS, Ning Xiling Support, Visual Lifing Scout. Given her formal tone, Yunfeng couldn't stay mysterious. I'm Yunfeng. This is Zhou Quan. We're still students. And this is Wenren Longyu. Han Yuchi's gaze returned to Black Monkey, the short, dark teen who had shredded their nightmare in minutes. His power was downright absurd. Brother Zhou, you're incredible. With numbers like that, which family do you belong to? The families behind these 5 are fairly influential in Jiangnan Prefecture. Most of the region's heavyweight clans have at least heard of them or done business with them. Yet no one had any recollection of the skinny, dark-skinned teenager in front of them. What prestigious family could he possibly belong to? Flustered by the attention, Black Monkey scratched his cropped hair and forced an awkward smile. Chi, both times I've run into you it's been out in the wilderness, Yunfeng said, eager to change the subject. You're not scavengers, are you? Han Yuchi tipped her head back and laughed. Take a good look at our gear. Do we look like cash-strapped scavengers? The moment she finished, the rest of the squad laughed along with her. Scavengers were awakened ones of modest ability who refused to pay for dimensional gate passes. They roamed the wilds, hunting low-level creatures or picking over discarded loot. In terms of aura and equipment, this squad was far beyond anything that label implied. Put simply, we run errands for the enforcers, Han Yuchi added, shrugging. Our main job is to clear high-level monsters in the wilderness, especially near the safe corridors. With the enforcers? Yin Feng was taken aback. The enforcers were second only to the military, reputedly the most formidable private fighting force in Jiangnan, packed with extraordinary talent. Relax, Han Yuchi said, waving it off. They're just too lazy to do the dirty work themselves, so they outsource it to us. She fixed her gaze on Yin Feng. But you twice I've bumped into you out here, and you don't act like a scavenger at all. What's your story? Yin Feng hesitated. It's a long tale. Right now we're not in a position to interdimensional space, so we're making a living out here. He didn't elaborate, but Han Yuchi already had a guess. You're in some kind of trouble? Maybe I can help. Linger couldn't hold back. Exactly. We're on great terms with the enforcers, especially Qi, her brother. A glare from Han Yuchi cut her off. She hated being introduced under her brother's banner. Yin Feng paused, then spoke. It's not an impossible problem, but we seem to be hunted by a transcendent. What? The others thought they'd misheard. Right, a transcendent, Yin Feng said firmly. The Chu clan was still watching him. If they made a move, they wouldn't send nobodies. Word that had killed Lung Feng had likely reached the clan lord through Gu Dabai. You're sure? Han Yuchi's brow furrowed, her expression turning grave. I haven't seen them directly, but I'm certain. Very few forces in Jiangnan could field a transcendent for a manhunt. A memory flashed through Han Yuchi's Minda case her brother had mentioned offhand last year. Could it be the Chu clan? She studied Yin Feng's face. Chu clan, right? Yin Feng raised an eyebrow in surprise. Wow, you actually know? So it really is you? Han Yuchi's face shifted. You are hiding something. One teammate complained, scratching his head as the back and forth went over his head. Can you two stop talking in code? We want in on it too. The others protested in unison. I've only heard rumors, Han Yuchi said, confidence shining in her sharp eyes, but they might actually help you. Really? Black Monkey clapped his hands in delight. In his mind, as tough as the wilderness had been these past 2 days, it was still no match for the comfort of training inside dimensional space. Sure, wait here. They'll drop them at the safe corridor and be right back. The words had barely left her lips when Han Yuchi fired up the mini-armored vehicle. The engine thundered, treads spitting gravel and dust as the tank shot from the ruins like a streak of gray lightning. Black Monkey watched the plume trailing behind the vehicle, his usual grin fading. Lowering his voice, he asked, Madman, can we trust them? Wenren, what do you think? Yun Feng didn't answer, instead turning to the silent Wenren. Hands pressed together, Wenren let a faint aura ripple across his skin. After a few breaths, he opened his eyes and nodded. They're fine. Moments later, a fresh cloud of dust rose in the distance. The mini-tank roared back, its treads grinding stone with a shriek. Showing off, Han Yuchi drifted to a stop sideways in front of them. Dust billowed forward, but Yun Feng lifted a hand and sent a gust that swept it aside. Otherwise, they'd have been coated like dust dogs. Hey, sorry, almost screwed that up, Han Yuchi said, hopping down and scratching her head. The trio let it pass and climbed into the cabin. Where are the other four? Yun Feng asked casually. Told them to hitch a ride back to the safe zone on their own. Han Yuchi stamped the accelerator. The tank howled, arcing across the wasteland toward the shelter. This route wasn't on any safe corridor. Snarling beasts lunged from the scrub, and the speedometer needle quivered on the red line. Through the windshield, Yun Feng took in the well-appointed cockpit and finally asked, vehicles like this aren't exactly easy to come by, are they? Han Yuchi's playful look vanished. That's what I wanted to tell you. I'm driving it thanks to my brother. Your brother? Black Monkey chimed in. Han Lijun, captain of the Enforcer's 4th Squad. She gave a small nod. Yun Feng wondered why she'd bring up an enforcer now. Han Yuchi went on. Last year, there was a mass killing in those abandoned warehouses south of the safe zone. My brother investigated. The cabin's air thickened. Yun Feng felt a jolt, and Black Monkey and Wenren stiffened as well. Did he find anything? Black Monkey asked quietly. He wouldn't hand over the report, Han Yuchi said, jerking the wheel to dodge the carcass of a one-eyed beast. Its fangs missed the armor by inches. But he did tell me this. More than 70 dead, all members of the underground gang Bloodbone Society. Somewhere on the most wanted list. Yun Feng, you probably know their background better than I do, right? Before he could answer, she added, and among those 70-plus corpses was a transcendent. One died in there without making a ripple, and the trail deadened at the Chu family of the Jiangnan group. She glanced back, hoping to read Yun Feng's face. The boy remained calm, water still. Her heart hammered. Yun Feng, did you really kill that transcendent? But my brother said only a transcendent can kill one. Swallowing hard, her knuckles whitening on the wheel, she whispered, the high school kid behind me is a transcendent? Am I crazy, or is the world Yunfeng never bothered to answer Han Yuchi He didn't say a word. Instead, he simply stared at her back, lost in thought, as if a layer of mist cut him off from everything inside the carriage. Chijia, if we've already linked this to the Chu clan, why not just punish them? Black Monkey asked, his temper barely in check. They came out of the dimensional rift and zeroed in on us. Clearly, the enforcers have done nothing to rein them in. Han Yuchi turned to him with an unhurried smile. First, it only might involve Jiangnan Group. We still don't have solid proof. Second, the victims weren't killed by the Chu family. As for who the real culprit is, paused and gave Yunfeng a pointed look. Maybe you should ask your classmate Yunfeng. Claiming that kill would earn you a fat commendation. Aren't you tempted? She wasn't fishing for information. The commendation was real. Han Lijun currently had half the city looking for the mystery witness. Since Yunfeng had tacitly admitted getting mixed up in the Chu affair, she figured he must also be tied to that night's massacre, though the exact killer still eluded her. Even as the words left her mouth, she felt she might have overstepped. Given the firepower of the two people flanking Yunfeng, he clearly had a powerful, shadowy backer. Yet someone extraordinary was hunting him so hard, he didn't even dare enter the dimensional space. The contradiction left her baffled. Well, none of that concerns me. My brother will love these people, she thought. Yunfeng answered blandly, if you like the credit, go ahead and take it. Maybe no one will step up to refute you. He had no idea she had already run the numbers in her head, reaching a conclusion that sounded like consent, yet was impossible to read. Before they knew it, the war wagon rolled up to the city gate. The guards never even lifted their eyelids as the vehicle crossed into the safe zone and sped toward enforcer headquarters. This gate belonged to your family or something. Just roll on through? Black Monkey asked, amused. Han Yuchi pointed to the upper right corner of the windshield, where an awakening stone lay flat beneath a hovering sword, the enforcer emblem. See, hard to miss. Because of that emblem, the spies Chu Guanglong had scattered everywhere totally missed their entry into the safe zone. The vehicle threaded through the streets, the last blush of sunset skimming across its roof. By the time darkness settled, they halted at a spot none of them had expected. Black Monkey stared at the squat, rundown building ahead, trash swirling in the wind. Don't tell me this is enforcer headquarters? You're too jumpy. Learn a little of Yunfeng's calm, Han Yuchi teased, then muttered under her breath. Honestly, I was about to ask the same thing. Could the headquarters really be in a dump like this? Before she finished, Yunfeng tossed out a casual remark that slammed right into her ego. A curse stuck in her throat almost burst. Frito, you have to be that cooperative? She cleared her throat, steadying herself. It's normal if you can't tell. If it were that obvious, the enforcer hall would have been demolished ages ago. With that, she hit the accelerator, and the war wagon barreled straight toward the dilapidated building. Hey, Yunfeng, what do you make of all this? Heiho stared at the ever-shifting scenery, his jaw almost hitting the floor. Yunfeng watched through the window with equal interest, a keen light flashing in his eyes. His perception was usually razor-sharp, yet only now did he notice that the entire district was shrouded in an artificial disguise. That's the effect of a Hongliang projection mirror, an elite piece of optical camouflage, the normally quiet Wenren Longyu said abruptly. Han Yuchi, who had been admiring herself in the glass, paused and arched an eyebrow at him. Well, looks like the three of you are full of surprises. Most people haven't even heard of that tech. Yunfeng and Heiho both turned to study Wenren. Why are you staring at me? I've seen one before, that's all. Is it so strange to know a thing or two? Wenren lifted his chin, trying to look worldly and unimpressed. The armored vehicle rolled deeper into the restricted zone. Grimy, chaotic streets vanished as if erased, replaced by spotless pavement and buildings sheathed in metal. In an instant, a dilapidated blockhouse morphed into a solemn hall that resembled a steel behemoth. Welcome to Enforcer Headquarters. Han Yuchi leapt from the vehicle and opened the door for the others. The main building wasn't tall, square, and solid, but it sprawled across an enormous lot. Above the entrance hung a massive enforcer emblem forged from an unknown alloy, radiating a chilling authority. Two awakened lounged against the pillars, looking bored. They wore specialized combat suits and mirrored goggles. Though they seemed in their 30s or 40s, a roguish youthfulness clung to them. Xiaoqi, what brings you here today? Seeing Han Yuchi approach, both men straightened. Huh, you're not with Linger's squad. One guard glanced at the three strangers behind her, frowning as if scolding her for bringing outsiders without notice. On their goggles, Heiho's combat data flashed red. The two guards exchanged a look, their faces instantly changing. How could anyone's power level be that outrageous? Brother Hong, brother, been good to see you. Han Yuchi's cheerful greeting broke their stupor. Is my brother around? These three are the people he's been looking for, so I brought them in. So they're Captain Han's guests. Please, come right in. Both men stepped aside at once to clear the way. Even after yielding, the guards muttered under their breath. Binzi, Captain Han actually snagged a walking demigod this time. Brother Hong, I'm too old for you to call me Binzi. Mo Xiaobin pulled a wry face, then sighed. Captain Han's unbelievable. Last time he scored a mountain of merits out of nowhere, and now he's recruited a monster-level expert. His awakened talent is average, but his luck has never failed him. I just don't get it. They shook their heads, half in envy, half in admiration. Guiding the trio past the guards toward a 5-meter metal door, Han Yuchi whispered, "Don't be fooled by their street punk vibe. Both of them are level 14 heavies." The moment they stepped into the lobby, all 3 newcomers gaped. The ceiling soared nearly 20 meters high, and a crystal chandelier 3 meters across hung at its center. Liquid gold light spilled downward, as if painting the floor with metallic gloss. On the front wall, 3 enormous portraits were arranged in a neat row. Yunfeng's eyes went straight to the one in the center. Saint-level awakened Zhang Jiuling was one of the founders of the Enforcers and the first of his kind on Blue Star, celebrated as the pride of Huagua. He was born into poverty, once an unknown vagabond, yet through relentless effort he ascended to the highest realm. Yunfeng, I doubt you've ever heard of a saint-level awakened, have you? Noticing him staring at the portrait in the center, Han Yuchi pointed at it with a hint of pride. A saint-level awakened surpasses even transcendence, someone who has broken the 3rd shackle and reached at least level 80. Yunfeng was not unfamiliar with that information, had already heard it from Professor Bai. Current research indicates that humans are bound by 3 shackles. The first, the ability shackle, unlocks at awakening and grants a bewildering array of powers. The second, the potential shackle, can be removed only with the spoils of an epic-grade monster. It releases all latent potential and elevates a person into the transcendent realm. The third, the lifespan shackle, opens only with loot from a legendary monster. It greatly extends one's years, rejuvenates the body, and leads to saint level. Saint level awakened, do they really exist? Yunfeng murmured. Of course they do. Otherwise his portrait wouldn't be hanging here. Han Yuchi lowered her voice. Rumor has it he made his name more than 200 years ago and is still alive today, though I've never seen him myself. Yunfeng shifted his gaze and surveyed the rest of the hall. To his right, a 2-meter-tall stone stele stood before the wall. Carved into its face were the enforcer's precepts. Clerks must be upright and impartial. The law must neither wrong the innocent nor spare the guilty. Among awakened, turmoil and violence come easily. Enforcers must wield the sword to quell chaos, meet violence with violence, protect the people's safety, and safeguard the nation's peace. The inscription ran on for several hundred neatly arranged characters. Yunfeng knew that it was precisely because of the enforcers that the safe zones remained tranquil in an age teeming with awakened. Xiaoqi, long time no see. Are you here to visit your brother? A gentle greeting drifted from a side office, and a man in his 50s stepped out, his smile full of fondness. He was not wearing an enforcer uniform, and the close-cropped hair at his temples was already half white. Uncle Long, what are you doing here? Han Yuchi hurried over and linked her arm through his. What? Am I not allowed to drop by? Sounds like you don't want to see me. How could that be? I barely have time to miss you. Han Yuchi's sudden softness left her 3 companions stunned. She had acted the tomboy the whole way here, yet now she was gentle, almost like another person. Who are these 3? The elder asked, his gaze sweeping over them. I'm bringing them to see my brother. I see. Then I won't keep you. Don't be nervous, kids. With a wave, the old man turned and headed for the main doors. Uncle Long, they'll visit another day and bring your favorite longan. It's the thought that counts. He waved without looking back. When his figure finally receded, Han Yuchi let out a soft breath. Phew, come on, let's go find my brother. She led the 3 through a side door into a broad corridor. At its far end stood 12 elevators, their doors gleaming silver. Han Yuchi walked straight to the 4th car and tapped her ID card against the sensor. Ding, the doors slid open. Get in, she said, beckoning them. They stepped inside, and the car plunged downward at high speed. Within seconds it came to a halt. The elevator doors slid open onto a surprisingly spacious level. Glass partitions carved the hall into separate cubicles, each holding nothing but a blue-lit AI console, and the floor was polished enough to reflect a human silhouette. Yunfeng glanced around. Thinking it looked more like an underground intel hub than an office almost identical to the scene had walked into the first time he visited the institute. Xiaoqi, you're here. Captain Han, Xiaoqi's here. A researcher who had been wired into a console pulled off his headset, spotted Han Yuchi, and yelled toward the innermost cubicle. Then he bent over the screen again, as if Yunfeng's group didn't exist. The other researchers didn't even bother to look up, their fingers flying across translucent keyboards. Brother, I'm here. Han Yuchi slipped into the back room like a quick little carp. A violent coughing fit erupted inside, as though someone had choked on smoke. Bro, I told you to quit smoking, but you just won't listen. Since when do you get to police my smoking? Should I start policing whether you found a boyfriend? Hey, stop pulling, you'll rip my beard out. Serves you right for talking nonsense. At the doorway, Yunfeng, He Cheng, and Lin Wei exchanged puzzled glances. Hey, didn't you say you brought guests? Introduce them already. Han Lijun called out, as if grasping a lifeline. Next time I catch you smoking. Yuchi released him and shot a glare sharp enough to kill. Yunfeng, come on in. With her introduction, the 2 groups finally met. So you're the one who crossed the Chu family? The moment the subject changed, every trace of play vanished from Han Lijun's face. His eyes sharpened, his whole body drawn tight like a bowstring. Crossed, you could say that. Yunfeng stayed calm. This kid's not ordinary, Han Lijun thought. Most people would be tongue-tied under that stare. Yurend, South Suburb, the Blood and Bone Society. Except for its chairman Gu Dabai, the entire leadership was wiped out. Even an awakened transcendent died quite the operation. He locked onto Yunfeng's face, hunting for the tiniest twitch. It was indeed connected to me. The blunt admission made Han Lijun pause. Who exactly are you, and why have you locked horns with the Chu family? The interrogation was moving faster than Han Lijun had expected. Yunfeng looked at Han Yuchi. Sister Qi, you said bringing me here would help me with my problem, not interrogate me, right? Being stared at, Yuchi's ears flushed. Bro, could you? Don't speak. I need the facts, that's my job. Han Lijun cut her off, obstinate as iron. Yuchi suddenly realized she'd underestimated her brother's obsession with the case. Looks like you can't help me after all. Yunfeng rose to leave. My young friend, this is the Enforcer's headquarters. You think you can come and go as you please? Han Lijun sneered. Bro, what are you doing? You never. Quiet. This isn't your place to talk. The sudden change left Yuchi frozen, even a little frightened. I didn't barge in here, and I haven't broken any laws. You have neither evidence nor grounds to detain me, do you? No wrongful arrests, no criminals unpunished, it's written right on your wall. Yunfeng stepped toward the exit, ignoring the blockers. Stop right there. So you're Yunfeng? Bold of you, I like that. A hearty laugh rang out. The elevator doors were inches away when Han Lijun's booming voice echoed behind him. Come back. I was only messing with you. Bro, what's wrong with you? You nearly scared me to death. Han Yuchi swung her fist and pounded her brother's arm. Han Lijun clutched at the spot, feigning injury. If I don't scare you once in a while, how will you respect my authority? Sooner or later you'll forget who's in charge. Authority, huh? They'll show you authority. Yuchi shouted, landing another series of blows. Enough, enough. Stop hitting me, Hammer Queen of the Northwest. My bones are about to fall apart. Lijun covered his head and surrendered. The other three people in the room watched the bickering siblings, equal parts amused and exasperated. A moment ago, everyone had been on edge, denying it would have been self-deception. Even Wenran, gifted at divination, had felt his heart leap into his throat. Black Monkey had practically hidden behind Yunfeng, afraid a single careless word might drag them all into disaster. Wenran had silently cursed himself for trusting a faulty skill that almost doomed his friends. Having already made his exit, Yunfeng couldn't just slink back after hearing, just kidding. He turned and asked coolly, Captain Han, anything else? Brother Yun, my brother said it was a joke. Come back, okay? Han Yuchi rushed to smooth things over. Yunfeng finally stepped back inside. Little brother Yun, you're not holding a grudge, are you? Han Lijun waved a casual hand, confidence written all over his face. This whole matter isn't complicated. The moment you admitted a grudge against the Chu family, I could piece most of it together. Oh, I'd love to hear your theory, Captain Han. Yunfeng's expression stayed calm, but his interest was genuine. 2 months before the Bone Blood Society incident, the Chu clan announced the death of their most promising heir. That was the spark. Han Lijun spoke deliberately. Chu Guanglong couldn't show his face, so he sent Gu Debeho owed him a favor to handle things. They thought an extraordinary class fighter guaranteed success, but a mysterious force barged in and wiped out the Bone Blood Society instead. He paused, sharp eyes locking on Yunfeng. And you're the one who killed Chu Tsongming, aren't you? His tone oozed triumph, as if he had witnessed it personally. Captain Han, accusations without proof can be dangerous. Yunfeng chuckled and waved a dismissive hand. As for that mysterious force, that's your own speculation. I started digging into this long ago. Han Lijun folded his arms. After Chu Kangming's death was announced, an informant told me he'd crossed paths with someone named Yunfeng. I checked every person with that name and found nothing until my sister brought you straight to me. Pure coincidence. He glanced at Han Yuchi, who brushed her bangs aside, looking rather proud of herself. Yunfeng smiled faintly. Yes, Chu Tsongming and I had a grudge, but that's all. Relax, I don't care how he died. Han Lijun waved it off. Even if you did it, so what? Besides, you have the power. Level 36, nearly 500,000 combat strength. I've never seen numbers like that before. Hearing this, Yunfeng's relaxed body tightened, and he sprang to his feet. His knees had barely left the chair when Han Lijun's hand pushed him back down. Why panic? I never said I'd hurt you. Han Lijun's voice was low, carrying an unquestionable calm. How could Yunfeng not be nervous? Before entering, he had swallowed a crimson radiance-grade disguise pill to hide his identity. No one should have been able to see through it. Besides, while Jiangning Group was the largest economic force in the safe zone, no giant rose without a trail of filth behind it. Han Lijun shook his head with a faint smile. We enforcers have been watching them for a long time. The Jiangning Group works flawlessly, evidence is scarce, and when something goes wrong they throw out a scapegoat and keep their hands clean. Hey Ho met Han Yuchi's eyes, both of them frowning. Yunfeng had already guessed as much, but stayed silent. Han Lijun raised a hand, shifting the topic. I want you to join the enforcers. The words hit like a bolt from the blue. Join the enforcers? A real position? Yun Feng thought had misheard. Exactly, full-time. A slight curve lifted Han Lijun's lips. Countless plans flashed through Yun Feng's mind, but none had prepared him for such an open olive branch. We haven't even finished high school, Captain Han. Are you serious? Heiho blurted, half shocked, half doubtful. Even Han Yuchi, nicknamed the prodigy, looked stunned. She was only an auxiliary, and without Han Lijun's pull she had no right to step inside this building. Why? Yun Feng cut straight to the point. Too big to control. Han Lijun offered only 4 words. Though not a government entity, the Jiangnan group had swollen to the point of instability. Once it slipped the leash, it would become a malignant tumor. Yun Feng smiled bitterly. I'm a nobody with limited strength. I doubt I can help. He'll be going. He rose, intending to leave. He had only wanted the enforcer's help to shake the killers on his trail, not to wade into a power struggle. If need be, he could place his 2 companions in the research institute and find another path for himself. He didn't yet know that the entire Jiangnan group, not just Chu Guanglong, was after him. You're too naive, Yun Feng. Han Lijun stopped him. My investigation shows the Jiangnan group has tried several times to seize the families of those close to you. What? What happened to my parents? Heiho shot up, face filled with panic. Yun Feng's expression darkened. Involving the innocent was his greatest fear. Relax. Han Lijun raised a hand for silence. If I bring it up, I won't let it happen. Thank you so much. Heiho bowed deeply. Yun Feng also gave a grateful nod. Han Lijun delivered another blow. 2 unregistered extraordinaries from the Jiangnan group have slipped our surveillance. Your group is their likely target. 2 extraordinaries? Aren't they overdoing it? Heiho's mouth formed an O, using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. An extraordinary was killed by his target not long ago, remember? Han Lijun said, half smiling as his gaze swept over Yun Feng. Yun Feng remained stoic, head lowered in thought. Han Lijun continued, I don't know how long I can hold the line, especially the protection on certain people. Our manpower is limited. At that, Yun Feng looked up, his eyes sharp as blades. But Han Lijun, captain of Enforcement Squad 4, commanding more than 1,000 awakened, sat unmoved. I'm not threatening you, just stating facts. Yun Feng fell silent, then exhaled slowly. All right, I'll join. But I have conditions. Han Lijun had just started to smile when Yun Feng brought the discussion back on track. Oh, let's hear them. To outsiders, joining the enforcers was harder than getting into heaven. Yet this kid had already refused once and was now negotiating. Yun Feng raised a finger. First, they'll sign up, but I keep the right to walk away whenever I like. Second, the 3 of us take orders only from you. No one else, not even your bosses, gets to tell us what to do. That's all. Han Lijun had expected him to ask for the moon. Yun Feng pointed at Heiho. And you guarantee his family's safety. Naturally. Once you're enforcers, everything follows the rules. Han Lijun nodded, then called out, everybody stop and get in here. Footsteps rustled outside. 3 men and 1 woman came through the door. Seeing Han Lijun's stern face, Yun Feng and his 2 friends sat up straight. Let's welcome our new members. Han Lijun suddenly grinned and led the applause. Welcome, welcome. Finally, some newcomers, 3 adorable little brothers. The woman spoke first. She was about 30, with short light brown hair brushing her shoulders and sharp, deep-set eyes. Lu Yuchi, intelligence and logistics. She shook hands with the trio one by one. The other 3 stepped forward. Ma Sihong, deployment and field command. He was terse and cool, offering only a slight nod. Pu Lianghua, cleanup and interrogation. His face was even colder, a faint aura of menace hanging around him. Zhao Wuji, tech maintenance and upgrades. Heavy dark circles made him look like a programmer who hadn't slept in years. Lu Yuchi, get them uniforms and badges. Wuji, pull together some local specialties, Han Lijun added. In the corner, Han Yuchi looked completely lost. Who am I, where am I, and what am I doing here? How did the 3 cuties I brought back suddenly outrank me? She blurted out, brother, what about me? Still here? You were free to go ages ago. Han Lijun replied offhandedly. You. If the setting were different, Han Yuchi would have jumped up and smacked him. Inside, she fumed, bullying me, using me, then tossing me aside. Huffing, she stormed out. Han Lijun didn't stop her, and though Yun Feng wanted to speak, he held his tongue. Soon Lu Yuchi returned with several dark gray uniforms, the official enforcer gear. Here, try these on. Yun Feng and Heiho changed, finding the suits tailored to perfection. These eyes are better than a measuring tape, right? Lu Yuchi raised a triumphant brow, then turned to Wenren. Why aren't you trying yours? Wenren shook the wide sleeves of his Taoist robe. I'm used to this outfit. Leave him be, he won't even wear combat armor, Yun Feng explained, laughing. Fine, I'll make you a robe-style uniform. Sound good? Really? Wenren's eyes lit up. Of course. They'll have it ready next time. Lu Yuchi agreed readily. Under the lights, the new uniforms gleamed softly, the golden enforcer insignia on their cuffs making the 2 look sharp and commanding. A moment later, Zhao Wuji sauntered over. The first thing that caught their eye was 3 pairs of combat goggles. Under the harsh white light of the gear room, the black lenses glinted with an icy sheen. Han Lijun set them on the table, his voice calm yet tinged with pride. I've modified these. Try them on. Heiho muttered, how different can goggles be? But he, Yunfeng, and Pu Lianghua still slipped them over their eyes. The frames clicked shut, and the goggles instantly synced with their life badges. Beep beep beep. Only they could hear the electronic chime. A pale blue virtual screen flashed up, a giant red exclamation mark pulsing in the middle while the alarm echoed in their ears. Instinctively, they turned to the man in front of them. Level 54. Combat power 1.12 million. Amazed, they noticed the 4 other people in the room were all level 49, none with less than 400,000 combat power. Han Lijun chuckled. I didn't give you goggles so you could stare at me. Wuji, fill them in. Zhao Wuji stepped forward. They'll skip the basic functions. What my senior added matters. 1. Thermal imaging. 2. Positioning. 3. Recording. Sadly, none of that works in a dimensional zone. Doesn't sound that great. Heiho grumbled. In normal settings other gear could do the same. Zhao Wuji raised a finger. Hold on, there's a localnet function. All 3 asked at once. What's a localnet function? As long as you're in the same dimensional zone, the goggles form their own network. Real-time comms, zero interference. Now that's useful. Their eyes lit up as if they'd found treasure. Zhao Wuji swept a heap of gadgets toward the mini-bombs, folding grapples, injector vials, and more. Figure the rest out yourselves. All solid kit. Welcome ceremony's over, Han Lijun said, scanning the group as his expression hardened. Now comes real combat. Yunfeng and the others straightened, alert. To celebrate your joining the enforcers, Lu Yuchi stepped forward, tilting her head toward Han Lijun for confirmation before continuing. At midnight, the Jiangnan group will conduct a dirty deal with the province's largest syndicate, the Heihu gang. Your mission is to secure evidence. Heiho couldn't help asking, if we know they're criminal, why not just take them down? Han Lijun cast him a cool glance. You're still young. You'll understand later. He offered no further explanation. Yunfeng cut in, his voice low. Are we allowed to kill? Pu Lianghua, who'd been staring at the floor, jerked his head up. He hadn't expected Yunfeng's first question to be about killing. The boy was a teenager, yet already so ready to shed blood. Han Lijun thought a moment. Play it by ear. Evidence comes first. Stir the hornet's nest if you can avoid it. Yunfeng smiled to himself. So killing's on the table after all. If I'd known it was legal, I'd have signed up sooner. When do we move? Whenever you're ready. Any questions? Ask us, Lu Yuchi said, leading the 3 toward the elevator. As the doors were about to close, the normally silent Ma Sihong whispered to Han Lijun. Captain, can they handle it? They're joining the direct action squad, not the regular enforcers. Han Lijun nodded. Across Jiangnan province there were tens of thousands of enforcers, yet fewer than 200 worked in this building. 12 squads, each with a nominal 10-person strength, though none were full. The 4th squad was perpetually short-handed. Even so, any of these 12 squads could requisition any enforcer outside. I rarely misjudge people, Han Lijun said with conviction. Those 3 recruits apart from that monkey kid, they're anything but ordinary. If I'm not afraid of 2 high schoolers, why are you? Get back to work. Ah, Bo, he called to Pu Lianghua, stick with them. Don't let your first mission be your last. Yes, Captain. The others dispersed, leaving Han Lijun alone. He stared at the empty gear room and exhaled a thin stream of smoke. Even with that combat power, there's no way he could have killed Lung Feng, so who did? What's your background, and what are you hiding? Han Lijun lit a cigarette and murmured to himself. You kids are lucky. This place comes with a lot of perks. Lu Yuchi led the 3 of them down the corridor, her steps light, her tone full of teasing. Heiho edged so close he was practically in her face. Oh, what perks are we talking about? Perk number 1. Unrestricted access to any dimensional space. No level caps, Lu Yuchi said, holding up one finger. Seriously? Every enforcer gets that? Yunfeng asked, suddenly interested. Hardly. She tapped the fresh, gleaming gold badges on their sleeves. Only gold badge enforcers. She shook her head. I still don't get why Captain Han bumped the 3 of you up that fast. Before the topic cooled, Yunfeng pressed on. Lugia, if this op blows up, what's the worst firepower we could face? The air froze. No answer came. When he turned, Lu Yuki's stare was knife-sharp. Heiho felt a storm cloud settle on his chest. When Rin watched, amused. What did you just call me? Lu Yuchi drawled. Lu Lugia? That's what I said, right? Yunfeng grinned awkwardly, remembering she liked being addressed as Miss no matter her age. Much better don't forget it, she said, finally letting the chill thaw. Yes, Lugia. Heiho, nearest to her, bobbed his head so fast it was a blur. Relax. It's your first mission. Captain Han won't throw you into a death match. Tonight's deal will have basic security, at most no extraordinaries. You'll get the details on site. She walked them to the base gate. If you need an armored carrier, hit logistics, flash your ID, they'll hand over the keys. Good luck, little brothers. As they left, she threw a meaningful glance at the trailing Wenren. The gold emblems glinted at their cuffs, and the weight of responsibility settled in. Nothing comes free. Take more than you can carry, and you'll lose it all eventually. It's late, and the site isn't close. Let's roll, Yunfeng said, calling a ride. An armored carrier was far too flashy. A taxi pulled up, and they headed straight for the western outskirts. Probably time I bought a decent car. Hey-ho muttered, chin on the window. Yun Feng ignored him. Why buy a car when you could requisition an armored carrier? Come on, those things look awesome. Hey-ho whispered back, a quick burst of laughter filling the cab. Hours later the meter flashed a long string of digits. The driver turned, grinning for another fare, while the trio stepped out at their destination. The western outskirts were anything but barren. Skyscrapers lined the desert edge, glass facades catching the sunset. Evening settled in, streetlights blinked on, crowds flowed, neon bathed the road in color. Vendors shouted over one another. The noisy warmth of everyday life gave Yun Feng a fleeting sense of normality. Madman, what's the plan? Wenren asked, looking to Yun Feng for direction. After changing into civilian clothes, they took a window seat in a juice bar. Through the glass wall they had a perfect view of tonight's target, the Longyuan Hotel. This neighborhood sat beside the western gate of the safe zone, a popular spot for awakened fighters to unwind after missions. The deal was set for the small hours. 2 full hours remained until midnight. Yun Feng rubbed his chin, weighing the best way to secure solid evidence. All they knew for certain was that the deal would take place somewhere inside this building. Everything else was a blank. Tagging along well behind them, Pu Liangbo frowned, trying to guess how these 3 rookies planned to break the stalemate. He knew nothing about them, no idea of their combat strength or talents, and he still couldn't understand why Captain Han had bent the rules to bring them onto the team. To keep his identity hidden, Head left his tactical goggles in his pack. If Head been wearing them and seen their stats, he might have formed a very different opinion. Time ticked away. The appointed hour crept closer, yet Yun Feng and the others lounged in a juice bar as if they hadn't a care in the world. Pu Liangbo muttered to himself, are they really going to abandon the mission? When the clock hit 11, the trio finally moved. Yun Feng strolled into the Longyuan Hotel lobby. Black Monkey tilted his chin and slipped into the underground garage. Wenren stayed put by the window, lazily watching the other 2 disappear. Black Monkey, do you read me? Loud and clear, the man replied, pressing a finger to his earpiece, his voice low and eager. Wenren merely grunted. Comms check done. Move out. Yun Feng ordered, running through the movie tricks Head memorized in his previous life. Tonight, they might finally come in handy. For a shady deal like this, the sellers would either choose the basement or the top floor. Yun Feng hadn't been wasting time. Back in the juice bar, Head already discovered that the Longyuan belonged to the Jiangnan group. At the front desk, he flashed a warm smile at the row of dazzling receptionists. 1 room, highest floor available. I like a city view. I'm sorry, sir, the top floor is fully booked. The next highest? Also full. In the end, he secured a room 3 floors below the penthouse. That suited him fine. It only confirmed his suspicion that the entire top floor had been blocked off for the exchange, one huge conference room, plus a string of luxury suites, perfect for a clandestine meeting. Night settled in, and the minute hand crept toward midnight. Yun Feng, heads up, Wenren's voice came through the earpiece. A convoy just rolled into the garage, 10 vehicles, all heavy models. Yun Feng's heart skipped. What if the deal really was happening downstairs? Black Monkey, keep eyes on those trucks. Report any movement. Roger. Sleek black bodies, windows opaque with privacy film. Black Monkey didn't dare probe them with his senses for fear of giving himself away. Yun Feng waited upstairs. Crazy man, they're going up, Black Monkey whispered. Yun Feng's lips curved, just as Head hoped. Head booked a room right next to the elevator shaft so he could count the chimes. 38, 39, 40. The car finally stopped at 42. Even though Lu Yuchi had sworn no extraordinary beings would show up, Yun Feng gulped down a violet-grade invisibility potion for good measure, then ghosted up the regular stairwell. From the stairwell landing, Pu Liangbo saw Yun Feng's figure blur and vanish. Invisibility? Spatial talent? He froze, no longer daring to follow. At the penthouse corridor, 2 guards flanked the doorway, both level 40 with combat power around 280,000 high-end muscle, just to mind the door. No problem for Yun Feng. His void black flame talent let him slip through the wall like a shadow. Inside the hallway, he spotted a dozen large crates draped in black cloth being hauled toward the far suite. His goggles streamed data. As Lu Yuchi had claimed, not a single transcendent present. The strongest readout showed level 49, about 430,000 combat power, nowhere near enough to pierce violet-grade invisibility. Yun Feng followed the group into a conference suite the size of a basketball court. With a boom, the doors sealed and a faint blue barrier wrapped the room. The Jiangnan group was cautious, the Black Tiger gang even more so, every face hidden behind a mask. None of them could imagine someone would burn a priceless violet-grade potion just to spy on them. He switched his goggles to record, capturing everything. Formalities were skipped, they got straight to business. The black cloth was whisked away, and Yun Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. The moment the curtain was lifted, Yun Feng's shock gave way to seething fury. The heavy black cloth fell aside, and the dim lamps revealed a row of iron cages. Inside each cage crouched a young woman, completely naked, knees drawn to her chest. Shivering from cold and despair, Their hollow eyes were as lifeless as stagnant water. Outside the cages, several representatives from the Jiangnan group paced back and forth, their gazes filled with both admiration and greed. They lowered their voices, unable to hide their excitement. With this batch of merchandise, life's about to get a lot easier. Can't you drop the price a little? 100,000 apiece feels steep enough to buy a bronze-grade weapon, the lead buyer bargained, his eyes slicing across the women like knives. The Black Tiger Gang's broker rasped, yet spoke with unsettling confidence. We agreed on 100,000 each. Do you know what it costs to gather this many girls with shaping talents? They can alter their figures at will any shape a man desires. The Jiangnan representative gritted his teeth. Fine. 100,000 it is. They'll take them all. A quick count 13 cages. Total price 1,300,000 Hua credits. After a brief confirmation of the transfer, both sides shook hands. Pleasure doing business. The holoscreen dimmed, the doors slid open, and members of the Black Tiger Gang and Jiangnan group filed out. Cloaked by an invisibility potion, Yunfeng slipped in behind them, face dark, fists clenched. Of course he wanted to save the girls, but even a legendary storage ring couldn't hold a living person. He had no safe way to move them. Black Monkey, he whispered into his calm. Tell Captain Han what went down tonight. I've already sent the footage to Zhao Wuji. You're crazy, what about you? I've got unfinished business. Elsewhere, Zhao Wuji rushed to Enforcer headquarters with the video and found Han Lijun. The projection flared to life. Every iron cage, every naked captive, every word of the traffickers laid bare. Han Lijun's voice was ice. Plan the raid. Captain, do I really need to handle the tactics myself? Ma Sikan arrived still shaken, cursing under his breath at the horrors had seen. This is the first solid evidence Yunfeng has brought us, Han Lijun replied. We need a decisive victory, or hell lose faith in the enforcers. Yunfeng, reincarnated and still unable to stomach such evil, shadowed the 20-odd traffickers to an underground garage. They split into 7 or 8 nondescript sedans and slipped into the night. With his invisibility potion about to wear off, Yunfeng kept his distance. When run out, he muttered. He and his partner emerged from the shadows and flagged down a passing car. The driver opened his mouth to curse, but Yunfeng flashed his enforcer badge in a glint of steel. The man fell silent. Follow them. Both cars left the glittering city, streetlights thinning as wind-blown sand drifted across the asphalt and the desert's dark waves rolled in the distance. Inside the lead convoy, a henchman glanced at the rearview mirror and spoke in a low voice. Boss, someone's on our tail. The lead convoy already knew someone was shadowing them. A masked man tightened his black headscarf, glanced back, and sneered. Trying to hijack us? Cut into the desert. Before he finished, the driver jerked the wheel. The vehicle fishtailed off the highway and plunged into rolling dunes. Boss, this old SUV can't take that kind of punishment. The driver groaned, shooting a miserable look at the back seat. With its low clearance, his rig was no match for the heavily modified beasts up front. Night fell as sand-laden gusts built gray walls across the landscape. Headlights ahead blurred into flickering sparks before disappearing inside the storm. Yunfeng told the driver to brake. Then he and Wenrin jumped out and sprinted after the tracks, boots sinking deep into the sand. If I'd known, I would have stuffed that armored carrier into my spatial ring. Yunfeng cursed silently, shielding his face with one arm while urging Wenrin forward. The enemy had driven into a pitch-black desert where heavy vehicles couldn't keep their speed up, perfect setup for him. Less than 2 minutes later, the pair caught up to the tail end of the convoy. Suddenly, the lead Humvees carved wide arcs in the sand, drifting around in unison until every grille pointed straight at them. A dozen harsh xenon beams blasted out, forcing their eyes shut. Clap clap, a slow, measured applause echoed behind the lights. Only 2 of you dared to follow. What is Jiangnan Group thinking? The unseen speaker's voice dripped with mockery. 15 of the 16 spotlights snapped off, leaving a single dim lamp swaying in the wind, stretching every shadow across the dust-filled air. Doors slammed open in rapid succession. Members of the Black Tiger Gang poured out, forming a half-moon that trapped the 2 men in the lone circle of light. Yunfeng, why is this loser here? Someone in the crowd blurted. The tall leader turned coldly. You know him? Cousin. He's the speaker cut himself short, but under the wavering bulb Yunfeng had already recognized him. Li Rui, an old classmate who once awakened a rank copy talent, one of only 2 students in their class with a non-standard ability. Their teacher had said Li Rui would get a private mentor, and Yunfeng hadn't seen him since. Now they were meeting again in a Black Tiger operation. Jiangnan Group sent trash like you? Li Rui scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. Yunfeng weighed his options in a heartbeat, but Li Rui's introduction had already convinced the gang he was nothing more than disposable. Darkness swallowed the desert, broken only by a single dim lantern that looked even weaker against the swirling sand. The wind whipped grit across their faces like tiny blades, while more than 20 figures formed a half circle in the murky haze. Yunfeng stood shoulder to shoulder with Wenrin, refusing to give an inch, his eyes locked on the man in the metal mask at the center of the group. Li Rui, Yun Feng's low voice echoed across the open sands. Do you understand how severe the consequences will be for taking part in this? His gaze burned, as if it could pierce the mask and stare straight into the man's soul. Still worrying about me? Li Rui sneered, arrogance dripping from every word. Better worry about yourself, loser. In his memory, Yun Feng had never moved beyond Awakening Day when the Awakening Stone gave off only a dull gray light, drawing sneers from everyone present. Now every mask's visor flashed pale green data, clearly stamping Yun Feng with an class combat rating. Too bad that number was nothing but a disguise. With power like that, you chased us down? I'd love to know where you found the nerve. The leader chuckled, toying with the heavy energy rifle in his hand. Yun Feng sighed, half exasperated. Li Rui's mockery had never bothered him, but since the fight had already begun, patience was pointless. Get them, the leader barked. If Jiangmin Group shows no mercy, neither will we. Black Tiger Gang members fanned out, their bodies lighting up with skill auras as elemental energy danced in the night. One Ren, wait for my signal to cast Fortune's Blessing, Yun Feng muttered. Got it, she answered softly. At only level 31, and without a gold-grade potion, a straight fight was risky. To prevent collateral damage, Yun Feng raised a hand. Icy blue sigils spread outward, and a crystal-clear prison of ice erupted from the ground, enclosing the pair. Still a coward, hiding behind a woman. Li Rui scoffed, assuming Wenren had created the barrier. You've trapped yourself last struggle of a cornered beast. Their laughter swelled. Elemental fighters struck first. Fireballs, arcs of lightning, and wind blades streaked toward the ice wall, while melee fighters charged with chain hammers and battle axes. Shards of ice flew. Yun Feng quietly drew his blade. Black flames crept along the edge like thin mist, visible only at the corner of one's eye. A moment later he swung casually straight ahead, no wind-up, no flourish, as if slicing empty air. Look, he's cutting nothing. Scared stiff, probably wet his pants. The tension after the illicit deal vanished under their jeers. Then the laughter stopped. The foremost dozen melee fighters dropped to their knees in unison, screaming. Blood soaked the sand dark red. Severed arms and shattered weapons scattered everywhere, a gruesome sight. Yun Feng had held back. The wounds were deep but avoided vital points, leaving a chorus of agony. Farther back, the elemental users seemed choked by an invisible hand, their spells frozen half-cast. What are you waiting for? Heal them. The leader roared, voice trembling, but the three support mages stood motionless, unable to take a single step. No one was more terrified than Li Rui. He stared blankly, pupils unfocused, mumbling. No, impossible, he's supposed to be class trash. What is that power? He shook his head frantically, trying to fling the scene from his mind, yet the blood-stained sand and fallen comrades refused to fade. So this is the loser you were talking about? The leader smacked Li Rui on the back of the head with a sharp crack. Li Rui's ears rang, yet his mind cleared. Cousin, I swear I didn't lie. He stammered. The day he awakened, his talent was Frankie, remember it perfectly. Luckily I copied a ranged skill, or I'd be on the ground screaming too. And Frank can get this strong? The leader licked his lips, eyes glinting. At level 49, just shy of transcendent, he refused to believe Yun Feng could defeat him. That thought died when Yun Feng slipped free of the ice cage and appeared 10 meters away. Sword in hand, he raised his arm, voice cold as forged iron. Now it's your turn. Everyone still standing felt a chill crawl up their spines. The screams of their fallen comrades tolled like a death knell. Move aside, let me handle. The leader stepped forward to shield them, but Yun Feng's blade came down first. He flew like a rag doll, slammed through 2 stone pillars, coughed blood, and turned a purplish hue. How is this possible? He clutched his chest, stunned. Cousin, are you all right? Li Rui watched his once invincible cousin hurled away in one strike, terror freezing his veins. Yun Feng gave no pause. His sword blurred, the passive void scorch strike detonated. Searing arcs ripped the air, and the frail elemental awakened dropped screaming into their own blood. In a blink, only the leader and Li Rui were left standing barely. Cousin, do something! Li Rui shrieked, but the man was already edging backward. Trying to run? Too late. Black light flashed beneath Yun Feng's feet. He blinked to the leader's flank with black dragon dash. One silver arc, both legs severed at the knees. Spare me. The howl drowned the plea. Yun Feng, we're classmates, right? Seeing his cousin's ruin and the blood-drenched youth closing in like a reaper, Li Rui dropped to his knees with a thud. Worthless total trash. Please, let me go. I haven't even graduated. I still want college. I shouldn't have followed my cousin. I was wrong, so wrong. His words came out in sobs, but Yun Feng's gaze stayed razor cold. The memory of caged, trembling women and their hollow eyes left no room for mercy. Wenren, Yun Feng barked. Without hesitation, Wenren cast Fate's grace on him. Jet black flames burst from Yun Feng, turning him into a judge from hell. The fire pulled free, forming 2 humanoid shapes, the third skill of his void black flame talent. Black flame avatars. When Head first seen the Black Knight summon 5 dazzling doubles, Head sworn to master it. Now he could conjure two, each at half his power, more than enough for these broken remnants. Yunfeng and the avatars lunged together, scorching a charred trail across the ground. A frantic shout echoed from the distance. Wait! Yunfeng, stand down. The newcomers were Ma Sikun and Pu Lianghua, leading the squad. After receiving the evidence Yunfeng had sent ahead, Han Lijun made an instant decision and issued his orders. Ma Sikun acted at once: pinpoint the target, assign personnel, lay out the arrest plan. In less than 30 minutes, everything was ready, and she drove the enforcement team straight to the Longyuan Hotel. The evidence chain was airtight. Even with Jiangnan Group lurking behind the scenes, the dealers had no room to maneuver, especially with Jinhui enforcers on site. The bust was swift and clean. The culprit was the hotel manager himself. He took the blame entirely, sparing Jiangnan Group for the moment. Meanwhile, more than a dozen young women were rescued unharmed. Where's Yunfeng? Ma Sihong scanned the scene but couldn't spot the rookie. The lunatic went off with the Black Tiger Gang, Black Monkey said, scratching his head. Ma Sihong frowned. His gaze settled on Pu Lianghua, silently asking why he hadn't followed. Pu Lianghua, as always, just gave a cool sideways glance and said nothing. Which way did they go? That way. Black Monkey pointed into the distance. Ma Sihong wasted no time, signaling the enforcers to follow the indicated route. Down a dirt road that veered off the main track, the squad soon caught a faint glimmer of light. Closer still, they saw Yunfeng and two of his projections pouncing on a cluster of figures sprawled on the ground. I told you to stop, why didn't you listen? Ma Sihong shouted. As they closed in, they realized the figures were corpses, scattered in disarray. Not one was breathing. Huh. Someone called me. Yunfeng blinked as if waking up. I felt my life was in serious danger, so I had to focus completely and couldn't hold back. Ma Sihong's face turned grim. Serious danger? Yunfeng didn't have a single scratch. He didn't buy it for a second. He cared little for the dead gang members. What angered him was the rookie's blatant disregard for orders. Trash like them deserved it, Pu Lianghua said coldly. Yunfeng shot him a grateful look, knowing he was throwing him a lifeline. Bag them and haul everything back, Ma Sihong ordered. The enforcers moved quickly, sealing the bodies without a hitch. We're done here. Fall back. They'll report everything to Captain Han. With that, he turned away. I can't head back yet, he still have something to handle, Yunfeng said. Ma Sihong paused, fists tightening. In under 2 minutes the rookie had contradicted him twice. Suit yourself, he snapped, then left. Before going, Pu Lianghua gave Yunfeng another look, but asked nothing and followed the others. Did we just piss off old Ma on our very first day? Once they were out of earshot, Black Monkey sidled up, half worried and half amused. Clearly, offending Ma Sihong didn't trouble him much. It wasn't intentional. Things were chaotic, and I honestly didn't know the main team would get here so fast, Yunfeng said with a helpless smile. Let's head back. A Black Tiger vehicle remained nearby, clearly left for them. Yunfeng slid into the driver's seat, started the engine, shifted gears, and eased the car toward the city. When did you learn to drive? Black Monkey stared at him in surprise. Drive? What's to learn? Yunfeng replied. Yunfeng didn't need lessons. The cars here were almost identical to those in his previous life. The only difference was a nuclear engine that never needed fuel. Once inside the city, he broke with protocol and skipped the direct route to enforcer headquarters. Heiho frowned from the passenger seat. Where are we going? You'll see in a second. Yunfeng floored the accelerator, the engine growling as they shot past an intersection. A few minutes later the vehicle rolled to a stop outside the transit center. Heiho understood at once. You're crazy, you're heading out of the city? Not we. Just me. Yunfeng unbuckled his belt. You two go straight back to headquarters. Why? Heiho was full of questions. Don't ask. Yunfeng waved him off, swiped his badge, and signed out a compact armored rover from the depot. On the vast parking apron, the rover's matte lac plating glinted coldly in the sun. Yunfeng vaulted into the cockpit, twisted the wheel, and pointed the nose toward the western gate. What's he doing? He was fine a minute ago, Heiho muttered, scratching his head. Wenren looked just as lost. Yunfeng never glanced back. His mind was on the spoils of battle. Steel treads left the last strip of pavement behind, and the city's clamor vanished. All that remained were tattered billboards and wind-whipped weeds on the wasteland. Yunfeng snapped on his goggles. As dust swirled up, he opened his status panel. Name, Yunfeng. Level, 3721, 74340-000. Combat power, 504,568. Talents. SSS rank, bestial form, black dragon, void black flame. SS rank element, ice. A rank element, wood, element, earth. Rank plunder, replication, bronze skin, regeneration. Crank enhanced perception, bestial form, wolf. E rank bestial form, cat. Skills, black flame doppelganger, slip into the void, others omitted. The numbers flickered across his goggles, and he nearly drove into a ditch. Blessing of Fate, what a god-tier skill, he whispered. More than 20 foes, coupled with Blessing of Fate's 100% plunder rate, had yielded 5 new talents in one sweep. Wood, once a rank element, had jumped straight to A rank. Even better was the talent he had coveted for so long. Rank talent, replication, allows the user to copy any talent of the same rank. The change is irreversible, used with care. It wasn't the all-tier replication he had imagined, but it was still absurdly strong. As long as the target talent was rank, he could copy the very best. Instantly, he thought of Bailey's heavenly sword soul. Once he duplicated it, sword flight would be within reach. With patience, replication could be nurtured to SS rank, and the road ahead would have no ceiling. The haul didn't end there. 4 fresh talents, 1 upgrade, and enough experience to push him more than a full level higher. The numbers proved it. Blessing of Fate had boosted his plunder odds from 20% to the maximum. That was why he hadn't returned with the team. Captain Han could read his level and combat power precisely. An abrupt jump like this would never make sense. Better to roam the wilds for a few days, let the figures look natural, and then head back. A short stint in the wasteland, then no one would suspect a thing. Ma Sihong returned to Enforcer headquarters a little after 6 in the morning. The moment he stepped into the brightly lit operations hall, Lu Yuchi walked up, her gaze sweeping past him and Pu Lianghua as she searched the room. Only the 2 of you came back? Everyone was clearly waiting for their debrief. For people at their level, missing a night's sleep meant nothing. Humph, that Yun Feng is unbelievably reckless. Ma Sihong flicked fresh blood from his coat, his tone icy. On his first mission, he started killing on impulse. I ordered him to come back with us, and he refused. Pu Lianghua slid his blood-streaked saber into its sheath and added with a faint smile, they were just a few people who deserved it. Welcome back. Han Lijun rose from the monitoring desk. The simple greeting landed with weight. I heard you managed to rescue more than a dozen abductees. They've already been handed over to the lower divisions. Ma Sihong nodded. The recognition eased him, but thoughts of the Jiangnan group's resources soured his mood again. A hit like this won't hurt them. It's fine. Han rubbed his temples, voice even. We just needed to ring their alarm bell and remind them to behave. He turned to Ma Sihong. Old Ma, forget Yin Feng ignoring your order. It's a small thing. He made it clear when he joined that he'd only take directives from me. Ma Sihong, not yet 40, yet already a veteran of the 4th unit, had worked for years hoping for an epic-level reward to break his second limiter. Realizing he'd blown the matter out of proportion, he grunted, Understood, Captain Han. Get some rest. Han waved them off, and the hall quickly emptied. Early the next morning, inside Jiangnan Tower, Patriarch Chu Yuan's been arrested. A subordinate burst through the office doors, his shout echoing across the spacious room. Chu Yuan? Chu Guanglong looked up, a cold light in his eyes. Explain. The man relayed every detail of the previous night at Lonyuan Hotel. Worthless. Before he finished, Chu Guanglong slammed a fist onto the solid wood desk. Cracks splintered out like a spiderweb, and with a boom the tabletop collapsed. The subordinate didn't so much as flinch since young Master Chu Kangming's death. The Patriarch's temper had been as sudden as a summer storm, and this office furniture had been replaced more times than anyone could count. After venting, Chu Guanglong frowned. A minor deal, yet even Jin Hui showed up? The enforcers had known about the hotel's sideline for ages and never moved. Why strike now? Could it be? His thoughts raced. He waved the man out and dialed an encrypted line. Uncle Biao keeping well? A raspy chuckle answered. Guanglong, you only call when you need something. What is it? Chu Guanglong outlined the raid in a few sentences. All right, understood. They'll see what I can dig up. When the call ended, Chu Guanglong leaned back. Inside the safe zone, alongside the enforcers and the military, dozens of administrative agencies held real clout. His uncle, only a rank in talent, had used the Chu family's pull to climb into a senior post there. His voice carried weight. He was still thinking when hurried footsteps returned. Patriarch the newcomer spoke before catching his breath. What's with all the panic this morning? Chu Guanglong's face darkened. Speak. He was waiting for his uncle's report and had no patience for delays. The man inhaled sharply. Patriarch, our informant says Yun Feng was among the enforcers at last night's raid. What? Chu Guanglong shot to his feet, eyes blazing. The instant the news reached him, he grabbed the messenger by the collar. Yun Feng joined the enforcers? When? Yesterday and what? Speak. And he's already a Jinhui enforcer. Jinhui? The name hit him like a hammer. His legs faltered, and he stumbled back 2 steps, face ashen. The slim hope of avenging his son quaked before that title. Killing a Jinhui enforcer carried dire consequences unless it could be made to look like anything but murder. His mind raced. Revenge was one thing. The secret Yun Feng carried was another. He wouldn't let either slip away. The subordinate continued, Patriarch, Yun Feng's classmate Zhou Quan has joined the enforcers too, so. I heard you. Pull everyone back. Chu Guanglong waved him off. They'd monitored Zhou Quan's family only to draw Yun Feng out. Now that path was closed. Any trace of Yun Feng? No exact position, but after finishing last night's assignment, he didn't return to HQ. He headed out of the west gate. Are you certain? Chu Guanglong's eyes lit up. A scout saw him leave, then lost him in the dark. No idea where he went. Why wasn't this reported sooner? Chu Guanglong's temper flared. I only just received it and came straight here. Those idiots at the gate are useless, none dared follow. Enough. Out. He dismissed them and weighed his options alone. Outside the safety zone, opportunities were plentiful. Soon he summoned the two awakened assigned to him by the board. Spreading maps marked with dimensional rift coordinates, he said, Yunfeng left via the west gate. At his level head, pick one of these rifts. I've stationed people at each. If he's not inside a rift, he's roaming the wilds. Bring him back or finish him. The two awakened offered no pleasantries, accepted in silence, and left. Beyond the city, in the open wastes, Yunfeng piloted a compact armored rover across cracked earth, raising a plume of dust, as if on vacation. His real goal was to test whether he could level up by stealing life force from kills, so he skipped monsters whenever possible. Level 40 beasts were rare out here anyway. A few leisurely days, then head report back, no hassle. 3 days later, the rover's phone rang. The Topophthaline Yao Yao lead still had signal in the wasteland. Hey House voice blasted through the speaker. Maniac, when are you coming back? A few more days. What's up? Yunfeng steered one-handed. School starts tomorrow. What's that to us? At your level you could walk straight into Capital Awakener University. True, but I want to get in through the regular entrance exam. Hey House voice dropped a notch. Yunfeng let out a wicked chuckle. Admit it, you're hung up on Misley. Knock it off, maniac. The school's helped me a lot since I awakened, and I want to give something back. I already filed a request with Captain Han. Suit yourself. Heard from Wenren? No idea. He's been acting mysterious, probably tinkering with something again. He'll be fine. The call ended. Yunfeng tossed the phone aside. With He Ho strong enough now and carrying that Jinhui Badshu Quanglong had lost all leverage over him. Grinning, Yunfeng floored the accelerator, the rover tearing across the barren ground. As he crested a dune, a low, unfamiliar voice crackled in his earpiece. Unit 5, target in sight. Across a desolate stretch of wilderness, a compact armored buggy tore over rubble and dust at breakneck speed, the gravel flung from its nose instantly scattered by the wind. Behind the wheel, Yunfeng stayed laser-focused, utterly unaware that barely 100 meters above him a powerful raptor with a wingspan of several meters was shadowing his every move. Number 6, can you confirm the target? A clear human voice came through the tiny earpiece embedded in the bird's ear. The speaker was one of Chu Quanglong's 2 awakened lieutenants. He won't escape. I already placed a tracking mark on him. The Gerfalcon replied, its voice low and raspy. Strange, though why would it take both of us to handle someone like this? Despite the doubt, he hovered high in the air, waiting for the order to strike. The road wound through the endless ridges of the Wuming Mountains. Just then, Yunfeng's comms unit lit up. Hello, Wenren. You've been mysterious lately, how do you have time to call? Yunfeng, you're in danger. Run now. Wenren's voice burst out, tight with urgency. What happened? Yunfeng asked, knowing Wenren would never sound the alarm without cause. I just used a divination skill. The result ominous signs are all over you. Like a siren going off. Her words made Yunfeng push his grade sensory boost to the limit. At the edge of his vision, a dark blur circled in the sky, a fully bestial raptor. It was too far for his tactical visor to lock onto its level, but anyone capable of total beastification had broken the second seal. In other words, an awakened combatant. Chu Quanglong, you never give up, Yunfeng muttered, jaw tight. His latest haul had been huge. Had gotten cocky, swaggering around under the badge of a golden emblem enforcer. It still hadn't deterred the Chu clan's killing intent. Whoever they'd sent this time was no joke compared with that lightweight Lung Feng. Should I call Captain Han? The thought flashed by, then died. They were too far from a dimensional gate or a safe zone. Han would never arrive in time, and the enemy would leave no evidence. Worse, the Gerfalcon was diving fast, and another high-speed presence had appeared on the ground, a second pursuer. Yunfeng yanked the wheel, the buggy fishtailing as he dodged the figure closing in from the left and sped to the right. But even a roaring engine couldn't outrun fully unlocked awakened. The gap shrank in seconds. His fingers closed around his spatial capsule. 100 meters. He crushed it, and with his other hand triggered his storage ring, whisking the entire vehicle away. In the blink of an eye, both man and car vanished from his hunter's sight. Spatial capsules really are lifesavers. Yunfeng thought as he hit the ground and rolled, lamenting that only 2 remained on him. He summoned the buggy again, vaulted into the driver's seat, and set a course for the nearest safe zone. After days away, it was time to ease Captain Han's suspicions. He had barely covered any distance when cold dread knifed through the back of his neck. That familiar sense of imminent death swept over him once more. Impossible. Yunfeng sensed the giant hay-donking again. Sure enough, someone was standing on the raptor's broad feathered back. Humph. Chu Quanglong was right, this guy throws his gear around like it's free, the rider said coolly, then added, Number 6, your tracking skill is impressive. Yunfeng's chest tightened. He repeated his old trick, crushing a spatial capsule so that he and his armored vehicle vanished, reappearing more than 10 kilometers away. This time, he didn't summon the vehicle again. Instead, he downed a scarlet glare invisibility potion, assuming the exposure came from the car. Half an hour later, vast wings blotted out the sun. The hay-donking locked onto him and dived. two skill beams slashing down. Only then did Yunfeng realize the tracking mark was on his own body. Out of options, he crushed his last spatial capsule. Let's see how many space gadgets you've got left, the rider sneered, urging the Heidonking toward the new coordinates. 20 kilometers farther on, Yunfeng rematerialized, instantly summoned his armored vehicle, and floored the accelerator westward. A shrill alarm erupted. Beep beep beep. A huge red dot flashed on the holographic map. Yunfeng's heart pounded. Had the random teleport really dumped him here? The noon sun blazed, yet the sky ahead was black as midnight. A tornado of black lightning speared into the clouds around a gaping chasm, the dimensional rift of Wind Thunder Island, one of Jiangnan province's few unbased forbidden zones. The violent storm repelled all living things. The creatures inside couldn't cross it either. The authorities had marked it off limits, and any vehicle that approached triggered an alarm. Yunfeng stared at the vortex, then slammed the throttle, exhaust flames trailing dozens of meters. Moments later, the tracker in Heidonking form followed the mark, gazing down with a cold laugh. The forbidden zone's right ahead. Your toys must be gone. Where can you run now? He expected Yunfeng to brake, but the car suddenly kicked into hypercore acceleration and rocketed forward. Is he insane? The rider muttered, frowning. To their shock, Yunfeng rammed straight into the black lightning tornado. Boom. Electric arcs rent the air. The custom APC lasted less than a heartbeat before exploding into fire, leaving no debris, and Yunfeng vanished with it. Where's the tracking mark? Don't tell me he slipped away with another spatial item. The Heidonking landed and reverted to human form, focused, then shook his head. It's gone for good. Did he really die just like that? The other transcendent whispered. After all Chu Quanglong's scheming, he's just gone. What now? The two men stood at the edge of the black lightning tornado, well clear of the dead zone, staring at each other. It was forbidden ground. Enter, and you die, and they knew it. Number 6 trusted his tracking mark implicitly. It could be shaken only by slipping into a dimensional pocket or dying on the spot. Under those circumstances, Yunfeng could never have found time to open a pocket. So one conclusion remained: had been shredded to dust along with his vehicle inside the storm. Report to the board, one of them murmured. Though Chu Quanglong had sent them, their real chain of command still led to the board. Dead. Are you sure? Nothing left at all? Receiving the report, the Grand Elder's expression darkened and brightened by turns. By Chu Quanglong's account, Yunfeng wasn't someone who would simply wait to die, and the elder himself coveted the boy's gifts. Yet number SIX's mark had never failed. After a long moment, he waved his hand. Call everyone back. The two aides had barely gone when a line of dust rose on the horizon. A dozen armored carriers thundered in and stopped in a neat row 100 meters from the black vortex. Captain Han, that's where he was last seen, Zhao Wuji said, pointing at the pillar of lightning that pierced the sky. Han Lijun frowned at the terrifying dark whirlwind, a place so deadly even he wouldn't charge in. Shaoqi says Yunfeng's talent is ice. That affinity wouldn't let him push through that lightning funnel into the interdimensional layer. He swung his arm. Head back. The convoy turned around. Captain Han, we're just going to let this go? Lu Yuchi fell in beside him, voice low. Forcing Yunfeng into a forbidden zone, screams, Jiangnan group. I know. Han stared across the silent wasteland. But there's no sign of a fight, no evidence at all. What can I do? Had never been close to Yunfeng. The young man's death only made him sigh. Lu Yuki's face turned cold. That's it. He was a golden badge enforcer. Jiangnan is stepping on our heads, and you'll swallow it? In her memory, Captain Han had never been indifferent. A pity heaven envies talent, Pu Liangguo muttered, shaking his head at the black twister. Touch that thing, and you're dead. If Head listened and come back with me, none of this would have happened. Ma Sihong snorted, voice thick with scorn. Hot-blooded kids dig their own graves. In the ranks, Wen Run quietly lowered her eyes. Moments earlier she had tried her sensing skill again, and felt nothing. Either Yunfeng was dead, or had slipped into another realm. Silently she prayed, please make it out alive. She alone truly believed Head entered a dimensional space. The vehicles drove off, leaving the wasteland silent once more. Only the black lightning tornado, slicing sky and earth, raged in mute warning to every living thing. Time crept by, and news of Yunfeng's death stirred not the slightest ripple across Jiangnan continent, only grief for his friends and smug delight for his enemies. After hearing the news, Chu Quanglong threw back his head and roared at the sky. Son, I've avenged you. Elsewhere, when Black Monkey got the same news, shock and disbelief gave way to grief and confusion. Finally, he dragged Bamboo Pole out. Ignoring the school's no alcohol rule, the two of them drank themselves senseless. Bamboo Pole, you said Madman's fine, right? Black Monkey shouted, face flushed and eyes half closed. He's fine, absolutely fine. Bamboo Pole slurred as he staggered ahead. Madman only awakened in frank talent and never leaves the safe zone. How could he have gone into a forbidden area? Someone spreading nonsense. He had no idea what Yunfeng was really capable of, and still thought him an ordinary franker. Yeah, lies, all of it, Black Monkey muttered, lowering his head so no one saw the tears in his eyes. Bamboo Pole, If Yunfeng's dead, it has to be Chu Guanglong from the Jiangnan group. I'm going to avenge him. I'm with you. Meanwhile that day, Yunfeng drove an armored vehicle straight toward the lightning tornado while the two of them watched. The instant metal met storm, he triggered phase shift. Phase shift let him slip into the void for a heartbeat, evading all damage. Inside the void, he unleashed full amplification and black dragon flash, racing toward the dimensional rift. The window was tiny. The twister still clipped him before he crossed. He burst into the rift, coughing blood. Without the ice armor wrapped around him, he would have been finished. His back and arm were flayed open, bones showing through ragged flesh. No wonder they called it a forbidden zone. 9 out of 10 people would die at the outer vortex alone. He gulped a healing potion and surveyed his surroundings. The portal was gone. He stood on a cliff edge. Thick mist hid the depths below, though he could hear waves pounding unseen rock. Ahead sprawled a forest of purple-black trunks. Leafless branches knotted into a solid canopy. In its heart, a mountain pierced the sky, violet lightning striking its peak. So this is the wind thunder dimension, he murmured. He didn't rush into the forest. A place labeled forbidden always had its reasons. Crack. A bolt of lightning shot straight down before he could move. Already wounded, he collapsed, body charred and hair singed. I didn't even swear an oath, why me? He cursed inwardly, paralyzed. A faint rustle. Something was closing in. Damn it. His iron body talent was useless against lightning, and he lay helpless. In a blur, the thing appeared. Boom. Earth sprayed, leaving a crater. At the last second, the paralysis lifted and he rolled clear, coughing black smoke. What's going on? Struck for no reason? He got to his feet and looked up, baffled. A jet-black leopard stood before him, fur crackling with electric arcs. A vivid violet lightning mark blazed on its brow, and data scrolled across his goggles. Monster, Thunderpounce Leopard. Rank, Elite. Level, 41. Combat Power, 264,697. Skills, Thunderclaw, Stormcall, Lightning Body. I wondered why lightning came out of nowhere. Turns out you were behind it. Yunfeng perched on a scorched boulder, eyes locked on the thunder leopard ahead as arcs of electricity danced across its hide. The words Body of Thunder and Thunder Dash flashed on its status panel, and in that instant he understood both the source of the bolt and why his spirit sense had failed. The current itself masked the creature's presence. Crack. Another bolt, thick as a barrel, slammed down. Yunfeng's chest tightened, but he was ready. He darted aside, gravel spraying beneath his boots. Before the flash had faded, he conjured a blue-white ice spike and hurled it. Fast as it was, the thunder leopard merely blurred, letting the icy spear whistle through an afterimage that was shredded a heartbeat later by falling sparks. Think you're quick? Yunfeng growled, starlight pooling at his fingertips. Absolute zero freeze. The lock-on spell exploded outward. Frigid air seemed to solidify time itself. The leopard never even managed to roar. Its entire body froze into an ice-blue crystal. A moment later, Frost Dragon Smash crashed down from above, shattering sculpture and beast alike into glittering shards. A chime rang. Mana 129. Base 25 4-level bonus. Elite 5, Talent 4. Only 129? A level 41 monster should give 29, not 25. Yunfeng frowned, pulled up the panel. Elite, level 41. Clearly, this pocket realm spawned nothing but elites. He swept the loot from the icy debris into his pouch. While he worked, innate regeneration hummed, torn flesh stitched together, fresh skin leaving no scar. That talent needs an upgrade, he noted, resting until every dislocation and strain was gone. Time to move. Fortune nests in calamity. Calamity hides in fortune. Yunfeng stepped forward and felt at once why this was called a forbidden zone. Before he even reached the forest ahead, a blade of killing intent slashed toward him. Whoosh. Cold pressure grazed his waist. Instinct kicked in. He sidestepped as an invisible wind blade sliced past, splitting his combat suit clean across the midriff. Blocking the path stood a Silver Moon Gale Wolf. Monster, Silver Moon Gale Wolf. Rarity, 49. Combat Power, 432,760. Skills, Invisible Wind Blade, Gale Step, Power of the Silver Moon passive, Moon Howl. From elite straight to rare. Yunfeng cursed. The wolf's silver coat rippled like water in a breeze. A crescent mark glowed on its brow, and half-foot bands of pale cyan wind curled around its lower legs, whipping sand and gravel into mini cyclones. Rip. The tear in his suit widened as the razor current skimmed his skin. Yunfeng blurred with void step, shifting several feet away. A heartbeat slower, and head had been bisected. A wild thought flickered. Would regeneration grow two of him if that happened? He shelved the idea. This wasn't the time for experiments. True essence gathered as he ready to counter, but the wolf vanished with a soft whoosh. His spirit sense confirmed it wasn't just fast, its presence had vanished entirely, as if it had swallowed a stealth potion. Ice prison. Frost exploded outward, raising thick walls of ice meters high. Yunfeng held his ground, waiting for the beast to reveal itself. Crack. A fine line split the wall to his right. He reacted instantly, retreating several steps. Almost simultaneously, an identical fissure burst through the opposite wall, an invisible wind blade slicing as neatly as a paper cutter. These unseen strikes are a nightmare to block. A razor gust skimmed past, skin singing with sudden pain. When his blow connected, the silver wolf materialized behind him, eyes bright as constellations locked onto his back. Good, you showed yourself. With a thought, Yunfeng unleashed absolute zero a second time. Frost coalesced in an instant. Yet the moment it touched the wolf, it melted like snowflakes, and fire. The lock-on effect was completely nullified, clearly erased by the power of the silver moon. He switched tactics at once. Magic vine snare erupted as thorny black tendrils shot from the soil, whipping toward the wolf's limbs and torso with a sharp rustle. The beast slashed them apart, only to watch more vines sprout and wind around it again, as persistent as carrion flies. His wood element talent made the spell flow effortlessly. While the wolf wrestled with the vines, Yunfeng drew his blade and sent out a barrage of void-scorched slashes. Arcs of steel wreathed in black flame carved across the air one after another. A resonant howl shattered the night. Shockwaves burst outward, the vines disintegrated to dust, and the ground could no longer birth new ones. Yunfeng's mind rang from the sonic blast, freezing him on the spot. He cursed under his breath and slipped into the void a heartbeat before two invisible wind blades ripped through where he had been, slicing the earth clean. Half a second slower, and he would have been cut in two. Tumbling back into reality, he sucked in a cold breath. That thing is ruthless. No longer willing to hold back, he summoned two black flame doppelgangers and coated his sword with the same dark Fyria combination born of his void black flame affinity, the strongest offensive method he currently possessed. The real body and the two clones sprinted side by side, blades weaving together as black fire and chill danced in tandem. In rotation, they hurled frost spikes, hedging the wolf in with a barrage of icy spears, to stay ready for whatever else this unknown realm might throw at him. Yunfeng deliberately avoided wide area skills with long cooldowns. The Silver Moongale Wolf had blown its ultimate, Howl at the Moon, at the very start. Now the stacking freeze of the frost spikes left it no room to dodge, and it could only weather the storm. Without Gale Step coming off cooldown, it took the punishment heat in. Minute by minute, Yunfeng's advantage snowballed. At last, with one final skyrending howl, the Silver Wolf collapsed. He adjusted the bright green cap on his head and let out a quiet sigh of relief. Without the hat's suppression of level disparity, he doubted he could survive in this forbidden zone at all. This dimensional pocket differed from anywhere he had trained before. Monster levels and tiers were wildly unpredictable. After stowing the spoils, he pressed deeper into the forest. Danger lurked everywhere, but so did opportunity. The wolf alone had yielded 854 points of spirit energy and even dropped a violet crystal shard. Ever since a god-tier fragment once fell into his lap, his luck had seemed to nosedive. By rights, a level 49 rare beast might have dropped a crimson radiant shard. Still, the violet crystal piece was exactly the talent upgrade shard had been Cravenjit, meant his plunder talent might soon reach grade A. Drink first, talk later. Yunfeng tipped the potion back and swallowed it in one gulp. It lived up to expectations. Yunfeng stared at the unmoving list of talents and shook his head. Aside from the two beast-shifting abilities that had already reached grade A, 5 more were stuck at grade B, all blocked by the need for a Xian-class talent upgrade elixir. What he wanted most was still to advance his personal core talent. What if I let One Rin cast Fate's Blessing before I take the elixir? Would that push the success rate a bit higher? The thought lit up his eyes. He had always treated that skill as a mere aid to his plunder ability, forgetting that it could help here as well. For now, he would stash the elixirs and drink them with One Rin once they left this place. One bottle was already used, but at least it had boosted the odds for the next attempt, so it wasn't a waste. Leaving the outpost, he stepped again into the leafless violet-black forest. From a distance, the trees were only 10 meters tall, but the moment he crossed the boundary, they shrank to ant size, as though someone had slammed the world-scale slider to its limit. Curious, Yunfeng backed up 2 steps, and the trees instantly returned to normal. Unable to grasp the principle and unwilling to lose time, he walked back in among the towering trunks. Low clouds brooded over the forest's depths, and bolts of electric violet occasionally split the sky, striking only the dark trunks and never touching him. At first, Yunfeng suspected a thunder leopard or some other beast, but repeated observation showed no enemies at all. Each time the lightning hit, the thick trunks rose a fraction, as if they were drinking in nourishment. Moving forward with caution, he encountered several waves of monsters whose level and strength were manageable. Their loot was richer than expected. The shard drop rate here was 10 to 20% higher than in other pocket realms. Same elite class creatures, far more generous. As he tossed a shard between his fingers and packed away the rest, Yunfeng muttered, "So the Forbidden Zone isn't as terrifying as they say. Run for your lives." The hollow, drifting cry exploded in the air, and straight at him. He spun around, unsure whether it was a comrade's plea or a monster's lure. Since the voice focused on him, escape seemed pointless, so he ignored it and pressed deeper into the woods. Yet that desperate shout acted like a signal flare, instantly rousing the entire forest. Monster auras surged one after another, weaving an oppressive net. Roar! A deafening bellow rolled in like a storm, shaking the colossal violet-black trees. Yunfeng looked up to see a massive shadow coalescing in the distance, then striding toward him. The nearer it came, the heavier the pressure, like a mountain grinding across the earth, splitting soil and sending stones skipping. Yunfeng planted his feet and tightened his grip on his weapon. He had no intention of fleeing before the creature appeared. Moments later it emerged fully. 100 meters tall, its body looked cast from molten steel, a cold metallic sheen rippling across its sinews. Arcs of lightning crawled over its surface. Monster, Thunder Titan, Commander Class, Level 50, Combat Power 987,960. Skills, Hammer of Thunder, Electric Shield, Titan's Might, Lightning Flash, Body of Thunder. Ultimate Passive, Wrath of Thunder. Good grief, where did this transcendent monster come from, and at Commander rank, no less? A combat power close to 1,000,000 crushed Yunfeng's fighting spirit in an instant, and he cursed himself for not heeding that faint, disembodied voice telling him to retreat. To make matters worse, the creature now had an additional ultimate skill. 3 earthen ramparts erupted, 3 walls of packed soil, each 30 meters high and 50 wide, rose in front of the Thunder Titan. At the same time, thorny spellvines raced across the ground, trying to bind the Titan's legs. Crowd control was all Yunfeng had left. If it bought him even a single second, it was worth it. Wandering the wilderness hadn't netted him many kills, but it had earned him a roster of skills, especially 2 grade talents, Wood Element and Earth Element. The triple earthen rampart was the fruit of the earth talent. For extra insurance, he cast Absolute Zero Frost Prison before turning to flee. His toes had barely left the ground when 3 deafening booms split the air behind him. He spun around, blood running cold. His earthen walls had crumpled like paper under one colossal stomp, and the vines were charred to ash before they ever touched the Titan's skin. Only the ice spell had any effect, and even that merely slowed the Titan's gait. Its massive form scattered the chill in all directions, leaving nothing but a subtle drag. Worse was yet to come. The Titan raised its right arm high, and a shimmering white warhammer materialized in its grasp. Boom! With a sonic crack, the hammer turned into a bolt of lightning and crashed into Yunfeng's back. His slight frame couldn't withstand the blow, and he barely evaded death by triggering phase shift. The hammer of thunder smashed into the earth, gouging a crater dozens of meters wide, hurling dirt and grass into the air as Yunfeng fled farther away. Strangely, not a single tree around the crater had been touched. It was as if the strike's trajectory had been calculated in advance. During the charge, Yunfeng had noticed the Titan barreling about without so much as scraping one of those purple-black, leafless trees. He had even wondered if the monster was an environmentalist. Only now did he understand. Those trees were clearly extraordinary, so much so that even a transcendent beast refused to damage them, battle frenzy or not. To test his theory, Yunfeng hid behind a tree each time the Titan raised its electric hammer. Sure enough, the Titan would lower the weapon every time, abandoning the attack. Previously he hadn't noticed because his own strikes had been too weak to threaten the trees at all. Realizing this, his fear eased a little, even giving rise to a spark of excitement. If he exploited this weakness, he might actually wear the creature down. After all, it had no lock-on skills. Resolved, Yunfeng stopped merely running and began to fight back. This was where multiple talents Shoni could chain minor spells without pause. Frost shards and earth spikes flew in rotation, with every other attack skill he had mixed in, none of them risking harm to a purple-black tree. The only pity was that he couldn't let the Titan close in. Without building charge for Neptune's green hat, he couldn't unleash the crossdire divine skill Love is a beam of light. To the Titan his attacks were little more than an itch, but even a commander-class monster itched long enough would lose its patience. The creature opened its mouth wide. Yunfeng braced for a thunderous roar, yet none came. The Thunder Titan parted its jaws, not to scream, but to inhale. A vortex spun to life between its fangs, thick branches groaned, and the whole canopy bowed as though yanked by an unseen hand toward the gaping maw. Behind a tree, Yunfeng felt his chest tighten as an irresistible force seized him. Bark splintered under his boots, and he slid helplessly into the clearing. Seriously? He cursed inwardly. He had pored over the Titan's skill list, yet this vacuum trick was nowhere to be found. But with Titan might, even a simple breath could become a devastating weapon. Yanked from cover, Yunfeng came face-to-face with a thunder-charged warhammer crackling toward him. Still trapped in the suction and with phase shift on cooldown, he made a split-second choice: stop resisting and fire off Black Dragon Flash. The hammer whooshed past his shoulder, cratered the ground, and Yunfeng materialized at the Titan's feet. Only when he stood before the 100-meter colossus did he grasp the true meaning of enormous. Noticing the ant at its toes, the Titan lifted a foot, eager to grind him into pulp. At that instant its breath ran out, the pull vanished, and Yunfeng flashed through hand seals to dive underground with Earth Dive. tunneling toward a distant trunk. Boom. The colossal foot smashed down, the earth caved in, and cracks raced outward. The soil was dense, and he had not burrowed deep enough. The aftershock churned his organs, blood burst from his lips, and he nearly blacked out below. When he surfaced behind another giant tree, blood still streaked his mouth, yet a smile curved his lips. That stomp hurt, but it instantly maxed the energy of Neptune's green cap within him. Without hesitation, he unleashed love as a beam of light. Emerald radiance erupted, painting the Thunder Titan bright green and wrapping Yunfeng in a full-spectrum buff. With only 30 seconds to work, he poured everything into offense. Two Shadow Flame clones lunged forward, blades flashing, while his true body chanted in quick succession. Ice Dragon burst. A frigid glare split the air, a dragon's head crashing into the Titan's chest. Cryo Hammer barrage. Ice hammers rained from the clouds, battering its back. Toxic Thorn Forest. Violet-black spears of wood shot from the ground, punching through legs and torso alike. 30 blistering seconds flew by. As the buff faded, the Titan's roar rolled through the forest, proof of grievous wounds. The lightning that once danced over its hide had dimmed. The green hue was gone, replaced by streaks of venomous violet-black. Its broad back was fissured with cracks from the cryohammer assault, and shards of ice and lacerations mottled the rest of its body. The most horrifying wound was the right leg. Yunfeng's warblade, empowered by the Black Flame Edict, had shaved the limb down until it was no thicker than a pencil. Roar. The Thunder Titan's chest vibrated as it unleashed a deafening howl of fury. With that roar, its body shot another 50 meters into the sky, and scorched flesh and splintered bone regenerated beneath visible arcs of lightning. Injuries that had been bloody gaps a heartbeat earlier closed in an instant, showing the terror of its so-called ultimate technique. Numbers on Yunfeng's goggles spiked crazily, the combat power readout blasting past 1 million, and making his scalp prickle while cold sweat slid down his cheek. Worse still, the newly transformed Titan immediately showed off its power. It raised a fist and smashed the giant tree in front of Yunfeng clean in two, the thick trunk exploding into a blizzard of splinters. Yunfeng's heart sank. Now that the creature ignored the forest ward, he could be crushed like an ant at any moment. He yanked out a spatial capsule, tossed out the classic defeated villain line, "Just you wait," and crushed the capsule. His figure disappeared amid flickering rifts in space. Spatial jumps are fickle. The device might drop him straight into a dragon's lair, but that was still better than being flattened here and now. Deprived of its target, the Thunder Titan stampeded in circles, rending the air with stray bolts that had nowhere to land. Worse, snapping the tree had triggered the mountain's lightning punishment array. Shafts of violet-black lightning mixed with gale-force winds poured down, scorching the Titan inside and out despite its elemental affinity, forcing it into agonized howls. Yunfeng, unfortunately, was not around to enjoy the show. 20 kilometers away, Yunfeng crashed into a waist-high bramble patch. He held his breath and extended his senses, bracing for danger. Sure enough, a monster cloaked in blue-white lightning pounced a second later, crackling arcs filling the air with the smell of burnt ozone. His heart lurched. Instinctively, he triggered phase shift, merging with the shadows. When he stepped back into the world, he saw it was only a level 42 rare beast. 3 swift strikes ended it, earning him 154 spirit points. He surveyed the terrain. Except for minor differences, the area looked almost identical to before, and he could still feel the thunder-shrouded mountains some 20 li away. The recent clash with a commander-class creature had rattled his nerves, but steeled his resolve. He broadened his perception and moved with heightened caution, locking on to every aura before taking a step. Since that eerie voice last spoke, it had not returned. Yunfeng had no idea whether that was good or bad. The farther he traveled, the more numerous and dense the monsters became. Any ordinary awakened would have long been torn apart. Danger walked hand in hand with opportunity. Leaning on his extraordinary strength, Yunfeng harvested one kill after another, pocketing rare fragments and watching his spirit energy soar. In just 5 days inside the secret realm, he had forced his level up by more than a full rank. Name: Yunfeng. Level: 38 12,712 40,000. Combat power: 513,856. Talents: omitted. Skills: Wraithvine Entangle, Venomous Thousandwood Spear, Greatwood Dragon, Earth Spike, Earth Burrow, Triple Rebirth Wall, Rapid Regeneration, Golden Aegis Ironhide. Others omitted. Before he knew it, he had already reached level 38. It felt like ages had passed, yet the Lunar New Year was still more than a month away. Once he breaks through to level 41, Yunfeng will be the undisputed strongest below the Transcendent realm, and even some poorly tempered Transcendence may not be able to match him. Take someone like Lung Feng, who has just stepped into Transcendence with only 300,000 combat power. Yunfeng figures he could wipe him out with a flick of the wrist. Of course, there are always the impatient ones. They trigger break the shackles at level 49, squeezing out their potential to spike to 300,000 combat power in one shot. But that condemns them to forever stop at level 50. Without a strong transcendent party to carry them, they might not even be able to defeat a common transcendent monster. Heh, another Zindir shard. Yunfeng rolled the faintly glowing fragment between his fingers and grinned. This place is crawling with danger, yet for the capable, it's a paradise. When others run into trouble, they burn through their life-saving items and last resorts. With the jade protecting him, Yunfeng never has to worry about running dry. On the contrary, every battle lets him stockpile even more trump cards. The Ziying shard quickly fused into a defensive item, the Xiantian shield. Despite its imposing name, the shield is really no bigger than a palm-sized arm badge. Xiantian shield Ziying tier automatically blocks one fatal hit every 12 hours. Kind of like the undying bone chain I had before. Yunfeng nodded in satisfaction and fastened the Xiantian shield to his left arm. Run, run. The ethereal voice he hadn't heard for 5 days exploded in his ear again. Yunfeng's heart skipped a beat. The last time he heard that warning, the first transcendent monster had appeared, and today would probably be no different. Almost simultaneously, the Xiantian shield lit up with a dim glow. Its fatal strike safeguard had been triggered. Yunfeng hadn't even seen the attacker. A chill exploded across his scalp. Anyone who could get this close without a sound clearly had higher spirit than he did. Another transcendent beast, he gulped inwardly. Giant wooden dragon. The grade talent skill he normally used to restrain enemies now manifested as a wooden dragon several meters thick, curling tightly around Yunfeng and leaving no gap at all. A heartbeat later, the dragon blew apart with a thunderous crack, sending splinters everywhere and exposing the thing's true form. Yunfeng finally saw a swirling gray-white vortex of wind that clearly possessed its own will. Monster, Death Whirlwind Elite. Level, 50. Combat Power, 785,630. Skills, Hidden Wind Wings, Phantom Gale Armor. Ultimate, Death Tornado. Thankfully, it's only an elite transcendent. Yunfeng let out a silent breath, once again confirming the rule that the voice equals danger. Absolute zero freeze. A pillar of icy blue light slammed down, and the whirlwind froze midair into a block of crystal. Yunfeng's rule was simple. If it can be controlled, fight. If not, run. This time it was clearly the former. Love is a beam of light. A brilliant beam swept across in an instant. The frozen death whirlwind turned green, and all its vitality, ferocity, and killing intent were wiped away. The hit that had just triggered the Xiantian shield had also fully charged the energy in the Sea King's green cap. Against elemental creatures like this one, Yunfeng abandoned physical attacks. He raised his hand and poured out fire, ice, and lightning in rapid succession. Fireballs erupted, walls of frost congealed, bolts of electricity flashed, blanketing the Tumterhigh column of wind that was the death whirlwind. A single freeze spell could hold a target for barely 30 seconds, but Yunfeng had a whole arsenal of control items. With their help, he pinned the death whirlwind in place for a full half-minute. When the effect of the skill Love as a ray of light finally wore off, the once raging vortex looked loose and dim, ready to collapse at any moment. Had it possessed eyes, they would have been blank with disbelief. I only tapped you twice and you pummeled me for 30 seconds? As a transcendent monster, the death whirlwind could not swallow such humiliation. With a roar, the modest funnel suddenly ballooned skyward, becoming a vast, sky-darkening tornado. It immediately triggered its ultimate move, Death Tornado. Yunfeng's heart skipped a beat. He chose to dodge first and fight later. The instant the Death Tornado took shape, its combat power shot to 900,000. Like a moving wall of wind, it swept toward Yunfeng, tearing everything apart. Worse, countless miniature whirlwinds shot from the main funnel, homing in on him with a shrill hiss. Holy hell, Yunfeng muttered, weaving between massive trunks while flinging fire, ice, and lightning spells to slow the monster down. The gap in power was simply too large. In its berserk state, the death whirlwind ignored the trees, carving deep gashes in the trunks with wind blades and spinning shears. Yunfeng felt a chill. Facing a transcendent creature Hedon was still beyond him. During that brief 30-second brawl, he had already tasted a severe beating. Without his many trump cards, he would have been shredded. The tornado was closing fast. He was ready to activate a spatial escape item. At that moment, crack! A violet bolt of lightning split the sky. It was so blindingly fast that even his escape item couldn't open in time. Yunfeng's pupils contracted. I'm done for. Instead, the lightning slammed straight into the death tornado, toppling the towering funnel. Several more violet bolts followed, their thunder deafening. The once savage vortex collapsed like a drenched eggplant, quivering and unable to hold its form. Only then did Yunfeng realize the truth. These ancient trees were taboo. Anyone who damaged them would trigger a heavenly punishment of violet lightning. Fortunately, he had been careful enough not to cause serious harm. Even at full output, short of using black flame, Edicthi couldn't truly destroy the trees. The thought made his back crawl. He looked up to see the weakened death whirlwind trembling. Time to strike while the iron was hot. Yunfeng waved his hand, casting a green, paint-like slowing aura over the monster. Already crippled by the lightning, the vortex now staggered as it spun. For the next 30 seconds, Yunfeng unloaded everything he had. Firestorm, glacial spear, chain lightning spell after spell rained down on the fallen wind elemental. Its ultimate skill gone, the death whirlwind had no fight left and finally dissolved under Yunfeng's ice dragon break. The system chimed. First kill of a transcendent monster achieved. Spirit power gained, 304. The reward wasn't multiplied for killing a transcendent creature, which made Yunfeng grumble. Risking his life for just 300 points felt a bit stingy. He approached the monster's remains and brushed aside the shredded elemental fragments. A flash of crimson caught his eye. Yunfeng froze for half a second, then broke into a grin so wide it nearly reached the back of his head. He scooped up a brilliant red shard from the ground, elated beyond words. As expected, red glowtier fragments never disappoint. Yunfeng studied the talisman pieced together from the shards in his palm. The thunderclap charm, a red glow-grade item. A silent incantation would fuse the charm to any weapon, infusing every swing with lightning and granting a chance to trigger the thunderclap effect, paralyzing the target and lowering its defenses. Once activated, the charm could not be reclaimed, so choosing the host weapon required caution. Its power was immense and carried no level requirement, which made Yunfeng's heart race. Yet after a moment, he put it away. He would reach level 41 soon, and there was no need to use this trump card just yet. Days of testing had revealed a pattern for killing transcendent monsters here. Survive their ultimate skill, then lure them into striking the towering, leafless violet-black tree, whereupon punitive lightning would finish the job. The tactic might fail elsewhere, but inside this forbidden zone it never missed. That knowledge strengthened his confidence, though suitable prey was scarce. Other than the endless stretch of purple-black giants, the forest held little else, and the monotonous color made every path feel the same. When is this going to end? He grumbled, counting the days. It was his 15th day here, yet the solitary peak at the forest's center still seemed out of reach. Suddenly, a beast's roar echoed from a distance so great it lay beyond his normal perception. Why roar for no reason? Did a creature hack one of the purple-black trees and trigger the lightning penalty? Whatever the truth, he meant to investigate, and the sound was at least coming from the direction of the center. For safety, Yunfeng clenched a brand new spatial item, the Shift Jade Talisman, a violet flare grade tool. Crushing it would teleport him to any spot within 20 kilometers, and it was far steadier than the spatial capsule he had used before. He dashed onward, yet the roars grew only more frequent. At least half a stick of incense had burned, and the bellowing barely paused. Could a lightning penalty last that long? The scene ahead sharpened. A man in a pitch-black combat suit was locked in battle with a level 49 elite beast, the thunder-winged lion. His silver hair blazed against his dark gear, and a 1-inch scar on his cheek lent a fierce edge to his handsome face. Sword flashing, he pressed the attack despite the cracked spiderwebbing across both suit and blade. The lion's wings were shredded, arcs of lightning spilling from the wounds. Data floated above the fighter. Level 49, combat power 522,361. With numbers that high, he had clearly downed more than a few gold and even violet flare potions. No wonder he dared to enter the forbidden zone alone. Sever, the man growled, voice cold and low. One of the lion's wings sheared off and crashed to the ground, sparks of scorched lightning exploding outward. The strike was as keen as a blade of wind, reminiscent of Yunfeng's own void flash fire strike, he noted. After all, the silver-haired man still stood dozens of paces away from the lion. An even higher-pitched roar erupted from the thunder-winged lion's maw. The sovereign of the wild snapped its wings open, arcs of lightning dancing through its mane, but it was no transcendent beast and lacked a finishing move. Moments later it crashed to the ground beneath that strange, razor-sharp sword aura, and blood drenched the shattered stones. Who? The silver-haired man stepped over the carcass, bent to harvest its core and fangs. Then his sword hand jerked. A streak of cold light cut through the air, the tip aimed at the tree where Yunfeng hid. From behind the trunk, Yunfeng felt an invisible blade skim his face, shaving off a layer of bark. Warmth spread over the bridge of his nose. He touched it and saw crimson on his fingers. Easy, I'm here to train as well. Yunfeng stepped out of the shadow, palms open in a show of peace. The silver-haired man held his strike, muscles still taut as bowstrings. Through the hut of his goggles, he scanned Yunfeng level 40, yet a combat power of 530,000, a mismatch that made his skin crawl. So someone else is reckless enough to trespass in a forbidden zone, he said, voice icy. Aren't you doing the same? Yunfeng rolled his eyes, annoyed by the posturing. The man choked on the retort and fell silent. Why did you come in here? Maybe I'm here to die. Does that work for you? Yunfeng shot back. Awkward sparks crackled in the air. After a long pause, the silver-haired man asked, which gate did you use? There's more than one. Yunfeng sounded genuinely curious. 3 in this Plainpinghai Prefecture, Shiji Prefecture, and Jiangnan Prefecture. His tone was still guarded, but some tension leaked away. Yun Feng was completely lost. He had blundered into the place with nowhere else to turn and knew none of this. Looks like you didn't volunteer either. Seeing Yun Feng's blank stare, the man's shoulders finally loosened. I came in through Jiangnan. Yun Feng answered honestly. Jiangnan, the silver-haired man, studied him again. Convinced Yun Feng wasn't one of their people, his vigilance ebbed. You just got here? How did you reach this sector so fast? 2 weeks, Yun Feng replied crisply. The man raised a brow, then introduced himself. Nangong Qi. I've been stuck in here for a full year. A year. Yun Feng blurted. Names exchanged, hostility thinned into the faint sense of an alliance. From Nangong Qi's halting account, Yun Feng pieced together his story. Nangong Qi was a sophomore at Awakener University in Pinghai, though by now the outside world had moved on to his junior year. He hadn't come in seeking adventure. His clan had forced him through the gate, all because he'd made one mistake and offended the wrong person. Is family really that heartless? Not even a shred of affection? Yun Feng sighed. Nangong Qi snorted and glanced up at the shadow-draped canopy. Small families talk about feelings. Great clans care only about profit. Anger and helplessness tangled in his voice. Didn't you want to know where the exit is? He shifted the subject, raising a hand toward the jagged peak rending the sky. It's over there. But I advise you not to go. The terror waiting there is beyond what you can handle right now. He lowered his head, face clouded as if haunted by a nightmare. If staying away means being trapped forever, then I'd rather cling to life than rush to death. Still, what's there that you refuse to mention? Yun Feng stared into his dark eyes, curiosity mounting. Nangong Qi spoke in a near whisper. Trust me, and keep your distance. On the way here you must have heard that ethereal voice, right? Yun Feng nodded. You really heard it? Then how did you survive? Nangong Qi's surprise was plain. At Yun Feng's level, any transcendent beast should have torn him apart. With this, Yun Feng flipped his wrist, revealing a teleportation talisman that flickered with violet light. The purple glow washed over Nangong Qi's face. Shock flashed first, then a wry smile. Your resources run deeper than I thought. With that, you can escape a transcendent monster, but its price is outrageous. I wasn't so lucky. Without my life-saving skill, I'd have been beast food long ago. Remembering the past year's dangers, sorrow edged his words. Yun Feng frowned. 2 laments in as many breaths. Could this guy really be counted on? Spell it out. What did you see on that mountain? And what is that voice? Nangong Qi steadied himself, expression grave. They're connected. The voice comes from inside the mountain. What it is, I don't know. When I first arrived, I tried to get out and push that far. That was the closest I've ever come to dying. So you never went back? You've given up on leaving? Yun Feng pressed. Who says I gave up? Nangong Qi clenched his teeth, hatred flaring in his eyes. I dream of getting out, making the clan that threw me in here pay, forcing those who wrong me to bow. But without an epic grade item, I can't break the second shackle or step into transcendence. What options do I have? Yun Feng's question had hit a raw nerve. Without transcendent power, you can't make it through. My advice is to do what I'm doing. Stay here, level up, grow stronger, and maybe live a few more days. That's all I've got. He turned and strode off, away from the peak. If just iPhone day, I can get you out of here? Yun Feng called after him. Nangong Qi halted, looked back, and said solemnly, if that day comes, once I've taken my revenge, my life is yours. With that, he slipped into the forest shadows. We'll meet again, Yun Feng muttered, continuing toward the mountain. I hope you're still alive when we do. He was genuinely curious about the creature hiding inside the mountain. Whatever it was, it had terrified Nangong Qi out of his wits. A glacial wind knifed through the cracks in the rocks, scraping his skin. Yun Feng tightened his grip on the blade and slipped deeper toward the mountain's core, sparing a sliver of attention for the virtual panel hovering in his vision. 2 days ago, he had finally hit level 40. The instant the number rolled over, his innate talent, plunder, spawned a new skill. Everyone else unlocked a skill every 5 levels. He had waited a full 20. He cursed under his breath. What kind of lousy system was this? But when the description finished loading, he couldn't help grinning. Trading 4 ordinary skills for this one was absolutely worth it. Dominion of life and death. When you kill a monster, there is a 50 chance of stealing 1 attribute point from it. If only ID had this sooner, he muttered, thinking of all the monsters had already cut down. 2 extra points of power wouldn't flip his whole stat sheet now, but the skill had no ceiling. As long as the monsters kept coming, his attributes could climb forever. A quick test over the past 2 days showed one restriction. Just like mana drain, the skill didn't work on targets below his own level. At the bottom of the panel, the experience bar lay still. Level 40. EXP 24,541. 60,000. Less than 40,000 more spirit points, and he would step into level 41. Giant. A metallic shriek ripped through the air ahead. Yun Feng raised his blade, sped up, and plunged back into the fight, zeroing in on his target. One run. Any word on the lunatic? Inside the safe zone, Black Monkey leaned against a phone booth's metal column, his voice raw. For the past half-month, he had called every few days. A man like Yun Feng vanishing without a trace was something he just couldn't accept. Nothing. Wenren answered quietly. My detection skill still can't pick him up at all. Black Monkey fell silent, then asked, how's the digging on Jiangnan group? Even with Yunfeng missing, Han Lijun insisted they keep wearing the gold emblem enforcer badge, a decision Black Monkey never understood, since their appointment had depended entirely on Yunfeng's backing. Haven't cracked it yet. Sister Lu won't talk. Without her, we can't track their movements. Wenren stared across the training grounds, phone in hand. Had planned to stay at school, ace the college entrance exam, and bring glory to their class. Yunfeng's disappearance had stripped all that of meaning. Now he had a single goal: expose Jiangnan Group's secrets and rip the company out by its roots. Doing that alone was next to impossible. Maybe we should just... He stopped. He didn't know how to persuade the other man. Tell him Yunfeng was probably fine? That was a vague hint from fate he couldn't explain. No, I'm getting revenge for Yunfeng. Blue veins stood out on Black Monkey's neck. Once he latched onto something, he never let go. All right, call me if anything breaks, Wenren said at last. The line went dead. He, too, had stayed inside the safe zone, skipping every excursion, waiting for that one person to return. Strength 1, mana 54. Speed 1, mana 29. The moment the two notifications flashed, Yunfeng sprinted forward with his battle blade in hand, wind from his passing shredding grass, and leaves while beasts fell one after another to black fire and frost. Determined to reach level 41 as quickly as possible, he fought for 2 straight days, littering the valley with the corpses of dozens of elite and rare monsters until his experience bar finally overflowed. When the pillar of leveling light descended, he threw back his head and laughed. Now I never have to fear an extraordinary again. In his hand was the potion he had prepared long ago. Violet Grade Strength Elixir. 5,000 strength. Uses 0-10. Its effect doubled that of the gold tier. After killing Lung Feng, he had gathered all 10 vials, waiting for this moment. Yunfeng downed every last one, molten power surging through his veins like lava. A heartbeat later, he opened his status panel and froze. Name: Yunfeng. Level: 41 1860 000. Combat power: 957,861. Talents: SSS Void Black Flame, Beast Form Black Dragon. SS Element: Ice. A Element: Wood. Element: Earth. B Plunder, Replicate, Iron Hide, Regeneration, Sensory Boost. C Beast Form Wolf. E Beast Form Cat. Skills: Life and Death Command, True Dragon Force Passive, Doomsday Black Flame Passive, others omitted. Invincible. He roared inside. Not yet even extraordinary, and his combat power was closing on 1,000,000. Once he advanced, wouldn't he defy heaven itself? And at level 41, the divine skill head coveted True Dragon Force had finally awakened, joined by Doomsday Black Flame. Just then the eerie scream echoed again. Run, run. Yunfeng's lips curled. Run? Now it's your turn. Boom. The ground quaked as a thunderous roar split the sky. The Thunder Titan charged in, arms thick as pillars wreathed in lightning. Yunfeng looked up, recognized the old foe, and launched forward. Absolute zero freeze. A surge of frost locked the Titan in place like an insect in amber. No need for love is a warm lithe could now wrestle an extraordinary Commander Hedon. While the Titan remained frozen, he drew his violet grade blade, its edge licking black flame. He triggered Black Flame Decree, layered on Lightning Oath, and his combat power spiked again. Void Flash Strike. Yunfeng never moved. The 30-meter radius around him became a kill zone. Dark purple gashes split the Titan's skin, and stray lightning bolts triggered brief paralysis within its own body. The move's reach had tripled since his early days. 3 seconds later the ice shattered. Yunfeng couldn't be bothered to refreeze it. He met the foe Hedon instead. With Sea King's Green Helm reducing incoming damage and True Dragon Force boosting every stat, his margin for error skyrocketed. Stacks of skills and gear piled on each other. If he still lost, he might as well kill himself on the spot. Driven to desperation, the Thunder Titan bellowed, blue-violet arcs exploding outward, its ultimate skill, Thunder Roar, activated. But Yunfeng was no longer that green rookie. As the colossal hammer crashed down, he blurred aside with ease. 10 vials of violet grade speed elixir were anything but empty hype. After weathering the enemy's ultimate skill for 30 seconds, the rest of the fight was pure garbage time. In just a few moves, the Thunder Titan that had once sent Yunfeng scrambling crashed to the ground, and their last clash had been less than a month ago. With the gem providing an endless supply of energy, he no longer had to scavenge for scraps. Every resource converted into power without loss, a speed no one could replicate. A system notification popped up. This commander class, Transcendent Thunder Titan, had yielded 679 spirit points. By that math, another 100 kills of the same tier would push him from level 41 to the next. His level was still technically mortal, yet his maxed out stats already let him stand toe-to-toe with the extraordinary. Beside the corpse, a flash of crimson caught his eye as Scarlet Radiance shard. Yunfeng's eyes curved with a smile as he tossed it into his pack. When luck shows up, you just can't stop it. This will suit Black Monkey perfectly. The shard fused into a ring. Phantom ring, scarlet radiance grade. It could summon 3 phantoms that inherited 20% of the wearer's attack and 200% of their defense, lasting 5 minutes with a 1-hour cooldown. Yunfeng already had his Black Flame clones, so he set it aside. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, Black Monkey let out a thunderous sneeze. Achuho's thinking about me? Madman, is that you? If you miss me, send a dream, he muttered, unaware that a scarlet radiance item was flying his way. Another trophy, a Heart of Thunder, was reserved for Zhugan, whose innate element was lightning. After packing up, Yunfeng hit the road again. As he pushed deeper, the trees grew taller, blotting out the sky. At last, the mountains shrouded in thunderclouds began to emerge. The ethereal summons echoed again and again. The nearer he drew, the stronger the monsters that lunged at him. Even 2 transcendent beasts at once now served merely as spirit power fodder. He had no idea how long he had been running before he finally stepped onto the cloud-wrapped foothill. Crack thunder boomed overhead. Yunfeng had barely steadied himself when the black clouds churned, and day dropped into pitch-black night. In the month he had been here, he had never seen the sun set. Even Nin Gongqi, who had camped for a year, claimed it never grew dark. Yet now the heavens lay smothered by storm clouds, and only stray arcs of lightning briefly lit the forest. Light flickered, branches shivered without wind. Raspy, riled growls rolled in from every side. Yunfeng stood calm and unhurried, shifting half a step only when lightning slammed down. The darkness could not blind his senses. He tracked countless creatures closing in. The growls crept closer. Pairs of crimson eyes surfaced in the gloom as an encirclement tightened, murderous intent billowing in. Yunfeng raised an eyebrow. So the thunderclouds can forge an eternal night and drive the monsters berserk. He drew his warblade, black flame script coiling along the edge. 3 black flame clones lined up beside him, blades in hand, fighting spirit blazing. Yet the beast seemed bound by some will, circling on the fringe without charging. Yunfeng's mouth quirked. If you want come to me, I'll come to you. He picked a direction and shot forward. Bohm had barely shifted his weight when a colossal axe slammed into the ground before him. The surrounding beasts let out a thunderous roar, as though hailing the newcomer. A bolt of lightning split the sky, its flash illuminating the battlefield long enough for Yunfeng to see the giant clearly, a human figure more than 20 meters tall. The colossus was bare-chested, sinews coiling like dragons beneath rain-soaked skin, and a rough apron of woven straw hung from his waist. Most terrifying was the head. No nose, no mouth. Only a single vertical eye in the center of the face, its violet spirals sucking in the lightning's glow. Numbers streamed across Yunfeng's visor. Creature, Cyclopean Overlord. Level, 55. Combat power, 1,220,000. Skills, Whirling Battle Axe, Weak Point Insight, Giant Stomp, Devil's Gaze. Ultimate, Heaven Eye Reincarnation. At once, Yunfeng knew this was the fiercest enemy he had faced since entering the Forbidden Zone. Exactly why Nin Gongqi had warned him to steer clear. But it was too late to back out. Clutching his teleport jade, he vowed to flee the moment things went south. The giant struck first. He ripped a titanic axe from the earth and brought it crashing down, a cyclone of stone shards riding the blade. Yunfeng released his wood dragon and demon vines. Thick tendrils coiled around the giant's limbs, only to snap like dead twigs. With no room to dodge, he raised his sword to block. Clang! Metal shrieked. A shockwave vacuumed the dust from the air. A jagged split ran down Yunfeng's amethyst-grade warped blade, its prized thunder rune still etched along the edge. Trading blows was suicide. The giant could read weak points, and without the true dragon power shielding him from 90% of the force, both man and blade would already be rubble. Before Yunfeng could wrench his boots free of the mud, the giant stamped. Giant's stomp triggered. A circular shockwave rolled out, the ground locking around Yunfeng's waist like iron pincers. His head swam, but the true dragon energy flared again. Gritting his teeth, he tore loose and leapt back. The instant he broke free, he cast Love is a beam of light. A ghostly green aura wrapped the giant in a 30-second debuff. Then Yunfeng unleashed a storm ice, wood, and earth spells exploding in sequence. 3 clones and his true body piled on with physical strikes. The warblade wreathed in commanding black flame and doomsday black flame, carving into the giant again and again. 30 seconds later, the Cyclopean Overlord's dragonaut muscles were battered and uneven, blue blood bubbling from charred gashes that marred its entire frame. Yunfeng allowed himself a flicker of satisfaction. Then the single eye swiveled. Violet spirals tightened, and Yunfeng's body locked in place. Devil's Gaze had seized him. A heartbeat later, the whirlwind-dread axe swept down again, its force even more brutal than before. This binding eclipsed even his own absolute zero, Ice Lock. For that instant, Yunfeng felt his very thoughts grind to a halt. Because the move carried no elemental attribute, Dragon Force offered him no extra protection. Whoosh! The giant axe flashed across the sky, swatting Yunfeng aside. He spun several times in midair before slamming into the ground. Even with Xiantian's shield cutting the damage by 90%, the blow still triggered its safeguard, a clear sign that he would have died outright otherwise. Cold sweat drenched his back, and for an instant he was tempted to snatch the weak spot insight skill for himself. But the fight had only just begun at the foot of the mountain. If things went south, he could still withdraw. He forced the thought down and shelved any plan to farm monsters with that skill for now. Brushing non-existent dirt from his clothes, Yunfeng fixed his gaze on the sky-eye giant. Love as a ray of light was on a 5-minute cooldown, yet he was sure its heaven-sealing demon eye was on a similar timer, and he still had one unspent life-saving item in reserve. He tightened his grip on the warblade, triggered Black Dragon Flash, and blinked to within 30 meters. The blade, wreathed in black flames, carved a chain of crescent arcs. Lacking crowd control abilities, the giant could only smash its axe into the ground, spraying stone chips everywhere, yet never touching even a strand of Yunfeng's hair. Its already cracked body was now crisscrossed with bloody gashes, each one licked by black phyrea, terrifying sight. Suddenly, the giant planted both palms on the ground, muscles coiling like a predatory beast. With bones snapping, razor claws sprouted from its fingertips, and gray-black scales rippled from its arms to cover its entire body. Its single eye twisted and the head reshaped into a ferocious beast's visage, though the purple, spiral-patterned vertical eye still glared from its forehead. Well, that's a straight-up transformation, Yunfeng muttered, clicking his tongue. The earlier wounds were now hidden beneath scale. She couldn't tell whether they'd healed or were merely concealed. Roar! Gaining a throat for the first time, the beast bellowed, rattling the air. Yunfeng answered by firing an ice dragon burst directly down its gullet, but it swayed aside, and the exploding frost hit nothing. In this form its speed and power had both risen, and its skill list had switched to super armor and flash strike, while giant stomp and whirlwind axe were gone. Knowing the enemy now had immunity to control, Yunfeng abandoned all crowd control attempts and prepared to go all in when the berserk beast vanished. Not good. Yunfeng instantly slipped into the void. A moment later, talons ripped through where he'd been standing, leaving a long afterimage. Stepping out of the void behind the beast, he swung his war blade at its back. Sparks flew as the violet-gray blade bit only a few centimeters, barely scratching the monster. Worse yet, beastly roars suddenly echoed all around. Countless creatures, eyes glowing red, charged in alongside the rampaging giant. Yunfeng, however, only smirked longer the fight. The stronger he grew, siphoning energy and stats alike. Every foe was fuel. Boom. He summoned a shadow flame doppelganger. At 70% of his own combat strength, the clone tore through the non-transcendent rabble, while tossed AoE items carpeted the field in fire and dark flames, felling monsters by the score. Yunfeng's real body closed with the berserk behemoth. With every clash his attributes climbed bit by bit, whereas the giant grew ever more frenzied, yet no more effective. 5 minutes passed, and love as a ray of light came off cooldown. Die! Yunfeng shouted, splashing the beast with a coat of emerald paint before unleashing 30 seconds of relentless, storm-like slashes. Half a minute later, the berserk beast was beaten back into its sky-eyed giant form, staggering on the brink of death. Just as Yunfeng moved in for the kill, the purple vertical eye began to turn once more. The moment the purple, spiral-patterned eye turned, heaven and earth seemed to invert. Everything around Yunfeng snapped backward as if yanked by an unseen hand, and the illusion of time rewinding made his heart skip a beat. The sky giant, moments from death, was suddenly restored to full vigor, its aura surging back to its peak, and every wounded or slain beast in the shattered battlefield stood whole again, scales gleaming as if the fight had never happened. He muttered, "Holy crap, that's broken an ultimate that rewinds time?" Yet he still wondered if it was all a hallucination. He pulled up his status window in a panic. Every bit of spirit power and attribute points he had just earned were gone. A quick check of his storage ring showed that the consumables he'd used in the fight had vanished, while the items on cooldown were still ticking. So the rewind works for you, but not for me. Give me back my stuff, you bastard. He yelled at the sky giant. But there was nothing to do except charge in again. With the first battle under his belt, the rematch was quick and efficient. In under 10 minutes and after being greenlit, twice the giant crashed to the ground, granting Yunfeng 1,054 experience points. He ignored the loot for the moment and plunged into the monster horde, every one of them walking bags of spirit power and stats. After half an hour of carnage, corpses were piled like mountains and only a few creatures had escaped. A sudden clap of thunder tore open the clouds, pouring sunlight onto a battlefield pocked with craters, yet the surrounding trees remained untouched, as if both sides had signed an environmental protection pact beforehand. Time to count the spoils. Yunfeng hurried to the sky giant and gouged out its half-meter eye. The instant it left the socket, the orb shrank into a violeting glass bead that gleamed enticingly. Heaven Demon Eye Replica, Transcendent Item, randomly awakens an ocular skill. Usable only by those with eye awakenings. Nice, but useless to me, Yunfeng muttered, rubbing his chin. An evil thought surfaced. Maybe I should off Ling Xiaohan and keep it for myself. In another dimension, Ling Xiaohan was standing on a level 30 rare beast, stripping it for parts, when he sneezed 3 times in a row. A chill ran down his spine. Who's thinking about me? Is being handsome a crime? He grumbled. His annoyance vanished the moment he spotted a golden shard under the creature's belly. Meanwhile, Yunfeng split open the belly of a nearby monster and was nearly giddy when rainbow light spilled out. Sea-colored. He gasped. Transcendent creatures had a small chance to drop a rainbow shard, let alone a commander he had killed above his level. Yunfeng grabbed the radiant fragment. A flash of blue light turned it into a pearl filled with crackling lightning and swirling wind. Wind Thunder Pearl Divine Grade Item. 1. When the wind rises, the dragon stirs. When thunder falls, heaven and earth tremble. 2. Summons the wind dragon and the thunder dragon for offense and defense. Each dragon's power equals that of a legendary monster at the user's level. 3. Duration, 1 minute. Cooldown, 24 hours. 4. Level requirement, Saint. Come on, Yunfeng froze at the final line. After all that, another divine item and he still couldn't use it. It seems the usage tiers are fixed Crimson Radiance gear for Transcendence and Divine gear for Saints. Functional items accepted. If only I had a relic like the Sea King's green helm that ignores level restrictions, Yunfeng muttered as he slipped the freshly acquired Wind Thunder orb back into his pack. The prize felt sweet, yet all he could do was wait for the day he was strong enough to wield it. A divine artifact great to admire, useless for now. He caught himself thinking about the twin dragon spirits again, itching to summon them just to see how cool they look. The combat rating of a level 41 legendary beast? Who cares? Style is a lifelong pursuit. The brutal fight had left more than 100 monster corpses sprawled around him, and his experience bar was just shy of level 42. Besides the loot from the Cyclopean Watcher, piles of drops littered the ground. Yunfeng crouched and collected them one by one, finally tallying 2 Crimson Radiant shards, 13 Amethyst Silver shards, and 33 gold shards. A respectable haul, although the 2 Crimson shards were stat elixirless until he reached the Transcendent realm. After making sure he hadn't missed anything, he looked ahead. A towering peak rose into the clouds, its rock face a purple-black mass of jagged stone, barren and lifeless. Thunderheads churned over the summit, lightning snakes weaving through them, and beneath that heavy canopy a narrow rift in space flickered in and out of view. Yunfeng took his first step toward the mountain, and a tingling jolt shot up through his soles as if the entire massif were wired. The recent carnage had thinned the local monsters, and the sudden peace along the path felt almost unsettling. Flee, run. Run, why won't you run? The eerie, ethereal shriek pierced his ears again, sending a chill straight to his bones. Night has fallen. Looks like the kid's already squaring off with whatever's in there. A few li from the mountain's base, Nangongqi glanced up at the sudden curtain of darkness and muttered, "Hope you've got enough tricks to keep yourself alive." In more than a year trapped in this forbidden zone, this was the first living person he had come across, and he wasn't eager to have their first greeting end in a funeral. When he had first arrived, the sky had turned black just as suddenly, followed by a bolt of unknown lightning that blasted him across the terrain. He was only alive because he had unlocked a broken ability automatic teleportation when taking lethal damage, which had let him scrape by ever since. Escaping for real, though, would take a miracle, either a low-level epic beast dropping a key item, or enough time to fill his gold and amethyst silver potion slots, and who knew how many years that would take. The thought drew a long sigh from his chest. Strange, why hasn't the sky gone back to normal? A full minute passed before Nangongqi frowned. Does the kid have some skill that can hold out for an entire minute? His uncertainty turned to shock, disbelief spreading across his face. Half an hour? How was that even possible? Only after 30 minutes did the darkness finally lift, and Nangongqi was still reeling. Yunfeng's stats were only a bit higher than his own, and against monsters like that the gap was a drop in an abyss. So, did you manage to pull it off, or not? Escape? Without an exit, everything is meaningless. The ethereal, emotionless voice detonated between the cliffs. Yunfeng snapped up his weapon, every muscle tightening as he waited for the next extraordinary beast to appear. To his surprise, the usual lunging shadows never came. Instead, he felt the voice resonating from deep inside the mountain itself. Human or monster, he couldn't tell. Setting the question aside, he continued his climb. He had barely taken a step when a bolt of lightning as thick as a barrel slammed into the rock at his heel, sparks racing through the cracks. The mountain seemed to be warning him to halt. Yunfeng showed no fear. He stepped over the scorched stone and pressed on. At first the lightning only struck in front of him. The higher he climbed, the more it targeted the crown of his head. The first direct hit made his body jolt, yet even his death trigger item failed to activate. His natural regeneration, enhanced by rapid healing, erased the burn in an instant. Realizing he was safe, he stopped bothering to dodge and climbed straight through the storm of thunderbolts. Before long he reached the midway point. The sky darkened, and a heavy roar rolled out of the cloud cell. Level 55. commander-class extraordinary creature crashed to the ground. It was a Tianlai beast, 5 meters tall, a single horn blazing blue-white atop its skull, bulging muscles radiating menace. Yunfeng judged it less dangerous than the Tianyan giant he had faced at the mountain's base. The falling lightning lent a hand, yet the fight still cost him a few tricks. When the Tianlai beast fell, the system prompt appeared, Spirit Power 1054. Its lightning-wreathed horn rolled to his feet. Tianlai beast horn. Extraordinary grade item. Can be socketed into equipment to boost lightning damage by 50%. No complaints, bamboo pole, just got lucky again. Yunfeng laughed and pocketed the horn. Together with the Thunderheart head found earlier, bamboo pole now owned 2 solid lightning-type items. Too bad there was no divine fragment this time. He thought of Wenren. With a single blessing of fate, the fragment drop rate would rise to at least 50%, and if she unlocked a few more tiers of talent, it could climb past 80. The thought made him even more eager to escape. Outside awaited a stack of Zion-grade talent serums, enough for everyone, even Heiho. He looked up. The spatial rift that had been faint now hung clearly about 5 meters above the summit. The exit was in sight, and his heartbeat quickened. Yet the closer he drew to the peak, the more resistance he met. From halfway up, monsters leapt out at regular intervals, each one on par with the Tianlai beast, as if they existed solely to feed him experience and spirit power. Free benefits were not something Yunfeng turned down. After cutting down 7 or 8 of them, his level rose smoothly to 42. Another creature burst from the rock with a roar. Yunfeng glanced up, brow arching. This time the system showed level 56. In that instant, Yunfeng finally understood what was happening. It wasn't that stronger creatures didn't exist inside the Forbidden Zone. The rule simply forbade any summoned beast whose level exceeded the challengers by more than 15. That single constraint was what let Yunfeng carve a path to this point. Most people would have been reduced to scrap the moment the gap passed 5 levels, never mind 15. Deep down he knew had only survived because of the green hat sitting on his head. 2 days later. Phew. Yunfeng planted his boot on the last jagged stone and finally reached the summit. The exit lay a scant 10 meters away. Instead of a peak, however, the mountaintop formed a circular depression, like the mouth of a dormant volcano. Peering over the rim, he saw nothing but darkness. Thunder boomed from its depths, the vibration rumbling through his chest. What on earth is down there? He muttered. Roar. A deafening bellow erupted from the abyss. A blast of wind hit him like a solid wall, whipping his combat suit and hair. The stench that followed made him raise an arm to shield his face as he staggered back. A shape burst from the void. Expecting some sky-blotting giant, Yunfeng instead found himself eye-to-eye with a slate-gray serpent barely 2 meters long, hovering in midair. Cold light flickered in its pupils. Insignificant human. Whom are you calling a little snake? The voice wasn't spoken. It detonated inside his skull, as if the creature could read his thoughts. You're the one talking? Little snake? Yunfeng's curiosity overrode his caution. He hadn't imagined such an ancient voice could come from so small a form. Call me little snake again, and I'll swallow you whole. I didn't say it out loud. Thinking it is enough. How domineering. Yunfeng cursed inwardly, but kept a straight face. A moment earlier he had felt the thing's crushing aura far beyond anything he had met in the Forbidden Zone. One misstep and he'd die without knowing how. Stranger still, his visor showed no data on it, not so much as an asterisk. All right, no more little snake. What should I call you? He asked, noting the creature didn't seem eager to kill him outright. Leilong. You may address me as Elder Leilong. The serpent circled him once before stopping directly in front of his eyes. Very well, Elder Leilong. Yunfeng said, curiosity bubbling again. Was that ethereal voice earlier yours? And were all the monsters I faced along the way summoned by you? You've earned the right to ask 3 questions. Once you're done, you must leave immediately. Do you really want to waste 2 of them on that? Electricity danced in Leilong's eyes. 3 questions? I could leave and re-enter for 3 more, Yunfeng calculated silently. You won't be able to return unless you reach the Saint Realm, Leilong casually exposed his thought. Right, forgot you can hear me thinking, Yunfeng grumbled. Ask quickly. I can't linger here. He reorganized his priorities. My visor displays data on every other creature. Why can't it read yours? Because I am not a creature. That's your first question, Leilong reminded him. Damn, Yunfeng winced. What a waste. Second question, whose was that ethereal voice? My master, Yifeng. Third, why are you here? The moment the words left his mouth, Leilong fell silent. Can't answer that one. Yunfeng probed. After a long pause, Leilong sighed. We are prisoners. With that, he cast Yunfeng one last look and drifted down into the pitch-black crater. If you reach the Saint Realm, I hope you'll come back once more. The resonant voice echoed through the caldera like the toll of a distant bell. A single scale, crackling with faint lightning, floated up from the abyss and settled into Yunfeng's palm. Keep it. One day it may save your life. There was still no sign of anything. Yunfeng raised his hand, the dragon scale in his palm catching a cold, silvery light. He muttered to himself, flicked the scale into his storage ring, and, after one last look at the churning spatial fissure nearby, drew a deep breath and started down the mountain path. The trail was eerily silent. Not a single monster showed up, as if the climactic battle earlier had already paid his toll. I was hoping to farm some spirit energy, Yunfeng grumbled, clearly annoyed. Several days later, when Yunfeng stepped into the cave where Nangong Qi was holed up, the latter stared as though he had seen a ghost. You're still alive? Took me forever to find you, Yunfeng replied with a grin. Nangong Qi swallowed. What? Were you hoping I was dead? And no, I just wait your combat power. His jaw hung open. Level 42. 1 million combat power. Only one thought echoed in Nangong Qi's head. Are you even human? The only explanation was that Yunfeng had poured every Xian-class potion down his throat after hitting level 41. But hauling around 40 bottles of the stuff? No ordinary person could manage that. Yunfeng waved it off. Leveled up, chugged a few potions. Don't sweat the details. I told you I'd take you out if I got the chance. You can really get me out? Nangong Qi's fingers trembled. For more than a year he had endured this forbidden zone, living or dying day by day on nothing but luck. He had even considered ending it all, yet couldn't resign himself to that fate. His only hope had been to stockpile attribute potions or somehow slay an epic-class beast. Now, with Yunfeng's casual promise, the dim spark of hope flared anew. Let's go. We'll be fine, Yunfeng said, setting off. Nangong Qi stayed close behind. Sure enough, with Yunfeng around, the monsters seemed to have agreed to vanish. The mountain road was so quiet that only the wind could be heard. Watch out. As they reached the foot of the mountain, the sky darkened in an instant, thunderclouds pressing down. Nangong Qi tensed, scanning the surroundings. Crack, a muffled boom rolled across the clouds, which then scattered as if forced apart. Nangong Qi blinked. That thunder came out of nowhere and left just as fast. Maybe it's shy. Ignore it. Yunfeng pointed back toward the summit. The exit's up there. They climbed again without incident. When the softly glowing spatial tunnel finally lay within reach, Nangong Qi realized this wasn't a dream, was really going home. My benefactor, let me kneel in thanks. He dropped to one knee, but Yunfeng pulled him up. A man kneels only to gold or his parents. No need. Just keep your word. I will. From today on, my life is yours, Nangong Qi said, his eyes shining with resolve. We just walk through, right? Yunfeng lifted a foot toward the passage. Wait. Nangong Qi stopped him. This place has 3 entrances, but only one exit. The records say everyone who made it out emerged at the entrance they entered. Yunfeng paused. So we won't land in the same place. Exactly. You came in through Jiangnan Prefecture, so you'll exit there. He'll end up back at the Pinghai Prefecture entrance. So let's exchange numbers, then. I'm on 188. Using the unbeatable Yao leading phone cross-state calls are a breeze. Great. Once I wrap things up, they'll head to Jiangninzhou to find you. Nangong Qi replied with a cheerful nod. Yunfeng waved him off. No rush. I need to get back and prep for the college entrance exam. With any luck, I'll enroll at Pinghai Zhou Awakeners University. What? You're still in high school? Nangong Qi's eyes widened in disbelief. Yunfeng arched a brow and gave himself a playful once-over. Do I look that old to you? No, that's not what I meant, Nangong Qi stammered, running a hand through his cropped hair. I just never thought a high schooler could fight at your level. They shared a smile, and Nangong Qi was about to leave when Yunfeng called after him. What attribute does your talent lean toward? If I'm helping, I may as well go all the way. Almost forgot. I awakened an S-rank spatial ability. Mental power and speed are my strong suits. No wonder you survived in that forbidden zone, Yunfeng muttered. He pressed a storage ring into Nangong Qi's hand. There are some attribute potions inside. You might need them. With that, Yunfeng dove into the newly opened portal. As for the epic-grade item needed to break his shackles, he wouldn't risk touching the Ice Dragon Pearl until he had a replacement lined up. Attribute potions? Nangong Qi looked down at the ring, about to inspect it when the sky suddenly darkened and thunderclouds rolled in. Son of a, he almost never cursed, but this time he couldn't hold back. A step back, a flick of spatial power, and he vanished through a gate. The moment he disappeared, a massive tail veined with lightning swept past, tearing the air and slamming into the spot where had been standing. Elsewhere, Yunfeng emerged from the secret realm. On the way in, Head fought through a raging electric vortex. On the way out, he landed beyond it, sparing himself the ordeal. He pulled out his phone. May 12 flashed across the screen. The pocket dimension was always dim, so had only been guessing at the time. Turned out had been inside for 2.5 months. Less than a month until the Gaokao. Should I still take it? He murmured. Originally had planned to sit the exam to win resources in school tournaments. Resources shards alone couldn't buy, like epic-grade artifacts. Now, though, he already possessed the Ice Dragon Pearl. After a moment's thought, he decided to go anyway. The demon-suppressing tower had been rusting in his storage space. It was time to test it in the demonic rift dimension. In the end, Yunfeng chose to finish his schooling, to be a useless college student if only to earn the permit that led him into the rift. He took his bearings, set off at a brisk pace, and soon his figure slipped into the twilight of the wilderness. For now, Returning to the safe zone could wait. Ha ha, I'm out finally free. Nangong Chi stood beside a tornado of crackling lightning that pierced the clouds, arms spread wide, head thrown back in wild laughter. The furious pillar of thunder was almost identical to the one on Jiangninzhou, only in a different location. Calming himself, he lifted his hand and rubbed the storage ring glowing faint purple Xiangrade, with 1,000 cubic meters of space inside. Let's see what you're hiding. With the danger gone, he could finally take inventory. His mind slipped into a corner of the ring, and a slender glass vial surfaced in his palm. Xiangrade mental potion, spirit 5,000. Uses left, 110. Seriously? Is the whole thing packed with these? His heartbeat spiked. He dumped the contents of the ring. 10 mental potions and 10 speed potions, 20 in total. Hands trembling, eyes stinging. He realized this wasn't a casual favor, it was a lifeline. Without hesitation, he downed 18 vials in one go. Power detonated inside him, pushing his combat strength past 700,000. During more than a year in the Forbidden Zone, he had brewed a couple of Xiangrade potions himself, one mental and one speed, but they were nothing compared to this haul. Now, on Pinghaizhou, he could rank among the elite. Clenching his fists, chest heaving, he looked toward Jiangninzhou and whispered the vow once more. He'll keep that promise. When my own affairs are settled, my life is yours. Leaving the dimensional pocket, Yunfeng didn't head for the safe zone. He knew there was another crop of chives waiting to be cut. 10 Xiangrade speed potions burned through his veins, giving him more thrust than an armored assault vehicle. His sprint topped 200 kilometers per hour. Half a day later, the ruined little town came into view. Stepping over the rubble, he scanned the shattered walls. Wonder how far you've evolved. Loose stones shifted underfoot. Fresh blade marks and claw gouges told of a recent fight. He paused only a heartbeat. Probably some passing trial takers grabbed by the devouring worms for snacks. A chill wind blew from the underground passage. Roar! The bellow erupted from deep below, making the ground quiver. Yunfeng sensed two violent auras hurtling upward. Staring into the dark tunnel, he slowed his breathing. Still sending beasts up here? Is this a last gasp, or have you already evolved? If the enemy had broken through to epic tier, a second epic grade item could be his, an opportunity too rare to miss. Stones exploded outward as 3 monsters burst from the tunnel. Yunfeng's eyes lit up. Monster, armored aberrant warlord. Level 50. Combat power 980,000. Skills: Iron Flesh, Deadly Venom, Thorn Aura, Sacrifice. Ultimate: Iron Flood. Just as Head thought. He had guessed right, the gluttonous broodmother had evolved after all. Quantity: you can't touch mine. Black flames surged around Yunfeng as 5 fiery clones stepped out from behind him, taking their places beside the original. 6 against 3 to balance flipped in a heartbeat. After long study, he could finally split into 5 copies, matching the Black Knight's former limit. Yunfeng sensed this was the skill's ceiling. Barring some freak event, it would never climb higher. Some abilities can't grow forever. At a single thought, the 6 figures shot forward, converging on the 3 extraordinary class beasts. Crossing into the extraordinary tier doesn't make you untouchable. Yunfeng laughed coldly. He had slain an extraordinary commander at level 55. 2 level 50 beasts were nothing. In less than 15 minutes, the trio were forced to reveal their trump card ultimate, Iron Tide. Metal throughout the ruins tore free, swept up by an invisible field, and hurtled toward Yunfeng like a living tsunami. The scene was pure Magneto, but Yunfeng wasn't anyone's Wolverine. Boom, boom, boom. 3 towering walls of samsara erupted and braced against the flood. A wooden dragon coiled around one armored beast. An ice prison froze the other solid, didn't even bother with his big finisher, Love is a Light. A few brutal exchanges later, the 2 commanders went down, dying in silent fury. They still tried to spite him. 3 deafening blasts forced Yunfeng's Xiantian shield to trigger, and when the smoke cleared, a crater 200 meters wide gaped around him. "Ya!" A shrill, weeping cry drifted up from below. Yunfeng arched a brow. "So that's your last trick." After waiting to confirm no more monsters were coming, he plunged into an underground tunnel toward the broodmother's lair. The fragmented wail stabbed at his eardrums. "I'm just here to take your head." Enough whining. He doubled his speed, desperate to end the noise. Soon he reached the lowest chamber. The sight stopped him: cold mountains of corpses, the stench of rot thick enough to suffocate. Without his respirator, the fumes alone could kill. Squatting amid that bloody ridge was a pulsing crimson mass, the gluttonous broodmother. For months it had devoured creatures and humans alike to stay alive and accelerate its evolution. Yunfeng knew the pressure Head put on it last time had led to this catastrophe. Monster, gluttonous brood empress epic. Mutation level, 50. Combat power, 1.48 million. Skills: Devour, Endless Hatch, Rapid Growth, Modification, Hive Mind, Psychic Storm, Infinite Evolution. Ultimate Mutation, Primordial Rebirth. Even Yunfeng was shocked by its meteoric rise. Without his recent gains in the Forbidden Zone, he might have died here. Luckily, despite its power, the Brood Empress lacked a genuine killing move, Small Mercy. Why? Why did it have to end like this? The mournful voice slammed into Yun Feng's mind. At first he thought the broodmother was pleading, then agony exploded in his skull. He dropped to one knee, clutching his head as the crystal pendant at his neck shattered into dust. Boom. The moment Yun Feng crouched, a massive tentacle lashed across his back, slamming him into the soggy earth. Cackling with glee, the writhing ball of flesh not far away dropped its earlier pretense of misery. The whole act had been a ploy to lull Yun Feng into lowering his guard. Convinced its prey was dead, the creature extended a tube-like proboscis as thick as an arm, ready to pierce Yun Feng's spine. The ground erupted. Dirt sprayed in every direction as Yun Feng burst free, too furious even to bother with his usual earth-shifting technique. He was livid not just at the monster's revolting nature, but at himself for falling for its fake plea for mercy. I thought you were begging for your life, not planning a cheap shot, he growled. During their brief mental exchange a moment ago, the creature had slipped in a psychic maelstrom that nearly tore his mind apart. The power of the true dragon could blunt physical and elemental blows, but it did nothing against a mental assault. If not for the crystal pendant he always carried, Yun Feng would already be a drooling idiot. He hooked the pale blue pendant back around his neck. It was the absolute spirit necklace head found in the Forbidden Zone, capable of nullifying one psychic attack per day, and the gluttonous Brood King had just burned through that allowance. The Ziying warblade hummed in his grip, its edge alive with murderous intent. Now you're going to learn some respect. Please spare me, the raspy voice echoed in his mind again. Yun Feng sneered, ready for another trick, but the psychic sea around him stayed calm. Spare you? You almost got me killed, you slug, he snapped. The Brood King had no flashy skills, but its 1.5 million combat rating and epic quality made every strike terrifying. Even with the true dragon's protection, Yun Feng's face was a bruised mess, and had already burned his rapid recovery skill to knit the wounds. He wasn't about to stumble over the same rock twice. Black Flame Decree. Doomsday Black Flame. Void Scorch Strike. Torrents of obsidian fire roared forth as the blade carved glowing arcs. The Brood Queen's brittle carapace split open in ragged seams, oozing yellow, viscous blood that stank so badly Yun Feng nearly retched. With a shriek, the translucent egg sacs around the queen quivered and burst in a chain of wet pops. The freshly hatched grubs were only level 14, far from extraordinary, but each bore a single skill self-sacrifice. Expecting suicide bombers, Yun Feng threw up an ice barrier that curved around him like a shell. Instead, the larvae swarmed the Brood King, sinking into its flesh like melting tar and sealing its wounds almost instantly. A quick fix won't save you forever, Yun Feng muttered, refusing to slow his assault. Light from the Zing warblade blazed back and forth, tearing new rents even as wave after wave of hatchlings fused with the queen's body. Rending and healing chased each other in a fragile, grotesque rhythm. Both combatants understood the truth. Time itself was the real executioner. Once every egg had hatched, that delicate balance would shatter in an instant. While Yun Feng was still hacking away at the gluttonous insect emperor, from miniature armored vehicles rumbled toward the ruined town, kicking up a rolling cloud of dust. Their hulls were gunmetal gray, each hood emblazoned with the black crest of Jiangnan Corporation. The lead vehicle was half a length ahead, the other three tucked in close behind, their treads clattering over the desolate street and grinding the loose rubble to powder. Inside the first car, an elderly man sat rigidly in the passenger seat. His beard and hair were snow white, his face furrowed with deep lines, and his eyes were sharp as a hawk's. Staring through the windshield at the shattered skyline, he rasped, "Is the intel reliable?" The driver kept both hands on the wheel, speaking in rapid bursts. "The last signal from our elite exploration squad came from these exact coordinates. They're strong enough that at least one of them should have escaped with a report if they'd only run into ordinary transcendence, but the whole team's gone dark. It doesn't prove an epic tier creature is here, yet the odds are high enough for us to check personally." The old man dipped his head, thumb stroking the buckle of his harness, a restless gleam in his eyes. If it really is epic tier, the corporation could spawn another transcendent. Minutes later, the four vehicles screeched to a halt at the edge of the ruins. Doors flew open and more than 20 fully armed operatives poured out, slipped on goggles, and formed two neat lines behind the elder. He lifted a hand. "Move." The squad marched straight into the broken streets. Just before stepping through the entrance, he looked back at the empty road, a dark thought flashing across his brow. Only catching up now? Too late. With that, he vanished into the fractured gloom. Roughly a stick of incense later, another convoy of miniature tanks arrived, each painted with the Enforcer's emblem. The line halted, and the leader narrowed his eyes at the fresh tracks ahead. "Chief, Jiangnan's crew is already inside." "Doesn't matter," the leader replied, leaning against a door, expression calm. "They've got first crack at the intel. We'll hold the perimeter. We'd only heard rumors this sector was strange and put out a few casual investigation quests. Now the chatter says an epic grade beast may be here. Since we couldn't beat them in, we'll just wait for the result." Deep in the ruins, Yun Feng was still locked in combat with the insect emperor. One egg after another shattered beneath his blade, and the grotesque queen writhed, its bloated body too cumbersome to reposition. When the final egg cracked with a shrill screech, the monarch seemed to have its heart torn out. It collapsed into a heap of gray-brown sludge, helpless under Yunfeng's sword. Twice it had unleashed psychic storms, forcing Yunfeng to burn 2 Godslayer necklaces just to stay conscious. As the creature's health plummeted, he muttered, "Where's the ultimate move?" With a name like that, I expected at least one last blast. Even when the system prompt rolled, the famed final outburst never came. What he didn't know was that at the very instant the gluttonous insect emperor died, thousands of miles away in a buried desert ruin, a pearl-white egg the size of a fingernail silently appeared. Its translucent shell throbbed with a faint heartbeat, heralding a new life in waiting. At that same moment, the Jiangnan squad traced the tremors and screams to the battlefield. They arrived just in time to see Yunfeng raise his blade and slice away the insect emperor's last shred of life. A system message flashed across every visor. Epic grade creature gluttonous insect emperor slain. Confirmed, epic class. The hawk-eyed elder's blood surged, his knuckles widening. Bring the spoils home. That's a major merit and my descendants get first pick. Yunfeng sheathed his blade and stepped forward to collect the loot when movement behind him made him turn. At the mouth of the ruins stood a dense line of Jiangnan operatives, their badges glinting in the dim light. At their head was the white-bearded elder. An elder who, incredibly, was a high-level transcendent. Yunfeng surveyed the newcomers at the entrance and raised an eyebrow. He had expected to empty the nest and leave before anyone else showed up. Instead, these people had arrived right on cue. Every one of them a capable fighter, most notably the white-haired elder in front. Level 59, combat power 1.35 million. Friend, who are you? Did you kill this monster? The elder asked, voice low and heavy. Yunfeng had already dismissed the disguise potion, exposing his level and stats. Though he was several 100,000 points short of the elder, achieving such numbers at his level was unheard of in all of Jiangnan province. The elder stared at the toxin mask, unable to place him, and half suspecting another hidden expert in the hive dared not strike first. Yunfeng ignored the probing. After a single indifferent glance, he headed straight for the gluttonous brood mother's massive corpse. The bloated carcass lay amid a mountain of insect bodies. Blood, egg fluid, and excrement oozed together in a foul, acidic stench. Buried inside was an epic-grade item that could shatter one's limits, and Yunfeng had no intention of sharing. Just as his fingers brushed the chitin, a cyan wind blade whipped toward his wrist. Thunk! The blade hit his armor without so much as a scratch. Impossible. The cultivator who attacked gasped. He might not be transcendent, and his stats fell far below Yunfeng's, but he should have at least pierced the surface. He froze, dignity shattered. Useless, the elder snapped. With the situation exposed, he stopped holding back. An epic-grade item was at stake, and he would not yield. Bones cracked like firecrackers as his frame expanded. A 2-meter-tall shadow coalesced a sleek, midnight panther. The Chu clan was famed for beast-shifting talents, and his was strength. Beast form shadow panther. Claws gleaming, the panther melted into darkness and pounced, intent on killing Yunfeng and claiming the brood mother's single epic material, its brain. Crack! A wave of frost erupted, trapping the panther mid-lunge in a shell of thick ice. Yunfeng didn't even look up. With a single, precise motion, he split the brood mother's skull and scooped out a palm-sized, crystalline brain core that shimmered like a star-filled sky. He raised his hand, and the prize vanished into his storage ring. Boom! The ice exploded, the panther landing with a furious roar. Kid, you're dead. The elder's voice was part human snarl, part bestial growl. Yunfeng pointed around them. Can't you smell it? Following his finger, the elder saw mountains of corpses, egg slime spilling across the floor, and pools of black-yellow filth. The shadow panther's nostrils twitched. Though the stench had subconsciously blocked, slammed into him. He gagged, shoulders heaving, his will nearly breaking. Kid, Illy stopped, stunned. Black flames burst from Yunfeng. 5 doppelgangers wreathed in the same dark fire fanned out beside him, their glow turning the ceiling's mucus blood red. While the elder hesitated, Yunfeng and his 5 copies shot toward the remaining 19 intruders. The elder's mind reeled. The youngster had wielded ice a moment ago. How was he now summoning Blackfire clones? He gaped in disbelief. Was he really a dual talent awakener, a rarity even scarcer than an SS-grade gift? Third elder, save us. The clan screams yanked the old man back to reality. His people were being butchered. How dare you, whelp? He roared, but the 5 clones Yunfeng had left behind blocked his charge. Shadow Veil stealth. Black mist flickered over his body and he slipped into the darkness, unwilling to waste time on phantoms. He reappeared behind Yunfeng, jaws widening to swallow the man's head. At the last millisecond, Yunfeng vanished. The old man bit empty air and stumbled forward as Yunfeng rematerialized nearby. The nearly invincible skill into the void had canceled the ambush. Yunfeng whipped a vicious back kick into the elder's beast-formed rump, hurling him aside before leaping clear of the fray. In those few heartbeats, 3 more Jiangnan group members fell. If another transcendent hadn't been holding Yunfeng's attention, at least half the squad would already lie dead. After booting the elder across the cavern, Yunfeng slit another throat in plain sight. Bloodshot fury flooded the elder's panther-black eyes. That kick hadn't just bruised his backside, it had slapped the dignity of the third elder. Raph. Bones cracked as he went berserk, dark runes racing over his skin while his shadow panther form fully awakened. The dim underworld was his ideal hunting ground. He could blink through any pocket of darkness. Beast shift talents seemed modest at low rank, but when advanced they forged fearsome predators. The shadow panther heightened both physique and stealth, making it a top-tier gift. Ebony shadows merged with deeper black as he lunged from every crooked angle, attacks eerily mirroring Yunfeng's void flash strike. Yet those savage bites barely scratched flesh reinforced by true dragon force. Yunfeng combined his regeneration talent with healing potions, tanking the damage while hunting the remaining Jiangnan fighters. Half a stick of incense later, 3 more bodies dropped. I don't want the reward, let me out of here. One survivor bolted, 12 others followed, their panic snowballing like village dogs barking in chorus. Yunfeng refused to let them escape. Black Dragon Flash. He tore through the Elder's guard, appeared before 2 deserters, and swung. Cold steel gleamed. 2 heads spun into the air, blood spraying the stone walls. The third Elder froze mid-strike, stunned. Impossible. What shook him wasn't the fresh corpses, but the soul-piercing aura that had erupted when Yunfeng unleashed that skill. Why do you have Minger's scent on you? Chu Wallace's voice shook with shock. Blood-red mist churned above the ruins while he stared blankly as Yunfeng felt clansmen on swing, one death forgetting to intervene. As the father of Chu Guanglong and grandfather of Chu Tsongming, Chu Hualu could never mistake the distinctive aura left by that feral black dragon. No, he isn't Minger. The old man's pupils contracted, his form twisting as the dark shadow beneath him solidified into a shadow panther. Confusion tangled with fury. He had to know this intruder's true identity. The inky beast lunged, every strike aimed at the gas mask on Yunfeng's face. Yunfeng didn't bother to defend it. A flurry of razor claws clipped past, and the mask snapped away with a sharp crack. It's you. Chu Hualu finally saw the face beneath, the sight almost swallowing him in disbelief. You were supposed to die in that lightning vortex outside the Forbidden Grounds. His only answer was Yunfeng's warblade, flashing down like a bolt of lightning. Yunfeng had no patience for empty talk. Of the dozens who had filled the battlefield, only 3 figures remained. Besides the 2 transcendentals, the last was a beast-morphed pangolin, an expert burrower. Years of subterranean ambushes had honed his senses. Even Yunfeng's void flash flame strike couldn't catch him. I've no time for you. Stay here. Yunfeng snorted. Just as the pangolin tried to dive underground again, the soil shuddered. It solidified in an instant, turning to iron and sealing him inside a tight prison. He clawed madly. Each hole he opened was filled at once by fresh hardened earth. Worse, the walls stretched into jagged brown spikes. SHK. Spines drove in from all sides, and with no room to dodge, the pangolin became a blood-soaked pincushion in a heartbeat. When the dust settled, only 2 transcendentals were left. Aside from Chu Hualu, the other stood at level 51, his combat power barely past 1,000,000. Speak. Why do you carry Minger's scent? Chu Hualu pressed on, the hint of black dragon aura pricking him like needles. Third Elder, priorities. The other transcendental barked, sweat streaming down his face. The youth before them had staggering stats, yet somehow fought as if he topped the Elder's power. Who knew what terrifying talent he had awakened? The shout snapped Chu Hualu from his daze. They'll capture you first, then you can explain. He forgot that earlier, even with a crowd, they hadn't managed to seize Yunfeng. Instead, they'd been slaughtered. Why should 2 fare any better? The weaker transcendental clearly understood, cold sweat pouring down. Third Elder, can't you see? On paper we outmatch him, but in reality he's crushing us. Head wanted to flee from the start, but the clan's leverage weighed on him like shackles. Otherwise, Head have cared nothing for their feud. Worse, their brief clash convinced him that, powerful as Yunfeng was, the young man didn't seem eager to kill him at once. Yet that was the illusion Yunfeng wanted, so the man wouldn't bolt. The ordinary grunts could run all they liked. He could cut them down in a heartbeat. But when a transcendent tried to escape, things were no longer that easy. With only Yunfeng and 2 transcendents left on the field, the situation became refreshingly simple. He stopped holding back. A single sweep of his arm sent a vine as thick as a bull shooting from the earth, twisting into a colossal wooden serpent that coiled around the weaker transcendent and pinned him fast. At the same time, the 5 black flame clones that had dispersed moments before reformed in midair. Flames roared and writhed as the clones took up a pentagram formation built to stall, not to kill. Done with the setup, Yunfeng looked up at Chu Huahu's shadow panther form, eyes cold as ice. People from the Chu clan, I seem to bump into you everywhere. I can't tell whether that's my bad luck or yours. Even before the words faded, he flicked his hand, and a coat of green paint like negative psionic energy spread over the panther's black hide. Half of Chu Hua's power drained away at once. The last trace of confidence shattered, and his limbs felt as if they'd been plunged into ice water. With your strength cut in half, how do you plan to fight? Yun Feng left him no time to answer, supplied the answer himself, with his fists. 30 seconds of pure love time descended. Icicles tore through the air, venomous vines lashed, earthen spikes erupted, and scarlet swordlight wrapped in void scorch flame raked down like a multicolored storm. To Chu Huahu, every hit felt like a sledgehammer to the heart, and each second dragged on forever. To Yun Feng, half a minute passed in a blink. He crammed every move he had into those 30 seconds. When the love as a beam of light effect ended, Chu Huahu was a blood-soaked wreck, barely alive. Just then, the other transcendent finally ripped free of the wooden serpent, staggered out and saw his comrade's ruin. Terror hollowed him out. Relax, you're next, Yun Feng said with a gentle smile. In the other man's eyes it was the smile of a demon. Black flame edict coated the battle blade as it drew a soundless arc and sliced open Chu Hua's throat. The buff had ended, but resistance was long gone. He toppled onto his back. The second transcendent's mind broke. Before he could even raise a hand, Yun Feng closed in and finished him. Black flames devoured flesh, and life winked out. In the end, the 20-man elite squad from Jiangnan Group lay dead, all felled by Yun Feng alone. Staring at the carpet of corpses, Yun Feng sighed. If love as a beam of light worked on a group, it'd be a divine artifact. He began sorting the spoils, 20 storage rings, all silver grade or higher. The rings themselves were worthless to him, but every shard inside went straight into his pocket. Better still were the spiritual power and talents had taken energy from 4 people, totaling 11,216 points, and 2 new talents, and a grade wind element, and in a grade beast form, berserk lion. Anything below grade in beast form was hardly worth a look, but one can never have too many elemental talents, so he kept them all. This place has nothing left for me, Yun Feng murmured. He strode toward the exit, fingertips brushing a ring as he sorted through his haul. The top prize was an epic grade material. On top of that, the power and talents had plundered pushed his strength to a new height. As he walked, he opened his status panel in his mind's eye. Name, Yun Feng. Level, 42 8,464 60,000 EXP. Combat power, 1,130,000. Equipment, weapon and combat suit. Talents, SS grade void black flame. Beast form black dragon. S grade element ice. A grade element wood. A grade element earth. A grade element wind. A grade beast form berserk lion. Grade plunder. Grade replication. Grade bronze skin iron bones. Grade regeneration. Grade sensory amplification. Grade beast form wolf. A grade beast form cat. Skills. SS grade beast form black dragon. Cloud treading. Full augmentation. Dragon's roar. Dragon flash. True dragon force passive. SS grade void black flame. Void scorch flame strike. Black flame edict. Black flame clone. Slip into the void. Void walk. S grade element ice. Glacial spike. Ice armor. Ice dragon break. Icefall. Absolute zero frozen world. Ice prison. Domain of frost. A grade element wood. Devilvine bind. Wooden dragon. Thousand needle poison tree spear. Summon demon tree. A grade element earth. Earth spike. Earth melt. Triple Rashomon wall. Rockfall. Grade regeneration. Rapid recovery. Grade plunder. Life and death command. Steal what others love. After securing his gear, Yun Feng headed toward the ruins outside. Before leaving, he raised his hand. Ebony flames raced along the ground, devouring every trace inside the cave in an instant, leaving not even a speck of ash. When the fire faded, he drew a long breath and murmured, "Fresh air at last." Back when Chu Huahu ripped off his mask, had sealed his sense of smell immediately, yet a rank, metallic stench had still forced its way into his lungs, an experience he would never allow to repeat. Outside the cave, a dozen enforcers waited beside several off-road vehicles. Their leader sensed Yun Feng first and squinted. Huh, out already? Boss, is he with Jiangnan Corporation? A burly man whispered. No. Why is he alone? Did they blow it? Another asked, frowning. The leader motioned for silence, excitement leaking into his low voice. Hold your positions. Get ready to scoop up the spoils. We stayed clear while Jiangnan bled. If they can't hang on, don't blame us for cashing in. Hey ha, the others chuckled, already picturing the scene. Their laughter died the moment Yun Feng emerged from the rubble, clad in a black combat suit trimmed with silver, exuding murderous intent, so dense it felt solid. That guy's not with Jiangnan, the first man croaked. The leader, Chen Bing, vaulted off a hood, eyes wary. Who are you? How'd you get out of there? Yun Feng had been ready for another fight, but at a glance he saw their matching enforcer uniforms, some marked with gold insignia. Clearly they were no allies of Jiangnan. He reined in his killing aura, his voice still icy. Which enforcement unit are you with? The group exchanged confused looks. And you are? Chen Bing asked. 4th Unit, Enforcement Division. Yun Feng, He answered crisply, producing his badge. Its distinctive emblem gleamed. No one would dare counterfeit it. Chen Bing tilted his head, searching his memory, but drew a blank. His deputy whispered a few words, and realization dawned on him. So you're that Yunfeng. Word was Jiangnan chased you near Wind Thunder Island, and the storm tore you apart. How are you standing here? Yunfeng raised an eyebrow. Perhaps start with your own introduction? Chen Bing straightened, his tone turning respectful. My apologies. Chen Bing, captain of the 3rd unit. When Han Lijun had first recruited Yunfeng's trio, Chen Bing had been curious about their capabilities. He Ho and Wen Ren had disappointed him, but the Yunfeng now standing before him left him speechless. Level 42, and combat power north of 1,000,000. Captain Chun, why don't we head back to the safe zone first? What's in there? Chen Bing looked past Yunfeng at the ruins behind him, curiosity written all over his face, eager to know what had happened inside. Let's go. There's nothing left, Yunfeng replied with an offhand wave and a faint smile. All right, back to the safe zone. Chen Bing laughed, motioning for Yunfeng to climb into his compact armored transport. At the same time, he cast a quick glance at several teammates, signaling them to comb the ruins once more. Yunfeng caught the subtle cue, but didn't interfere. He knew they wouldn't find a thing. Boom. The engine roared to life. The armored vehicle kicked up a cloud of dust and sped toward the safe zone. Safe zone, Jiangnan Group headquarters. On the penultimate floor, a brightly lit monitoring room stretched across nearly 1,000 square meters. More than 20 displays formed a single line, and beneath each screen a crystal tube glowed soft green, showing the vital signs of every transcendent awakener. 5 or 6 operators took turns watching those dots, terrified of missing even the slightest anomaly. Beep, beep. A shrill alarm suddenly blared, and every head snapped up. What happened? The 3rd elder. His vitals are crashing almost at zero in under 30 seconds. Patch it. Bang. Before the shout died, the crystal tube tied to the 3rd elder shattered, its green light snuffed out. The 3rd elder, is he dead? An operator went deathly pale, his hand frozen halfway to the intercom. The supervisor jolted back to his senses, face dark as iron. This is bad. He barked, bolting out of the room. He had barely cleared the doorway when another crystal tube detonated. No alarm this time, just silence and fragments. The remaining 5 staff traded panicked looks, sweat soaking their backs. Quit staring, catch up to the doctor, and report everything. Jiangnan Group is about to change hands, someone whispered, voice shaking. Jiangnan Group, top floor. Thud, thud, thud. Urgent knocks hammered the door like a death drum. Come in, a cold, impatient voice answered. The door flew open and Dr. Li, head of research, burst inside, white coat flapping, gold-rimmed glasses. Ask you, what's the meaning of this? Such disorder, 2nd elder Chu Huahai growled, glancing up. 2nd elder, something terrible has happened. The 3rd elder, he Dr. Li bent over, hands on knees, gasping as though head sprinted the entire way. Speak clearly. Chu Huahai felt a chill run through him. His life token shattered. Swish. Chu Huahai flashed forward, clamping Dr. Li's arm, so hard the bones creaked. Is that true? Though the brothers often quarreled over the group's affairs, blood was still blood. The news hit like a hammer. Life token referred to the crystal tube in the monitoring room, Jiangnan's own device for tracking transcendent vitals, used only in-house. Dr. Li, wait. Another operator stumbled in, colliding with their fierce gazes. His voice trembled. Doctor, right after you left, another alert, Chu Ying's life token also shattered. Chu Huahai's grip went slack. He staggered back 2 steps, eyes unfocused. His brother gone. Now his son as well. The double blow nearly felled him. For a long moment he said nothing. Then his fists clenched so hard they cracked. He roared, voice ragged with fury. Who did this? Who? A lethal glint flashed in his eyes. Find them. Now. Yunfeng, what were you doing in there just now? The armored vehicle had barely cleared the ruins when Chen Bing finally spoke. The more he thought about it, the stranger it seemed people from Jiangnan Group had shown up in that underground chamber, and their old rival Yunfeng had appeared at exactly the same time. The coincidence was ridiculous. Oh, I deplanted some chives over there. I just went back to harvest them, Yunfeng answered breezily. So you knew something was wrong with that place already? Sure did, but I wasn't strong enough before, he replied, half joking, half serious. And the people from Jiangnan Group? What Jiangnan Group? I didn't see anyone, Yunfeng said, feigning innocence. You little Chen Bing gave a wry smile. This kid's caution was snake-like. Buzz. Chen Bing's phone vibrated. He checked the caller ID and picked up. Boss, there's nothing inside. Nothing? The whole chamber is charred black. No trace of anything. Understood. He hung up and stared at Yunfeng, disbelief in his eyes. Ruthless, this kid. With the truth laid bare, he didn't bother pressing further. Maybe the gluttonous bug emperor had cleared things out too thoroughly. They didn't meet a single monster on the way back. Soon the armored truck rolled into the safe zone, heading straight home, or he'll come with you to Enforcer HQ. Great. Yunfeng followed the 3rd squad into the headquarters building. Yunfeng, it really is you? Han Lijun had clearly heard the news and was waiting in the lobby. Only Lu Yochi was with him. The rest of the squad was likely still on a mission. Yeah, I'm back. Let's talk inside. Bing, thanks. He'll buy you a drink sometime, Han Lijun said, greeting Qin Bing before escorting Yun Feng into the private elevator, number 4. All the way up, Lu Yuchi couldn't stop smiling. She had never expected to see this junior teammate again. Yun Feng, welcome home. Back in the 4th squad office, Lu Yuchi extended her hand. Thanks, Sister Lu, Yun Feng replied, smiling for the first time in a long while. Yuchi, give us a minute. I need to talk to Yun Feng. Lu Yuchi glanced at them, puzzled, but stepped out. The doors slid shut, leaving the two men alone. Yun Feng, what did those last messages you sent me mean? That day Han Lijun had received 2 texts from him. One saying, don't act too emotional. The other, check the squad from the inside. So when Head reached the forbidden zone and heard Yun Feng might have died in a lightning tornado, had shown no grief, only cold detachment. After I took care of those Black Tiger gang members, I left the city. Only the older enforcers know that. I understand, Han Lijun said after a pause. Head wanted to say it was impossible, but he knew how flimsy human nature could be when profit was involved. Surviving a test only meant the reward hadn't been tempting enough. He'll keep digging. By the way, your current combat strength, did you find some lucky break in the Forbidden Zone? You must maxed out on Zyne-grade serums, right? The Forbidden Zone is exactly what it sounds like, danger and opportunity side by side, Yun Feng said, attributing everything to that mysterious place. It would spare him a lot of trouble. You really did manage to turn disaster into good fortune. Han Lijun laughed as he gave Yun Feng's shoulder 2 light pats, gentle, yet full of assurance and pride. He knew not everyone could carry a blessing like this. People saw only that Yun Feng had cheated death. No one sensed the price he had paid. Want me to call them back? Han Lijun flipped through the contacts on his desk. No, he'll handle it. Yun Feng raised a hand to stop him. Knowing them meant He Ho and Zhu Gan. He left the office, hid a smile, and headed for his own workstation. In the eastern reaches of Jiangnan Prefecture, a sprawling plant filled an isolated valley. Iron-gray warehouses stacked like a whale's spine ran down to the valley floor, while twin transport rails spat out cargo cars non-stop, finished goods and raw materials flickering along glowing tracks. This was Jiangnan Corporation's central facility for processing dimensional space materials. Mid-slope, the wind roared, snapping pebbles against the rock. Heiho lay prone behind a boulder, military binoculars steady in his hands, crate numbers and workers' backs sliding across the lenses. Beside him, Zhu Gan knelt, scanning the sky for patrol drones. A few days earlier, Heiho had intercepted intel that the plant was involved in an illicit deal. Head grabbed the assignment without hesitation, yanked Zhu Gan out of school, and the two had raced here overnight. During the past 2 months, he had smashed several of Jiangnan Corporation's smaller sites, driven by the simple notion that making them hurt if only a little was worth it. Yun Feng, maybe I can't shake their foundation, but I can still give them a headache, he muttered, eyes fixed on the main gate. Zhu Gan, I've kept you from your studies long enough, he said quietly. Knock it off. You think you're the only one allowed to avenge Madman? Zhu Gan shot back, voice low but sharp. Heiho sighed. I shouldn't have dragged you into this. I'm a Jinhui enforcer now. Even if Jiangnan Corporation gets mad, I've got an official badge. You're different, your family's tangled in too much. A stubborn grin tugged at Zhu Gan's lips. Spare me. With my current combat rating, getting into a good university is easy. Back then, the gear and potions that arrived every few days had been from Yun Feng. That favor meant he would never back down. Easy. The phone's vibration made Heiho flinch, binoculars nearly clacking against the rock. Who's calling now, Ren? He glanced at the screen, then clamped a hand over his mouth as a tremor escaped his fingers. Heiho, what is it? Zhu Gan had never seen him this shaken. Since Yun Feng's death, the man hadn't shown a flicker of emotion. It's Madman, Heiho's voice quavered. Is it REA? Zhu Gan began, but Heiho silenced him with a hand. Heiho drew a long breath and answered. Isis, that you? I'm back. You come back too. The voice on the line was unmistakable. Heat surged through Heiho's veins, joy blazing across his face. Through the shared earpiece, Zhu Gan heard the same voice, his knuckles whitening as he fought to keep from yelling. Han Lijun had already told Yun Feng how Heiho had thrown himself into dismantling Jiangnan Corporation after his death. Yun Feng shook his head. The guy was crazy, yet brothers like this were a gift. Roger. Zhu Gan and I are on our way. Heiho kept his voice low. Under the night sky, 2 figures slipped off the ridge, leaving the factory's relentless hum behind. Calling me at this hour, seriously? The moment the call connected, a disgruntled voice came through the receiver. You know I'm back? Yun Feng raised an eyebrow. Did you forget what I can do? I used my skill this morning and tracked your every move. When Ren replied, full of pride. Yun Feng was quietly impressed. He hadn't realized when Ren's ability worked as a locator too. Alright, you're amazing. Since you already know I'm back, why are you calling? Come to Enforcer headquarters. I have something important to discuss. He'll be there tomorrow. Wait for me. The line went dead. Yun Feng rubbed his nose and muttered, so mysterious. What's he up to? It was only a day's difference, so he didn't worry about it. That evening, Black Monkey hurried back to Enforcer headquarters with Zhu Gan in tow. Zhugan had been dropping by unusually often lately, and with Black Monkey's golden badge leading the way, the gate guards never stopped them. As soon as they stepped into the lobby, Black Monkey's speed talent flared. In a blink he was in front of Yunfeng, crushing him in a bear hug that made his arm muscles creak. Maniac, I'm so glad you're alright. I thought I'd never see you again. Zhugan barreled into them as well, and the three ended up in a tight shoulder-to-shoulder huddle. When the excitement settled, Yunfeng glanced at Black Monkey's status panel. It's been more than 2 months, and you're still at the level you had when the trial ended? Black Monkey gave an awkward laugh. That's not important. You're back, and that's what matters. He patted Yunfeng's shoulder. Where's Wenren? He used to check my fortunes every day. Why isn't he here? Black Monkey looked around. He said he's busy and won't arrive until tomorrow. Any idea what he's working on? No clue. He won't tell me either, Black Monkey said with a helpless shrug. Then let's go home first, Yunfeng suggested. Yeah, I haven't been back since the new year, Black Monkey sighed. While Yunfeng was gone, he hadn't dared go there, afraid of stirring up memories. Zhugan was completely lost. Home? What home? I don't get it. You'll see in a minute, Yunfeng replied, keeping the mystery alive. After checking out with Captain Han, the trio left headquarters. Black Monkey pulled out the remote for his miniature armored vehicle, but Yunfeng pressed his hand down. Don't deploy that thing, it's way too conspicuous. In the end they flagged down a taxi. Inside the cab, Zhugan sat between them, scratching his head in frustration. Hey, can you give me at least one clue? Both men turned to stare out the window without a word. After 2 tense months, teasing Zhugan felt oddly therapeutic. Alright, we're almost there, Yunfeng finally said when Zhugan's face turned red. Soon the taxi stopped at the entrance to a luxurious villa community. Zhugan stuck his head out the window. Huh, what are we doing here? How did you know my family owns this place? What? Yunfeng froze. What's wrong? My family's main business is dimensional space materials research. Is it a crime to dabble in real estate on the side? Zhugan asked innocently. Yunfeng and Black Monkey exchanged a pained look meant to mess with Zhugan, only to bring him straight onto his own turf. Don't tell me you bought a house here? Zhugan asked suspiciously. Is it too late to say we didn't? Yunfeng spread his hands helplessly. With that he headed forward, resignation written all over him. Black Monkey covered his face and followed. Huh, weren't you two acting all mysterious a moment ago? Zhugan laughed as he caught up in a few long strides, his heels clicking against the villa's polished bluestone path. This place is spotless, Heiho said, setting his backpack down in the foyer and taking in the scene with surprise. No one's lived here in months. I expected at least a layer of dust. Who else would clean it? That guy spends all day muttering to himself, but somehow finds time to tidy up, Zhugan teased, then clicked his tongue in admiration. Have to admit, the floor looks brand new. They had pictured a grimy, cluttered villa, yet everything was immaculate. Even the air carried a faint scent of fresh wood. So this is the place you bought? Only a tenth the size of my family's house, but not bad, Zhugan said, folding his arms with mock authority. He loved to brag whenever the chance arose, but always in a playful tone that kept anyone from taking offense. Heiho rolled his eyes. All right, young Master Zhao, pick whatever room you want. Zhugan Yunfeng calls me Zhugan, he replied, accepting his luggage from Yunfeng and using the moment to explain why they'd kept him in the dark. He waved the concern away. I get it. You thought I'd hesitate. His voice dropped. Things have changed, me family's doing better, and we went to different high schools, so we drifted. But I'm still the same Zhugan you can trust with your back. Yunfeng and Heiho lowered their heads at the same time. Since high school, they had met only a handful of times, and after their awakening, almost never apart from that first day. Madman, Zhugan asked with a grin. Remember how the three of us met? How could I forget? Yunfeng leaned against the doorframe, thinking back to their walk home from school. Heiho and I were as scrawny as bean sprouts, always getting pushed around. One evening some guys cornered Heiho in an alley. Cornered me? Like you weren't right there taking the hits. Heiho cut in. Fine, I was there too, Yunfeng admitted with a cough. But that day you charged in, Zhugan, towering over everyone, and scared them so badly they dropped their bags. After that, we walked home together, and no one dared touch us again. At the memory, nostalgic smiles appeared on all three faces. Yunfeng suddenly straightened, his voice firm. It won't happen again. We used to be weak and didn't dare challenge the Jiangnan group, but things are different now. If they try it again, they'd better think twice. The conviction in his words came from the strength, talent, and skills he now possessed. Heiho exchanged a glance with Zhugan and raised an eyebrow. Madman, sounds like you cleaned up in the Forbidden Zone. Because neither of them had brought protective goggles, they still hadn't witnessed Yunfeng's full power. Yunfeng motioned them inside. Quit blocking the doorway, come in and see. The door closed with a soft click. Wind Thunder Island's Forbidden Zone had been packed with lightning-type monsters, and Zhugan had profited the most. The Heart of Thunder, the Sky Thunder Beast's hornet's silvery point crackled with electricity under the light, making Zhugan's eyes nearly pop. Madman, take me to the Forbidden Zone just once, will you? Zhugan's voice trembled with excitement. If you are that eager to die, you can find closer places, Yunfeng said, sweeping back his hair. though he made no move to stow the loot. The Heart of Thunder and the Sky Thunder Beast's horn were priceless treasures, the kind even a rich kid like Zhugan rarely saw. Yet Heiho focused on something else. Yunfeng raised his hand to reveal a dark violet ring resting on his palm. This is yours. Yunfeng passed it over. A crimson radiantigrade artifact? For me? Heiho stammered, cradling the phantom ring with trembling hands, his heartbeat thundering in his ears. While the two reveled in their good fortune, Yunfeng slipped quietly out of the room and pulled the door shut behind him. Night had fallen. The villa district lay silent. Neon flickered in the distance, and the city's bustle stood in stark contrast to the calm sky above. Less than a month to go. Let's hope they know better than to start something, Yunfeng muttered, looking toward the Jiangnan group's headquarters. Why are you here? And what on earth are you wearing? You look ridiculous. The vermilion gates of the mansion stood wide open. Wenren was about to step outside when the sharp question stopped him. A middle-aged man in a tailored suit stared down at him, arrogance etched across his face, his left arm hooked by a heavily made-up woman whose low-cut dress could barely contain her ample chest. Who do you think you are? My life has nothing to do with you. Wenren's eyes went cold, anger shooting to the surface. With a bang, he shoved the door aside, whirled around, and bounded down the steps. Behind him, the man snorted. Just like his damned mother doesn't know her place. The words bored into Wenren's ears. His fists clenched so hard his nails bit into his palms. He had come home only to see his mother, yet instead ran into the father who sired him but never raised him. My mother must have been blind to marry scum like you, he shouted. A deeper roar boomed from behind the door. Get out and don't ever come back. Like I want to. If Mom weren't here, I'd never set foot in this house again. Wenren snapped and bolted into the street. Under the dazzling lights, crowds swept past him, but he stood rooted to the spot. Mom, why do you keep putting up with this? He muttered, bitterness surging in his chest. Since awakening only to be labeled in frank failure, his already grim life had grown worse, and his mother had been shoved to the clan's fringes with him. His father ignored them. On the rare occasions he did appear, it was only to curse and blame. Night deepened. The marketplace quieted, corner neon flickering on and off. Staring up at the inky sky, Wenren suddenly understood nothing is truly eternal. He hailed a cab and gave the driver an address. The villa that felt like his real home. Headlights drifted down the tree-lined lane. Warm light glowed through the villa's floor-to-ceiling windows. So they're already back. The gloom lifted, and a flicker of joy warmed Wenren's heart. On the balcony, Yunfeng leaned against the railing. Spotting Wenren, he raised an eyebrow. Thought you weren't coming until tomorrow. Changed my mind. Wenren sounded tired, yet there was delight at being welcomed. Yunfeng frowned. You don't look so good. I'm fine. Wenren forced a smile. Seeing his state, Yunfeng dropped the questions. Had planned to test an idea tonight, but it could wait. A wild, animal-like screech erupted inside the house. Wenren tilted his head, laughing. That monkey's back too? Figures if you're here, he wouldn't miss it. Has he gone nuts? Another friend me, other best buddy. He'll introduce you in a minute, Yunfeng said casually. They pushed open the door, electricity crackling through the room. Zhugan stood wreathed in lightning, aura fierce. Beside him, Haihu was surrounded by 3 hovering afterimages, all focused on some mysterious task. How's it feel? Yunfeng asked, jerking his chin at them. Incredible, absolutely incredible. Zhugan trembled with excitement. I've got to hit the forbidden zone. Maniac. Do you even know how expensive that thing is? Heiho toyed with the ring on his finger, making it clear he had no intention of returning it. Go get some rest. I'm exhausted, Yunfeng said, wiping the corner of his eye with the back of his hand. He had spent more than 2 months lurking in the forbidden zone. Although the monster's spiritual energy had kept his body going, his nerves had been stretched to the limit. Fatigue was inevitable. The moment he collapsed onto the bed, the room fell silent. No one knew how much time passed before hushed voices drifted in from outside the door. Think the lunatic's still asleep? It's been 3 days, Heiho muttered impatiently. Stick you in the forbidden zone for 2.5 months, and you'd probably sleep twice as long, Wenren teased. Enough, both of you. Let him rest, Zhugan whispered. Just as the 3 were about to tiptoe away, the door creaked open. Yunfeng stepped out, hair a wild mess, eyes bleary. The trio froze, afraid they really had woken him. Didn't expect to be out for 3 whole days, Yunfeng said, rubbing his eyes and letting out a long yawn. Heiho immediately sidled up to him, eyes gleaming. Now that you're back, can we finally? During Yunfeng's absence, Heiho had been stirring up trouble for the Jiangnan Consortium instead of leveling up. With a crimson radiance grade item in hand, he was itching for a proper brawl. Zhugan looked just as eager, though the weakest of the 4, ample family resources and a brank talent had pushed him to level 25, nearly 140,000 combat power. Even so, his talent kept him from soloing enemies far above his level, slowing his progress. Yunfeng raised a hand, cutting short their excitement. The college entrance exams are in a little over 2 weeks. This is not the time to head out. I don't mind the risk, but there are 4 of us now too big a target. I'm responsible for your safety. The exams. Who knows if we'll even be together after that. Heiho grumbled, shoulders sagging. Each of them aimed for a different university, and his words cast a faint melancholy over the room. Yunfeng clapped him on the shoulder. Haven't you always wanted to get into Shanjing Awakeners University? Their ninefold heaven-dimensional space is no joke. I'm sure you'll shine there. I'm only going to college because I want to conquer the devil's den-dimensional space at Pinghai Awakeners University. Hey House eyes lit up again his dream, and his parents' wish for him. Me? With my talent and level, will probably be stuck in Jiangnan, Zhugan said with a bitter smile, though he was genuinely happy for the others. Zhugan, didn't you say you wanted to see the 90-year demon tower in Shiji province? He'll make that happen, Yunfeng promised. Zhugan's head snapped up, surprise and joy flooding his face. Wenren, Yunfeng suddenly turned. Lend me your skill for a moment. My skill? Fortune's blessing or fate's balance? Wenren raised an eyebrow. Fortune's blessing, of course. Time to use you as a guinea pig, Yunfeng said, casting an ominous glance at Zhugan. What are you planning to do to me? Zhugan instinctively backed away. Relax, it's a good thing. Yunfeng pulled 5 violet glowing talent upgrade potions from his storage space. He wanted to see whether Wenren's skill could enhance the effects of a talent breakthrough. What are those attribute potions for? I don't need them, Zhugan muttered, frowning at the 5 vials Yunfeng was pointing to. He figured his speed and focus were already maxed out with silver grade brews. One more sip wouldn't change a thing. Yunfeng handed him a pair of goggles and smiled. Put these on and take a closer look. Zhugan obeyed, and the moment the lenses aligned with the vials his breath caught. No way, there can't be this many. Through the goggles the labels sharpened. Potions that could push a rank talent straight to Aaron Cutterly game-breaking. They're for you, Yunfeng said, tapping the case. Heiho can't use them either. Heiho tried the goggles himself and sucked in a breath. He couldn't touch the stuff, but the price tag alone was terrifying. Yunfeng waved it off. Leveling a talent isn't a simple doubling. Even with just 5 doses and betting on your luck. At that, Zhugan stopped hesitating, grabbed the first vial, and lifted it. Hold up. Yunfeng shot Wenren a look. Wenren understood and cast Blessing of Fate, a glowing halo settling on Zhugan's head. All right, 1 minute. Blessing of Fate lasted only 60 seconds. The instant Zhugan heard that, he popped the seal. The first vial went down. 10 seconds of silence. He scowled and knocked back the second, then the third. Time flew. More than 30 seconds were gone, and still nothing. Go for broke. He drained the fourth, then the fifth. Everyone held their breath, sure it had failed. Dark clouds gathered. The villa district plunged into shadow, thunder rolling. Zhugan's body convulsed as arcs of electricity ripped through him. An instant later he threw his head back. Lightning split the sky and struck him Hedon. The current raced across his skin, his eyes turning into twin silver spheres. After the span of a single incense stick, the arcs sank into his flesh. He exhaled hard, but the grin on his face wouldn't fade. Crazy, I did it. I'm a rank now. He wrapped Yunfeng in a bear hug that made the latter cough, shaking with pure joy. Congrats, a rank big shot. Yunfeng patted his back, smiling even as he calculated inwardly. Blessing of Fate works, but it's weaker than before. 1 or 2 vials was wishful thinking. Saving potions is impossible. He glanced at the empty tray in his hand, resolve hardening in his gaze. Now it's my turn to power up across the board. Yunfeng glanced at his talent list. 5 abilities were sitting at blank. Plunder, Replicate, Ironhide, Regeneration, and Sensory Boost. These 5 icons lined up on the panel, each framed by a dim dark gold border. The first 2 spoke for themselves. The last 3, 1 defensive, 1 supportive, 1 scouting, plugged almost every gap in his kit. Judging from the commotion when Zhugan ranked up today, raising all 5 talents in a single day with Wenren's skill was nearly impossible. Fortune's blessing could be cast only 3 times per day. With 2 charges left, Yunfeng decided to advance his 2 core talents first. He called Wenren over and clutched 5 vials of purple grade talent potion. The glass clinked crisply in his palm. Madman, you're upgrading too? From F to E? Zhugan craned his neck like an overcurious giraffe. None of your business, beat it. Heiho shoved him aside. Zhugan stumbled but persisted. I'm just curious. Heiho glared. He'll tell us when he's ready. Quit asking. He remembered the promise had made. If Yunfeng stayed silent, he would never pry. Zhugan finally caught on and retreated, sulking. Let's begin. Wenren lifted his hand. A thread of grayish light rained onto Yunfeng's head, and the talent panel gave a faint tremor. A warm aura of luck wrapped around Yunfeng as he tossed back the first vial. The liquid was icy, burning a trail from throat to stomach. The second and third vials followed instantly. When the fourth went down, his whole body jolted. Nice 4 vials did it. As the potion took hold, he had to choose which rank talent would advance. Without hesitation, Yunfeng locked onto Plunder. A muted force spread through him, invisible to the others, nothing like the thunderous spectacle Zhugan had caused. He opened his eyes, face calm. Madman, did it fail? Heiho asked in a low, worried tone. Yunfeng laughed. Relax. Again, giving no further explanation, he treated the attempt as a failure and moved on. Wenren raised his hand once more, casting the day's final Fortune's blessing. The gray-white glow enveloped Yun Feng again. He produced another set of 5 purple grade vials. Gulp, gulp 5 down, and nothing happened. His brow twitched. He uncorked a 6th. A few breaths after swallowing, that familiar surge finally stirred. Earned one earlier, and just paid it back. These odds are calculated to the decimal, he muttered through clenched teeth. This time he chose to upgrade replicate. He didn't need it yet, but it belonged in the second slot. The upgrade finished as silently as before. The only sound in the room was their breathing. Grabbing his hair, Zhugan was on the verge of tears. Come on, another bust? 10 whole purple grade vials. Do you know what those are worth outside? Yun Feng shrugged. No worries. We'll continue tomorrow. With that, he summoned the virtual panel, unable to wait. The plunder entry now glowed several times brighter than before, its suffix proudly elevated. A-rank talent, plunder. When an enemy is killed, there is a chance to siphon some of their spiritual energy. Slaying a monster grants an extra 5 points of spirit power. Killing a human can strip away 5% of the target's current experience, and there is now a 10% chance to steal the opponent's innate talent as well. Yun Feng could clearly sense the difference once plunder rose from grade B to grade A. First, any ordinary monster he hunts now yields double spirit power. More importantly, the vague small chance in the description has been replaced by a precise 10%. The former wording offered no feedback and relied entirely on luck. The new figure is plain to see. He immediately opened his status screen and focused on the 2 abilities derived from plunder. Skill. Claim what is loved. Select 1 skill from a designated target, convert it for personal use, and temporarily remove it from the target. Duration, 15 days. Cooldown, 1 month. The effect had increased from 10 to 15 days, and Yun Feng guessed that if plunder ever reached grade S, the duration might stretch to a full month. The second skill showed no change at all. Neither probability nor values had shifted. Yun Feng wasn't disappointed. It was already a divine skill, and pushing it any further would be ridiculous. Madman, what's next? Heiho asked impatiently. We wait, Yun Feng replied, a cold gleam in his eyes. Wait for what? Heiho and Zhugan exchanged looks. Wait for the snake to leave its hole. With that, he rubbed his stomach. I'm starving. Let's get something to eat. Yun Feng had returned to the city with 3rd Squad, and few people knew the details, but he was certain the Jiangnan group had already heard. Since they were watching from the shadows, he might as well lure them into the open. Heiho and Zhugan were itching to ask questions. Heiho muttered, why is he talking like that, Wenrenu, great master? He caught Wenren's icy stare and swallowed the word charlatan. Seeing everyone rooted to the spot, Yun Feng called back, what are you standing around for? Where's the good food around here? Zhugan raised a hand at once. I know a place that does amazing grilled fish. He led them through a maze of alleys until the streets grew quiet. Heiho grew suspicious. Zhugan, you're not planning to rob me and run, are you? Don't talk nonsense, Zhugan shot back. Your junk isn't worth the effort. If I were going to mug someone, I'd pick the madman. Heiho shrugged. See, you do have an agenda. Shut up. We're almost there. Zhugan gave him a shove. Wenren sniffed the air. That smells incredible. Zhugan grinned. Told you. It's off the beaten path, but the place is popular. We're between rushes, so it looks empty. One more turn, and the source of the aroma came into view. Breeze courtyard. A plain wooden gate 2 meters tall stood open, a simple sign hanging beside it, the calligraphy bold and confident. Voices drifted out from within. They stepped inside and froze. The 50 square meter courtyard was ringed with exotic flowers and plants, holding only 5 or 6 round tables. Even outside peak hours, just 1 table remained free. Lucky us, no line. Zhugan chirped, waving them over. He called out, Uncle you, 1 large grilled fish, and whatever else you think, well, like 4 of us. A hearty voice answered from the back room. Jingmu, got it. Coming right up. The nickname Jingmu startled the others. They'd almost forgotten Zhugan's real name was Zhao Jingmu. While they waited, Zhugan explained, Uncle Yu is a distant relative. His awakened talent is cooking related, but only grade F. He didn't want to live off the family, so he opened this shop. I come by a lot, you can taste why. Yun Feng listened, absent-mindedly touching the jade pendant on his chest. Without this piece of jade, how different would his life be? With his original talent, he might not even have had a decent way to make a living. Second Elder Chu Huahai stood with a dark expression, looking down at the guard who had brought the news. Second Elder, the team that accompanied the 3rd Elder that day included the 3rd Enforcement Squad. The 3rd Squad. Chu Huahai frowned, his voice hoarse. That seems unlikely. They may resent us at times, but they would never go that far. We later sent scouts to investigate. The whole area was swept clean, nothing left but black ash. Chu Huahai lowered his gaze in thought, the lines between his brows tightening. Right, Second Elder, the messenger added suddenly. Our insider reports that Yun Feng was seen riding back in the 3rd Squad's vehicle. Yun Feng? Chu Huahai failed to react for a moment. He had written the man off as dead 2 months ago. Him? Wasn't he killed outside the Forbidden Zone? I'm not sure, sir, but the source is solid. Understood. Dismissed. He waved the guard away and strode out of the room. Thud thud. At the end of the corridor he knocked on a door. In this entire tower, Only one person merited that courtesy. Brother, it's me. No answer. Where did he go? Chu Huahai wondered. His elder brother, Chu Huashan, was now level 79 and had hit a plateau. Unless he found a legendary artifact to break the third shackle and enter the sanctification stage, further progress was impossible. The family had searched everywhere for years, yet not even a rumor of such an artifact had surfaced. As a result, Chu Huashan spent most of the year in the tower handling corporate affairs. Second elder, what brings you here? I have a report for you. The door next to him opened and a sharp-featured, stunning woman stepped out. Chu Huashan's personal secretary. Chu Huahai smirked inwardly. His brother's taste never changed. Even his secretary was exceptional. She handed him an urgent file. A high-level dimensional zone is out of control. The Grand Elder has been reassigned for emergency support. Until he returns, you'll act on behalf of the family. Understood. Chu Huahai kept his face impassive, but inside he exulted. With family authority in his hands, many things would become much easier. Yun Feng, a flicker of murderous intent crossed his mind. If my son's death is really tied to you, it'll make you wish you were dead. The situation looks grim. Less than 100 meters from the breached dimensional gate, a group of people stood in silence. Anyone recognizing them would be stunned. They were the top figures of Jiangnan continent, every one of them an extraordinary awakened above level 70. The leader, 8 feet tall in a crisp uniform, radiated an edge like a drawn blade. He took a step forward, his voice rolling like distant thunder. Lord Pajun, what are your orders? A second officer asked quietly behind him. Explosions echoed from the rift, mingled with the roars of beasts. The passage had appeared suddenly a few days ago. Monitoring stations went crimson in an instant, alarms blaring throughout the military district. When command learned the details, every face turned pale. Data suggested the rift likely opened into a dimensional zone above level 75. The army issued an emergency muster, ready to intercept any high-level creatures that might break through the rift. Dozens of troop carriers barreled through the night, tires grinding across loose gravel. Soldiers jumped down, chambered their rifles, and activated energy shields, only to find the area around the fissure eerily silent. Wind rustled, insects chirped, and not a single monster was in sight. At the commander's order, squads advanced in combat formation. Several espers stepped into the rift first. The ashen corridor shimmered with a ghostly light, but remained still. The passage lay empty, and the weight on their hearts eased. Even one monster of this tier could devastate the outer world, yet none appeared pure luck. The calm lasted only 3 days. Before dawn on the 4th, the supposedly empty corridor convulsed with a violet-red surge of energy, like a deep-sea current overturning. Its walls crackled and spat sparks. Guards reported the anomaly immediately, triggering today's emergency deployment. Per orders, everyone had to hold position outside and wait for whatever emerged. The man called Pajuan was Major General Bailey Pajuan. Clad in black and gold battle armor, he stood before the rift, eyes locked on the trembling space. With a breach this dangerous, no one dared rush inside. They would have to let the monsters come out. Roar. A piercing, guttural bellow ripped the air as the first creature clawed its way through. Bailey Pojan's expression hardened. Bad news, rare-grade beast. Towering several stories high, it looked like a tiger, horns curved like halberds and bone wings beating up a gale. When its paws hit, rock exploded outward, and its killing aura drove the troops back. Moments later, hundreds of monsters poured out like a tide. Most were common beasts, clustered around levels 75 to 79, but amid the swarm lurked more than 100 elites, their discordant shrieks rattling eardrums. More than 20 extraordinary awakeners held the outer line and inhaled sharply. Sweat trickled beneath their visors. All possessed first-rank talent. At least class and could handle a single creature of their own level. Yet this swarm, bolstered by elites and a vicious rare monster, was something else entirely. Hold steady, stop this wave. Bailey Pajuan shouted. He had never imagined a breach this high level would disgorge so many beasts at once. 10,000 sword technique. He whispered the incantation, and visible ripples of energy fanned out. Runes flashed, then countless blades of light burst forth, their ringing uniting in one continuous note. Go. He pointed, and the sword storm rained down on the oncoming horde. The youngest transcendent close to the Saint Tier. No wonder they call his gift the strongest offense. Someone breathed in awe behind him. Major General Bailey's already in move. Another awakener barked. Everyone knew the monsters could not be allowed past the perimeter. Even this remote area could not contain the fallout if they escaped. All 20-plus transcendents unleashed their power at once, multicolored skills interweaving and lighting the night sky. Roar. The rare beast threw back its head and let out another furious howl. The shockwave shredded half the sword storm, scattering afterimages through the air. A heartbeat later, the other awakeners' attacks filled the gap. Flame blades, thunder spears, and ice hammers piling on. Xinjiang, this line won't hold long. Call for reinforcements. Bailey Pajuan growled, seeing half his 10,000 sword technique erased by a single roar. Yes, General. Xinjiang fell back, opened the comm channel, and sent an urgent distress call. Up front, human and monster forces collided at last, plunging the field into a chaotic fight for survival. This tastes great, especially the grilled fish tender without being burnt, fresh without feeling greasy, absolutely delicious. Black Monkey rubbed his round belly and let out a satisfied burp. Then come back whenever you get the chance, Bamboo Pole said, pleased to see everyone enjoying the meal. After dinner, with nothing else on the agenda, they strolled along a tree-lined path toward the villas, laughing the whole way. Just as they were about to step through the gate, Yun Feng suddenly stopped. Madman, what's wrong? Bamboo Pole turned back. Probably overachieved lower ranks are staging a protest. Yun Feng replied, dead serious. You. The others clamped their noses and dashed inside, leaving Yun Feng at the rear. He glanced into the distance and sneered to himself. Couldn't hold back anymore, huh? A split-second sweep of his senses told him someone was watching from the shadows. Scouts from Jiangnan Group had arrived. The company knew the location of this villa, and the moment word got out that he was back, they were bound to stake it out. Special delivery of power and talent, is it? Yun Feng muttered, half expecting a windfall as he walked inside. Even in a safe zone, he was curious to see what tricks Jiangnan Group might try. Still, to be safe, he pulled out 3 life-saving artifacts and handed them to his friends. Madman, you keep handing stuff out all day long. Makes us look like freeloaders, Bamboo Pole said, staring blankly at the swaggering piece of gear in his hand. Speak for yourself, don't drag me into it. Black Monkey quickly distanced himself. Is it someone from Jiangnan Group? Wen Rin cut straight to the point. Yun Feng nodded. Stay alert for a while. Even in a safe zone we can't relax. Who knows what dirty tricks they'll use. Seriously? The 3 of you wear gold badges. Would they really make a move? Bamboo Pole asked, half convinced. Big organizations always dabble with the dark side. Anything's possible. Yours is no exception, Bamboo Pole. Humph. If they do, I don't know about it. I've never been involved. Black Monkey laughed. See, some rich kid you turned out to be. They sprawled in the living room watching TV. Nearly every channel covered dimensional rifts, and even the latest movies and shows were stuffed with the same theme plots, so melodramatic, it was painful. Wooming mountain stretches beyond the mountain, his ringtone cut through the room. Who's calling at this hour? Yun Feng pulled out his phone. Hello, Captain Han, what's up? Yun Feng, there's an important assignment tomorrow. Report to headquarters at 8 sharp. Got it, no problem. When he hung up, a cold amusement flickered in his eyes. Madman, you just got back and they're already sending you out? Bamboo Pole yelled. Can't help it when you're this good, everybody wants a piece, Yun Feng said with a smug shrug. He only acted this unguarded around these few. Do we need to tag along? No. You and Black Monkey stay here and wait for me. Early the next morning, Yun Feng headed out and stepped onto the 4th unit's floor at exactly 8 o'clock. Captain Han, can't you let me rest for a few more days? He complained. I'd love to, but I've got other matters, so I have to count on you, the captain replied. After all, you're the squad's top fighter apart from me. Got it, I'm just blowing off steam. Yun Feng waved with an easy smile. So what's the job? There's a monster nest out on the wasteland, looks like a transcendent class creature. A normal transcendent. Nothing you can't handle, the enforcer said. Relax, they'll wrap it up nice and neat. Yun Feng flashed an okay sign. Then let's head out. A cool voice cut in. Ma Sihong stepped forward, frost at the corner of his eyes. Lucky kid, he thought. Not only did he survive the forbidden zone, he hauled back a pile of loot. Aloud, he urged, the silver and bronze badges are waiting. Move. Fine. We'll leave now, Vice Captain Ma. Lead the way. Yin emphasized Vice, matching Ma's lukewarm tone. Humph. Ma Sihong heard the jab and strode off. The convoy rolled out of the safe zone. This op had 2 gold badges, Yun Feng and Ma Cyan 18 silver badges at levels 30-45, and more than 40 bronze badges, most under level 30. The site was remote, so everyone packed into a heavy armored carrier whose wheels rumbled over the scorched earth. Inside, holoscreens flickered on metal walls. Though Ma Sihong disliked Yun Feng, he still briefed him. Recon confirms 1 transcendent inside. Combat power around 900,000. Copy. Wake me when we arrive. Yun Feng waved, leaned back, and dozed. Ma Sihong let him be, posted guards, then tinkered with his instruments in a corner. With time to kill, the enforcers whispered. Wow, never seen a gold badge this young. His combat ratings insane, beats some transcendence. They'd only heard tales of the student gold badge. Seeing him in person left them stunned. Sun rose, moon fell, 2 dull days, not a single monster in sight. Yun Feng, we're at the target zone. Ma Sihong nudged him. Great nap. Yun Feng stretched, mildly disappointed. No ambush. Lame. Had expected the Jiangnan Group to stir up trouble. He eyed Ma Sihong, top suspect for now. Following Ma's gesture, he saw a small hill of rock and dirt jutting from the wasteland, its surface riddled with holes like a honeycomb. The tunnels inside had to twist like a maze. Perfect hideout. The mission looked legit. Ma Sihong snapped orders. Switch comms to channel 2. 6 squads, 3 silvers, and 8 bronzes, each advance from 6 directions. Clear the low-level beasts first. If you spot the transcendent, call it in. Move. Yun Feng nodded, solid plan. He took the rear, both to gauge the enforcer's skills and to back them up fast. They were clearly handpicked against peers. They'd win every duel. Roar. Dozens of shapes burst from the rocks, monsters sensing intruders. One glance told Yunfeng they were all under level 30, perfect fodder for the bronzes. As the teams pressed on, weaker beasts thinned out, stronger ones above level 30 appeared, and the silvers joined the fight. Suddenly the radio crackled with urgency. Target sighted. An urgent voice crackled through his headset. Reporting in, target spotted in Squad 2 sector. Before the words had fully landed, Yunfeng shot toward the jumble of rocks like an arrow loosed from the string. Within seconds his visor locked onto the quarry, a compound-eyed phantom serpent. Level 52. Combat power 850,000. Skills: Hypnotic Eyes, Mirage Duplication. Ultimate: Serpent Flood, Dragon Metamorphosis. Just another ordinary transcendent beast, Yunfeng muttered with a hint of disdain, lifting his arm to finish it on the spot. But the black and green serpent darted away, slipping into the rock pile. Running, are we? A cold smile tugged at his lips. Since stepping into the wilderness, had learned these creatures were nothing like the dimension-space puppets that fought to the death. They would flee, they would scheme. The gluttonous broodmother had proven that she simply hadn't had the chance to escape. Chatter filled Squad 2's channel. What now? Do we follow? Fall back. It's a transcendent monster, wed, just get in the way. The three silver badge soldiers exchanged a glance, then withdrew, leaving the battlefield to Yunfeng. Amid the tumbled stones he pressed the chase, the serpent never more than a dozen meters ahead. Suddenly its body split into overlapping afterimages and vanished. Mirage duplication, interesting, Yunfeng whispered, flaring his mental senses. The mission had come too quickly for him to upgrade his 3-grade talents. With a grade sensory amplification, he could have locked on easily. A flicker of anomalous energy flashed to his left. He pivoted, lunging only to see a tail tip diving deeper into the rocks. The pursuit resumed, man and serpent driving ever farther up the craggy slope. You're out of room. Yunfeng halted abruptly, cold light forming in his right palm. Ice Dragon Break. The ice blue dragon burst forth, shattering stone and flushing the serpent into the open. Hiss. The black shadow reared, crimson tongue flicking while ghostly light swirled in its compound eyes. Instinctively, Yunfeng met its gaze and the world flipped. The rocky hill was gone. He now stood on an ancient battlefield, the air ringing with the clash of hundreds of thousands. Blood ran like rivers, and he himself wore battered armor, a broken blade in his hand. Mental illusion? Yunfeng chuckled, surveying the tattered gear. Is that all you've got? He whipped his arm forward, hurling the jagged knife. It ripped through the illusion like paper, boring into the brow of a distant enemy general. Crash. The vision shattered like glass, and Yunfeng's sights snapped back to the stone-strewn slope. The multi-eyed wraith serpent hissed again, the sound thick with sorrow. Its compound eyes shattered like glass, beads of pitch-black blood sizzling as they hit the rock. Yunfeng raised a hand and unleashed Ice Dragon Break. A crystalline dragon roared forward on a gale of bitter frost, crashing toward the inky serpent. The expected splatter never came. The dragon blew apart inches from the snake's head, dissolving into a blizzard of shards. Yunfeng's heart sank. The creature's ultimate had just been triggered. A moment later, an even fiercer serpent burst from the ice. Jet-black scales glimmered along its body, a slit on its brow revealing a tiny horn, while murderous aura boiled around it. Its combat power spiked to roughly 1,000,000. Yunfeng clicked his tongue. Gian, ordinary transcendent, getting such a monstrous boost? Even so, it was still ordinary class. Within a few moves the snake was already reeling and looked ready to fall. Just as Yunfeng prepared the finishing blow, an even heavier pressure rolled over him. He frowned and glanced toward the depths of the stony hills. Amid sliding rubble, a larger monster climbed the ridge. It wore tight golden armor, its body like an enormous rat with bull-like limbs, each step thudding like muffled thunder. Monster, Calamity Gold, Rat Elite. Level, 55. Combat power, 1.18 million. Skills, Golden Carapace, Scale Weaponry, Size Shift. Ultimate, Pandemonium. The giant rat appeared, and the evolved wraith serpent darted behind it like a bullied bride, rubbing affectionately against the golden plates. Yunfeng raised an eyebrow. So snakes and rats do work together, must be that size shift synergy. He even considered using Steel the Beloved to kidnap them both. Yet two Transcendent Zone and Elite level 55 would bury any rookie who wandered in. Ma Sahang's face flashed through his mind. Sending him in without solid intel had been reckless. The Calamity Gold rat stroked the serpent's head, calming it with a low rumble. Then its armor flared with blades of light, and it lunged at Yunfeng. Backed by its partner, the wraith serpent hissed and joined the assault. Yunfeng dropped his offense, crossed his arms, and slammed up an ice barrier, switching to defense. Meanwhile, constant booms echoed from the center of Rockfall Mountain, pillars of dust shooting skyward. Captain Ma, they're already fighting inside. We need to. We don't. Ma Sihong cut him off, lifting a hand. You think you can influence a battle like that? Stay put. He stared at the hilltop, his expression unreadable. Outside the mountain, Yun Feng gradually read the monster's rhythm. He whipped out a fan of ice blades and finally counterattacked. Yet the grinding fight drained his stamina and mana, while the rat and serpent only grew fiercer. With no choice, he uncorked a mana potion and downed it, cool liquid sliding down his throat as energy surged back into his veins. Every swipe of the elite Calamity Gold rat carried a razor edge of metal, snapping the air apart. After nearly an hour of brutal combat, Yun Feng stood coated in shattered ice and dust, chest heaving. Two more ice dragon breaks pulverized the serpent's spine, and cold abyss execution froze the rat's hardcore solid. Both colossal bodies crashed to the ground, dust billowing outward. Mission accomplished at last. Time to collect the loot. Yun Feng braced his hands on his knees, gulping for breath as he stared at the corpses. Let me handle the spoils, a voice said. Die, snarled another. The words overlapped as a dagger flashed from thin air toward Yun Feng's heart, followed an instant later by a longsword plummeting for his forehead. Facing certain death, Yun Feng's labored face finally changed. It wasn't fear. Instead, a faint smile lifted the corner of his mouth. I've been waiting for you to show up. As cold steel drew near, two blades sliced so close they grazed his skin, yet in the next instant Yun Feng vanished, as though swept away by the wind. The two attackers passed each other, their strikes missing, shock flashing between their brows. Earlier outside Launcher Mountain, they had watched Yun Feng's brutal fight with two monsters. The fact that he escaped unscathed from a pincer attack already showed terrifying strength, but they hadn't realized he still had energy in reserve. Worse, his words suggested had been waiting for them. They exchanged a look, both hearts sinking. People from Jiangnan Corporation clearly kept their composure. Yun Feng's figure flickered back into view, his gaze sliding between the pair. One was level 58, combat power 1.22 million. The other level 59, combat power 1.3 for million. A data lay bare. From the moment Han Lijun had called, Yun Feng had questioned the sudden assignment. The timing was too neat to ignore. Not meeting a single wild beast on the way only deepened his doubts. When he arrived, Jiangnan Corporation remained tight-lipped. Inside Launcher Mountain, two extraordinary monsters appeared simultaneously, and he briefly suspected Ma Sihong of altering the intel to have them kill him. But deep within the mountain, he sensed a subtle eraso. He chose to keep the monsters alive and stage a show. Throughout the fight, he deliberately exposed openings, yet never drew an ambush, proof of the killer's seasoned patience. Now they stood like ice sculptures, faces blank. One locked eyes on Yun Feng. The other silently merged into the rock's shadow, a disappearance beyond any standard stealth potion. Yun Feng's sharp glance swept both sides, inner alarms blaring. No footsteps, only the flash of blades. A dagger ghosted for his throat while a longsword swept across simultaneously. The twin strikes meshed with uncanny precision. They were Jiangnan Corporation's top secret assassins, usually mobilized only by the First Elder, who also served as chairman. With the Elder away handling a spatial incident, Chu Huahai had borrowed the blades. True to their reputation, every strike aimed to kill. Scree the longsword grazed him, slicing open his combat coat and carving a half-foot gash along his arm, the blood stark. Impossible, both assassins shouted inwardly. Yun Feng was equally startled. Gifted with true dragon power, he normally shrugged off 90% of physical attacks, yet a casual slash had broken his guard. The assassins were even more shocked. At their level, with techniques that ignored defenses, the wound was superficial. Even stranger, the gash sealed before their eyes, blood retracting, muscle knitting, the flesh whole in seconds. What kind of monster is he? Panic chilled their hearts. Yun Feng was clearly nothing like the ordinary fighter they'd seen against the twin beasts. Touching the fading wound, Yun Feng's expression turned serious. These two looked about as strong as Chu Hualu on paper, yet in actual combat they were leagues above him. After a brief moment of shock, the clash reignited. They were killers, not assassins, and had never entertained the notion of fleeing after a failed strike. Their eyes, a mission ended only when the target stopped breathing. To lure out their true power, Yun Feng had been holding back, relying solely on his ice affinity. Now, at last, he drew his warblade, and the moment the steel flashed, a sheath of eldritch black fire licked along its edge. The other saber, the one engraved with the thunder hex, had been notched during the fight with the skyey giant, and still lay unrepaired. He left it sheathed. Seeing Yun Feng close the distance with a blade, the two killers traded a glance, surprise flickering in their eyes. An elemental awakener, choosing to fight toe-a-toe? A melee mage? Clang steel met steel and sparks sprayed. The killers paled. The sheer force behind each blow and the consummate technique woven into Yun Feng's swings were both top tier. The longer they fought, the more uneasy they became. They were renowned for close quarters combat, yet their opponent yielded not an inch. Had they not been strong in their own right, moving with practiced coordination and shrouded by personal arts, they would have already lost. That thought had barely formed when five shadowy duplicates, each wreathed in the same black flame, burst into being and erased any lingering maybe. 2 against 1 had let them keep a slight edge. Faced with 5 more adversaries, they were immediately driven into disarray. What they didn't realize was that the earlier balance had been nothing but Yunfeng's concession. At a mental command, the 5 clones swarmed the killer whose strikes had breached his defenses, while his real body tangled with the black-clad swordsman. He stopped holding back. Every gift he possessed erupted at once. In the flurry, he discerned that the swordsman's talent favored raw physical arts, while the stealth aura originated from the other assassin. Since he had no plans to leave on any expedition soon, Yunfeng decided he might as well satisfy his curiosity. What power could possibly pierce his true dragon force? Wasting no time, he invoked a long-dormant ability, Steal the Beloved. At once the man's 11 skills unfurled inside his mind. Yunfeng skimmed them and zeroed in on the one that ignored all defense. 7 Kill Aura, passive. Attacks bypass the enemy's protection. He'll take that. In the blink of an eye, the skill moved into his own roster. The sheer overbearing nature of the passive made him marvel. No wonder it could cut through true dragon force. When the thought of 100% bare-handed blade catchability crossed his mind, he blanched and shook it off. Aside from 7 Kill Aura, the assassin's other skills were respectable, all honed for slaughter, but without that passive they posed no threat. And the trade-off of skills was never a mere matter of subtracting 1 and adding 1. On the field, the black-robed swordsman suddenly sensed something amiss. Moments ago his blade had sliced through Yunfeng's guard. Now every stroke was repelled by the true dragon force. He hurriedly checked his skill list and went ghost white. 7 Kill Aura was gone. In the heartbeat of shock that followed, Yunfeng's saber swept toward him. Teetering on the edge of death, he twisted aside and saved his core, yet his entire left arm was severed and blood fountained out. Killers are nothing if not ruthless. He swallowed the agony of losing an arm without so much as a grunt, clutching his shoulder with his remaining hand, face ashen, eyes clouded with confusion and fear. Why? He whispered at last, unable to fathom how the tide had turned so abruptly or why his skill had vanished into thin air. Asked the king of hell. Yunfeng replied coolly and swung the blade again. Yunfeng never shows mercy to his enemies. A burst of void flash fire roared out, and a searing blade followed through. He was sure the strike would end the fight, but the target vanished the instant the edge came down. 5 black flame doppelgangers rushed in, only to carve empty air. He can take someone with him when he goes invisible? Yunfeng muttered, then barked, Forest Domain Manifest. Centered on Yunfeng, the barren rocky slope erupted with life. Vines split the stone, shrubs and towering trees shot upward fast enough to see, and in seconds they blanketed nearly a kilometer. As the dense canopy swayed, his awareness spread like a tide. Nothing living in this domain could hide from him. Found you. He locked onto 2 auras sprinting away. The wood element skill he had just learned was not especially lethal, but it could reshape the terrain and feed everything within it into his senses, exactly the utility he had been looking for. Elsewhere, Assassin 2 sheathed his blade and half-supported the one-armed Assassin 1 as they staggered off the mountain. That was close. We almost died, he whispered, but a flicker of emerald shot up at his feet. Vegetation exploded outward, wrapping the pair in layer after layer of green. What the hell? Where did all these plants come from? 2 muttered, panic rising. Him again? How many talents does that guy have? I have to get this intel back. With that thought, he dragged one forward, quickening his pace. They had taken only a few steps when a gust of force slammed toward 2's back. Impossible. His pupils contracted. He was still cloaked, yet the strike came as though he were standing in broad daylight. His invisibility was innate, not potion-based. As long as he masked his aura, even strong psychics should not have tracked him. What he did not know was that invisibility meant unseen, not absent. The moment he brushed a leaf inside the forest domain, he brushed one of Yunfeng's sensory tendrils. Steel flashed. At the critical instant, one shoved 2 aside, and as they separated, a cold gleam scraped past, the blade ripping the air with a low roar. Both figures flickered into view, their cloaks forcibly broken. Invisibility, huh? I like it, Yunfeng said, eyes fixed on 2, open greed glinting within. I must have talent. Who wouldn't want it? The stare made 2's scalp prickle. He cast a reluctant glance at his partner, then vanished again. Bitterness welled in one's chest. That look had already condemned him to face death alone. An instant later, a mass of frost formed ahead, and at its heart was the recently vanished 2. He thought Yunfeng had used one's exposed position to pinpoint him, unaware that inside the forest domain his stealth blazed like a beacon at noon. 2's strength had never been damaged but perfect concealment, a skill that, paired with 1, let their 7-fold kill style peck away like a sparrow at a cow. Today, against Yunfeng, every calculation proved worthless. With their escape cut off, the pair never even managed a final struggle. Yunfeng cut them into pieces. After killing the 2 men, Yunfeng felt no joy. Instead, a trace of bitterness flickered across his face. The 2 corpses had yielded nothing but 5,005 points of spiritual power and a heavy dose of disappointment. A 10% chance, and it still didn't trigger my sneak specialist talent? He cursed inwardly, as if the advantage of ambush were waving him goodbye. Spoils, however, were non-negotiable. He crouched down, stripped both men of their storage rings, and flicked his wrist to summon two ink-black flames. Sparks crackled, and within moments the bodies and bloodstains were reduced to drifting ash. Certain he had left no trace, he exhaled softly and walked toward the two extraordinary beasts he had just felled. The monsters' massive bodies sprawled across the ground, their blood still warm. Yun Feng yanked out fangs, sliced off scales, and stuffed every usable part into his ring, even scooping up the leftover energy crystals. When the harvest was done, he fished a violet elite shard from the shattered bones and broke into a grin. Not bad at all. With everything packed, he brushed off his hands and strode out of the mountain pass. Outside, several enforcers stood beside an armored carrier. Seeing Yun Feng emerge unscathed, they all let out a collective sigh. All cleared. Ma Sihong was the first to approach, eyes fixed on the mission readout. Cleared. Yun Feng nodded, then added, but Deputy Captain Ma, your intel was off. There wasn't just one extraordinary beast in there. His gaze bored into the other man. Impossible. My intel team doesn't make mistakes like that. Ma Sihong instinctively stepped back, forcing himself to look stern. Yun Feng studied him. The man didn't seem to be acting. Doubt flickered in his mind, yet he still said coldly, you'd better get this sorted. If I hadn't had a few tricks left, not just the Mishimi life would have been forfeit. Ma Sihong didn't push back this time. Pressing his lips together, he said, they'll get to the bottom of it and make things right. The surrounding silver badge and bronze badge enforcers held their breath as the two heavyweights squared off. At least the mission was complete. That was the lone bright spot. In the uneasy silence, the armored vehicles rumbled to life, and the convoy began its journey home. Useless, every last one of them. Porcelain shattered and wood splinters flew in the Jiangnan Tower headquarters suite as Second Elder Chu Huahai raged. News that both extraordinary assassins' life plaques had shattered simultaneously had blown his last fuse. Violent energy swept through the room, reducing furnishings to dust. Once his fury burned out, dread set in. While the Grand Elder was away, he had mobilized the clan's hidden assets without permission, and not only had he failed, he had lost valuable forces. If his ruthless brother found out, the consequences would be unbearable. What now? What am I supposed to do? He paced through the wreckage, panic flashing in his eyes. Moments later the fear was replaced by something colder. He stopped, gritted his teeth, and whispered, might as well go all the way. A ruthless glint surfaced in Chu Huahai's eyes. Yun Feng, I really owe you for this one. 2 evenings later, the transport plane touched down smoothly at the 6th District Enforcers headquarters, not the Jiangnan Prefecture branch, but the district's true nerve center. The hatch slid open, and Han Lijun came down the ramp, excitement and relief clear on his face. He clapped Yun Feng on the shoulder. Save the thanks, Captain Han. Yun Feng replied with a tired smile. It was nothing. He paused. Captain, we need to talk in private. Sensing trouble, Han Lijun led him straight into his office and locked the door. What went wrong on the mission? He asked, motioning for Yun Feng to sit. I was ambushed on the way, Yun Feng said bluntly. The Chu family? Han Lijun shot upright, his chair squealing. Most likely. Han Lijun shook his head. The itinerary was arranged at the last minute. Only Ma Sihong and I knew in advance. The rest of the team got their orders half an hour before departure. There shouldn't have been any leaks. Yun Feng stayed silent. If there's a mole, Han Lijun muttered, old Ma is the only real suspect. Let's not jump to conclusions, Yun Feng cut in. Finding the leak is what matters. Han Lijun nodded grimly. Understood. If anything had happened to you, I'd have no right to keep this post. You have my word, I'll get to the bottom of it. Yun Feng smiled, thinking, same speech, different captain. Some people just love sounding righteous. To ease the tension, he changed the subject. By the way, isn't our 4th squad a bit sad? You are the only awakened extraordinary we have. Don't get me started, Han Lijun said, rubbing his temples. Look at old Ma and the others all stuck at level 14, waiting for an epic grade item. HQ issues too few every year, and everyone fights over them. Some even sandbag their combat scores just to hoard shards. Plus, enforcers handle the day-to-day stuff. The real muscle sits with the army. No wonder we're short-handed. Yun Feng nodded. Only now did he understand why such an important agency was so lacking in firepower. All right, I'm heading home. Call me if anything comes up, he said, standing. Go on. Once Yun Feng's figure vanished down the corridor, Han Lijun stared through the glass at Ma Sihong in the next office, bent over a report, thoughts swirling behind his eyes. Leaving headquarters, Yun Feng headed straight to the villa, thinking about the 3-tire talents he still hadn't upgraded. The moment he pushed open the front door, a volley of angry voices hit him. Triple kings, boom. Black monkey, are you nuts? I play a 3 and you drop a bomb. I do what I want. Hey, race of 4. Yun Feng raised a brow. Zhugan, Black Monkey, and another teammate were huddled around the coffee table playing cards, the air thick with tension. I'm done. Zhugan slapped his cards onto the table, looking ready to explode. We're the farmers. You want play a single card until I lay a 3, then you nuke it? Do you even know how to play? Black Monkey shrugged, wearing a come on, keep going grin, the classic bad player who loved chaos. When Rin watched the two of them squabble and chuckled. Well, turns out a simple card game can start a war. A brand new deck lay scattered across the coffee table, the one Yin Feng had conjured up during the new year thanks to his gift. The game had begun with high spirits, but Hay Hao's card skills were awful, and Yin Feng had flatly refused to sit with him. Now the Black Monkey had dragged Beanpole into battle, so the air was thick with grievances. Madman, you be the judge who plays like this? Beanpole complained to Yin Feng while drawing a card. You know he's hopeless, yet you still teamed with him? Fine, be bad. But how can his luck be so obscene? What gnawed at Beanpole most was that Hay Hao's technique was dreadful, while his luck was ridiculous. The rest of the group laughed it off because when Run read Yin Feng's fortune every day, as if casting a protective charm over them. When Run, come to my room, Yin Feng suddenly called out. I had to drop everything for that mission. We never finished our work. The words came so suddenly that when Rin stood rooted to the spot, head lowered, ears flushing red. Why are you still there? Come only need that skill upgrade. The thought of advancing his talent made Yin Feng itch to sprint back to his room. Oh, right coming. When Rin snapped out of it and hurried after him. I told you not to contact me right now. Why did you come? Inside a small hotel near Enforcer headquarters, the curtains were drawn tight, blocking every ray of noon sunlight. In the dim room, two figures, one in black, one in white, stood face to face. The black-robed figure kept his hood low, speaking in a rasp that seemed to seep from the shadows. Opposite him, the white-robed man wore a rough human-skin mask, clearly elderly. He barked, "Is this how you talk to me now? Who pulled every string to get you into the Enforcers?" The black-robed man's shoulders trembled. He sighed. I'm grateful you put me there, but I've helped you countless times since. Without me, the gang would have collapsed ages ago. And it still collapsed. The white-robed man shouted, slamming the table. How is that my fault? You insisted on cozying up to the Jiangnan group. You dug your own grave. The man in black grew even more agitated. Without you, the gang wouldn't be in this mess, yet you still refuse to wake up. I have no way out, the older man hissed. I'm done helping. Pray for yourself. At the thought of his latest assignment, the black-robed man's hand trembled. One last time, the white-robed man suddenly pleaded, softening his tone. Help me just once more. After that I won't come near you again. You take your broad road, it'll cling to my narrow bridge. Silence stretched. Finally, the man in black sighed. Fine. One last time. What is it? He knew full well that even another leak wouldn't slow Yin Feng's rise. Good. They'll send the details later, the elder said, giving him a long look before turning to leave. When the door clicked shut, the black-robed man tipped his head toward the darkness above and murmured, why was this the fate given to me? With a weary sigh, he waited until the old man had been gone for a while, then shrugged off the black robe and stepped out of the room. It was you after all. As the man in the black cloak dropped his disguise and stepped out of the hotel room, someone came toward him. He froze, pupils contracting. Captain Han, what brings you here? He forced a smile, but his voice was taut. The corridor lighting was dim. Han Lijun stopped, his gaze like a blade. Why did you do it, Xiaobo? Tell Mui. The cloaked man pulled off his hood, revealing a familiar face. Pu Lianghua of 4th Squad. Usually taciturn and cold, he now looked conflicted. His Adam's apple bobbed. Boss, I had no choice. You hit it well, even I didn't notice. Han Lijun's clenched fist trembled. I wasn't trying to hide. Pu Lianghua drew a long breath and spilled everything. All these years, have I ever failed the team? A newcomer joins, good news, yet it had to be him. One saved me and got me into the Enforcers. The other is a teammate who just arrived. How could I choose? His voice rose, years of suppressed emotion exploding in the narrow hall. Han Lijun sighed and reached out. Come back to headquarters with me. Boss. Pu Lianghua's knees buckled. He fell, voice cracking. Do I still have a chance? I want to be a good man. I know I was wrong. Joining the Enforcers meant cutting ties with the Bloodbone Society and standing for justice. I never should have colluded with darkness or let comrades die. I really know I was wrong. His forehead touched the cold tile, tears mixing with sweat. Han Lijun watched the subordinate had followed him for over a decade, conflict in his eyes. He was about to tell him to stand when his earpiece buzzed. Boss, Gu Dabai confessed to everything, Lu Yuchi reported, detailing how Pu Lianghua had obtained epic-grade material from Jiangnan Group and set the scheme in motion. The warmth left Han Lijun's voice. So you were after repayment, were you? His gaze could slice air. Epic-grade material, huh? Color drained from Pu Lianghua's face. He collapsed completely, every argument stripped away. Faced with Han Lijun's extraordinary power, he had no fight left. Good thing Yin Feng had skills, otherwise you'd have succeeded. Han Lijun flicked out silver-black cuffs. Put them on. Designed for awakened talents, the Heavenlock restraint sealed abilities once snapped shut. Metal clicked, Pu Lianghua's shoulders sagged. Take him away. Han Lijun ordered. Two Enforcers with silver badges stepped from the walls and hauled Pu Lianghua up. I've waited long enough. Pu Lianghua roared, voice echoing. Is it wrong to want transcendence? They hand out so little epic-grade material each year. Why is it never my turn? Han Lijun walked on, voice cold. Some lines, once crossed, never lead back. Elsewhere, Yun Feng answered Han Lijun's call. Hearing the mole is Pu Lianghua, he was stunned. In their brief interactions, the man had seemed quiet and straightforward, even supportive. Yun Feng had never suspected him. Captain Han, how will you handle it? Yun Feng asked. Life imprisonment. For words sealed Pu Lianghua's fate. Yun Feng didn't say another word and hung up. With Wen Ren's triple skill boost running, he finally pushed his last 3 level talents: physical toughness, regeneration, and perception up to a level. The plan had seemed airtight, but a small hiccup cropped up during the upgrade. To avoid arousing suspicion, Head saved the most eye-catching talent, bronze skin iron bones, for last. The room stayed quiet for the first 2 upgrades, but when it came to the third, the phenomenon burst loose. Bang! Yun Feng stood still as his clothes detonated, fabric shredding into scraps. His exposed skin darkened from flesh tone to bronze, deepening until it gleamed like metal. Ah! A shrill scream rattled the walls. Shameless. Pervert. Wen Ren bolted out, covering her burning face, yet still stealing a glance over her shoulder. Downstairs, Black Monkey and Bamboo Pole jumped up from the TV and rushed to the second floor. What happened? Whoa, why's the maniac's room glowing? Black Monkey craned his neck. Let's check it out. Bamboo Pole pushed the door. Light spilled through the half-open doorway. Inside, Yun Feng's body shone like a bronze statue, every muscle sharply defined. TSK, nice build. Good hardware, too. While they critiqued him, they glanced around and suddenly remembered. We came up because Wen Ren screamed, right? Where is she? A grown man screaming, so high don't tell me ha. They shared a greasy grin. What the hell are you two laughing at? Yun Feng's upgrade finished. He looked up to find himself stark naked, 2 men eyeing him like art. His hair stood on end. With a thought, he triggered Void Walk and vanished. Black Monkey and Bamboo Pole blinked, sensed the awkwardness, and hurried out. Think the lunatic got the wrong idea? Black Monkey muttered. Only because you laugh like a creep. Bamboo Pole glared. Like you didn't laugh? They glared, shrugged, and went back downstairs. Moments later, Yun Feng reappeared, dressed. He cursed under his breath. Stupid talent blowing my clothes off during the upgrade. Next time I'm doing this where no one's around. As he came downstairs, Black Monkey and Bamboo Pole's eyes stuck to him again. What are you staring at? We grew up skinny dipping together. Quit pretending, Yun Feng snapped. Never seen one that big, they said in unison, voices full of mischief. You. Yun Feng choked, turned away, and asked, where's Wen Ren? Probably in her room, Black Monkey shrugged. She screamed earlier, must have been overwhelmed by your magnificence and hid in shame. Bamboo Pole snickered. The gentle spring breeze has faded, and the sun overhead is growing fierce. The once humid air turns dry, announcing the handoff from spring to summer. For every student, this can mean only one thing. The most important days of the year, the college entrance examination, are around the corner. In the world of the awakened, if Awakening Day sets the tone for a person's future, then the college exam is the decisive fork that can overhaul it completely. Universities for the awakened are nothing like high school. 1. After enrollment, the overall power gap between classmates shrinks, putting almost everyone on the same starting line. 2. The school conducts a second round of official team assignments, letting students seek partners who truly suit them. Of course, those strong enough to solo clear can still go it alone. 3. Teaching shifts from one-size-fits-all to tailored instruction, with guidance based on each talent's type and rank. 4. Several top schools control unique pocket dimensions whose loot and shards are exceptionally valuable. This is the main reason Yun Feng longs for college. Madman, the exam's tomorrow. I'm heading back to school. Black Monkey slung on his backpack, sounding more solemn than usual. He hoped to earn his alma mater some renown through his own ability, repaying its support. The school had even promised him a hefty bonus if he scored well. Madman, I'm off too. Just wait, it'll blow everyone's minds and wipe the smug looks off their faces. The lanky Bamboo Pole followed close behind. Competition at number 3 high was fiercer, but his talent had just advanced to grade A, and the domineering lightning element should easily draw the attention of elite universities. Sure, good luck on the exam. Given their current levels and combat power, both were nearly guaranteed admission to their dream schools. Once the two left, Wen Ren turned to Yun Feng in surprise. They're going to the exam, aren't you? I am, just not yet. Yun Feng grinned. As the bearer of Enforcer Jin Hui, digging up test intel was a piece of cake. He already knew the seating chart for their own number 9 high. Let's drop by tomorrow and enjoy the show. Enjoy the show? Wen Ren frowned until Yun Feng flashed his Enforcer badge. Inside Enforcement HQ, Han Lijun was busy assigning security details for exam week. Spotting Yun Feng, he raised an eyebrow. What brings you here? Aren't you sitting the test yourself this year? To keep Yun Feng undistracted, Han Lijun hadn't given him any tasks for 10 days, though he knew perfectly well the exam was mostly a formality for him. Still, safeguarding the test sites was a top priority, and enforcers had to put the candidate's safety first. I'm here for an assignment. Let me handle security at number 9 high. This kid Han Lijun muttered with a wry smile, but tossed over a metal command token anyway. Commander's badge for the number 9 detail trying not to stir up trouble. Relax, in the picture of reliability. Yun Feng pocketed the token. Deployment would start tonight. He had barely stepped out of the hall when a clear voice called his name. Turning, he found Han Yuchi, the very officer who had recruited the 3 of them into the enforcement division. Yun Feng, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be at school? Chi Jia, are you on assignment too? Yun Feng shot back, dodging her question. This is a big one. Practically every enforcer in the district has been mobilized, and it's not just personnel, there are armored vehicles everywhere. We might even end up riding together. Yun Feng gave the metal badge in his hand a casual shake, a silver gleam flashing in the dawn light. Why, you're the detachment leader? Han Yuchi caught sight of the unique command insignia and froze, then snapped to attention. Han Yuchi, Reserve Squad, 3rd Battalion, reporting for duty, Captain Yun. The young enforcer was attached to Security Team 9 and assigned to this escort. Fall in and move out. Yes, sir. Han Yuchi answered with a grin before jogging back to the ranks. Hundreds of enforcers formed a dark tide, the deep rumble of treads rolling beneath them as they surged toward number 9 high school. Their mission was simple: escort more than 10,000 students to the exam site. Haven't set foot here in almost a year. The sight of the gate tugged at Yun Feng's heart. The campus held more than 12 months of memories. At the entrance, the head of security hurried over a square-jawed man known as the Black-Faced God. He didn't recognize Yun Feng, though Yun had heard of him. Sir, this way please. We've prepared dinner, just a standard mess meal, I'm afraid. Thanks. Much appreciated. Yun Feng motioned to his team to follow. Night fell, and the campus lay empty. With the college entrance exam the next morning, the school was already sealed off. No students lingered in sight. Good, Yun Feng thought. Less chance of old classmates recognizing me. Dinner ended close to 9. Patrols fanned out across the grounds, ready for any threat. Yun Feng and a few companions strolled the darkened pathways, letting familiar sights stir old memories. Summer nights are brief. Pale light soon bled across the eastern sky. A day of the exam had arrived. Outside the gate, more than 100 armored carriers stood in formation, gun barrels, electromagnetic shields, and floodlights forming a wall of steel. There was no rousing speech. Homeroom teachers guided their classes to the gate. The vice principal, nominal head of the convoy, cleared his throat and announced the rules. This year we have 5 testing zones, 2 for levels 10-20, 2 for levels 20-30, and 1 for anyone above level 30. You can go in solo or in teams. Scores depend on the total value of the loot you bring back. Fragments count as well. Before you depart, the school will issue standard gear and storage devices, so fight your own fight and show us what you've got. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. They're really running a level 30 plus zone. Could be crazy enough to go in there. They do it every year. It's for show. Who's getting on the first transport? If you're already level 30, you're basically guaranteed a spot at one of the top academies. Why take the test? Just then, the enforcer column reached the gate and swiftly took over traffic and security. Look, even that loser showed up. Someone pointed at a figure climbing down from one of the smaller armored carriers and shouted in surprise. A chorus of gasps drew every eye toward the enforcer convoy. Yun Feng swung open the heavy door of the armored carrier, stepped down, and stood as composed as ever. Yun Feng? What's he doing here? Does he really think he can still take the entrance exam? There are only 5 testing sites this year. None of them are for someone like him. Anything below level 10 isn't even open. He vanished for a year. I thought the school expelled him. Did you see him get out of an enforcer vehicle? Could he be one of them? Yeah, right. If he can wear the badge, then in the golden crest. Class 32, stationed on the outer edge with the clearest view, witnessed the whole scene. Dressed in ordinary clothes, Yun Feng went unrecognized, and the gossip erupted. Over the past year, his disappearance and Hay House unrivaled strength had boosted the class status, and they were enjoying it. The racket at the front rolled backward. Students blocked from the view could only hear the commotion near Class 32 and stood on tiptoe. What? That Frank Yun Feng is back and still dares to take the exam? Where does he get the nerve? Why not just live like a regular person? Maybe he plans to die protecting his precious Frank talent, huh? Rumors spread like wildfire, sending the crowd into an uproar. Yun Feng waved brightly. Miss me, guys? Same flavor as always, you know the recipe. He ignored the whispers and greeted everyone with gusto. Hay House heart skipped a beat. This guy wouldn't appear out of nowhere unless he had a scheme. Class 32, form up. Hold steady. Li Yanqing finally saw what was happening and hurried to the front to shield her students. For a year she had tried to keep Yun Feng safe, hoping he would simply graduate. She never meant for him to risk his life in the exam, so she had kept her distance. She lowered her voice. Yun Feng, why are you here? Watch if you want, but don't do anything reckless. Miss Li, long time no see. Yun Feng's eyes lit up. She seemed even more beautiful after a year. Cut the act. Flustered by his teasing gaze, Li Yanqing blushed and glared back. She turned to the man beside Yun Feng, polite yet firm. Officer, thank you for bringing my student, but please take him back now. Wenren hadn't expected that. He was momentarily speechless and instinctively looked to Yun Feng for help. Though not in uniform, the golden badge on his sleeve gleamed, a mark reserved for the leader of an enforcer squad. Captain, Vice Captain, the area is secure. We can move out at any time. Two patrolling enforcers jogged over, saluted, and reported to Yun Feng. Li Yanqing froze. She saw only one person, so why address both the captain and the vice captain? Yun Feng waved casually. Tell the school to have the students board the carriers in order. His tone was mild, yet left no room for debate. The enforcers saluted again and trotted off. Seeing what had just happened, Li Yaqing and the nearby students stared in disbelief, as if they were meeting Yun Feng for the very first time. See, Captain? Li Yaqing stammered. She pinched her cheek hard enough to suck in a breath. You're a gold badge enforcer? Everyone else wearing that badge was only a vice captain. Realizing Shed almost reprimanded an actual squad leader, she hurriedly stepped back to put some distance between them. Ms. Li, there's no need for that, Yun Feng said with a helpless smile. I'm only here to see how the entrance exam is going. Forget about my rank for today. That amounted to a direct admission of his gold badge status. The doorway of Class 32 fell silent. You could have heard a pin drop. Even as students, each of them was at least level 10, so their heightened senses caught every word. How did that loser Yun Feng become a gold badge enforcer in just a year? The thought exploded in their minds. The noisy school gate went quiet as if the tide had receded, the stillness spreading from Class 32. Everyone shared the same question. What made Yun Feng worthy? The teachers who had once called for his expulsion and labeled him the school's disgrace were now speechless. He hadn't just shed the disgrace. He could single-handedly elevate the academy's reputation. Yun Feng's gaze swept the crowd and stopped on Zhou Quan, nicknamed Black Monkey. Zhou raised a middle finger and silently mouthed, "Show off." You had to admit, this entrance was pure showboating and flawlessly executed. A former classmate had become an untouchable gold badge enforcer, a shock big enough to fuel gossip for months. Before anyone could recover, the loudspeaker urged candidates onto the transports. The first vehicle was reserved for examinees above level 30. No one thought they qualified until Black Monkey strode aboard. Zhou Quan's level 30. Impossible. Shangguan Shui's and shrank talent, and only just hit 30 and she got automatic admission to Imperial Awakeners University. The principal coaches her personally. How did Zhou Quan pull it off? The ranked students felt the sting most. Black Monkey looked back, half smiling. Look at your faces, jealousy is ugly. Right now, Class 32 had every reason to be proud. First, the class trash Yun Feng turned out to be a gold badge enforcer and chief of exam security. Now a rank Zhou Quan had hit level 30 and boarded the first transport. Their pride was hard to contain. More than 10,000 students filed onto the armored carriers, the engines roar rolling over the campus. Yun Feng led his squad in formation, escorting them to their testing sites. As the convoy pulled out, when Ren, sitting in the passenger seat, turned to him. Aren't you tempted to jump in and play? Beating up kids isn't my idea of fun, Yun Feng said with a shrug, though he was barely older than those kids. When Ren rolled her eyes. So you came back just to scare your classmates? She asked. Not only that. Yun Feng watched the scenery blur past. The exam lasts a month. I figured I could use the downtime to help you level up. With only a skeleton crew guarding the rift, nobody's crazy enough to mess with the test centers. Really? Then my talent seal can unlock again. When Ren's eyes lit up. At level 40, I can push it to rank, and my skills will rise another notch. That was exactly why Yun Feng had chosen to return now, was betting a brank blessing of fate would be even stronger. After the last student stepped into the testing hall, Yun Feng gave a few quick instructions and left with one Ren. His exam score no longer mattered to him, and admission to Pinghai Awakener University was all but guaranteed. Han Lijun had filed the application before the mission began, and with an enforcer's recommendation plus his own resume, acceptance was a foregone conclusion. Where are we headed this time? Wenren asked, falling into step beside him. A newly emerged dimensional pocket. Yun Feng replied offhandedly. That very pocket had saved his life when a Jiangnan group strike team tried to kill him. Now, a fully equipped temporary base stood outside its entrance. The place was called the Yiling Dimensional Space, a name that matched the creatures inside. A long, snaking line of awakeners waited at the gate, eager for a turn at the grind. Even though the welfare period had ended, the shardrop rate was still far higher than in older spaces, more than enough to make people queue for hours and pay hefty entrance fees. Someone tried to cut the line. Guards closed in at once, but the moment they saw the gold badge on Wenren's arm, they snapped to attention. Sir. Wenren lifted a hand in acknowledgement, accepting the salute with mild exasperation. The two of them skirted the line and stepped straight through the Portalan enforcer's privilege in all its glory. No waiting, no fee, pure ease. They crossed the curtain of light, and a gray sky pressed down on them. The gloom like eternal dusk. Far away, indistinct shapes drifted about, impossible to tell human from ghost. Yin Feng, how about another pocket? It's almost dark, Wenren said, scanning the surroundings with unease. It always looks like this. Where's the dark you're talking about? Yun Feng chuckled, and planted his treasury, a hat glowing with an eerie green light, squarely on Wenren's head. Wenren's hand twitched toward it, but he remembered he needed Yunfeng's help to lift the seal, so he swallowed the protest. Yunfeng had planned to start methodically with level 41 monsters, yet that notion died fast. Every tier of the common monster zone was packed. The lure of better drop rates had drawn a tidal wave of trainees. In that sea of people, Wenren remained silent, as though someone had hit his mute button. Are you scared? Yunfeng noticed tense shoulders and trembling fingers. Seriously? A grown man afraid of these things? He teased. He expected a retort. Instead, he got an even quieter back. The sight dragged Yunfeng back to that night in the Bangqiu Mountain dimensional space, when the sky dimmed and Bailey Luyun had shivered just the same. Awakeners swarmed everywhere. The pair passed 5 ranks of specter swider-robed vengeful spirits, gray-robed wraiths, purple-robed fiends, reed-robed devils, and black-armored ghost soldiers, yet never got a chance to swing a weapon. Even after they reached the elite monster zone, the situation wasn't much better. Monster, elite twins of life and death, level 45, combat power 335,486. Skills, shapeshift, White Reaper's Claim, Black Reaper's Hook. The creature is a single body with 2 halves, standing more than 5 meters tall. The left side wears a snow-white robe and has the cold face of a scholar. The right is wrapped in pitch-black cloth, its features as fierce as a thunder god. Both faces share one detail, a crimson tongue nearly 2 meters long, dripping wet and glinting with a sinister chill. Wenren spotted it from a distance and went ghost white, almost blending into the pallid mask of the White Reaper. If I'd known it'd be this crowded, I wouldn't have come, he muttered. The elite mob zone looked like a marketplace. Players queued for spawns, and the twins were swarmed the moment they reappeared. At this stage, an average party could take down an elite, and the shard drop rate was higher. Yunfeng glanced around. Plenty of monsters, even more people. Wenren's eyes lit up. We can still back out, let's go. He tugged at Yunfeng's sleeve, refusing to look at the twins again. Yunfeng shook his head. We're here already, may as well finish. If the rare mob zone is just as packed, we'll treat it as a stroll. Without waiting for a reply, he dragged Wenren deeper into the instance. With every step, the sky above them darkened, color and depth sinking together as though they were walking into endless night. An entire day later, they reached the rare monster sector. Monster, Rare Ghost General, level 45, combat power 386,936. Skills, Deathlance, Soul Eating Fire, Aura of Dread, Spirit Summon. Compared with the twins, the Ghost General almost looked aesthetic, at least it stood straight. A 10-meter frame was wrapped in layered black armor, each plate etched with snarling demons. Green light coursed through the grooves, and a frigid miasma seeped out like fog. Its head, however, ruined the effect. A bare skull patched with rotting flesh, white maggots writhing in the cracks. Wenren doubled over, dry heaving. Yunfeng patted his back. Since when did ugly things make you puke? The good news, hardly any players were here, so no more kill stealing. We'll start from here, Yunfeng decided. Wenren was only level 31. A level 45 rare mob granted 1,125 spirit points, and he needed 40,000 to level up. Fewer than 40 kills would do it, and he was stocked with gold tier potion. Safety wasn't an issue. Their roles were clear. Yunfeng whittled the Ghost General down. Wenren landed the finishing blow. They cooperated smoothly, though each time Wenren struck, he froze like a statue, refusing to look the monster in the face. The real bottleneck wasn't fighting, but finding targets. The terrain was open and rares were sparse. Most of their time vanished in the search. Worse, Yunfeng remembered something had overlooked. Wenren's luck was abyssal, and shard drops for him were as rare as lottery wins. Miscalculated badly, Yunfeng cursed under his breath. After hours with almost nothing to show, he changed course and headed straight for the instance's deepest point. If we're not getting loot, we'll meet the final boss, he decided, though he had no intention of letting Wenren claim that kill. The farther they went, the colder the air became. At last they arrived at a pool of yellowed spring water. In its center stood a blurred figure, the space's ultimate boss, waiting in silence. Monster, Yomi Ghost King, leader tier, level 45, combat power 423,198. Skills, Night Parade of 100 Demons, Sword of Kings, Life from Yomi, Mercy Release. Its readout had already appeared on both men's visors. The title Ghost King was no exaggeration. Its presence was overwhelming. A saffron robe shimmered like imperial scales, a crown of underworld glass hung over blood-red hair, and a black gold belt etched with demon heads glinted coldly at its waist. An infernal emperor's sword rested across its palms, making the creature look every inch a monarch personally leading an army from hell. At least this one looks human, Wenren muttered under his breath. Miserable wretches, who dares trespass in the realm of the dead? The Ghost King intoned, its voice cold and metallic as it echoed along the river of Yomi. Yunfeng could not be bothered to reply. He could already overpower transcendent class monsters. A mere leader-class ghost king was nothing. Nothing truly excited him anymore except the three grand dimensional realms, said to house creatures many times stronger and to admit only the worthy. The thought passed in a flash, and he raised his hand to strike. He did not even draw his saber. He simply unleashed Ice Dragon Break. A burst of frigid light detonated, blasting the once arrogant Ghost King straight into the crooked river. No soul energy flowed into Yun Feng life from Yomi had triggered. The Ghost King rose once more from the dark water, but before it could speak, a second Ice Dragon Break smashed into it. The passive effect of Seven Slayer Malice ignored physical and elemental defenses alike, sending the king sprawling before it could muster any aura. System prompt: 355 soul energy acquired. At the same time, the water beneath the fallen Ghost King was sucked dry by its own corpse and vanished in a blink. While looting, Yun Feng found a vial labeled Nether Yomi Essence, Replica. The description claimed it could drastically hasten the awakening of any underworld-related talent and boost its skills. Underworld talents, huh? Haven't come across those yet. He'll hang on to it. Like a miser, he swept every drop into his pack. As he turned the body over, a shard glowing red rolled free. Luck's still on my side, Yun Feng said, shooting Wenren a glance. Without my skill you wouldn't have gotten that drop at all, Wenren snorted, refusing to back down. He had farmed more than 50 ghost generals in the past 2 days and only managed 4 bronze shards with his own abilities. He would never admit to being unlucky. Yun Feng pocketed the shard and decided to take Wenren elsewhere. This dimensional pocket was too crowded to level efficiently after subtracting 3 days of travel. Wenren had gained only 1 level in 2 days, far too slow. He was about to turn away when a gale erupted out of nowhere. Sand and gravel whipped through the air as wraiths scattered. The spot where the Ghost King had fallen tore open into a spatial rift, and from the far side surged a terrifying aura that made Yun Feng's heart pound. His expression darkened. He had not trained in a dimensional space for some time, and had almost forgotten the retribution for killing the Black Knight had finally caught up with him. Get out of here. He'll handle the rest. Yun Feng shoved a spatial capsule into Wenren's hand and crushed it before he could protest. With a flash of silver light, Wenren vanished. Before Yun Feng could catch his breath, a hook and chain burst from the void, snagged the vanished Wenren, and dragged him back to the spot. The chain sliced the air with a shriek like a giant serpent rending the sky, while a suffocating aura of malice pressed in, heralding the arrival of something dreadful. A monster strode out of thin air. The instant Yun Feng looked up, his pupils tightened. Ed knew this figure all too well. The newcomer was tall and powerfully built. A thick black beard swallowed his swarthy face, and heavy brows, shaped like inverted crescents, crushed down on his eyes. A blood-red brocade robe snapped in the wind, its bulging belly stretching, the embroidered qilin rearing on fiery hooves until the beast seemed about to leap off the fabric. The pressure rolling off him felt almost solid. A long sword gleamed in his right hand, and the very chain that had hauled Wenren back hung at his left hip. The fury in his gaze, mingled with the qilin emblem, radiated savage menace. Zizhong Kuei. Yun Feng's voice quavered. He nearly bit his tongue. Yun Feng, why did you teleport me away? I could have helped. Wenren, yanked back by the chain, was livid, every word dripping anger and frustration. Last time, against the Frostbone Dragon, had been useless. He refused to sit out again. The data readout on Yun Feng's visor stayed blank. This Zhong Kuei didn't register at all. Worse, the hook had reeled Wenren in from 20 kilometers away, proof that escape was nearly impossible. Even with his void black flame talent, Yun Feng doubted he could break free. Ha ha, so you're the human who killed Little Hay? Not bad, not bad. Zhong Kuei's sudden roar of laughter shook the air, leaving Yun Feng frozen. Relax, little one. I'm not here to make trouble. Zhong Kuei stroked his beard, eyes bright. 3 assassination attempts couldn't kill you, and you even took one of ours. You've proven yourself and earned our respect. Yun Feng said nothing, glaring at the fearsome ghost hunter. Zhong Kuei chuckled inwardly but kept a calm facade. With a flick of his sword, a humming semicircular barrier materialized and swept down toward the 2 humans. Yun Feng tried to dodge, but his limbs locked as if chained. He could only watch the barrier close in. Impossible. He couldn't even move a finger. His life-saving tools were intact, but if he couldn't act, they were worthless. The barrier crept closer. He tried to summon the dragon scale from his storage space, yet even the thought froze. Sensing no killing intent from Zhong Kuei, the scale stayed silent. Just before the barrier snapped shut, everything changed. Beside him, Wenren Longyu convulsed as if breaking unseen bonds. He thrust out a shaking arm, pointed at Zhong Kuei, and rasped 4 words with all his strength: judgment of fate. The words left his lips, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed. At the utterance, Zhong Kuei's face blanched. The massive barrier shattered into glittering dust that the wind scattered. He slashed his sword, stacking layers of light as shields, yet an invisible blade chewed through each one. Only at the 10th layer, cracked but holding, did his shoulders ease a fraction. So I misjudged you? He muttered, staring at the unconscious Wenren in shock and doubt. Yun Feng regained control of his body, dove to Wenren's side, and shouted, Wenren, are you all right? Moments earlier had been paralyzed, yet Wenren had launched an attack. The thought left him reeling, but no matter how he called, Wenren didn't respond. Yun Feng glared up at Zhong Kuei. Easy, young man, Zhong Kuei said, sheathing his sword. She only overextended herself and triggered a burst of potential. That little outburst drained her strength, nothing more. You can surely see I mean you no harm, Zhong Kuei continued. Hands clasped behind his back, he stood before the spatial rift, letting his gaze drift over Yun Feng and the limp Wenren Longyu in his arms, as though he were stating a trivial fact. If that weren't the case, even with her sudden surge of power just now, ending your life would have taken me no more than a flick of the wrist. The icy words still echoed in Yun Feng's mind, along with the suffocating pressure of that earlier attack, had felt shackled by invisible chains, unable even to breathe. Swallowing hard, he forced down the lingering fear. Then why are you here? Ever since he had taken down the Black Knight, he had expected another of these unscannable monsters to show up, but he had never imagined one would come without seeking revenge. This is a purely personal visit, Zhong Kuei said, the fierce markings on his face twisting into a stiff smile. I simply wanted to see what the first person to survive 3 assassination attempts actually looks like. As he spoke, his peripheral glance fell on Wenren Longyu. Still, I've picked up an unexpected bonus. Instinctively, Yun Feng lowered his head to the unconscious woman in his arms, the earlier image of her overwhelming energy bursting skyward replaying in his mind. He was just as baffled. Your strength is respectable, but your luck is even better, Zhong Kuei observed with a faint smile. Having such a companion at your side is a great blessing. Yun Feng grumbled inwardly her first ability alone was enough to brand her a walking good luck charm yet he kept a straight face. So what exactly do you want? Relax, this will only benefit you. With that, Zhong Kuei produced a dark token and tossed it forward. About the size of a palm, it bore a gleaming gold character for heaven. It landed in Yun Feng's hand with a faint warmth. Anyone who survives 3 trials merits a Heaven's Chosen token. What is a Heaven's Chosen token? Yun Feng asked, studying it in confusion. Keep it safe. 3 years from now you will understand. Zhong Kuei flicked his sleeve and turned toward the rift, then seemed to recall something and produced a wrinkled fruit. Since fate brought us together, she can make use of this. He cast Wenren a meaningful glance and tossed the fruit to Yun Feng. As soon as the fruit touched his hand, its brown skin cracked and a sweet fragrance rushed to his head. Yun Feng quickly tucked it away, eyes darting. Wait on I get a gift too? Zhong Kuei did not even look back. He stepped straight into the rift. It sealed behind him with a rip, as though it had never existed. Miser, Yun Feng muttered, examining the token again. Heaven's Chosen token 3 years from now. Murmuring, he shifted his focus back to Wenren, his frown deepening. That old ghost describes the symptoms, but won't give a cure? He pulled out a healing potion and downed a large gulp, yet Wenren showed no sign of improvement. After standing there for several breaths, he gave a wry smile. I can't just let her lie here for days. A sudden thought struck him. Maybe the most basic method will work. He moved at once, gently laying Wenren flat on the ground, dropping to one knee, and lacing his fingers over her chest to begin CPR. The moment his palms pressed down, he was startled ridiculously firm pectorals wrapped in bandages. Wow, this woman's chest is absurdly muscular. Did she get hurt? Bandaged, too. Suspicion rose in Yun Feng's mind, and he gave it a tentative squeeze. But the texture didn't feel like a man's chest at all. It was soft rather than firm. No way it can't be a bold guess flashed through Yun Feng's mind, making his heart lurch. Smack. He flung out his hand, then at the last second twisted his wrist, so the slap landed on the back of his own hand instead of its original target. He looked down to find Wenren wide-eyed, her gaze blazing like fire. Move your filthy hand. The chill in her voice made Yun Feng's blood run cold. Their position was mortifying. Yun Feng was straddling her waist, both palms planted squarely on her chest. Realizing what he was doing, he jolted and triggered Black Dragon Flash, vaulting 10 meters away in an instant. You're a woman? Impossible. I saw an Adam's apple. Shock was written all over his face. Wenren tried to rise, but had spent all her strength. Even sitting up was a struggle. Yun Feng hurried back. Let me help you. Don't touch me. Her tone could freeze water. How was I supposed to know you're a woman? I was giving you CPR. Yun Feng, even mimed chest compressions. You're still talking? She snapped, and he wilted like a scolded child. In his past life, had been a workaholic who knew nothing about situations like this. Silently Wenren cursed him, tell him not to touch, and he really doesn't touch. Blockhead. But she couldn't voice it without losing face. She raised a hand to her throat. The slight bulge was gone, her neck smooth and pale. Whoa, the Adam's apple was fake. How did I miss that? Yun Feng marveled, leaning closer. Back off. Wenren barked. Why so harsh? We're even now, aren't we? She eyed him, puzzled. When my talent leveled up last time, you saw everything, right? So this time I just. Yun Feng, are you looking for a beating? If she weren't so weak, she'd split him in two. Remembering how Shed sneaked a peek that day, her cheeks flamed. She turned away and muttered, "Are you going to leave me on the ground forever?" A reluctant concession, otherwise Yunfeng might really just stand there staring. On it. His eyes lit up. He flashed to her side, took her arm, and gently helped her up. Now that he knew she was a woman, her hand felt soft and delicate. His touch sent color to Wenren's cheeks. She tried to pull back, but lacked the strength. Yunfeng guided her to a clean stone and let her sit. After a long rest, Wenren's breathing steadied and the pallor left her face. "Isn't it time you told me what's really going on?" Yunfeng's voice dropped lower than usual as he watched the color return to Wenren's face. "Tell you what, there's nothing to tell." She rolled her eyes, but his serious expression made her heart skip. They hadn't known each other long, yet she understood his temperament well enough after hiding behind a false identity for this long. It was only fair to be questioned. All right, I'll be honest. Since her cover was blown, dragging it out would only breed more suspicion. She rose, tugged off her Taoist crown, and a waterfall of black hair spilled over her shoulders, rippling as she flicked it back. Yunfeng's gaze locked on her face and hit him like a hammer. Freed from the bulky robe, her beauty burst into full bloom. Even in a faded Taoist gown, her snow-pale skin and finely drawn features were breathtaking. He had once joked that Wenren looked like she could be a pretty boy, but had never imagined such striking beauty lurked beneath the disguise. Wenren wasn't surprised by his reaction. Years of posing as a wandering charlatan priest had never shaken her confidence in her appearance. "The intel I gave you earlier was padded, but I never lied about my talent. I really did follow my abilities guidance to find you." She kept her tone steady. "My name is Wenren Long Yulong as in Ling Long, and you as in Jiu." Then she repeated the story Shed told before, this time adding details about her family background. Yunfeng had already guessed most of it. In SS grade, awakening rarely comes out of nowhere. If parents with average rankings suddenly produce a top-tier child, bloodlines are usually questioned, since such genetic mutations are almost unheard of. Yunfeng knew he himself was a rare anomaly. He figured his own grade gift was probably tied to his transmigration. "So that's it. Last time I came back from the Forbidden Zone, you looked awful. Had you just left home?" he asked, following the thread. "Home." Her voice tightened, equal parts sorrow and resentment. The very word made her ache for her mother and despise her father. She drew a long breath and forced the emotion away. "Forget it. Then what happened just now? Who was that thunder-faced man?" "I blacked out and remember nothing." Since she clearly didn't want to talk about her family, Yunfeng let it rest, filing it away for later. "I'm not entirely sure myself," he admitted, "but I think it was a good thing." He opened his palm. A wrinkled little fruit lay quietly in the center. "What's that?" Wenren asked, intrigued. "A gift from him to you," Yunfeng said. "What it does, your guess is as good as mine." Yunfeng pushed the fruit into Wenren's hand. "Go on, try it. Tell me how it tastes," he urged with a bright smile. "A gift for me? Why is he giving me anything?" Wenren muttered. She glanced at the fruit, trickled, and pitted. "It's hideous. I'm not eating that." She drew her hand back in disgust. Yunfeng didn't mind. He leaned closer. "Just smell it. That head-clearing fragrance is a rare treasure." Only half believing him, Wenren lifted it to her nose. The scent swept past her defenses like a warm breeze. Her brows unknotted, and a look of pure pleasure spread across her face. Almost without thinking, she took a bite. The flesh dissolved on her tongue, turning into scalding warmth that raced through her meridians. A heartbeat later, under Yunfeng's stunned gaze, that warmth lifted her into the air. Emerald energy burst from her body. Her hair flailed, her robes snapped like flags. Yet no pain touched her face. She was calm, even blissful. What kind of fruit can do this? Yunfeng wondered, stepping back to stand guard in case something went wrong. An instant later, the green aura darkened as if ink had seeped into it, growing cold and wicked. "This is bad." Yunfeng's heart clenched. After all, he was the one who had handed her the fruit. He lunged forward, but an invisible force locked the space around her tight. His void walking failed completely. "What now?" Sweat beaded on his brow. The malice thickened, forming a wall of darkness that swallowed every strike he hurled at it. "Zhongkoei, you wretch! What did you give her? What's happening?" Yunfeng roared, but no answer came. Suspended in midair, Wenren's black hair stood on end while shadows coiled around her, making her look like something out of the underworld. Wraiths and demons clawed and howled nearby, a horrifying scene. Boom! A thunderclap split the air. The darkness shattered, and Wenren drifted to the ground, back to her normal appearance. No one noticed her eyes were momentarily jet black before they returned to normal with a blink. "Are you all right?" Yunfeng hurried over. "Never better," Wenren said, her smile as clear as a summer sky, as though none of the horror had happened. Yunfeng couldn't hold back. "So what does that fruit actually do?" Zhong Kuei's gifts were never simple. "That's a secret for now. You'll find out soon enough." Wenren refused to say more, and Yunfeng had to swallow his questions. "This place isn't worth grinding anymore. Let's level up somewhere else," he decided. Had planned to farm shards here, but had forgotten about Wenren's miserable drop rate. After wasting several days, the two of them left the ethereal dimension and headed for another one. "Damn, Which idiot picked this year's exam dimension? They were clearly out to get me. A boy streaked with burn marks ripped off a shattered vambrace and stepped through the exit portal, muttering curses so hot they seemed to scorch the air. Give it a rest. Why would anyone bother targeting a crank like you? His teammate met him with a merciless jab, then managed a rueful smile, making it today 10 was already better than most squads could claim. The national entrance trial had been running for 10 straight days. Countless teams fought their way between monster hordes and resource points, only to be ejected by unforgiving beams of light. The weaker ones washed out early. The unlucky were shoved into zones hostile to their gifts and forced to quit long before they should have. The boy who had just been swearing was one of those cases. A crank water element talent thrown into a fire-dominated sector, his vapor barely formed before the heat burned it away. Worse, he was the squad's core damage dealer. Once he fell, the rest had no choice but to surrender. Each student nurtured their talent differently. Water wasn't limited to support what carries a boat, can also overturn it. Fire, metal, and lightning, on the other hand, almost always went straight for offense, rarely branching into solid support skills. Outside the arena, for proctors stood beside the shimmering wall of light. As streams of students emerged, their brows lifted in quiet pride. The overall skill level was clearly higher this year. I wonder how many from District 5 will make it into the 3 major academies. 5 should do fine. District 4's the one hurting. Our pool of high-level awakenings is thin this year. Crowds packed the area outside the 4 main exam halls. Beyond the proctors stood principals, chaperone teachers, and anxious parents. They stared at the giant screen scrolling through the elimination list, trying to imagine the battles inside, yet no one could see what was really happening. Quit bragging, you two. District 3 has it the worst. We only have a single S rank, a teacher from District 3 sighed, head drooping. Every year the trial was more than a student bloodbath. It was a silent contest among schools. Scores, acceptance rates, and placements at top academies set reputations and shaped next year's enrollment. Parents always fought to place their children in high-talent schools, knowing future teammates and networks would give them an edge. The top 10 rankings reshuffled annually, and high-tier talents were protected like crown jewels. District 5 still makes my blood boil, one teacher snapped, pounding the rail. We finally produced an SS rank. Then the kid up and dies. Tell me that's not infuriating. You mean the heir to Jiangnan Group? A real pity. Someone sighed before lowering his voice with a sly grin. But District 5 still has a sparkling Shao on. That boy's carrying the banner for the whole province. A teacher from District 1 joined in. Forget the ranks and above. The 3 academies have already snapped them up. The real fight is over the A ranks. The remark opened the floodgates. I heard number 9 high in your district has an A rank who's already past level 30. Is that true? Looks that way. He turned down early admission and is still brawling in the Chi Feng dimension. The crowd grew more animated, refreshing the elimination list while speculating about number 9 high's position. By the look of things, number 9 high was about to climb the rankings and they still had strength talent left in play. At that point, the lower ranked schools could only look on with envy. The last testing room outside the Chi Win dimensional zone was far quieter than usual. A handful of enforcers stood guard, and a single proctor had been drafted in at the last minute. No one had planned to staff the place at all. Awakened above level 30 almost always boasts class talent and receive automatic admission. So who would bother sitting the college entrance exam? Yet this year an anomaly appeared. What? Finished in 10 days? Must be a dud. Slumped in a metal chair, the proctor watched the room's lone examinee push open the door, his brows nodding at once. From experience, reaching level 30 before the exam was already a Herculean task. Who handed in their paper after only 10 days? Student, he began, but the silver-gray storage pack the boy offered caught his eye. It was standard-issue gear that had to be returned after the test. Was the exam really that easy? The candidate, codenamed Hey Ho, set the pack on the desk and wondered why the staff had changed. He shrugged. Check it if you want. Easy. Arrogant punk, the proctor muttered, wiping the student's seal from the gear with a special device while sifting through its contents. Opening the first compartment, he froze. Loot from elite and rare monsters was piled inside so much that his scalp tingled. Any single piece was worth a fortune. By points alone, the kid could skip the basic programs and walk straight into an honors class. Cheating has to be cheating, flashed through the proctor's mind. Had the previous proctor been in on it? Why else would they swap staff mid-exam? Steadying his voice, he asked, all this came from the last 10 days? Any problem? The scanners cleared me when I came in, Hey Ho replied, scratching his head. Truthfully, the test had barely challenged him. With his talent, the potions Yun Feng had supplied, and the high attack, high-speed traits of the Chi Win zone, he had steamrolled everything. The proctor snorted. Your school reported you as a class. How could you pull this off? He put on safety goggles and pulled up Hey House live combat stats. The figure leapt to 330,142. And a class talent, level 33, sitting at over 300,000 combat power. This wasn't a prodigy, it was a monster. The proctor swallowed. Suspicion crumbled, replaced by awe and delight. He jumped to his feet and thrust out a hand. Congratulations, student. A thanks? Hey-ho answered, unaware the man had been minutes from filing a cheating report. Elsewhere, in another testing zone, Zhugan's exam was still underway. Boosted by the Thunder Beast horn and the Heart of Lightning and freshly advanced to a clash led the under-level 30 group in an unstoppable charge. Teammates shouted long live the Thunder God, leaving Zhugan dizzy with praise, even as he wondered how Hey-ho was doing. Hundreds of kilometers from any test site, deep inside a higher-tier dimensional maelstrom, two young women were forging their own path. A snow-white figure Shangwan Zhu spun with her sword, cold light and cutting wind melding into a blur. Beside her, Bailey Luyun frowned and struck from the flank. They were challenging a level 35 elite beast, 5 levels above Shangwan Shui. Even with her class talent and the backing of both clan and academy, the fight was grueling. Each arc of sword energy clanged against the creature's obsidian shell, throwing off showers of sparks. Cousin, stop daydreaming and help me. Shangwan Shui called as she dodged back. Sorry in it. Bailey Luyun replied, sending her own blade flashing toward the monster. So that's what the fruit does? Yun Feng stared at Wenren, disbelief written all over his face. The two of them had just stepped into another pocket dimension. The light here was a shade dimmer than outside. Shafts of dull yellow spilled through jagged cracks in the sky. The ground was littered with rubble and warped vegetation, yet almost no one was around just as Yun Feng had expected. Spaces of this level were common, and no team wanted to waste time on the outskirts. Moments earlier, when Ren had casually delivered the finishing blow to a toppled monster. To Yun Feng's shock, a golden spirit identical to the beast crawled out of its massive corpse. The apparition shimmered with a gentle radiance. Its muscles were sharply defined, part ape and part beast, towering more than 10 meters tall. It was the soul of a level 45 common monster to brutal divine ape. Yun Feng's instincts screamed for him to rush in and end it for good, but when Ren threw out an arm and stopped him before he could take a single step. Don't hurt it. It's not an enemy, it's my helper, she said, turning sideways to shield the golden ape. Yun Feng slowed down, the question finally spilling out. When Ren smiled and stopped teasing him. Yes, that's the fruit's effect. It gave me an ability called Spirit Command. Spirit Command? It doesn't sound like a bloodline gift or a standard skill, Yun Feng said, studying the golden spirit with interest. It isn't. It's simply tagged as an ability, when Ren answered, unable to hide her excitement. After killing a monster, I can enslave its soul for 24 hours. The spirit keeps the same strength it had in life, and I can control up to 5 at once. Enslaved monsters no longer drop loot. The ability can level up current mastery, 0 out of 1,000. She recited the full description without pausing. A spark flashed in Yun Feng's eyes. First, when Ren's combat and survivability had jumped overnight. Second, with her ridiculous drop rate, losing a bit of loot was nothing. Third, Spirit Command could grow. Once mastery maxed out, it would surely be terrifying. Congratulations. Even if it's not classified as a bloodline talent, it's stronger than most of them, he said sincerely. When Ren winked. Regretting you didn't snatch the fruit for yourself? Please. Do I look that desperate? Yun Feng scoffed, waving her off. With his plunder-type talent, he would collect plenty of powers in the future, so Spirit Command wasn't essential. Besides, the fruit had been handed to Wen Ren by Zhong Kuei himself. Clearly, she was the best fit. Even so, he tried using his copying talent, but nothing happened. Spirit Command couldn't be replicated at all. Spotting his attempt, Wen Ren let out a soft snort, her hair swishing as she turned gracefully. Too late to be jealous. I already ate it. With that, she strode ahead, the brutal divine ape lumbering after her. With the golden ape clearing the path, neither of them needed to deliver the finishing blows anymore. In no time they had slain 5 more monsters, and 5 spirits of the same imposing size now flanked Wen Ren like oversized pets. The concentrated spiritual pressure made the very air feel heavier. This ability is probably worth as much as a divine artifact, Yun Feng estimated silently. And that was only its base form. Once mastery rose, its potential would be limitless. To speed up her mastery, Wen Ren kept rotating her spirits. New apes, dire wolves, stone-armored lizards, each batch appeared and faded, the flicker of spiritual light making them look like a mobile army. After another round of kills, Wen Ren glanced at Yun Feng, lips curling upward. See, even without you I can handle the monsters on my own now. Then should I leave? Yun Feng rolled his eyes. That's not what I meant, she said, suppressing a laugh. The confidence in her voice was unmistakable. With 5 spirits at her command, Wen Ren could now dispatch a monster single-handedly without breaking a sweat. At that moment, Yun Feng had to admit that spirit taming was downright overpowered. With it, Wen Ren's combat strength had leapt several tiers. She only needed to drop a single calamity descent, then stand aside and watch her spirits steamroll the battlefield. Yun Feng secretly figured that if the next upgrade unlocked more slots, Wen Ren could field a small army on her own and even fight wars to fund wars. That left him, the self-proclaimed penny pincher, feeling rather sorry for himself after every skirmish. There wasn't a crystal or scrap of loot left for him. Come on, the Gaokeo's almost finished time to head back. He glanced at Wenrun, who was roughhousing with 5 spirits nearby, and called out helplessly. They'd taken an escort mission. Once the exam ended, they had to return the students safely to school. Got it. Wenrun waved, and the 5 spirits dissolved into blue-gray smoke. Spirits lasted only 24 hours and couldn't be carried around. Bringing them into the city would scare civilians and spark needless panic. Over the past month, Wenrin's progress had been astonishing. She hadn't shot straight to level 40, but she had climbed to 35. Leveling grew harder the higher you went, so gaining 5 levels in a month already felt like hitting the jackpot, especially with a skill that was practically a cheat code. On the way back, Yunfeng asked casually, "How much mastery do you have left on spirit taming?" 623, Wenrin replied, eyes bright with anticipation. It should break through soon. I'm dying to see what the next stage looks like. In truth, they'd slain far more than 600 monsters. When she first got spirit taming, Wenrin assumed she could spam it forever. After the 20th cast, though, her mental reserves were sucked nearly dry, and she blacked out. In that instant, the 5 enslaved spirits went feral and lunged at her. Had Yunfeng not reacted instantly and shattered them, the outcome would have been disastrous. Only then did she realize the skill burned staggering amounts of psyche. She could only cast again once she fully recovered. Yeah, one more fight should push you over. I'm curious just how broken this skill can get in the late game, Yunfeng mused. Had given Wenrin several mind-restoring potions earlier, only to find that spirit taming drained a stat the elixirs couldn't replenish. Every game-breaking power came with its own leash, otherwise the balance would be wrecked. Just before they stepped out of the dimensional space, he saw Wenrin tie her long hair back up and slip on her Dao crown. "Why put that back on?" he asked, covering up. "I don't need lecherous eyes glued to me." "Confident, aren't you?" "Absolutely." They emerged from the dimensional space into the testing grounds, and were immediately greeted by a torrent of students filing out, some beaming, others crestfallen. "Report, Captain and Vice Captain. All clear." The enforcers on duty snapped to attention and barked a salute the moment they returned, instantly drawing every nearby gaze. "Heard the escort captain was young, but wow, looks my son's age. Comparisons are a killer. My kid just lazes around all day. Think he's some ancient monster? He can't be more than 20. Yunfeng's senses were razor sharp. Not a single whisper escaped him, and he could only roll his eyes. "Honey, check out that young man. Marry someone like him, and you'll never have to worry again." Several parents, convinced their daughters were marriage material, were already imagining Yunfeng as the perfect son-in-law. "All examinees, please proceed to the level counters, turn in your storage gear, and have your scores calculated." Seeing that nearly everyone was outside, the proctor raised his voice to a shout. Under the proctor's direction, the candidates lined up in dozens of long queues, waiting for their scores to be calculated. The results would be released that very day, yet the university's cutoff marks would not be announced for another month. Only then could the students choose their preferred schools. "You two finally decided to show up?" Han Lijun approached with a stern face. Yunfeng was in charge of escorting the students from District 5's number 9 high school. Other enforcers oversaw the rest of the school groups, and all of them were heading to the same place, the main gate of the test site. "With so many people on duty, one more can't hurt, right, Captain Han?" Yunfeng spread his hands and shrugged. "The students who haven't come out by now are probably in trouble. We have to go in," Han Lijun said, his expression tightening. Every year, the college entrance exam was a brutal ordeal, even harsher than a standard expedition. The selected dimensional zones were vast, and although they had been cleared of explorers a month in advance, casualties were still inevitable. Worse, some deaths were caused by vicious rivalry among the test takers themselves. "Once we've checked the rooms and escorted them back, the mission is done." "Understood." "He'll lead the team inside." Yunfeng nodded, and they stepped into the testing ground. Huff huff. Bailey Pujuan panted heavily, his combat suit soaked in blood as he fixed a grim stare on the portal that continued to spew monsters. "It's been a month. Will this ever end?" he muttered. When the spatial upheaval began, he and his men dug in here. At first, though the creatures swarmed out, they still had ample manpower and even called in reinforcements, cutting down every beast that appeared. Just as he was about to secure the passage and build a forward base, the situation changed again. Bestial roars echoed from the depths, and the government forces found themselves locked in a drawn-out stalemate. Whenever they wiped out one wave, another came crashing through. "Major General Bailey, we can't go on like this." Several clan heavyweights complained. They had thought it would be a quick favor, only to find themselves stuck for an entire month. "Roar." A deafening howl cut them off. "Form up. Prepare to engage." Bailey Pujuan barked, forcing down his exhaustion. The college exam had just ended. If the beasts reached the testing grounds, the consequences would be catastrophic. The soldiers' faces hardened, murderous intent flashing in their eyes, and the clan powerhouses finally grasped how dire the situation was. Boom, boom, boom. Heavy footsteps echoed from deep inside the passage, as if a colossal creature were trampling the very ground. A massive foot emerged first, hitting the floor and kicking up rolling clouds of dust. The overwhelming pressure that followed made every defender's hair stand on end, their bodies turning cold. This is Bada Commander-class beast, Bailey Pudgeon thought, despair flooding his heart. Moments later, the creature's huge body stepped fully out of the portal. Everyone looked up and froze. A giant towered above them. Its entire body was pieced together from dark bluish-black rock, and 8 arms brandished 8 gleaming weapons: axe, shield, halberd, mace, saber, spear, sword, and poleaxe. The giant roared, thunder bursting from its throat, and the blast of air it spewed whipped dust and sand into a swirling storm. What now? The young heirs of the great clans who ringed the dimensional gate felt their hearts hammering. This was no run-off-the-mill rare monster. Worse still, days of brutal fighting had already pushed their stamina and nerves to the brink. Hold the line. Reinforcements are almost here, someone shouted, trying to rally the troops. By all logic, a safe zone this large would never be guarded by so few high-level transcendents. Many powerhouses were stationed around other gates. There were plenty of rifts of the same tier. Elders whose lifespans were nearly spent were also roaming about, eager to fight legendary beasts for a last-ditch breakthrough. Half a month ago, Bailey Pudgeon had filed a full report on the situation. But when real reinforcements might show up, he had no idea. The instant the monster appeared, Bailey Pudgeon unleashed Holy Fall without hesitation. A colossal golden sword plummeted from the heavens, aimed straight at the giant's skull. The other experts followed suit, letting their skills erupt in a dazzling barrage. They understood all too well that if one lip is lost, the teeth grow cold. At first their combined efforts barely managed to pin down the commander-class creature, Bailey Pudgeon's attacks hitting with full force. Then a fresh wave of monsters surged from the gate, and the already fragile line collapsed in an instant. We're finished. The thought flashed through every mind. There was no way to stem a tide of enemies that large. Casualties mounted quickly. The first to fall were soldiers under level 75. The wounded tally climbed by the second. If nothing changed, every defender here would die. That much was clear even to the elites who had been conscripted from powerful factions. Major General Bailey, forgive us, we can't hold them. A clan patriarch, seeing the irresistible advance, was the first to order a strategic retreat. Once someone bolted, more followed, and soon a mass of fighters were running for their lives. Bailey Pudgeon watched their rout with a blank face. He didn't try to stop them. A swarm of panic-stricken cowards would be useless anyway. He saw his own men drop one after another in pools of blood, saw monsters pour through the last defense line toward the residential district behind them. Bloodlust surged. His eyes reddened until tears of blood seeped out. You filthy beasts, die, all of you. The moment his final teammate hit the ground, Bailey Pudgeon soared into the air. 10 years the sword was hidden, but once drawn it slays gods and ghosts. A spectral longsword rose slowly from the crown of his head. Sword intent rippled outward. Monsters on the ground froze as though crushed beneath a mountain. Even the commander-class giant struggled to lift its gaze to the human glowing with golden light overhead. When the longsword fully left his crown, it shattered into countless blades of light that filled the sky. Bailey Pudgeon had never used this move before because it struck indiscriminately across the entire field. Now he had nothing left to lose. Fall. With the bellow, 10,000 swords rained down. Spent, Bailey Pudgeon plummeted with the storm of light. The giant stared at the descending sword curtain, and, for the first time, fear flickered in its eyes. I'm coming to join you all, Bailey Pudgeon murmured, watching soldiers strewn across the ground, and closed his eyes. Blades of light pierced the earth. Every monster that had charged through was slaughtered, their screams unending. As he had sworn, once that sword hidden in his divine storehouse was unsheathed, not even gods or ghosts could escape death. Thud! He crashed to the ground, landing by sheer luck on the corpse of a shaggy beast, which spared his life. Through a haze, he opened his eyes and saw that the commander-class giant had actually survived the sword rain. It was trembling, forcing itself upright, and staggering away. No. Bailey Pudgeon slipped into unconsciousness. In the vast examination hall, countless enforcers combed every corner. Although they knew the chances were slim, they still ran a full sweep. After 3 long days, they finally dragged out the last students in hiding and declared the operation over. Yunfeng and Wenren led the search team out of the dimensional pocket. Help me. Somebody, please help! A shrill scream tore through the air. They stopped dead. The sight before them sent a chill through every heart. The once bustling test base had been reduced to ruins. Entire blocks of buildings lay collapsed, charred rebar jutting everywhere. Blood coursed across the ground like rivers, severed limbs and shattered bodies strewn in plain view. A handful of survivors, barely clinging to life, lay in the gore and begged weakly for aid. Not far off, several armored vehicles had been flipped over, their hulls ripped to scrap. Farther away, a line of transports packed with students had just started up, while many who hadn't made it on board yet ran about in panic, shouting for help. We were inside only 3 days. How did everything turn into this? A buzzing filled Yunfeng's head. The enforcers with him were white as ghosts, their breath shaking. The dozen rescued students caught the stench of blood and dropped to their knees, retching. What in the world had happened? Yunfeng sprinted to the cholera fellow enforcer whose body was gone from the waist down, nothing left but a mangled stump, yet somehow still alive. He whipped out a red radiance-grade healing potion, pried open the man's jaw, and poured it down his throat. The crimson liquid slid into the man's system and roiled through him. Fresh tissue sprouted, bleeding stopped, and scabs formed. A hint of color returned to the man's ghost-pale face. No wonder the potion ranked just below the divine tier. Its effect was instant. Monster a transcendent monster run. The wounded man's breathing steadied a little, but terror still filled his eyes. There's fighting over there, Wenren said, choking back nausea as distant thunder rolled. You treat the wounded and evacuate the students. Yunfeng tossed the remaining potions to his squad and took off for the battlefield. A dozen gold badge enforcer captains had been stationed outside, all of them transcendent class. Whatever could turn the base into a slaughterhouse, he had to know. Moments later he and Wenren reached the combat zone. In a roaring gale, a 2-story tall, 8-armed monster was locked in battle with more than a dozen gold badge enforcers, their levels between 50 and 65. Blades, talisman light, and energy rounds pelted the creature like a storm, yet they raised only faint ripples on its skin. The level gap was too great. Almost all damage was nullified. A few crowd control skills barely slowed it, but its resistance was monstrous. In seconds it broke free and swept its arms again. Its gray-black hide looked like steel plate, yet several deep gashes lay open to the bone, clearly carved by some vicious weapon. Blood and flesh churned within those wounds, only injuries that severe gave the enforcers the slightest chance. Data scrolled across Yunfeng's visor, revealing the beast's profile. Name, 8-armed Xiao Su, Commander. Level, 75. Combat power, from 1,020,000. Skills, 8-fold martial arts, limb regeneration, Azure Steel body passive, Earth Fiend weapon merge. Ultimate skill, Deity's Descent. Yunfeng sucked in a sharp breath. A level 75 transcendent commander with over 4 million combat power monstrous hardly began to describe it. The moment he saw the monster unleash its ultimate, Yunfeng's eyes lit up. For the first time he felt a flicker of hope. He didn't yet know exactly how the move worked, but the name alone made its power obvious. Meanwhile, his own love taken by force had just come off cooldown. The monster still outleveled him by a mile, so whether he could steal the skill was anyone's guess. Even the level 20 boost from King of the Sea's Green Hat couldn't fully close that gap. If he stole the ability but lacked the damage to use it, the effort would be wasted. He exhaled silently. No more overthinking. Steal first, figure out the rest later. He fired off love taken by force. A golden line flashed across his interface. Divine Descent has been added to your skill bar. Divine Descent stolen status. Upon activation, gain divine power for 3 seconds. Each hit on the same target increases your attack by 1 and decreases the target's defense by 1. Stacking up to 80. Changing targets resets the stacks. Duration, 5 minutes. Cooldown, 12 hours. During the effect, constitution and resistances are boosted by 90. Yunfeng had never seen a tooltip this long. At level 43 he fought as if he were level 63 thanks to the green hat, leaving him only 12 levels shy of the monster's 75, not an impossible gap. He drew a deep breath. Time to bet it all. He flashed Wenren a quick signal. Watch for my Q, get Doomfall ready. Even before the words were out, he was already charging. Inside the combat ring, a dozen squad-level players were being forced back by the 8-armed monster, seconds from a wipe. Another figure suddenly darted in, and their spirits lifted until they noticed he was only level 43. Yunfeng, what are you doing? Fall back. Han Lijun shouted, blood pouring from the wound in his chest. In his view, staying behind to cover the students' retreat was their only duty. If the kids got out, his own death would be worth it. Yunfeng didn't answer. He planted himself before the monster and triggered Divine Descent. The creature looked at him as if he were an ant. 8 arms swung 8 weapons, unleashing a hurricane of strikes. With 3 seconds of near invulnerability and the passive True Dragon Force on top, Yunfeng ate the entire volley. Dust exploded outward, yet he didn't budge. Whose subordinate is that? He's tanking all of it. One squad leader gasped. Han Lijun froze. Had he misjudged the kid? While everyone stared, Yunfeng blinked around the monster with Void Flash Strike, frantically stacking Divine Descent and narrowing the gap in power with every hit. Now, he roared. Wenren understood instantly. Doomfall's shadow descended, black clouds swirling above the monster. At that same moment, an emerald flash shot from Yunfeng's hat. The green hats proc dyeing the monster's azure skin a blinding neon green. Captain Han, get the students out. I can hold this thing for 5 minutes. Yunfeng shouted. The others hesitated, rooted to the spot. Yunfeng barked move. Han Lijun clenched his jaw, then gave the order. We're pulling back, trust him. Forming up around the students, the group withdrew at speed. Yunfeng's display left no doubt. For the next few minutes, the monster was his alone to face. Finally they're gone. Yun Feng let out a long breath of relief without that group around. He could finally unleash most of his abilities, especially the elemental ones. Otherwise, even a casual gesture would have blown his cover. With the green aura head slapped onto the monster and the armor-shredding effect of divine descent, had expected to deal decent damage. Reality slapped him instead. The level gap, combined with the 8-armed Sukka's passive skill Azure Iron Flesh, completely smothered his output. His level was still too low. Had thought he was grinding fast enough and had eased up. This predicament hit him like a brick. Even if he stalled, it would be only for a moment. The showy performance was just a lucky pileup of buffs. Divine Descent reduced defense, not attack. If the 8-armed Shuchu landed even a casual basic hit, it would trigger his life-saving trinket and might smash the trinket itself. He tightened his grip on the blade wrapped in Black Flame Decree and hacked at close range, weaving in elemental skills to pin the monster's feet. Whether angered by this pesky insect or tempted by the fresh snacks nearby, the 8-armed Shuchu threw back its head and roared, shaking gravel from the cavern walls. Yun Feng clashed Hedon and was almost one-shot by a breath attack that felt like dragon fire. The beast then lifted all 8 arms high, merging 8 weapons overhead. A blinding flash erupted. The 8 arms fused into 2, and the 8 weapons became 1. The resulting weapon was a bizarre great armament Yun Feng had never seen. A spear axe for its head, a mace for its shaft, a massive shield set into the grip, and a spiked tail at the end, an ungainly mashup that radiated raw, lethal menace. The 8-armed Shuchu pointed with its right hand, and the weapon's tip locked onto Yun Feng. Under that gaze his hair stood on end, as though a viper had coiled around him. Sure enough, wherever he dodged, the tip tracked him with perfect precision. Taking it Hedon meant certain death. Yun Feng instantly triggered Fade into the void. A streak of shadow, and he vanished. 3 heartbeats later, he tumbled out of the void, the aftershock rattling him so hard that blood rose in his throat. The strike had missed, yet the violent tremor still shaved a chunk off his health bar. Holy Yun Feng's back went cold and sweat poured down. That blow had been only the creature's basic attack in this form. From now on, every swing would home and automatically. Continuing the fight was suicide. Fade into the void was on a 3-minute cooldown. It had been 10 when he first learned it, so he decided to tank the next hit with his life-saving item and run. The colossal weapon came crashing down, riding a gale of unstoppable force. Boom! The impact rumbled like muffled thunder, yet the one sent flying was not Yun Feng, but the 8-armed Shuchu. Its massive body hurtled through the air, leaving a trail of blood, already riddled with wounds. It now looked even more battered and miserable. What just happened? Yun Feng stared, baffled, when a shout rose from behind the rocky ridge below. Wenren yelled, "Was that you who struck just now?" Yun Feng appeared in front of Wenren. "Move, we'll talk on the run," he barked. Wenren's fate sense had already flashed a warning staying put would draw lethal danger. Yun Feng glanced at his watch. Descent of the deity had only 30 seconds left, not a moment to waste. He grabbed her arm and sprinted away. Whether the 5-minute delay had bought was enough, he couldn't be sure, but had done all he could. Behind them, the 8-armed Shuchu staggered to its feet amid the rubble. The blow had felt like it slapped itself, leaving its head spinning. With a furious roar, it raised 8 burly arms and swung its massive weapons. Finding no one in sight, it lashed out at the walls and ground in a fit of rage, sending stone and dust flying. At the far end of the alley, Yun Feng and Wenren raced ahead, wind at their heels. Once they'd shaken the monster a little, Yun Feng couldn't hold back. "What exactly happened back there?" he asked. Gasping, Wenren rolled her eyes. "You seriously don't remember? I've got a skill called dual reversal. It reflects the enemy's ability right back at them." Yun Feng smacked his forehead. Right, Wenren had unlocked that at level 25. Because he usually led the charge, he rarely saw her use it and had forgotten. That thought reminded him she was now past level 35 and should have gained something new. "So what did you pick up at 35? He pressed. Wenren arched a brow. "Skills are personal, you know." "Why the casual interrogation?" "We're teammates," Yun Feng said matter-of-factly. "Knowing each other's skills is the only way to coordinate. When people first awaken, their innate talents are logged and made public, but any later skills are privately gained. Only trusted partners share them." Wenren snorted. "You've practically ferreted out every one of my abilities, yet I don't know a single one of yours." Yun Feng rubbed his nose, embarrassed. He had dozens of skills. Listing them all would sound unbelievable, and the sheer number alone might scare her. "My case is complicated. Let's shelve that. I need to check in with Captain Han." He called Han Lijun. Learning that all remaining examinees had been evacuated, he finally breathed easier. The time head bought hadn't gone to waste. Whatever havoc the monster caused next was no longer his problem. Next, Yun Feng dialed Black Monkey. Only a busy tone echoed in the earpiece. "Probably slipped into another dimensional pocket," Wenren offered quietly. Yun Feng nodded. No way every test site had drawn a creature of that caliber. Black Monkey was likely backing up another team. "So, do we head for the safe zone now?" he asked. "No. After what had happened, Yunfeng understood that only by becoming stronger could he protect himself and the people he cared about. Wenren, you'll have to train on your own for a while. I'll fuse 5 spirit entities for you first, he said, turning back to her as they entered a level 40 dimensional zone. Yunfeng knew solo grinding would always be faster than dragging Wenren along. She caught the resolve in his eyes and simply nodded. Moments later, 5 spirit forms coalesced around her like shadows. At her current level, she no longer needed that Playboy's green cap for the time being. Curiously, since Yunfeng had picked up that shard, no duplicates had dropped. Otherwise, if everyone had been wearing one, they could have fielded a green cap legion, and the sight would have been spectacular. He'll pick you up in 20 days. If you leave earlier, catch a ride home yourself, Yunfeng instructed. After Wenren acknowledged, he exited the dimensional zone. He had given himself the same 20-day deadline and intended to level up as fast as possible. He stepped into an extraordinary rank dimensional zone with a level cap of 55. A glance at his personal stats told the story. Name, Yunfeng. Level, 43 1428 60,000. Combat power, 1.15 million. Talents, SSS Void Black Flame, Beast Form Black Dragon, SS Element Ice, A Element Wood, Element Earth, Element Wind, Beast Form Feral Lion. Plunder, Replicate, Iron Body, Regeneration, Enhanced Perception. Sea Beast Form Wolf, E Beast Form Cat. Skills, Wind Blade, Whirling Gale, Hurricane Shackles, Eye of the Storm. Others omitted. While power leveling with Wenren, he had focused on wind magic, and all 4 new skills had reached proficiency. Now it was time to test them. He chose a dungeon called the Birdman Dimensional Zone. The monsters inside looked almost identical to the angels of Western myth from his previous life. Holy wings, blonde hair, blue eyes, silver armor, golden swords. The moment he set foot inside, a figure barred his way. Monster, 2-winged angel. Level, 51. Combat power, 760,000. Skills, Featherblades, Light Sword Slash. Ultimate, Battle Form. The creature hovered in midair, its golden sword glowing with sanctity and menace. Yunfeng merely sneered, swinging his black warblade wreathed in void black flame. A heartbeat later, feathers filled the air, and the 2-winged angel crashed to the ground with a shriek. Angels dropped only one kind of loot, the angel heart. The item greatly benefited Light Element Awakened. Yunfeng recalled meeting someone in the desert dimensional zone who used light to turn invisible, confirming his belief that, with the right combination of talents, science could unlock ingenious skills. He stowed the angel heart, rummaged through the corpse, and pulled out a golden rank shard. New items him away from that jinx Wenren. My luck comes back, he muttered. The last time they split up, the drop rate and quality had recovered as well. Time was short. After slaying the first monster, Yunfeng didn't pause. He headed deeper into the zone. The elite and rare spawns inside were what he was really after. The angels with 2, 4, 6, 8, or even 10 wings that Yunfeng met on the road were nothing more than passersby. He pushed forward at full speed, casually cutting down any low-level monsters that blocked his way, and after 2 days finally entered the rare monster zone. To face elite creatures, while still immortal, there was likely no one else in all of Jiangnan province bold enough to try. Rare monster intel. Monster, 12-winged angel elite. Level, 55. Combat power, 1.09 million. Skills, Featherblades, Radiant Impact, Sacred Sword, Judgment Ultimate. Battle mode, full divinity boost. This 12-winged angel looked similar to the ones before it, but the extra 6 pairs of wings were only the beginning. It stood a head taller, its wings spread like a curtain of clouds, its entire body cloaked in a soft halo. The pressure it radiated surpassed anything Yunfeng had encountered in the Forbidden Zone. Without a word, he drew his blade and charged. His strike ripped through the stillness like lightning. On the top floor of Jiangnan Corporation, a lavish room lay in near darkness. Clothesmen's and women's, mostly women's wear strewn across the floor, forming a trail to an oversized bed. The drapes hung half-drawn, and muffled moans drifted out. Bang, bang, knuckles rapped at the door at the peak of the old man's excitement. Second Elder, the Grand Elder has returned. He wants to see you. Chu Huahai jolted upright, threw on his clothes in a flash, and rushed out the door without a backward glance. So the old geezer is finally back, he muttered, eyes flashing coldly. Since his attempt to have Yunfeng killed by 2 extraordinary assassins had failed, Chu Huai had shut himself away, partying every night. Executives assumed he was making new heirs to replace the lost one, but no one knew his true agenda. Conference room. Big brother, you're back, are you all right? Chu Huahai asked when he saw Chu Huashan's pale face. Nothing serious. Has the corporation been stable? Chu Huashan waved him off. Everything's under control, don't worry. I trust you. Chu Huashan nodded. I've had a feast prepared ingredients that boost talent. Sigh, this body has its limits. Without a legendary artifact, it's all wishful thinking, Chu Huashan said, yet he still took a seat. After a month of brutal fights in the wilderness, he needed the nourishment. Why didn't you invite third brother? An epic grade monster's been spotted in the wilds. He took the mission and rushed over. Really? Heaven favors our clan another potential awakening, Chu Huashan said, digging into the food. The meat was sizzling and succulent, briefly making him forget his exhaustion. Come eat with me, second. I can't finish this alone. These dishes are tailored to your beast form. It'd be a waste on me. Chu Huahai replied with a smile, remaining standing. Halfway through the meal, Chu Huashan clutched his chest. A trickle of black blood slid from his lips. His eyes flicked to the plates, then to his brother's cold grin. In an instant he understood. Big brother, I prepared this feast just for you. Leaving it unfinished would be tragic, Chu Huahai said, shoving more food into his mouth. Why? Why do this? The toxin tore through him. His limbs went limp, yet he didn't die right away. Don't blame me, brother. Too much has happened. Chu Huahai laid everything out. Yun Feng, the assassins, the upheaval in the corporation. Ha ha ha. Chu Huashan threw back his head, black blood spilling from his lips. The Chu clan, Jiangnan Corporation Thier finished mid-sentence, his head lolled to the side, and he collapsed onto the table. Not a single encouraging word, even at the end. You think only you can run the clan? Chu Huahai snorted. At least my poison wasn't wasted. Everyone had guessed wrong. The talk of making more sons and chasing pleasure was a perfect smokescreen. With his strength talent, 10,000 venom serpent, he had hidden away for days to refine this very toxin. Under my leadership, the Chu clan will rise even higher. And Yun Feng get ready to die? It was time to leave. Yun Feng looked down at the massive angelic corpse at his feet, a 16-winged seraph of light. Only bleached wing bones remained, most of the feathers gone, and golden blood still wet on the cracked marble floor. Today marked his 18th day in this dimensional pocket, and this boss-class monster had been the last commander standing. The fight had been anything but easy. The angel's move, supreme devotion, granted total immunity to debuffs and control effects while it lasted. Unfortunately, Yunfeng's favorite overtier finisher's love is light, black flame edict, and apocalyptic black flame were all debuff skills. He had only a few buffs to bolster himself: true dragon force, total amplification, and the recently looted descent of the deity. He made a mental note to learn more self-enhancement techniques as soon as possible. Luckily, his talent let him adjust his skill set on the fly. Because supreme devotion wasn't passive, the angel's defenses plummeted the moment it ended. Yun Feng seized the opening, drove his blade through the creature's heart, and finished the battle. He rose to level 49, his combat power brushing 1.3 million. A quick inventory check showed nearly 2,000 angel hearts piled inside his storage ring. It's been 20 days. Me bad luck has to be over. Excitement bubbling, he muttered, come on, rainbow loot, while brushing aside the last feathers on the corpse. A shard swirling with 7 colors suddenly caught his eye. Holy crap, it's rainbow. He snatched up the fragment, blood racing. After 20 days of punching above his level with scarcely a rainbow drop in sight, head finally struck gold. Without hesitation, he yanked the Yin-Yang jade from his neck to see what this third artifact might be. Azure light poured from the jade onto the shard, and the multicolored cracks began to heal before his eyes. Yun Feng held his breath, but after 2 weak pulses the jade's glow went out. What the? He tapped the relic. The once translucent stone had turned dull and lifeless, and the shard was only half repaired. One thought froze him. Did the jade need energy too, and had it just run dry? Remembering the 21st century concept of energy conservation, the idea felt more and more plausible. The jade had been on him through countless kills yet hadn't recharged, so the energy must come from another source. He dumped every ore, potion, and magic core from his ring and pressed them against the jade one by one. Still nothing. After a long round of trial and error, not even a spark returned. What am I supposed to do now? Yun Feng finally slumped to the ground and let out a long sigh. A perfectly good cheat item, and it suddenly declares itself expired. Anyone would feel crushed. Although this cheat had carried him through the hardest early days, Yun Feng knew exactly which felt better, a quick boost or a lifetime one. With no solutions in sight, he yanked the ancient jade from his neck and tucked it into his storage ring along with the unfinished 7-color divine artifact. One day it'll restore you both, he whispered, then headed for the dimensional space exit. 2 days later he reached the base outside the dimensional zone where Wen was stationed. From a distance he spotted her at the railing, craning her neck. I told you to catch a cab and leave first, Yun Feng said, smiling as he walked up. I just got out and waited a bit, Wen replied. But the long groove her shoe had traced in the dirt proved she'd been there at least half a day. All right, let's go. Yun Feng let it slide and waved her into the car. Beep. Once they hit the highway, Yun Feng called Hey Ho. Hey, lunatic. The line finally connected. Hey Ho had tried to reach him right after the exams, but Yun Feng had been power leveling with Wen then. Hey Ho had gone back into a dimensional pocket to train and only returned 10 days ago to submit his university choices. I got into Capital Awakener University. The acceptance letters here thanks to you. Hey Ho's voice crackled with excitement. Don't mention it. Congratulations. Yun Feng laughed. He rang Zhugan next and heard the same good news. Hanging up, he felt genuine pride his 2 best friends had nailed their dream schools. From the passenger seat when Ren turned and smiled. They still needed your help, though. Yunfeng shrugged. His cheat was sealed now. Even if it came back, he'd look out for himself. Furzda wasn't a saint. How's your progress lately? He asked, hands on the wheel. Beast mastery for the win. When Ren's eyes lit up. Without offensive skills, she'd never dared solo, but now she darted through monster packs with ease. Details. I gained another spirit beast, and the new one has a minor skill, but the boost isn't huge, she said, wrinkling her nose. What skill? Guardian. If I take lethal damage, a spirit soaks it instead. The higher the damage, the more spirits it costs. That's an incredible lifesaver. Why the gloomy face? Yunfeng almost thought had misheard. The next upgrade needs 5,000 proficiency points. Brutal. That was her real headache. Keep grinding. Tougher goals usually mean bigger rewards. True. Wenren brightened. What level are you? Up 2+ levels in 20 days, 38 now. Almost 39. Yunfeng gave her a thumbs up. Time flew, and soon had driven when Ren back to the small villa. It looked as if they were still home. That night, just as Yunfeng and Wen Run rounded the corner into their complex, they noticed bright light shining from their apartment windows. When they opened the door and stepped into the living room, they found their two friends absorbed in a card game. Black Monkey was clutching 3 crumpled cards, his face covered with sticky notes, while Bamboo Pole sat unruffled, casually flicking the cards in his hand. Wen Run let out a snort of laughter. Wow, playing for high stakes, are we? Black Monkey was hopeless at cards, but more addicted than anyone else. The moment he saw Yunfeng, he threw his hand onto the coffee table and shouted excitedly, Madman, you're back. Yunfeng teased him. I hear you two aced your exams. Your old man is proud. Get lost, will you? They joked, waving him away like an overly proud father. Yunfeng laughed and pulled them both into a bear hug. Congratulations. Bamboo Pole stretched lazily. Go to bed already. If we weren't waiting for you, would have reported to school by now. Fine, fine. With that, Yunfeng and Wen Ren headed to their rooms for the night. Early the next morning, Yunfeng came downstairs and found the same battlefield. The coffee table hadn't moved, the game was still on, and Black Monkey had even more sticky notes on his face. Wen Ren still out cold? Yunfeng asked. Without looking up, Bamboo Pole replied, haven't heard a peep. Must still be asleep. They exchanged a glance and kept drawing cards. When do you two start school? 9th of September, they answered in unison. Yunfeng already knew the 3 academies shared almost the same registration date. Suddenly Bamboo Pole remembered something. Madman, you didn't take the exams this year, did you? Skipping college? Black Monkey perked up as well. They both knew Yunfeng's skills made higher education optional. Yunfeng shrugged. Who knows? Maybe some university will insist on admitting me. Ding-dong's doorbell rang abruptly. Who could that be? Yunfeng frowned and sent out his mental probe, only to feel it bounce back as if it had hit a spring. Not friendly. The thought had barely formed when hearty laughter came from the yard. Brother Yunfeng, why so wary? So it's Captain Han. My apologies. Yunfeng opened the door, then Frozen entire crowd stood outside, complete with TV reporters aiming their cameras at him. Bang. Reflexively, he slammed the door shut again. Outside, the visitors were even more stunned. Han Lijun stood in front of the live camera, thoroughly embarrassed after being shut out. Yunfeng, open up. I'm here to deliver your admission letter. Han Lijun clawed at the door and called out loudly. From behind the door, Yunfeng asked, then why are there reporters out there? Instinctively, he felt he was too small a fish to be on TV. There's another big announcement to make. Open the door and well explain. Explain first, then he'll open up. They deadlocked. Sweat beaded on Han Lijun's forehead. Jungnan TV was broadcasting live, and viewers across the province could see everything. Getting the door slammed was one thing, but standing next to him was an even bigger VIP. Laughter rippled through the crew. Who on earth is this Yunfeng, shutting the district chief out like that? The kid's got guts. Must be out of his mind. Have you heard the latest? I'm told that guy pulled off a miracle during the college entrance exam, then vanished for 20 days and only showed up again yesterday. In a corner of the tea house, someone lowered his voice to spill the news, and the soft scrape of benches followed as curious onlookers crowded closer. Everyone wanted to know when the legendary hero, Yunfeng, would appear again. At the same time, on the top floor of Jiangnan Group's headquarters, the newest report on Yunfeng landed on Chu Wahai's desk. Across town, Yunfeng had barely turned the key in his apartment lock when rapid knocking rattled the door. Yunfeng, open up, the District 5 chief is outside, Han Lijun hissed through the door. He's here to present your award. Han Lijun cursed under his breath. They never should have streamed that rescue live. Now the whole world was watching. A warm, resonant male voice followed. Ha ha ha, Hero Yun, please open the door. In the District 5 chief, here to thank you in person for your brave deed. Something about that friendly, irresistible tone seeped into Yunfeng like gentle spring rain. His guard dropped, and with a click he opened the door. Hello, everyone. Come in, please. Han Lijun exhaled in relief. At last the kid was cooperating. The door hadn't reached halfway before a small crowd poured inside, camera flashes bursting like sudden rain. Black Monkey and Bamboo Pole jumped back in shock. What's going on? Before Yun Feng could answer, a firm, heated hand grasped his arm, and shutters fired in rapid succession. Standing in the center, the chief spoke with sincere gravity. Hero Yun, we've waited anxiously for your return. If not for you that day standing alone against the monster so the students could escape Jiangnan Prefecture, cannot imagine the cost. You are a hero to District 5 and to all of Jiangnan. His stirring words filled the room, their broadcast echoing across every corner of the prefecture. Yun Feng felt a flush of warmth in his chest and blurted out, Chief, you flatter me. I only did what anyone should do. Look at that, so young, yet already so selfless. The chief raised his voice, and viewers on every screen felt their spirits ignite. That was exactly why the authorities had staged this live feed. Troubled times need heroes, and danger needs examples. The awards ceremony began. Hostesses carried in the prizes one by one. 1. A solid, austere hero's badge, symbolizing honor and duty. 2. A check for 1 million huabin, significant to a fully awakened fighter like Yun Feng, but a sign of official gratitude. 3. Several rare synthesis fragments, among today's most practical treasures. Yun Feng thought that was the finale, but the chief produced a delicate crystal box from his storage ring. To recognize your valor, I requested special approval for this. When he lifted the lid, the room fell silent. Then a chorus of sharp inhalations followed. An epic grade artifact? An epic grade artifact. Someone cried out. Viewers at home gasped, then erupted in thunderous cheers. The chief nodded with satisfaction. The public's excitement was stoked. More volunteers would surely follow. After a few more rallying remarks, the chief excused himself on urgent business, leaving Yun Feng to the television crews who had waited all afternoon. The interviews ran until dusk, camera flashes never stopped, and Han Lijun's scalp tingled from the glare. Night pressed against the windows. When the last reporter left, Yun Feng collapsed into a chair like a fish hauled from water, exhausted. Han Lijun couldn't resist teasing him. So hero, how does it feel? Footsteps sounded on the stairs. One Rin descended with a faint smile, and Black Monkey and Bamboo Pole stared up, utterly stunned. Woe is this fairy who just descended to the mortal world. Zhugan and Hei Ho looked up instinctively. At the top of the stairs, bathed in soft light, a tall, graceful figure was coming down, one hand lightly resting on the banister. Her beige dress hugged her figure, the cinched waist tracing every curve. She wore no jewelry, yet the jet black hair spilling to her waist made her even more striking. The mature elegance so different from Bailey Liyun's youthful delicacy left the two of them momentarily blank. Even though had been warned in the dimensional space, Yun Feng was still stunned by the sight. Snapping out of it, he smacked both of them on the back of the head. What are you two whispering about? To Yun Feng's surprise, Han Lijun's eyes merely flickered when Rin appeared. A moment later he was calm again, as if everything were under control. Smiling as she descended, Rin asked, What's wrong? Don't you recognize me? Hei Ho gaped. You can't be saying you're Rin, the god tier player, right? Zhugan, who had spent the least time with her, waved his hands. Quit kidding. How could she be Rin? I knew the moment I switched back to my female body I'd attract hungry stares, Rin said, shooting Hei Ho and Zhugan a pointed look. Hei Ho bristled. Hey, who's staring? I'll admit you look passable right now, but... Zhugan chimed in. Exactly. If I wanted to ogle someone, I'd look at the nutcase, not you. Yun Feng, who'd been enjoying the show, didn't expect the topic to swing to him. He waved it off. Shut up, monkey, quit slandering me. The shock of Rin's sudden gender flip soon faded. After all, they'd lived together long enough that nothing rattled them for long. Standing aside with an amused smile, Han Lijun looked every bit the doting aunt. Ah, youth is wonderful. Captain Han, you really put me through the ringer today, Yun Feng complained as he walked over. Most people would kill for this, and you call it trouble, Han Lijun said, shaking his head, remembering the epic grade item the district chief had handed over, something countless people dreamed of. Hand it over, Yun Feng demanded, palm up. What? Han Lijun took a step back, feigning wariness. The fourth squad is broke. We don't have any prize for you. Come on, aren't you here to bring me my acceptance letter? Drop the act, Yun Feng snorted. You should have said so, Han Lijun muttered, taking out a red envelope with gold trim and handing it over. Pinghai University for Awakeners heard about you and approved a full exemption from the entrance exam. Thanks, Captain Han, Yun Feng said, accepting it with both hands. No need to thank me. Strictly speaking, we owe you our lives. If you hadn't held the line for those 5 minutes that day, we'd all be dead, Han Lijun said, genuine gratitude in his voice. Huh, then I want stand on ceremony, Yun Feng laughed, tucking the letter away. Just then Rin strolled over, her skirt swaying slightly. Captain Han, you don't look surprised at all. I actually had no idea. It was Xiao Lu who tipped me off. She spotted it the first day you came to headquarters, Han Lijun shrugged. What Rin hadn't expected her disguise to be blown by Lu Yuchi on the spot. She cursed inwardly. These guys are all clueless idiots. Not one of them noticed. All right, Captain Han, we won't hold you up any longer. Seeing that Captain Han still had no intention of leaving, Yunfeng finally ushered him out. Kid. Captain Han shook his head helplessly, chuckling as he stepped through the villa gate. The living room felt instantly lighter. Leaning on Zhu Gan's shoulder, Wenren suggested, "We all got into top university, shouldn't we celebrate?" Everyone agreed at once. He-ho waved his phone. "We're not short on cash anymore, so let's make it classy." "Absolutely," he added, shooting Yunfeng a meaningful glance. Yunfeng raised a hand, stopping the brewing argument. "Fine, something upscale. Hot pot skewers and roadside barbecue are beneath our new status." Zhu Gan's eyes lit up until Yunfeng announced, "We're having iron pot braised goose." "High enough?" Zhu Gan covered his face. "Being rich really limits your imagination? That's our ceiling?" "It's not about the food. It's about the company," Yunfeng said, patting him on the back. "Let's go?" The four of them laughed their way out the door. The midsummer night was still bright, street lamps merging with the last blush of sunset in a wash of pale gold. Walking shoulder to shoulder, they drew twice the usual number of second glances. Yunfeng still hadn't grasped his own celebrity hero of Jiangnan, household name. The moment he appeared, people recognized him. Pedestrians tried to stay composed, but their excitement showed. Most eyes landed on him and on Wenren, whose looks matched her figure. Heiho touched his own face. "So I'm a bit handsome, why is everyone staring at me?" Zhu Gan snorted. "If you had any shame, you wouldn't steal my lines." The heated attention made Wenren squirm. "Tomorrow I'm going back to my Taoist robes. Get used to it." "It's fine," Yunfeng said lightly. Wenren dropped the subject, secretly pleased. Bantering the whole way, they pushed open the glass door of the iron pot goose place. Steam mingled with rich aromas and rushed out to greet them. None of them noticed the indistinct figure lurking at the street corner, cold eyes tracking their every step. On the outskirts of Jiangnan City lay a sprawling estate, its villas sparsely lit. In the most lavish house at the center, a single dim lamp glowed in the living room. Chu Huahai sat across from his nephew. Chu Guanglong, their voices low. "Good nephew. Now that we're on the same side, tell me your plan." Chu Huahai rasped, each word heavy with pressure. Chu Guanglong clenched his fists. "Second uncle, are we really doing this? I want that kid dead as much as anyone, but he's the hero of Jiangnan. Going after him means taking on the whole province. If the payoff is rich enough, helpers will crawl out of every corner," Chu Huahai said, eyes sharp as blades. "But the timing. You think this isn't the best moment?" "Wrong." Chu Huahai shot to his feet, leaned in close, and growled, "Not his is the perfect moment." "Hello, Yunfeng." When he picked up, a voice both familiar and distant filled the line. Yunfeng frowned, but before he could answer, the caller hurried on. "Don't hang up, it's me, your class monitor, Zhang Xingyu." "So it's you, monitor," Yunfeng said coolly. "What can I do for you?" "Come on, Hero Yun. Don't tease me, wouldn't dare boss you around." Zhang Xingyu lowered his tone. "College is right around the corner, and everyone's going their own way, so I'm arranging a class reunion. You're the VIP, can't do it without you. Please." Yunfeng chuckled. "I'm the loser of the class. You'd probably have more fun without me. If that's all, I'll hang up." "Wait please." Zhang Xingyu shouted before Yunfeng could press the button. "We were blind back then. On behalf of everyone, I'm sorry." Yunfeng said nothing. Zhang Xingyu kept talking. "We were only classmates who shot off our mouths, no real harm done. Let it go, will you? Zhou Quan already agreed to come, and Li Laosher will be there too." Truth be told, Yunfeng had never cared about the ridicule, had just been too lazy to attend. But the mention of Hey Ho piqued his interest. "Fine. Text me the time and place." He ended the call. The next morning, Yunfeng came down to the first floor lounge. "Early bird, huh? Guess you didn't drink enough last night," Hey Ho said, slouched against the sofa arm. Zhu Gan lay sprawled on the bed like a dead pig. Head had the most to drink. "I heard you agreed to the reunion?" Hey Ho asked. "Yeah. The monitor said you were going, so I said yes." "Dang. Using me as bait," Yunfeng muttered. "What?" Hey Ho played innocent. "Nothing. We'll head over together tonight." "Where exactly are you going?" Hey Ho spewed soda everywhere. Following his stare, Yunfeng saw Wenren descending the stairs in loose pajamas, half asleep. Since fully reverting to her female form, she didn't care that 3 hot-blooded guys shared the house. Even without any real exposure, Heiho couldn't handle a thin trickle of blood slid from his nose. "Quit gawking and get to your room," Yunfeng said, kicking him in the rear. Holding his backside, Heiho retreated, grumbling, "You're staring too." Yunfeng ignored him, brewed a cup of hot tea, and handed it to Wenren. "Hangover tea? Seriously? People still drink that?" Wenren rolled her eyes, brushed past him, opened the fridge, grabbed an ice-cold cola, and took a long swig. Cold bubbles splashed her lips and slid down her pale neck into the collar of her pajamas, drawing Yunfeng's gaze. His Adam's apple bobbed. "Little temptress," he cursed inwardly, unable to look away. "Mind your manners, other people live here too," he growled, forcing his eyes aside. "So good." Wenren ignored him and took another gulp. Setting the bottle down, she spoke with calm certainty. "You shouldn't go out tonight. You saw something?" Yunfeng's expression tightened. "Yeah, I triggered a skill while listening to you talk." Wenren set her cola on the side table and nodded earnestly. Is something wrong with tonight's class reunion? Yunfeng muttered, frowning. What's there to go for? In her eyes, Yunfeng had barely shown up at school and hadn't even taken the college entrance exam, so a reunion made no sense. Yunfeng hadn't cared either way, but her comment sparked his curiosity. He grinned. I wasn't planning on it, but now you've made me want to see what's up. I'd advise you not to. My reading points to a major disaster. Great prophet. Is there any way to break the omen? Yunfeng asked with a playful smile. I already told you just don't go. I'm definitely going. He had decided. Before heading to Pinghai, he still wanted to settle the lingering threat from the Chu family. Relax. Besides causing trouble at the party, what else could they try? Seeing he wouldn't budge, Wenrin said no more. Time flew, and night fell. At dusk, just as Yunfeng reached the courtyard gate, he found Wenrin following him and Zhugan tagging along as well. Seriously? It's a class reunion, not a mob meeting. Why are you two coming? Yunfeng covered his face with a wry laugh. It's supposed to be classmates only. Won't it look weird? He couldn't talk them out of it, so the three climbed into Zhugan's limited edition sports car. I thought you foresaw disaster. Why come? Yunfeng asked. Because once I'm there, the future changes, Wenrin answered softly. Yunfeng figured it had to do with her mysterious seventh skill and let it drop. The car gleamed under the streetlights, tearing down the road and turning heads. Zhugan, a bona fide rich kid, clearly had an eye for cars. The reunion was set for 7:30 p.m. They reached the Imperial Grand Hotel, the district's only 8-star hotel, at 7:20. Most people would think twice before spending money here. Crazy man. This place belongs to the Jiangnan group, Zhugan whispered as they stepped out. I know. Let's head in, Yunfeng replied, unfazed. There was no cliched look down on the poor scene at the entrance. Recognizing the limited edition car in Yunfeng's face, the guards bowed them into the lobby. As the ballroom doors swung open, a wave of applause crashed over them. A crowd had gathered at the entrance, all smiles. Zhang's zingiest voice boomed. Let's welcome Class 32's pride and joy, Yunfeng, our hometown hero. Their homeroom teacher, Li Yanqing, stood front and center, beaming. Welcome, Yunfeng. Sorry for the traffic. Everyone, please sit down, Yunfeng replied with a smile. Black Monkey stood awkwardly beside him, was a classmate too, yet hardly anyone greeted him. The others chimed in. You're not late. We just got here ourselves. Some had worried that Yunfeng, now a public figure, might show off or be sarcastic after all. Quite a few had kicked him when he was down. But he remained as approachable as ever, so everyone finally relaxed. Over 20 round tables filled the ballroom, buzzing with conversation. The class had once numbered more than 300, but after a year of upheaval fewer than 250 remained. Everyone knew why some seats were empty. Once everyone settled, the reunion officially began. Yunfeng, impressive, you even brought your girlfriend to the reunion. Li Yanjing, who had once shared a desk with Yunfeng, blinked playfully, unable to hide her grin as she looked from him to Wenren Longyu. Please, teacher, don't misunderstand, Yunfeng blurted, flustered. She's just a member of my enforcer squad, here to join the fun. Li Yanjing's quip had both him and Wenren blushing scarlet. Sure, explaining is just another form of denial, Li Yanjing teased. Still, your girlfriend really is gorgeous. The usually self-confident Li couldn't help feeling a little inferior next to Wenren Longyu. After a few rounds, the private room buzzed with clinking glasses and laughter. Everyone, Zhang Xingyu shouted, isn't it an honor to dine with a real hero tonight? Yes, the class echoed. Then shouldn't we all toast our hero? Yes. Zhang Xingyu was the first to rise, lifting his glass high overhead. One by one, the others followed, and even Teacher Li, caught up in the mood, raised her drink toward Yunfeng. After all, he had indirectly saved her life during that catastrophe. What are you waiting for? Fill the glasses. Zhang Xingyu signaled urgently to the servers. Once every glass brimmed, Yunfeng smiled and raised his own. Classmates, stop calling me great hero. As true as it may be, hearing it too often makes me shy. But since you're all so enthusiastic, it would be rude to refuse. The rim touched his lips, and Zhang Xingyi's heart leapt into his throat. In a nearby monitor room, a group of people watched the feed, their fists clenched tight. But Yunfeng suddenly set the glass down. Someone nearly blurted out in panic. What? Why isn't he drinking? I think this first toast should go to Teacher Li, Yunfeng said, glancing around. Without her encouragement, I wouldn't be where I am today. Come on, let's toast her together. Teacher Li. Teacher Li. The cheers rose again. Stunned and moved, Li Yanjing hadn't expected to hear such words. Bottoms up. Yunfeng tipped his head back and drained the glass in one go. Once he finished, everyone else followed suit. Only then did Zhang Xingyu quietly exhale, a sly smile creeping across his face. Sorry, Yunfeng, everyone wants a shot at being a hero. This liquor is really strong. Before long, a classmate collapsed face down on the table. Time passed, and like dominoes they fell. Some slumped over the table, some sagged into their chairs, others rolled right under the tablecloth. Yunfeng. This wine, Wenren Longyu didn't finish her sentence. Her body went limp against his shoulder. Yunfeng caught her, only to feel the room spin violently, a dizzy haze pounding his skull. Zhang Xingyu. He pointed at the only person still standing, his voice hoarse and furious. Cold steel flashed. Yun Feng drew his combat blade and staggered forward. The tip was inches from Zhang Xingyi's chest when Yun Feng lost his balance and crashed to the floor. Huff huff. Zhang Xingyu collapsed as well, gasping for air, sweat beading across his forehead, the front of his trousers soaked. For a moment he had forgotten he was an awakened and failed to dodge, convinced that blade was about to sever his throat. Not bad at all. The banquet hall doors swung open, and 3 men strolled in at their own pace. Chu Eri, Patriarch Chu. Seeing them, Zhang Xingyu scrambled to his feet in embarrassment. I've held up my end. Where's that epic tier material you promised me? Relax. We never break our word, Chu Huahai said, patting Zhang Xingyu's shoulder. A fleeting look of disgust crossed his eyes. He strode over to the unconscious Yun Feng and stomped on him. You little bastard, you're finally mine. He snarled, driving kick after kick into Yun Feng's chest, as if grinding every old grievance to dust. Second uncle, if we don't strike now, when will we? Chu Guanglong shouted, fists clenched, eyes blood red. Their helpless enemy lay at their feet that ached to carve Yun Feng to pieces. Chu Huahai waved him off, voice calm. What's the hurry? The divine slumber I used isn't for show. Even a transcendent would sleep 2 solid hours. The poison didn't bother Zhang Xingyu as much as something else. He stepped closer. Master Chu, Patriarch, Yun Feng's a public figure. Everyone saw him enter this hotel. If something happens to him here, we're done. I want to be a hero, not the nation's most wanted. No epic material is worth losing my head. Glad you've got a brain, Chu Huahai snorted. You think we spent all this effort without a plan? He beckoned behind him. A young man jogged over. Chu Huahai clapped him on the shoulder. From today on, you're the hero. Thank you, second granduncle. Zhang Xingyu was still processing the words when the youth's body began to twist grotesquely, bones cracking, skin and features reshaping. In seconds he became Yun Feng's mirror image, right down to the faint expression between his brows. He was a fringe clansman whose awakened beast talent, amoeba, had been rated class and nearly useless in combat. It could be used only once. He could permanently assume the form of anyone he had seen, with no way back. A nobody, until Chu Huahai dug him up for this very moment. Once Yun Feng walked out of the hotel in full view, suspicion would shift elsewhere. As for the real Yun Feng, Chu Huahai already had plans. A flawless swap. You really do think ahead, second uncle, Chu Guanglong murmured, suddenly grasping why the quiet youth had always been close by. The transformed man bowed. Yun Feng greets second Master Chu and Patriarch Chu, he said, voice and cadence perfect. Uncanny. He's identical, Zhang Xingyu whispered. Kneel. Kowtow, Chu Huahai ordered. Yun Feng dropped to his knees, smashing his forehead against the floor until the skin split and bled. He slapped himself, cursing nonstop. Watching the bleeding, contorting face before him, Chu Huahai's smile turned almost deranged, cold satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Now, time to deal with the real enemy. He and Chu Guanglong turned toward the spot where Yun Feng had collapsed. It was empty. Both men blanched. What? Where did he go? Sorry, did I disappoint you? Yun Feng rose from the table that had been reduced to mere decor, brushed off his sleeves, and tilted his chin. Impossible. I watched you drink every drop. Zhang Xingyi's eyes widened as if he were staring at a monster. Chu Huahai frowned as well. As one of the top figures in toxicology, he knew the potency of Tianshan drunk better than anyone. The drug only grew stronger with Timino. One should sober up that fast. What kind of second-rate Tianshan drunk is that? Yun Feng snorted, full of contempt. I blacked out for a heartbeat, then nothing. In fact, the wine had never reached his stomach. The moment he entered the hotel, he stayed on guard. When Zhang Xingyu offered the toast and signaled the waiter to refill the glass, Yun Feng knew something was up. As the rim touched his lips, he mimed to swallow but used his void black flame talent to send the liquid into the void and burn it away. Every trace of drunkenness afterward was theater performance to draw out the mastermind. Arrogant kid. Chu Huahai growled and lifted his hand, only to have Chu Guanglong grab his arm. Second uncle, we're in the heart of a safe zone. Are you really going to start something here? Chu Guanglong kept his voice low. Then what, just let him walk? Chu Huahai hissed. I paid a fortune for an item that might do the job. Chu Guanglong pulled a cracked goatskin scroll from his coat and shoved it at him. Second uncle, that brat can even play my father. I've got nothing else. Chu Huahai unrolled the parchment, and his expression shifted. You actually found one of these? It was a Scarlet Radiantigrade relic, the life and death writ. Write the target's name on it in their presence, and both parties were dragged into a separate dueling realm. Only one could leave alive, and the clash would never spill into reality. Thanks for the hospitality. If there's nothing else, we'll be on our way. Yun Feng turned, signaling to the 3 companions behind him. In a place like this, none of them would risk using their power. High-level enforcers would arrive within a minute. You're not going anywhere, kid. Blood pounding, Chu Huahai snapped. He pressed a brush to the goatskin and wrote 2 characters, Yun Feng. Before Yun Feng could look back, the scene split apart. In the next instant he stood atop a colossal platform of white jade. Empty space stretched on all sides. 200 meters away, for towering light screens formed a square cage, the words life and death arena blazing in gold above them. Facing him was Chu Huahai, pulled in as well. The moment their eyes met, both men raised their goggles, and a system panel flickered to life. Level 67. Combat power 2.5 million. Chu Huahai's combat power was nearly double Yunfeng's. As the numbers faded, Huahai completed his full beast shift. A massive black serpent coiled across the platform, a jagged white stripe running its spine. Green venom swirled around its scales, eerie light glinting in slit pupils. When its jaws yawned open, two fangs gleamed like knives. This was Yunfeng's first real clash with a fully beast-formed opponent. He realized the creature before him was no longer human at all. When he had been hunted in the desert, had never faced the beast-formed Gerfalcon Hedon. The giant serpent hissed, its forked tongue flicking as it sent a cloud of venomous mist drifting toward Yunfeng. Only then did Chu Huahai grasp how disastrously he had misjudged things. He had believed his sons and younger brother's deaths were only indirectly linked to Yunfeng. Yet after witnessing his level and combat power firsthand, the truth hit him: Yunfeng was the killer, and terrifyingly strong. If he failed to bury this man today, the Chu family would be doomed. Oddly, the life and death arena now felt like a blessing. One duel, one verdict. The mist seemed to float, but it moved too fast for the eye, wrapping Yunfeng in an instant. A tornado rose out of nowhere, sweeping the toxin back. Chu Huahai's heart lurched. Wind element? The intel had said ice. Could the man be a dual element awakener? Either way, the gap between them remained. Only one person would leave alive. As Yunfeng stepped onto the platform, the arena's rules flashed through his mind. He muttered, "Today, either I live or you die." Chu Huahai outclassed him, but Yunfeng had once held a level 75 commander monster at bay for minutes with the scent of the deity. Why fear a human? The serpent's tail cracked through the air. Yunfeng advanced instead of retreating, meeting it with his blade, yet the blow hurled him against the barrier. Chu Huahai sneered, "Idiot." A moment later, Yunfeng dusted himself off unharmed. The power of the true dragon nullified 90% of the impact, and his superior regeneration handled the rest. He glanced at the Sea King's green cap overhead, counting the seconds until it charged. Chu Huahai gave him no respite. Another wave of toxic fog gushed out, filling every inch of the arena, thickening by the heartbeat. The Zion-grade combat suit sizzled, exposed skin burned. Yunfeng noted that the poison was non-elemental, otherwise his 90% elemental immunity and a rank iron body would have spared him even the pain. Descent of the deity. He triggered the stolen skill. A golden phantom descended, making him nearly invincible for 3 seconds and sealing the fog outside. Simultaneously, the Sea King's green cap slammed to full charge. Chu Huahai, watching, saw Yunfeng's reddening skin and exulted. In this enclosed space, the mist would reduce him to sludge. His triumph evaporated when golden light flared. In a heartbeat, he felt himself demoted from a high-tier myriad venom serpent to a mere bamboo viper. He looked up at a sight he would never forget. 30 meters away, Yunfeng wielded all 5 elements at once. His blade whirled, and each missed stroke tore fresh wounds across Chu Huahai. Wind blades crisscrossed above, earthen spikes erupted beneath, ice lances howled through the air, demonic vines snaked around him. Elements and blade work fused into an apocalyptic maelstrom, leaving Chu Huahai stupefied where he stood. 30 seconds felt like a year to Chu Huahai. Under the twin defense-shredding debuffs, descent of the deity, and love is light. Even his toxin-forged armor couldn't soak up everything. Yunfeng's blows still sent blood spraying, and Chu was inches from death. When the timer expired, Yunfeng showed no sign of letting up. Chu wanted him dead, but Yunfeng was just as eager to finish so he could reach the 3 teammates waiting outside. He feared Chu Guanglong might do something insane. Hiss! Chu Huahai let out a piercing screech as his giant serpent body coiled tight. A tar-black cloud of poison burst out, swallowing him whole. Every skill Yunfeng hurled splashed harmlessly against the swirling fume wall. What trick is that supposed to be? Forced to pull back, Yunfeng peered through the toxic fog and saw black scales falling away. The serpent's body was turning translucent, the unmistakable prelude to a shed. "If you can force me to use molting rebirth, then your death will be worth it," Chu Huahai growled, hatred seething. The move instantly healed every wound and restored his resources, but cost him 3 whole levels. For someone at 67, gaining even 1 was torture. Numbers on Yunfeng's visor shifted. 67 became 64. Combat power down 300,000. He laughed coldly. "So those were your trump cards? Now sit tight and die." Before the words faded, hundreds of toxic blades formed around Chu Huahai. Daggers, spears, bone knives, sickles. Venom-laced steel filled the sky. Armory of 10,000 poisons, me real ace. Let's see if you can even track them. Chu roared. Yunfeng blurred and stepped into the void, slipping through the killing field with ease. Even so, he frowned. True dragon power couldn't stop the poison. How disappointing. Head thought his defenses flawless. Yet a psychic slap had landed first, and now the toxins were rubbing salt in. When he reappeared, the poisonous weapons had already crashed down. Keeping his distance, he pinned Chu with void black fire and silently counted down his cooldowns. "I'm waiting on cooldowns." "What are you waiting for?" he asked coolly. 5 minutes later, the icon for love, his light lit up again. A blinding beam engulfed Chu Huahai before he could react, and his skin turned leaf green once more. Impossible. Sheer dread gripped him. He had just been hit by that skill. How could it be ready so soon? The next 30 seconds stretched into eternity. Black fire smoldered in his fresh wounds, frost sealed his lips, and violet-black blood slid off frozen lashes. He couldn't even hold serpent form and crumpled back into a battered human shape. Molting rebirth couldn't be chained. All he could do was wait to die. Even if he could fire it again, it would only buy him a few heartbeats. "He'll kill me." His voice shook with despair. "I don't need your permission." Yun Feng was desperate to leave and didn't waste a single breath. Every extra second he stayed spelled disaster for the people outside. With one clean stroke, he severed his opponent's head, slipped the storage ring off the corpse's finger, and sprinted for the exit. The very next instant the air warped, and he was yanked back to the center of the banquet hall. Yun Feng, a frail whisper drifted to him. He turned toward the sound. Wenren's face was ghost pale, sweat beading on her brow, and her once lustrous black hair had turned to snowy silver. Her legs trembled, threatening to give way. Across from her, Chu Guanglong glared at Yun Feng, seething with rage and despair, as though ready to explode at any moment. "Wenren, what's wrong?" Yun Feng's heart clenched. He flashed to her side, caught her, and let her lean against his chest. "I told you, this place is a death trap," she rasped, her voice rough as sandpaper. Before she could finish, her head lolled, and she went limp. The moment her aura faded, the binding on Chu Guanglong dissolved. He had already prepared for the worst. If Yun Feng walked off the dueling platform alive, he would seize Yun's companions as hostages. Yet just as he acted, the stunning woman who had come with Yun Feng awakened and froze him with a bizarre ability. Now free again, he cursed under his breath and bolted without looking back. "You're all dead men," Yun Feng roared, raising his blade to give chase. Wenren suddenly convulsed in his arms, her chest heaving violently. He stopped and stared daggers at Chu Guanglong's retreating figure. "Enjoy those few extra days of life," he growled. He laid Wenren gently on a sofa, brushing trembling fingers through her silver hair. Forcing himself calm, he called Han Lijun, gave a terse report, and requested immediate backup. Shocked, Han set out at top speed with his team. Hei Ho and Zhugan remained unconscious, while Wenren's complexion worsened by the minute. Yun Feng rifled through the storage ring, pulling out vial after vial of pills, talismans, and potions. He tried, each one swallowed, applied, activated, but nothing worked. "Stop wasting them." Wenren managed to crack her eyes open, her voice barely audible. "How are you feeling?" Yun Feng leaned closer, brow furrowed. "What kind of ability could drain you like this?" "I'm fine, just tired." "You call this fine?" "Let me rest a while." Her eyelids fluttered shut, and she slipped back into a deep sleep. "Then I'll ask when you wake up." Yun Feng stowed the unused supplies and stayed at her side, waiting for Han Lijun to arrive. "Yun Feng, is what you said true?" Han Lijun's words had barely echoed from the doorway when a rush of hurried footsteps burst into the banquet hall. More than 200 people lay sprawled across the vast floor. Under the harsh white lights, the silent devastation made every newcomer break out in a cold sweat. What on earth? Han Lijun started to ask, but the moment he looked up and saw Wenren's frail state, the question died on his lips. What would happen to her? "I'm taking her home first," Yun Feng said, scooping Wenren into his arms. He turned toward the exit. "Hey ho, get 2 men to carry those 2 to my car." He rattled off the order without pausing. Just as he reached the door, he added, "The badge on the table is mine. Its recorder has the entire incident." Without another word, he was gone. Han Lijun had no choice but to wave his officers over. They lifted Hei Ho and Zhugan and hurried after Yun Feng toward the parking lot. Once Han had the badge and watched the full recording, he ground out between clenched teeth. Jiang and group, to think they'd go this far. Perfect. Yun Feng drove like the wind, racing the 3 injured passengers back to his lakeside villa. On the way, Hei Ho and Zhugan drifted in and out of consciousness, still groggy and confused. After settling them into separate guest rooms, Yun carried Wenren straight up to the 3rd floor. Since buying the villa, he had never set foot on that level. Once Wenren chose it as her bedroom, the entire floor became off-limits. The door swung open onto wind chimes, sticker decals, and lacy bordersa space overflowing with girlish charm, a miniature princess castle. A faint, sweet fragrance lingered over the warm bed, marred only by a cloth banner on the wall that read, "Heaven's will above, mortal fate below." "Get some real rest today," Yun murmured, laying her gently on the mattress and tucking the quilt around her. He started to leave, but she suddenly clamped a hand around his wrist. "Wenren, are you awake?" he asked, bending close. Her eyes stayed shut, yet pain creased her brow. Yun sat back down. "All right, I'll stay with you." He let her grip his hand while he pushed his senses to their limits. alert for any desperate move from Chu Kuanglong. The whole night passed in stillness. Outside the villa, even the wind was loud, and nothing else disturbed the silence. At dawn, the first shaft of light slipped through the window and fell across Wenren's face, making her silver hair sparkle. Yun's heart lurched. Faint lines had appeared on her once flawless features. He lifted her hand. The skin that used to feel like silk now showed tiny wrinkles and had lost its luster. Do I look awful now? Wenren opened her eyes. Her voice was hoarse, nothing like the nightingale tones of the evening before. Who says that? No one in the world looks better than you, Yun blurted out. So you've learned to lie too. She managed a weak smile and tried to sit up, but he pressed her back against the pillow. Don't move. Rest a little longer. Seeing how restless he was, Wenren chuckled softly. Bursting with questions, aren't you? Yun hesitated, then finally asked, the way you look now, is it because you used the skill you unlocked at level 35? She met his eyes and gave a faint nod. Yes. Wenren gave a faint nod. That day I burned through all 3 uses of my fate reading skill and realized that only by staying with you could I avoid disaster. She leaned against the headboard, her face bloodless, yet her voice steady. No wonder you and Zhugan insisted on tagging along, Yin Feng said, finally understanding. While we were drinking, I pretended to pass out, just like you. Wenren recalled the scene and burst out laughing. Where did you learn to act like that? I almost thought you were truly drunk and about to be well. You even fooled yourself. Her laughter infected Yin Feng, and he laughed too. When they dragged you away, Chu Kuanglong clearly wanted the 3 of us, as well, probably afraid you'd show up again. So you used your skill and ended up like this? The pain in his voice was obvious. You don't have to feel guilty. I did it to save myself, Wenren said quickly. At that moment, I was the only one who could turn things around. Keeping a transcendent under control that long must have cost you dearly, Yin Feng muttered, staring at her cracked lips and snow-white hair. It wasn't that bad, Wenren replied with a soft cough. You call this not bad? Tell me how the skill works, Yin Feng pressed. I'd rather not. She shifted the topic. Yin Feng, I'm thirsty. Could you get me some water? Curiosity smoldering, he went to fetch a glass. After a sip, a hint of color returned to her lips. Please drop it, Yin Feng. He was silent for a moment, then asked, fine, but how much of your lifespan did you burn? The room fell so quiet they could hear each other breathe. How did you know? She whispered. Isn't it obvious? Yin Feng glanced at the wall clock. I lasted barely 7 minutes on the life and death platform, and in that time your hair went completely white. A young woman turning old in minutes. Wenren lowered her gaze. 1 minute costs 5 years. Yin Feng's hand shook, splashing water from the glass. In under 7 minutes, she had lost more than 30 years. He knew exactly what 30 years meant. Don't worry, he said firmly. They'll get you to level 80, break the 3rd shackle, and reclaim those years. You really don't have to. I do, and I can. Yin Feng cut her off. All right, they'll hold you to it, she murmured with a faint smile. Once I hit 80 and my talent fully unlocks. Yin Feng tucked the quilt around her. Rest. I'm going downstairs to see if those 2 dead pigs are awake yet. He slipped out quietly. So this is what it feels like to be cared for, not bad, Wenren murmured. She reached for a mirror, then let her hand drop. No point looking at this worn-out shell. Downstairs, Heiho and Zhugan were fully awake. How did we get back? One moment we were drinking, the next it's a blank. Heiho groaned, rubbing his pounding head. Yeah, I always brag that I can't get drunk, but now I'm doubting my life, Zhugan muttered. Good, you're up, Yin Feng said calmly. Madman, what happened? Heiho sensed something was off. Nothing. Everything's fine. Yin Feng had barely finished when his phone rang. Han Lijun was calling. Yin Feng, stay sharp. The moment the call connected, Captain Han's anxious voice flooded his ear. What's going on? We have airtight evidence. Don't tell me, even the enforcers can't close this case. Yin Feng frowned, running quick scenarios in his head. Han Lijun's report was concise. Most of the Jiangnan group's people were already in custody and would be questioned one by one. The problem was Chu Kuanglong had vanished. Worse still, it looked as if he had expected last night's assassination attempt on Yin Feng to fail and had taken every awakened under Jiangnan's banner with him. So he's on the run with a pack of superpowered thugs? Yin Feng's chest tightened. After all the people had already put down, the group still had at least 10 awakened left. I've requested backup. We can send a detail to guard you or move you straight to Enforcer HQ. Hold on, a warning bell went off in Yin Feng's mind. He cut the call before Han Lijun could finish. Yin Feng? Yin Feng. Han Lijun stared at the dead line, unsettled. Chu Kuanglong now had nothing to lose. After last night, he knew the Chu clan was finished. He had prepared 2 plans from the start: bask in glory if he won, or bet his life if he lost. It looked like he had chosen the latter. Chu Kuanglong's camp. Patriarch, Yin Feng can already kill Second Master on his own. If we wait any longer, the reminder pierced like a needle. A chill ran through Chu Kuanglong. At the rate Yin Feng was growing, one more day in hiding and revenge would be impossible. He made a snap decision, gather every awakened he had and launch a desperate strike. Even if it cost all their lives, they would drag Yin Feng down. Yin Feng's villa. While still on the phone with Han Lijun, Yunfeng suddenly sensed more than a dozen formidable auras closing in. Coupled with the call, the answer was obvious. Chu Guanglong was bringing the Jiangnan awakened straight to him. On Yunfeng's side, there were only two rookies who had yet to grow, and a wounded one Rin fresh off a narrow escape. A heating clash meant almost certain defeat. You two get out, stay alive. Yunfeng pressed a pair of spatial capsules into their hands, sprang to the third floor, and produced a small metal sphere crackling with electricity. Footsteps approached the door. Sensing his companions had withdrawn, he calmed slightly and pitched the sphere into the air. Boom! Lightning webbed across the sky. In a heartbeat, the sphere expanded into a colossal net of thunder that covered half the villa, pinning down nearly half of the Jiangnan awakened. The acrid tang of ozone filled the air, blue-white flashes illuminating Yunfeng's cold profile. He had played out this scene in his head countless times. The blood feud between him and the Jiangnan group had to end sooner or later. In the past, he might have fled with Black Monkey, using spatial capsules to escape. Now his strength had changed. Running was no longer the only option. Today was the perfect chance to finish it once and for all. The lightning domain Neton item of red radiance grade was something he had prepared long ago, pieced together from fragments had found in the forbidden zone. The area wrapped in the lightning web turned into a field of crackling electricity, cutting it off from anyone outside. 6 intruders landed safely inside the barrier, but the other 7 crashed into the flashing arcs and staggered back, forced to pace anxiously along the perimeter. Though the web itself wasn't lethal, it was as solid as a fortress wall. The 7 attackers immediately hurled every skill they had: bolts of lightning, blades of ice, and fireballs trying to tear a gap in the net. Inside the villa, Yunfeng crouched beside the bed and whispered, "Stay here and don't move. He'll be right back." His voice was exceptionally gentle as he pressed a smooth pearl into Wenren's palm. A beam of golden light burst from the pearl and wrapped her in a protective cocoon. "Okay, be careful," Wenren replied with a soft smile, fingers tightening around the pearl. Yunfeng turned and left the bedroom. The moment he stepped into the living room, the outer wall collapsed with a deafening crash, as though torn apart by a massive force. Expensive decor shattered into rubble, and the elegant villa crumbled until only the bed, shielded by golden light, hovered intact above the debris. "You people are insane. This is a safe zone," Yunfeng said, his gaze sweeping over the 7 figures opposite him. Through the swirling dust, Chu Guanglong emerged with 5 of the family's elite fighters, a confident smile on his face. "I thought you'd run. Yet here you've built yourself a prison instead," he taunted. As his words fell, 6 extraordinary auras flared, their killing intent locking onto Yunfeng. Although Chu Guanglong's own cultivation lagged behind due to years of corporate duties, the 5 beside him were the Chu clan's strongest. Knowing enforcers could arrive at any moment, he barked, "Finish this fast." Even before he finished speaking, the 6 charged. Chu Guanglong transformed into a gigantic rhinoceros, its horn longer than its body, black scales gleaming with eerie light. 2 others beast shifted on into a green-furred wolf, the other into a saker falcon. A metal and a lightning elementalist took the rear, while the last fighter radiated a heavy, pressure-based ability. Yunfeng slipped on protective goggles, data streaming across the lens's highest enemy level, 61. Without hesitation, he activated full power. Black flames surged, forming 5 clones that lined up beside him, matching the 6 attackers 1 for 1. At the same time, the surrounding landscaping trees shot skyward. Branches twisted madly, morphing into towering wooden giants summon of wood elements, demon trees. Their thunderous strides churned the battlefield into a whirl of dust and rubble. "Patriarch, what skill is that?" It wasn't in the intel. Several fighters shouted as they unleashed their attacks. Even Chu Guanglong stared in shock. Every report said Yunfeng's only innate element was ice. The tree giants barreled forward. Yunfeng kept the 5 enemies tangled with his clones while he lunged straight for Chu Guanglong. "Take out the head first," he thought. Absolute zero ice lock. A blast of freezing air erupted from his core, aiming to encase Chu Guanglong in solid ice before chaining into a finishing combo. Yet the moment the frost met its target, it shattered against a dazzling golden sheen. Invulnerability? Skill? Or artifact? Golden light rippled across Chu Guanglong's skin. Yunfeng's eyes narrowed, a glint of cold calculation flashing within them. "Little bastard, you've got some nerve." Chu Guanglong clenched his jaw and swept a murderous look over the 5 transcendent fighters pinned down by Yunfeng, his expression darker than if he had swallowed a fly. In raw strength, he was already weaker than his father, and nowhere near his second uncle Chu Huanghai, whose power eclipsed them both. After only one exchange, he had been forced to burn through several antique artifacts, patchwork pieces long buried in the clan vault, and every use felt like a knife twisting in his heart. Without these trump cards, he could never have fought Yunfeng to a standstill. He would have cleaned out the vault entirely if he could, but a handful of stubborn conservatives in the clan had opposed moving against Yunfeng from the start and were still trying to stop him. The thought made Chu Guanglong seethe. "You decrepit relics. Once I finish Yunfeng, We'll tear you out by the roots. Boom. Two boulders the size of houses split the clouds and slammed down, icefall and rockfall triggering back-to-back with thunderous impact. At the same time, green-black vines shot up around Chu Quanglong's legs like poisonous snakes. In mere seconds, Yun Feng had unleashed a string of elemental talents, making it hard to guess how many skills he actually possessed. Chu Quanglong had to keep tossing out defensive and offensive relics, each one costing him a stab of pain. Patriarch, we're here to help. The 5 transcendent allies finally destroyed 5 Black Flame clones and a swarm of treants. The clones carried only 70% of Yun Feng's power and lacked his broken passive abilities. Without that handicap, even they would have been wiped out. Seeing them return, Chu Quanglong breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Outside the lightning net, 7 more Chu clan powerhouses kept hammering away. One suddenly called out, Patriarch, I command lightning. I can drain this net and break the seal for them. Do it, Chu Quanglong ordered. He had assumed 6 people could capture Yun Feng quickly, with or without the net, but now he dared not risk it. He charged first, morphing into a raging dragon rhino. His single horn speared toward Yun Feng from a wicked angle, while a storm of golden elemental blades closed in. The red glow-grade lightning net was nowhere near drained. Yun Feng sneered and met the attack heat-in. If he could use his own transcendent artifacts, he would have ended this long ago. Seeing that Chu Quanglong had far too many life-saving cards, Yun Feng switched targets and fixed on the Awakener, shaping gold element. You're next. He barreled through the other 4 attackers like a hurricane. Without the clan's treasury backing him, the gold element transcendent buckled under the assault. In less than a minute, he lay critically wounded, barely breathing. Knowing the entire team would fall if one man died, Chu Quanglong hurriedly pulled out another fragment relic to keep him alive. Yet even the Chu clan's deep reserves couldn't scatter high-grade relics like candy. The clan still had to grow, and the vault couldn't be emptied. Chu Quanglong couldn't help shouting, Chu Quanglai, are you done yet? Chu Quanglong was on edge, staring at the man who was still drawing in lightning. Just give me 5 more minutes, he roared inwardly. Yet doubt gnawed at him. Could he even stall that long? A sweep of his storage ring showed only a handful of pills, scrolls, and tools. His reserves were nearly gone. The Black Flame doppelganger technique came off cooldown, and Yun Feng raised a hand. 5 replicas cloaked in searing black fire appeared without a sound. The blaze reflected the crackling lightning, shattering the battle's fragile balance. The first scream rang out the instant the doppelgangers touched ground. A gold element awakener was run through by black flame and collapsed on the scorched earth. Chu Quanglong had saved the man once, but he could not save him twice. The next fighter's ribcage caved in, the third was charred to ash, and the fourth was torn into bloody mist, disaster chaining from one heartbeat to the next. In the lightning-netted arena, only Chu Quanglong and his brother Chu Quanglai remained. Ha ha ha! Chu Quanglong's laugh was hoarse and bitter. I threw everything my family had left at you and still couldn't take your life. I should have snuffed you out in the cradle. Mid-threat, the irony struck him. The mightiest corporation in Jiangnan Prefecture had been pushed to the brink by a high schooler. If only the Grand Elder were still alive. At that thought, he shut his eyes and let fate decide. A war blade wreathed in black flame cleaved down. The incandescent edge hissed past his neck, and a head soared skyward. The first patriarch of the Chu clan fell where he stood. Chu Quanglai, seated at the lightning net center, watched his brother's head tumble and felt his mind shatter. He braced for the same fate, but the net's power drained away. Bolts sputtered out, the glowing barrier dissolved, and 7 reinforcements finally burst in. The scene froze them. In the span of a quarter hour, 6 comrades had been reduced to one cowering Chu Quanglai. What happened here? A devil, he's a devil, Chu Quanglai whispered, terror flooding his eyes, and bolted. Yun Feng would never let prey escape. Black Dragon Flash ignited, and he blurred forward. One sweeping strike whirled in black flame, stacked with black flame edict split the sky. Chu Quanglai was carved into pieces before he could even react. Flesh and blood rained down. What do we do? The 7 newcomers felt their blood run cold. If Yun Feng had slaughtered Chu Quanglong's squad in moments, they stood no chance. Yun Feng, we have no quarrel with you, and we never raised a hand against you, an older man stammered. Yun Feng's killing intent only grew colder. Scatter! The elder screamed, wheeling away. The others, seasoned foxes all, split in 7 directions. Escape lights tore through the air, desperate to flee the slaughter field. Yun Feng's gaze was icy. Even with multiple doppelgangers, he could not block every path, so he locked onto one target. Black Flame Blade energy howled, Black Dragon Flash kicked in. But before he could give chase, all 7 fugitives whipped around and stopped dead. Yun Feng's brow lifted. Back so soon to die? Then he saw why. A second squad of 7 had appeared ahead of them, murderous intent rolling off in waves. More than a dozen hostile gazes now converged on him, their aura fierce enough to shake the air. Who are you people? Yun Feng automatically put himself between Wenren and the newcomers, his eyes flicking over the 7 unfamiliar faces. He didn't recognize any of them, but that standard-issue combat uniform was unmistakable. The army. He had seen enforcer reinforcements before, yet what were army officers doing here? While he was still wondering, a shrill whistle approached from afar. Yun Feng looked up just in time to see someone descending from the sky, riding a broad sword half his own height. The man landed with his gray-white uniform flapping and an aura as lofty as a banished immortal. With a casual wave, he ordered, "Take these people away." The captured espers knew the score. If they stayed quiet, they might live. If they resisted, they would be shot on the spot. The skylock cuffs snapped shut, and the soldiers led them off. "Let me introduce myself," the newcomer said, his gaze calm as it rested on Yun Feng. "Bailey Pujuan, Army." Only then did Yun Feng notice the 3 gleaming gold star insignias on the man's chest: Major General, second only to Corps Commander in the Army hierarchy. The sight shook him, yet he kept silent, brow furrowed. "Something wrong with my methods?" Bailey Pujuan followed Yun Feng's gaze to the 6 cold bodies on the ground and seemed to realize what he meant. "Kid, you've got quite the killing streak. Don't worry, once I've confirmed their crimes, I'll let you carry out the sentence yourself." Yun Feng's expression changed. He forced a smile at once. "Thank you, General Bailey." A major general's promise was good enough for him. "Wait a sec, General." Yun Feng flashed back to Wenren's bedside. "Told you I'd be right back, didn't I?" Yeah, I know how great you are," Wenren muttered, rolling her eyes. Gold light faded as Yun Feng dragged the entire hospital bed to a relatively level patch of ground. Glancing around at the surrounding rubble, he spread his hands. "General, my humble abode is now a pile of debris, hardly the place for a chat. Maybe we could." "No need," Bailey Pujuan said, unmoved as he stood among the broken walls. "Soldiers aren't picky about the setting." Yun Feng finally asked the question on his mind. "Then, General, what brings you here?" "To thank you." Bailey Pujuan smiled. "Remember that transcendent commander you stalled for 5 minutes? It broke through our cordon because we failed in our duty. If you hadn't stopped it, the consequences would have been disastrous. I'm here on behalf of the Army to express our gratitude." At the word gratitude, Yun Feng instinctively glanced at Bailey's hands empty. Without cameras around, the Major General was clearly relaxed, but his meaning couldn't have been plainer. "Where's the gift?" "This kid's interesting," Bailey Pujuan thought. A high schooler who could stay this composed in front of a Major General, rare indeed. He flipped his hand, pulled something from a storage ring, and offered it. "Here, spoils from that commander-class beast. Think of it as a little present." Yun Feng looked down. Compared with the huge blade the 8-armed demon ape had wielded, the weapon was tiny. He looked back up at Bailey Pujuan. "I saying that's it?" Bailey cleared his throat. "Quit staring. Staring won't make it any bigger. Come on, you're the military, how can your gift be worse than the district chief's?" Yun Feng folded his arms, a faint smirk on his face. Bailey Pujuan almost choked at the jab and sighed. "The military isn't as flush as you think." His gaze drifted to the window, and the battle replayed itself, comrades shouting, explosions flaring, blood and wreckage everywhere. That day's sacrifice felt close, and the same fight could break out again at any time. Yun Feng shrugged and shoved the meager loot into his backpack. "Fine, I don't really need it anyway." Bailey Pujuan lifted a hand. "We may not have better spoils, but the military can give you an opportunity." "What kind of opportunity?" Yun Feng's interest spiked. "A new dimensional zone." Those 4 words made his eyes light up. The ancient jade was unusable for now, but he could still gather shards, and he was only a step away from the transcendent tier. "What level range?" He could barely sit still. 55 to 60, Bailey Pujuan said. "If it sounds too risky, you can turn it down." He still didn't know how Yun Feng had held a commander-class monster for 5 minutes on his own, so he wasn't sure the man could handle foes above 55. "Perfect, absolutely perfect." Yun Feng's voice shook with excitement. "Where is it? When did it open?" "It opened yesterday, about a day's travel from the safe zone. Settle your girlfriend first. They'll wait for you there." Bailey Pujuan pointed to the grilled fish place on the corner, the same spot where they'd eaten before. "Deal." Yun Feng pulled out his phone and called Zhugan. The line barely connected before Zhugan shouted, "Crazy man, are you okay?" "I'm fine," Yun Feng chuckled. "The villa's ruined, but I know another furnished one in the area movie and ready." "Great, get over here." On the bed, when Ren had propped herself up, looking much better despite the shocking white hair, she said softly, "Yun Feng, I'm really okay. You don't have to keep me lying down. All right, I'll take you to the new place in a bit." Soon Zhugan and Heiho burst into the ward. The moment they opened the door, both froze. Is that when Ren? Their eyes fixed on her snow-white hair, faces draining of color. Zhugan's voice trembled. "Maniac, what happened to her?" He assumed the change came from the last battle. When Ren spoke calmly, "I'm fine, stop worrying." Seeing their shocked expressions, she arched a brow and teased, "Do I look that scary?" "Your faces say so." Zhugan waved his hands. No. Goddess Wen Ren is still unmatched, breathtaking, peerless, stunning. Enough, you're laying it on too thick." She laughed and cut him off. Yun Feng turned to Zhugan. "Take them to the new villa. I've got something to handle. The military guys are close by, so you'll be safe." "Got it. We'll head over now." Zhugan pulled Heiho and Wen Ren out of the room. After seeing them off, Yun Feng hurried toward breezy courtyard. Before he reached the gate, hearty laughter floated out clearly. Bailey Pujuan and the owner were old friends. Old classmate, your grilled fish is as good as ever. Too bad you're always so busy you hardly visit these days. Uncle Zhao set the sizzling fish on the table, oil popping and aroma filling the air. What brings you here today? Had some business nearby, Yun Feng said with a grin, shrugging off his jacket. Figured I'd drop by for a bite. The bell over the door tinkled. Holding a fresh skewer of beef, Bailey Pujuan looked up, sensing a familiar presence. Great hero Yun, quit standing in the doorway and come in. I was letting you two reminisce. Yun stepped inside. Good to see you, Uncle Zhao. Uncle Zhao paused in surprise, then laughed heartily. So it's you. Been a while. The fish is hot, sit down. Bailey Pujuan smirked. Didn't think you'd find a place this remote. A true foodie, through and through. Yun Feng hooked his goggles on his chest. Good food doesn't stay hidden for long. They chatted while polishing off the fish and meat, charcoal and sauce creating an irresistible scent. When the plates were empty, Bailey Pujuan's smile faded. Finished? Then let's move. Seeing their expressions, Uncle Zhao quietly carried the dishes to the kitchen. Yun Feng swung his coat. Do I really need an escort? Yes. Bailey Pujuan's tone was grave. The military keeps the new transcendent class dimensional gate under strict control. Another major general guards the entrance. Fine. Wait, here'll be right back. Yun left the shop and headed toward his newly built villa. Fresh paint still clung to the villa's exterior, and Wenren had already transformed the top floor into her private domain. Inside, Ning Qian and Lin Man were packing. Yin gave quick instructions. He'll be gone a while, so I can't drive you to school. Get Wenren settled, then leave me a note. Ning Qian lightly tapped his chest. It's fine. We'll see you on campus. Lin Man nodded. After a brief hug, Yin climbed the stairs. The third-floor door stood ajar, wood shavings still on the floor. Wenren was straightening a painting, the room already coming together. Leaning in the doorway, Yin nodded. Not bad, looks like home already. Clutching a cushion, Wenren gave him a frosty glance. Who said you could come up here? Just here to say goodbye. She froze, the tips of her ears reddening, then muttered, so go. No need for goodbyes, and went back to work. Yin chuckled. He'll be back in 10 days, tops. Take it easy. On his way to meet Bailey Pujuan, Yin recalled the strange sensation after killing 6 members of the Chu clan. He stopped, slipped on his goggles, and opened his personal interface. A line of gold text gleamed in the talent column. S-class talent, element lightning activated. At 10% odds, had finally hit the jackpot in with the element he wanted most. Adding 10,010 spirit points from 2 Chu clansmen and 10,005 from Chu Huahai, his experience had rocketed him to level 49. Name, Yun Feng. Level, 49 EXP 1,686 60,000. Combat power, 1.16 million. No weapon or suit bonus. Talent, S-class element lightning, others omitted. Skill, desert sands, others omitted. The interface flickered. Yin nodded, then frowned. Trouble is, I've no time to master all these skills. Removing the goggles, he sighed. First I had none, now I have too many. It's a different kind of headache. From this moment on, fully mastering the skills tied to his 2 SS-class talents had to be his top priority. He was on the verge of becoming transcendent, and once he crossed that line, his beast shift talent would make a qualitative leap. The idea of turning into a colossal black dragon was enough to put a grin on his face. What's got you looking so pleased? Bailey Pujuan strode up, giving him a teasing tap. A brand new dimensional pocket just opened up. If I play my cards right, I might make a killing. How could I not be happy? Yun Feng replied with a smile. Whether you strike it rich depends on your skill. Staying alive comes first. Bailey Pujuan offered the reminder, though he relaxed at the thought that Yun Feng had survived 5 minutes against a level 75 commander class transcendent. If nothing else, the kid wouldn't die easily. Bailey still doubted Yun Feng could go toe-to-toe with that 8-armed monster. By the way, when we went in later to mop up, the 8-armed shows us ultimate skill was missing. Know anything about that? It's the only reason we managed to finish it so easily. Really? Its skill set looked fine when I was fighting it, Yun Feng said, eyebrows lifted in surprise. Forget it if you don't know. Bailey Pujuan dropped the subject and sent the armored vehicle roaring out of the safe zone. A few minutes later he chuckled. Hard to believe you're still a high school kid who's never even set foot in college. You calling me old? Yun Feng gave his nose a quick pinch. Huh, I'm praising your composure and combat skills. Bailey Pujuan laughed. I have a niece your age who's just started college. If she were half as capable as you, I'd be over the moon. Hearing niece and the surname Bailey, Yun Feng immediately thought of someone. The general's niece must be quite the prodigy, right? Prodigy's too strong, a word is decent enough. Bailey Pujuan tried for modesty, though pride showed on his face. May I ask her name? Planning something, kid? Keep your thoughts off my niece. Never mind then. Yun Feng turned to the window. The armored vehicle was clearly a custom model, at least twice as fast as the standard version. All right, just teasing. Honestly, I'd like you two to be friends. Her name's Bailey Luyun, and she's about to enter Pinghai Awakeners University. You'll be schoolmates. So it is her, Yun Feng thought. He hadn't expected they'd end up at the same school. "They'll keep an eye on her once we're there," he said casually. They sped on, reaching their destination before they knew it. The closer they got to the dimensional gateway, the tighter the security. Soldiers flagged the vehicle down, but when they saw the passengers, they snapped to attention and saluted. "Bailey Sword Demon." A hearty voice boomed from the side. Yunfeng looked over to see a hulking middle-aged man, muscles like stone, striding toward them. "Easy on the nicknames, I've got a junior with me," Bailey Pujuan said, half amused. "This is Major General Kuan Shan." "Sir," Yunfeng greeted politely. "The special entry slot you requested, this is the kid?" Kuan Shan sized Yunfeng up, surprise glinting behind his goggles. "Impressive. Not even transcendent yet, and already this strong. Shame you won't join the army. Dream on." Pinghai Awakeners University waived the entrance exam for him, Bailey Pujuan said, clapping Yunfeng on the shoulder. "I had to try." Kuan Shan laughed. "In that case, don't waste any more time, let him in. The sooner you hit a fresh dimensional zone, the better. Take this badge. If any patrol runs into you, they won't throw you out." Bailey Pujuan handed over a special silver insignia. Yunfeng accepted the badge, thanked him, and stepped straight into the dimensional zone. As soon as Yunfeng stepped into the dimensional space, a freezing blast cut through him. A vast glacier spread out ahead. Crystal-clear walls of ice refracted a piercing light, while jagged icicles rose like spears, tilted toward the sky, or lay across the valley floor, each formation displaying nature's uncanny craftsmanship. Yunfeng drew in a breath laced with frost, chose a direction at random, and vanished in a blur. New map, new monsters, loot to farm, no time to lose. Ice shards littered the ground, and signs of earlier sweeps were everywhere, the scattered fragments glittering under the pale glow. The dense concentration of frost energy made this the perfect place to master ice skills. Yunfeng was only level 14 and knew 7 ice abilities. He grinned inwardly, hoping to unlock a few more. A monster soon came into view, the Glacier Mammoth. Level 56. Combat power, 1.12 million. Skills, trample, charge. Ultimate, Frostfang Skyrake. The behemoth was draped in coarse fur, its twin ice-blue tusks gleaming with lethal sharpness. Yunfeng drew his black warblade and stacked several buff skills in an instant. A streak of blade light tore through the air, struck the mammoth's forehead, and burst out of its spine. Boom. A heartbeat later, the glacier mammoth thudded onto the ice in 2 clean halves. An ordinary transcendent beast posed no threat to him at all. He approached, pocketed the gleaming tusks first, then searched the carcass. Sure enough, drop rates in this new dimensional space were insane. A common monster had yielded a violet crystal shard, an impressive haul. Stowing the loot, Yunfeng decided to remain on the outskirts and farm regular beasts to squeeze every benefit out of his skill, life, and death command. Ever since had obtained this divine ability, he had barely tapped its potential. Each glacier mammoth granted 30 points of spirit power. By that math, 2,000 kills would fill the entire level 14 gauge. For the next 5 days he stayed in the level 56 zone, slaughtering without pause. Day and night he killed until his spirit bar was full. After that, no matter how many monsters he felled, his spirit power refused to rise. Breaking the second bodily shackle would require epic grade materials. He carried 3 epic items already, yet he wasn't in a rush to ascend. First he wanted to stockpile a deeper foundation with life and death command. Over those 5 days the skill had added only 2,008 points to his combat power. Compared with the million plus he already had, it was a drop in the bucket, but grains of sand eventually form a mountain. More importantly, the loot here was phenomenal. He had gathered nearly 200 violet crystal shards so far, all from Glacier Mammoth's 10% drop rate. It was time to push deeper. Elite and rare monsters might bring even greater surprises. Sheathing his blade, Yunfeng left the level 56 commons and advanced into the interior. After more than a day's march, he finally emerged from the outer ring and stepped into elite territory. He had barely crossed the boundary when he spotted 5 soldiers surrounding an elite beast. A quick glance told him their coordination was flawless, so he slipped past them without a sound. As he continued, he kept seeing military squads locked in fierce fights with elite monsters. No wonder the outer ring had been deserted. Everyone was gathered here. All the way through, he never found an opening to intervene. The military's depth was truly astounding. Transcendents who were rare in the outside world were almost commonplace here. Now Yunfeng finally understood why Bailey Pujuan had been so stingy before. These soldiers are clearly stronger than the average awakened, evidence of the hefty resources invested in them. The military controls every entrance fee and the exploitation rights to new dimensional spaces, so its income is impressive, yet the size of its force, the steep training costs, and the constant casualties still leave it short on funds. Realizing he couldn't gain any advantage in the elite monster sector, Yunfeng decisively moved to the rare monster zone. Things improved at once. Organized squads were still surrounding rare monsters, but each team was struggling. The rare grade was obviously tougher than the elite grade. Before long, Yunfeng finally met his first rare monster solo. Monster, 9-headed frost python. Level 60. Combat power 1.78 million. Skills: Ice Mastery Basic, 9-headed frost breath, ice element resistance, ultimate frozen wasteland, 9-9 convergence. A level 60 rare monster with that kind of combat power was no pushover. Yunfeng quickly estimated his chances, though their stats were worlds apart. His broad skill set meant the fight shouldn't be overwhelming if he played it right. The python soon spotted him. All 9 heads flicked their tongues, and a wave of icy air spread outward. Each mouth formed an ice sphere boom. 9 frozen orbs howled toward Yunfeng. He sidestepped and muttered, "Big deal, you've got more heads." As the spheres missed, 9 icicles tore through the air. Yunfeng stopped dodging, a grin spreading across his face. Time to brawl. The true dragon's power surged through him, making ordinary ice damage nearly useless. The icicles shattered into sparkling shards before they reached him, spectacular to watch, but not dangerous. An idea struck him: fight ice with ice. While tanking the python's layered frost attacks, he launched his own ice skills and tried to unlock a new move. Backed by ice mastery, the python fired ice orbs, icicles, blades, and hail in a relentless barrage, quick, tricky, but still basic. Yunfeng tested counter after counter, yet failed to grasp an 8th ice skill. Out of patience, he raised his hand and cast falling ice meteors. A shower of ice boulders streaked downward like comets, crashing at the 9-headed frost python. Sensing mortal danger, the python roared. The 9 next twisted into a central spiral and merged into one colossal head. With a thunderous boom, a massive ice sphere shot from its jaws, colliding with the falling meteor's crash. Twin torrents of ice erupted, a mist rising dozens of meters high. Yunfeng's heart skipped a beat. The ultimate move was real, and that single blast was 18 times stronger than the original ice ball. Frozen Wasteland. 9-9 convergence stacks 9 skills, then doubles the total, turning each shot into an ice-based doomsday weapon. The merged head opened again, spewing ice spheres, icicles, and blades, each boasting the same 18-fold damage. The 2 ice dragon break beams Yunfeng had just fired were ripped to pieces instantly. Instead of trading blows, Yunfeng relied on footwork, weaving around to disrupt the monster's rhythm and wear it down. Minutes ticked by. 5 minutes later, the giant head split into 9 again. The 9-9 convergence had run its course. From that moment, the python was helpless. Yunfeng killed the 9-headed frost python on the spot. It was harvest time again. Yunfeng stepped over the shattered ice and walked straight to the fallen 9-headed ice serpent. It was the first high-rank monster he had slain since entering this dimensional pocket. A fist-sized blue-white crystal nucleus gleamed in the creature's belly, the heart of frost. Absorbing it would slightly boost the damage of ice-based skills. Nice find. Instead of stowing the core in his pack, he pressed it into his palm. A piercing chill rushed through his meridians. In less than half a minute, the heart of frost had been completely refined. Yunfeng did a quick calculation. 1,000 of these would be enough to push his ice aptitude from grade B to grade A. It was slower than hunting for a rare talent upgrade serum, but far more reliable. Steadying his mind, he lifted the serpent's massive corpse. A flash of crimson glimmered in the Goria crimson radiant shard. Yunfeng's eyes lit up. Great start. He pocketed the shard and set off to track down the next rare 9-headed ice serpent. "Hey, kid, could you give us a hand?" The urgent shout reached him just after he skirted a ruined battlefield. A few hundred meters away, 5 fighters were being driven back by an even more hideous ice serpent. Yunfeng hesitated only a heartbeat before moving toward them. This serpent had not 9 heads but 10, its scales a dark, icy blue, each exhaling a chill fiercer than any ordinary ice serpent. The middle-aged man who had called out let out a breath of relief. "Thanks for coming." Yunfeng didn't answer. His gaze dropped to the creature's data readout. Monster: 10-headed ice serpent rare, mutated. Level 60. Combat power 1.98 million. Skills: Intermediate ice mastery, 10-fold breath, frozen wasteland, elemental resistance. Ultimate: annihilation of the 10 directions. No wonder they can't handle it, he thought grimly. This was only the second mutated beast he had ever encountered. It wasn't as terrifying as the gluttonous brood mother, but it far outclassed any normal 9-headed ice serpent. Remembering that he was here on military dispensation, Yunfeng couldn't just watch. He plunged into the fight. Cold light flashed. Ice blades, cyclones, and frigid torrents crashed over the monster. With Yunfeng's high-power skills taking the lead, the 5-man party finally found its footing. A little more than 10 minutes later, the mutant 10-headed ice serpent collapsed. "Thanks a lot, brother." The squad leader cupped his fists. "No problem." Yunfeng had no wish to linger. He turned to leave. "Wait." He stopped, brows creasing. "Here comes the usual follow-up." "Don't get us wrong," the leader said with a wry smile. "You killed the beast. The loot is yours. We've already absorbed the energy we need. Any more would be shameless." The heart of frost was indeed useful to him, so Yunfeng accepted it without ceremony. "In that case, thanks. Braving a rare zone alone, huh? Impressive. One of them glanced at the silver badge on his shoulder. Just earning a living. I'm on a clock, so we'll be off. Boom. Not far away, an ice cliff weakened by the recent battle suddenly gave way. A multi-ton chunk crashed to the ground and shattered, flinging shards everywhere. In the debris, a piece of blazing gold was left exposed. Awakening stone. The captain shouted, his team breaking into identical grins. Yun Feng eyed the golden rock, puzzled. Awakening stones are pretty common these days, aren't they? What's got you so excited? He recalled how every year during the Academy's mass awakening, a huge stone would sit in the middle of the sports field. You may not know this, but awakening stones can run dry. I heard the one at number 9 high in District 5 lost all its power after the last student awakened, so they had to issue the school a new stone this year. District 5, number 9 high, that's my school, and I was the last student. Yun Feng froze, unnerved by the coincidence. Can I take a look at the stone? He asked the squad leader. Sure. If it weren't for you, would never have found something this lucky it'll earn us a citation, the officer replied, motioning for his team to lead the way. Heavy slabs of ice were pried aside one by one, the crack of falling shards echoing through the silent pocket dimension. Moments later, the awakening stone lay fully exposed. Holy, look at the size of it, a soldier whispered. Yun Feng sucked in a cold breath. The stone stood more than 10 meters tall, 5 meters wide, and over 30 meters long, only slightly smaller than the one that had awakened him. Kid, this is a strategic asset, the officer warned. We can't spare you a piece, and you wouldn't be able to use it anyway. With that, he stored the massive stone in his spatial ring. That's fine. I just wanted to see it, Yun Feng said with a wave. After another sweep to be sure nothing was left behind, the group dispersed. Wait, there's a small piece here. Just as Yun Feng was about to leave, he spotted a 10-centimeter shard stuck to a fallen block of ice and quickly picked it up. The moment it touched his palm, his expression changed. The yin-yang jade tucked away in his ring began to tremble. Could it be? Remembering the officer's words, he formed a bold theory. Did the jade draw energy from awakening stones? To test it, he pulled out the jade, holding the stone in one hand and the jade in the other. A faint emerald sheen surfaced on the previously dull relic. It really does work, he whispered, thrilled. He took out a gold-grade fragment and aimed the jade at it. A beam of green light spilled forth, and the fragment slowly knit itself together. At last I know how to recharge you. Unfortunately, the small shard carried just enough power to repair 3 gold-grade fragments. Yun Feng resolved to hunt for awakening stones whenever he could. Gazing at the deep pit the soldiers had dug, he reflected. Awakening stones gave off no energy signature. Without the accident of the falling ice, this one would have remained hidden. Finding them was pure luck. Some lay in the open. Others were buried in mountains or sunk beneath the sea. Should I steal the big stone back? An angel and a devil wrestled in his mind. That giant slab could power the jade for ages. The stone at school had produced 3.5 artifacts in a pile of lesser gear, even after awakening dozens of students, and this one was no weaker. While Yun Feng hesitated, the entire dimensional space suddenly shuddered. What was that? Yun Feng sensed the disturbance and traced it to the deepest layer of the dimensional rift, where a squad seemed to be hunting a commander-class monster. That was exactly the target he had marked. But since someone else had made the first move, he decided to take a look before joining the fray. He sprinted forward, and the closer he got, the stronger the shockwaves became. Even from a distance, the roar of battle shook the air. After cresting a towering ice ridge, he finally saw both combatants. What the old mas QQ? Yun Feng nearly blurted out. The monster opposite him stood several dozen meters tall, black and white, waddling clumsily yet adorably, a colossal penguin. Its stats flashed through his mind. Emperor Penguin, Commander Class. Level, 60. Combat Power, 2.21 million. Skills, Heavenly Drum, Polar Spin, Roundness Passive, Ice Fire Immunity, Gold Silver Devour. Ultimate Skill, Joyful Ascension. But what shocked Yun Feng even more was the person facing the beast. The man wore no uniform, yet his massive frame was almost identical to General Kunshin of Jiangnan Prefecture. Level, 58. Combat Power, 2.12 million. A power rating of 2.12 million meant this man had broken 800,000 base power the moment he stepped into the transcendent tier, the highest record Yun Feng had ever seen in Jiangnan. Eyes locked on the battlefield, he felt a jolt of awe. Boom, boom, boom. The Emperor Penguin pounded its belly, sending rings of invisible sound waves rippling outward. Even at a distance, Yun Feng felt dizzy and nauseous. The power of the true dragon inside him had no answer for such sonic attacks. The man clearly anticipated this. A conical barrier shimmered before him, channeling the shock waves harmlessly past. As soon as the pulses dispersed, he blinked above the penguin's head, twin battle axes crashing down like a storm. Duong. The blades looked capable of cleaving mountains, yet when they struck the penguin, it was like punching a gummy bear. Most of the force slid off its smooth, rounded body. Even so, Yun Feng caught a wisp of inky black energy along the axe edge, cutting a hairline crack in the penguin's surface proof that the man wielded a formidable, likely space-aligned talent of very high grade. The duel raged on, glaciers shattering and ice shards flying. The emperor penguin was starting to tire, but Yunfeng knew its ultimate move had not yet been unleashed. The man held something back as well, clearly aware of the same. Right on cue, the penguin leapt high and clapped its feet together with a sharp smack, twirling in midair with surprising glee. A column of golden light descended, bathing its body. Within the glow, its rotund form rapidly slimmed, trading chubby curves for sharp lines. In a blink, the oversized penguin had transformed from a plump mascot into a stylish figure. A suit of silver armor wrapped around its body, and a longsword gleaming with icy light appeared in its hand. Whoa, talk about trading a pea shooter for a cannon. From behind a patch of shrubs, Yunfeng couldn't help exclaiming. In the ID window of his goggles, the name Emperor Penguin instantly refreshed to Warfare Emperor Penguin. All 4 skills updated at once, and its power bar shot up by 200,000. Yunfeng swallowed, glanced at his own panel of Snatcher was still on cooldown for another 5 days and secretly wondered, if I could steal that skill now, could I go straight Super Saiyan? Unable to intervene, he kept watching. Across the clearing, the burly young man's expression grew solemn. He clasped his hands, his knuckles cracking like gunfire as he charged up a finishing move. The penguin's transformation completed. Man and sword merged under silver armor, and a casual swing sliced the air like butter. From Yunfeng's angle, the streak of sword light seemed to warp through layers of space, impossibly fast, yet never touching its target. Spatial annihilation. The burly youth's voice was low. The space around the penguin rippled, spiderweb cracks spread, and pitch-black currents erupted. Razor-sharp darkness split the silver armor, plates shattering to reveal vulnerable flesh. A shrill screech echoed. The Warfare Emperor penguin was ground to dust, not a single feather left behind. The armor evaporated, and space reknit itself. The youth exhaled, sweat beading on his brow. That move burns way too much. I rarely dare use it. Mid-sentence, his eyes flashed. Amid the collapsed space, a fingernail-sized red shard glimmered. He hurried over and pocketed it. Friend, the show's over. How about coming out? He looked straight at Yunfeng's hiding spot. Yunfeng dusted off his coat and strode out. Sorry, couldn't resist watching a master at work. Spying on someone's fight is a bad habit. The youth sized him up. You here to pick up freshmen too? Why do you say that? Yunfeng asked. Jiangnan Prefecture doesn't produce monsters of your level or combat power. After some chatting, Yunfeng pieced things together. The burly youth was Kuan, son of General Kunshin and a senior at Shangjing University. The school had sent him to escort new students. When a dimensional rift opened, he used his father's connections to slip in and farm some loot. Kuan, classes start tomorrow, September 9th, right? Aren't you cutting it close? Yunfeng asked. Crap, I totally forgot my credits. Kuan smacked his forehead, face flushing. Good thing I scored a few treasures here, or this run would have been a bust. Relieved, he suddenly paused. Wait, you're still here too. Aren't you picking up freshmen? Me? I haven't even started college yet. Planning to show up a few days late. What? Kuan nearly jumped. You're saying you're native to Jiangnan? Yeah. Problem with that? You're the strongest non-awakened fighter I've ever seen outside the upper 3 prefectures. Even at the big 3 academies, only a handful could beat you. You're a monster. Yunfeng was surprised. Kuan's tone implied there were peers strong enough to match him. Senior, what exactly are the upper 3 prefectures? Kuan explained. Though Huaguo's 9 prefectures aren't officially ranked, everyone knows the hierarchy. Shangjing, Pinghai, and Shiji are the upper 3. Yuanbei, Dongxing, and Nangan are the middle 3. Jiangnan, Qinling, and Moyu are the lower 3. Rift monsters and loot differ wildly. Lower 3 are worst. So hitting this combat power in a lower prefecture? Respect. Maybe you'll change how they look at us. Kuan narrowed his eyes, amused by the thought. He glanced at his watch and shivered. Am out if I'm any later, the dean's gonna fry me. He bolted, looking both frantic and exhilarated. The upper 3 prefectures. Yunfeng grinned. Now I'm really looking forward to them. Once Kuan had left, Yunfeng felt his mission was accomplished. Without lingering, he headed for the dimensional gateway. Thinking about the start of term, he smacked his forehead. Late on the first day way to make an impression. He chuckled at himself. When he stepped out of the rift, the area beside the portal was deserted. There wasn't even a trace of Baili Pujuan. With no one to meet him, Yunfeng set off alone. A day later, he was back at the villa. The living room was silent. Black Monkey and Bamboo Pole had already packed up and left for school. You're back. Hearing movement, Wenrin hurried down from the 3rd floor, her face alight with relief. Yunfeng glanced around. Didn't I ask Black Monkey and the others to take you to the enforcers? I'm fine, Wenrin said, frowning slightly. I've almost recovered, and the defensive array has been reinforced. Mostly I wanted to wait for you. I'm worried the Jiangnan group might try something. Seeing she was unharmed, Yunfeng relaxed and shook the duffel bag in his hand. In that case, let's go. Go where? School, of course. Yunfeng handed her his admission notice. Wenrin froze. Without an official escort, you can't even get there. What? Since when? Yun Feng was baffled. Patiently, Wenren explained. Within the 9 provinces of Huagua, there is a strict hierarchy. Anyone from the lower 3 provinces can't simply travel to the upper 3, though moving the other way is easy. There are only 2 routes up. Score high on the national exam, or cross the endless wilds, basically a dangerous, undocumented migration. If you survive, the upper 3 provinces are eager to take you. Ordinary people never hear this, so his ignorance was normal. Yun Feng scratched his head. Why didn't you mention that earlier? I thought you decided to skip college. Wenren rolled her eyes. Yun Feng wondered if his university dream had just fallen apart. Right then the phone rang. Kid, I pulled strings to get you into college, and you vanish? Han Lijun's voice thundered. Yun Feng rushed to explain. The army asked me to clear a dimensional rift, so I'm behind schedule. Is there any way to salvage this? Otherwise I'll have to brave the endless wilds. The word army made Han Lijun pause. They'll see what I can do. Wait, Yun Feng added quickly. Can you secure one more spot? You've got some nerve. Han Lijun almost shouted. I can't leave Wenren here unprotected. You're impossible. Han Lijun slammed the phone down, yet immediately began making calls. Thanks to Yun Feng's stellar exam record and military backing, he eventually arranged for both Yun Feng and Wenren to attend Pinghai. When the confirmation came through, Yun Feng grinned. Pack up, we're leaving now. If he had to cross the endless wilds, who knew how long it would take? Following Han Lijun's instructions, they reached the transport hub. The concourse buzzed with people. The moment Yun Feng appeared, he became the center of attention. Being a national hero did that. Wenren's cascade of white hair gleamed under the lights, drawing just as many eyes. Yun Feng surveyed the terminal. Don't tell me we're riding an armored personnel carrier. After Yun Feng stated his business, a staff member guided him to the far end of the transport hub. The corridor lights stretched over a straight passageway, and before long they reached an unremarkable basement room. Yun Feng muttered to himself, damn, could they really be hiding some sort of portal down here? He had lived in Jiangnan Prefecture for years and had never seen an aircraft with his own eyes, so everything about this place piqued his curiosity. When the door swung open, a carriage that looked uncannily like a subway car sat quietly on a track. Yun Feng raised an eyebrow. What's this for? The guide only smiled. Step inside. You'll understand once you arrive. Yun Feng boarded first, with Wenren right behind him. The moment the doors closed, the car lurched, shooting forward like an arrow from a bow. The sudden acceleration slammed Yun Feng against the wall, and Wenren fared even worse, losing her balance and crashing into him. Once the speed leveled out, they finally managed to stand upright. Wenren turned away, cheeks burning. Her voice was barely a whisper. Would you mind moving your hand? Yun Feng looked down and realized that, in trying to steady her, his hand had come to rest against her chest. Mortified, he pulled away at once. Sorry, I swear I didn't mean to. This was the only way to brace myself. His explanation only made things worse. Wenren's blush deepened, and an awkward, charged silence filled the car. Thankfully, the ride ended quickly. When the doors slid open, they found themselves in a spacious tunnel carved into the mountainside. The staff member pointed ahead. The exit is that way. Following the faint light, they hurried forward until the tunnel opened into a vast valley. The floor was flat as a parade ground, dotted with only a few modern buildings. Dozens of oddly shaped machines were parked in neat rows, some more than 100 meters long, others closer to 10. A striking woman in a blue uniform reminiscent of an airline stewardess approached with a professional smile. Hello, are you Yun Feng? That's me, Yun Feng replied. And this place is? This is the central airlift facility. The skyship to Pinghai Prefecture is ready for you. Please, come with me. She gestured politely. Yun Feng and Wenren trailed after her like country bumpkins in a palace, eyes darting everywhere. Yun Feng lowered his voice. I thought the skies were supposed to be 10,000 times more dangerous than the ground. How can they run flying machines at all? The woman's smile was confident. These are special craft. Their outer coating renders them invisible and blocks most detection. You'll be fine. No wonder had never spotted one overhead. Yun Feng thought every last one of them was cloaked. A shuttle cart carried them across the valley to the smallest skyship in sight. Its hull was dark and rugged, all hard angles, with no obvious entrance. The woman dipped her head. Please board, and have a pleasant journey. With that, she drove off. Yun Feng and Wenren stared at the metal lump, unsure how to get in, when a seamless section of the hull split open. A soft beam of light extended outward, forming a glowing ramp. Welcome aboard the Harmony. Welcome aboard the Harmony Skysel. A metallic voice reverberated through the cabin. Yun Feng tugged Wenren onto the translucent light stairs and stepped inside. Only 2 pilots and 10 pristine passenger seats occupied the vast compartment. It was so empty an echo could almost be heard. Yun Feng muttered to himself. Did they launch an entire ship just for me? That's absurd. He and Wenren chose a pair of comfortable seats, disguising any hint of feeling flattered. Pilot, we're ready to go, Yun Feng called. What's the hurry? Wait a bit. One pilot glanced back and pointed to 2 metal stools behind the cockpit. You two sit there. These seats are fine, Yun Feng argued. Those are reserved. Move. Wenren snickered. See, those really are your special seats. With a sigh, Yun Feng switched to the cold, hard stools, thinking, I was way too naive. Half an hour later, the hatch opened again. 10 figures in black filed in, each radiating murderous intent as if they'd just fought their way out of a pile of monster corpses. Ignoring safety zone rules, every one of them kept their goggles on. Leading them was the captain, a hulking man with a rough beard and a skin suit stretched tight over bulging muscles. He shot a glance at Yun Feng and Wenren, raised an eyebrow, and started forward only to freeze when his visor registered Yun Feng's level and combat stats. The teammates behind him bumped into his back. Boss, what's wrong? Nothing, just bumped into a scary little fellow, he replied coolly and walked on. The others exchanged looks. What kind of person could make the boss say scary? They followed his gaze, then collectively sucked in a breath. Where did that little monster come from? Even after sitting down, they kept whispering. Yun Feng pinched the bridge of his nose. Since when did I become a little monster? The brief episode ended. Engines roared, and the silver craft sliced into the sky, vanishing into the clouds. In the heart of Pinghai Prefecture stood an expansive institution, Pinghai Academy for Awakeners. It had produced countless formidable awakeners and was the dream destination of aspiring students everywhere. On the second day of the semester, the first official day of classes, a special classroom in the freshman building buzzed with chatter. Over 30 special admits crowded around an empty desk. Who's supposed to sit there? Among all the special admits, he's the one I actually respect. I heard he held off a level 75 commander class monster all by himself for 5 whole minutes. A collective hiss followed. Quit bluffing. None of us has even reached the transcendent tier. He'd have to cripple his foundation or pay some huge price. Just admit you're jealous. Your limits aren't everyone else's. I still don't buy it. Level 75 commander? Give me a break. Yun Feng had no idea he was already the class hottest topic before he even arrived. In another classroom, 2 striking young women sat together, capturing the entire class attention. The window stood open, and an afternoon breeze laced with the scent of grass lifted their ebony hair. Bailey Liyuan's gaze drifted from the podium to the view outside. She held a pen between slender fingers, yet hadn't written a single word. Cousin, what are you thinking about? Ever since we arrived, you've been totally spaced out. Is there some handsome guy on your mind? Shangguan Shui propped her chin on her hand, her crescent-shaped eyes sparkling with mischief. Side by side, the 2 beauties looked like figures frozen in a painting. Stunning on their own, together they were dazzling. Brat, quit talking nonsense. You're the one chasing after men. Bailey Liyuan gave Shangguan Shui a playful punch, her mock anger tinged with embarrassment, though the image of that man still flashed through her mind. She pushed the thought away and lowered her voice. Didn't they recruit you through a special quota? How come you weren't on the flying vessel with everyone else that day? Huh. Shangguan Shui blinked, as if searching her memory, or perhaps teasing her cousin, but before she could answer, the bell rang. They shared a smile and let the topic drop. From the corner, another voice shattered the brief silence. 2 gorgeous girls, and their cousins, too. They're mine. The speaker was handsome, yet a brooding chill clung to his expression. He lounged lazily in his chair, eyes locked on the pair like a hunter studying prey. His sycophantic sidekick, sporting a greasy grin, chimed in at once. Once young Master Long makes a move, it's a done deal. 2 country girls don't stand a chance. The young man lifted his chin, clearly pleased, self-assurance flashing in his eyes, as though Bailey Liyuan and Shangguan Shui were already in his pocket. Master, how much longer until we get there? Aboard the flying vessel, Yun Feng gripped the railing and looked down at the sprawling land below. From 2,000 meters up, mountains, rivers, and roaming beasts shrank to miniature silhouettes. Legend said this altitude marked a relative safety zone, high enough to avoid the patrol routes of high-grade aerial monsters. Staring down, Yun Feng finally understood why only the toughest dared cross the endless wilds. The wilderness lay too far from any safe zone to build a base, and hordes of monsters ran rampant. Worse still, he watched new dimensional rifts crack open on the ground, spewing creatures that immediately mingled with the native beasts, plunging everything into chaos. We're still a day's flight from Pinghai, the man in black replied. The dozen travelers had shared the vessel for more than a day. They hadn't spoken much, but they at least recognized one another. Seeing Yun Feng's silence, the man chuckled. The view's a shocker, isn't it? Absolutely, Yun Feng said. I never thought things would be this bad outside the safe zones. Nothing we can do, the man sighed. Blue Star is vast, yet we only control the 9 provinces now. Compared with our territory 300 years ago, that's not even a tenth. Yun Feng looked toward the horizon. The vessel raced forward, yet after a full day it still hadn't reached its destination, proof of Blue Star's immensity. If the planet really was 100 times larger than Earth in his previous life, these monsters were an endless tide. When will we finally wipe them out? He asked. The man shook his head. Friend, you may not grasp the situation yet. Forget exterminating them. Holding our current ground is hard enough. Do you know why we're heading out this time? Is it because? Ahem. The leader's abrupt cough cut him off. As if reminded of some gag order, the man in black fell silent, adding only, "Kid, I hope you live up to your big words and slaughter every last monster." Yun Feng muttered, "Great, half a story, half the truth." His curiosity dangled, unanswered. Still, he caught the subtext. Things were far worse than had imagined. Save the world? A faint smile tugged at his lips. All he cared about was how many attributes he could earn by deciding who lived and who died. The airship skimmed across the sky without a sound. After an entire day of travel, Yunfeng finally glimpsed the outline of the Pinghai safe zone. A ring of steel ramparts rose on the outskirts, crouching like a colossal beast, taller and thicker than the wall in Jiangnan. As the vessel dropped lower, he saw that the barrier was built from multiple alloy layers, bristling with turrets and sensor towers, a display of power that commanded respect. The man in black said casually, "Of course. Even though it's the same kind of dimensional zone, the creatures here are a full tier above those in Jiangnan." Yunfeng raised an eyebrow. "How big a difference are we talking?" "Monsters of the same rank are almost twice as strong." The number made Yunfeng's heart sink. Then the man added, "The good news is that the drop rate for shards is also doubled, so it balances out. Many students from other provinces can't handle the pressure at first. They take academy missions, trade for attribute potions, and build a foundation before venturing in. With your current strength, an ordinary dimensional zone won't trouble you," the man said, patting Yunfeng's shoulder. "But if you want to fight transcendent beings, you'll have to break through soon." Indeed, Yunfeng's power was already beyond the syllabus, yet he was still one step short of the next realm. As they spoke, the airship settled into a vast canyon. The docking area was several times larger than the one in Jiangnan, landing pads stacked layer upon layer. The moment they disembarked, 2 shuttle carts sped over. "Until we meet again." The black-clad squad and Yunfeng boarded separate carts. Even the normally taciturn captain offered a slight note, a complete farewell by his standards. The cart plunged into a tunnel carved through the mountain and stopped before a reinforced door marked transfer chamber. "This way, please. It's linked to the Academy's transport hub," a staff member said. "Thank you." Having done this before, Yunfeng and Wenren walked in steadily and no longer staggered when the transit array engaged. They pushed open the door and were greeted by the unique clamor of the upper 3 prefectures. The transport hub was a sea of people, heavy armor, light armor, and academy uniforms mixing as awakened warriors gathered like waves rolling into a harbor. Yunfeng and Wenren were 2 grains of sand dropped into an ocean. No one noticed them, yet the aura around them was markedly sharper than in Jiangnan. "The awakened here all feel so intense," Wenren whispered. Yunfeng nodded, tempted to put on his goggles and scan everyone's level and combat rating. Because it was still early, they headed to the adjacent trading market. Pinghai followed the same layout as Jiangnan transport hub, merged seamlessly with the exchange, but the scale before them was staggering. A metal vaulted roof stretched farther than the eye could see. Long lines formed at the scanning gates, and inside, stalls packed the floor while voices rose in a roar, reminding Yunfeng of the awe he felt the first time he entered the Jiangnan exchange. His Yinyang talisman jade was drained, so he didn't need shards urgently and wandered casually toward the sales area. The difference from Jiangnan was immediate. Synthesized shard items were everywhere. Amethyst tier and crimson tier were commonplace, and even gold tier pieces lay piled in glass cases for shoppers to sort through. "The gap is huge," Ren exclaimed in amazement. A thought struck Yunfeng. "Do awakening stones circulate here?" He asked around. His question earned him several scrutinizing looks from the vendors. One of them snorted. "Kid, were you raised in the wilderness? Awakening stones are contraband. Nobody sells them, not even on the black market." The shopkeeper whispered something to Yunfeng, and only then did he finally understand. He abandoned the idea of buying an awakening stone altogether. Since he couldn't get one, he figured he might as well try another route. Half joking, he thought, "Maybe I should apply for a job at a high school as an awakening stone mover." The notion flashed by in an instant. He waved to Wenren. "Come on, let's head for the academy." With nothing he wanted in the shop, there was no point sticking around. They hailed a hovercar. Street scenes outside the window streaked past in a blur. Being new in town, Yunfeng didn't dare pull his mini-armored vehicle out of his spatial ring and show off. He sat quietly instead. After roughly 10 minutes, the car slowed to a stop in front of an imposing school gate. The metal arch before the interlaced silver gray and navy stretched nearly 100 meters wide. Towering pillars on either side were covered in relief carvings, and the 7 gilded characters reading Pinghai Awakener Academy blazed under the scorching sun. "This place is unbelievable," Yunfeng thought with a silent gasp. He and Wenren had barely stepped into the gateway when someone stopped them. Campus security, a guard in a crisply pressed gray uniform, a slim silver badge on his sleeve catching the light. His voice was calm but firm. "Kids, no outsiders allowed. Even the guards at a top academy are this tough," Yunfeng muttered inwardly. He respectfully handed over his admission notice. "Hello, I'm a new student." The guard accepted the pale blue scroll, pulled out a palm-sized scanner, and compared the data carefully. Once satisfied, he nodded. You're already a few days late, kid. Better have a good excuse before you walk in. He stepped aside to let Yun Feng through but thrust an arm in front of Ren. You're not a student. You can't enter. Yun Feng opened his mouth to plead, but Ren shook her head. Forget it. They'll rent a place nearby and wait for your call. She didn't want to put him on the spot, and chances for a special favor were slim anyway. Left with no choice, Yun Feng pressed a black crystal card into her hand. All right, don't pinch pennies. Pick the best apartment you can find. He took a deep breath, watched her leave, then turned and stepped onto the campus grounds. The guard eyed the boys back and muttered, late on the first day? Either he's useless or he's a genius, and he sure doesn't look useless. It was already afternoon. The sun baked the ground, heat rippling in the distance. Yun Feng looked up again at those gleaming letters: Binghai Awakener Academy, eyes full of anticipation. What kind of new world is waiting for me here? Campus roads were broad, and occasionally a flyer skimmed through the treetops. Yun Feng followed the freshman guide to the registration office, only to find the sign-in deadline had passed. He had to double back to the dean's office. He pushed open the door. A teacher in silver-rimmed glasses didn't bother to look up. So you're Yun Feng from the special admission class. Yun Feng blinked. Sir, you know me? The teacher snorted, finally glancing at him. Out of more than 30,000 freshmen, you're the only one who didn't register on time. Of course I know you. Every awakener who gets accepted can't wait to arrive early, but you stroll in late. Well, I had some special circumstances, Yun Feng said, scratching his head with an awkward grin. Save the act. The teacher's words were sharp, but his fingers flew across a holographic keyboard. A few minutes later, the enrollment process was done. He handed over a white crystal card edged in gold. This is your student ID. It's the most important thing you'll carry on campus. It records your credits, and credits are the key to surviving here. Teacher, what's the deal with these credits? Yun Feng held up his student card, looking puzzled. Stamp your mental imprint on the card, and you'll find out, the teacher said, pointing to the card in his hand. Then head to the last room on the first floor to pick up your enrollment supplies. Yun Feng nodded and hurried downstairs. Behind the metal door at the end of the corridor was a vast storeroom, 2 stories high. Shelving stretched out like a maze, and crates were stacked waist deep. He handed over his student card and explained why he was there. The quartermaster gave him a quick once-over and slid the card into a reader. What kind of dorm do you want? The man asked casually. We get to choose our dorms? Yun Feng raised an eyebrow. The quartermaster shook the terminal in his hand. Guess you haven't read the enrollment guide on that card yet, huh? Yun Feng immediately projected his consciousness into the card. It felt like an ultra-thin chip. The moment his mind touched it, a visor-sized holographic screen popped up. Front and center was a window titled Enrollment Guide. He skimmed through line after line and soon realized that credits were basically the school's all-purpose currency: food, housing, transport, everything ran on them. With enough credits you could feast on rare delicacies, live in a mansion, even rent legendary weapons. A credit mall tab showcased materials, tools, and composite shards, with one legendary item priced at a staggering 80 billion credits. Bold of them to put a tag like that on it. Yun Feng glanced at his own balance welcome bonus, 100 credits inside. The housing rates were clear. 8-person dorm, 100 credits for 1 year. Single room, 100 credits for 1 month. Luxury villa, 100 credits for just 3 days. Fingering the student card, Yun Feng finally looked up. He'll take a villa for 3 days. The quartermaster froze mid-tap. All right, 1 year in an 8-person wait. Did you say villa? Yun Feng nodded. Do you have any idea how hard it is to earn credits? The 100 you got at registration aren't for luxury spending. Yun Feng already knew the earning methods. Tough for most freshmen, but he felt confident. He still had unused composite shards that could be exchanged for a hefty amount of credits. I still want the villa. I don't like noise, and I probably won't be here long anyway. The quartermaster shrugged. Hope you don't regret it. He boxed up the standard supplies, then slid Yun Feng an extra pouch. It held only 2 items. 1. A badge resembling an enforcer's emblem. At its center was the campus gate flanked by a sword, and a shield, the sword noticeably larger. Yun Feng studied it and thought, this school definitely leans toward offense. Suits me. 2. A key. One side read East District, the other number 1234. Closing the pouch, Yun Feng eyed the number and did a quick calculation. If all 4 districts had this many units, the academy must boast at least 5,000 villas. The campus map on his student ID made it easy to locate his assigned housing. The standalone villa more than lived up to its reputation, comparable in size to the one he had bought off campus. The 3-story layout was lavish. The entire ground floor was a training hall, its walls lined with energy-absorbing crystals and fully equipped for martial arts practice and skill work. The 2nd floor held a spacious bedroom and lounge. And, to his surprise, the 3rd floor was a full multimedia game room where awakened students could unwind after a grind. Is this college or a resort? Yun Feng muttered, though he knew only a tiny fraction of students would ever live like this. After stowing his backpack, he sprawled on the bed and called up the credit system on his wristband. One price list instantly caught his eye. Abyss Trial Level 3, 10 credits for entry, 5-day limit, 5 credits per extra day. Level 4, 100 credits. Level 5, 1000 credits. What? You have to pay just to get in? Had assumed the abyss was free. Levels 1 and 2 carried no fee because even freshmen were above level 20, so nobody bothered with the easy tiers. Scrolling on, the prices for the higher ranks were downright insane. Level 6, 50,000 credits, no time limit. Level 7, 100,000. Level 8, 200,000. As for level 9, the entry field was blank. Either it was forbidden or the school simply presumed no one was suicidal enough to try. Halfway through his research, a notification flashed in the corner of the interface. Yunfeng tapped it mentally and read. First class meeting, 9 a.m. tomorrow, room 308, 3rd floor, teaching building 1. Absentees accept all consequences. So they waited till I checked in to schedule the meeting, he thought, closing his eyes. They'll finally see what my classmates are like. Tomorrow should be interesting. He hadn't slept properly in days, and was out the moment he rolled over. The next morning, at 8:59, the hands of the wall clock in room 308 crept toward 9. Every seat was filled except one in the back row. I thought our last classmate already registered. Where is he? Arrived late to school, and now late to the first meeting too? No one moved into our dorm block last night. Maybe he sprang for a deluxe 4-bed suite. Who burns credits on a 4-bed suite the first day? The grumbling never stopped. Other classes had finished their meetings and were already out taking missions while they were stuck on campus doing busy work. Meanwhile, Yunfeng was still snoring. Bleary-eyed, he glanced at the clock, 8:30-something. Great. Late to enroll, and now I'll be branded a problem child if I'm late again. He leapt up, splashed water on his face, flashed a jolt of lightning element to set his hair, yanked the door open, and bolted for teaching building 1. Don't be late, don't be late. The campus was massive, and the building sat at the far end of his line of sight. He poured everything into his movement skills, streaking across the grounds. 8:59:50 Yunfeng skidded to a stop outside room 308. Watch it. Someone else was entering at the same moment. They nearly collided, but a gentle wave of force cushioned the impact, making it feel like head plunged into a pile of cotton. You must be Yunfeng? A middle-aged man in a tailored suit stood in the doorway, his voice icy as he looked Yunfeng up and down. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. Without breaking stride, Yunfeng lifted an arm, slipped past the man, and dashed into the classroom. Most of the seats were already taken. He scanned the room once, then headed for the only empty chair in the back row. He exhaled quietly and glanced at his watch. 9 o'clock on the dot. A heartbeat later, dozens of curious eyes swung toward him. The man had just brushed past, followed him inside, walked to the podium, and fixed his gaze on him. Because of one particular student, this class meeting was postponed until today. His tone carried a warning. That student should probably explain, don't you think, Yunfeng? Every head turned to the back again. My apologies. I admit my fault, reflect on it, and repent. Yunfeng apologized crisply without offering a reason. In his view, none was needed. Fine, let's begin. The man cleared his throat, dropping the issue. Tanghausen, your advisor for the next 4 years. He swept the room with a calm, yet oppressive stare. This meeting is mostly for you to meet each other. No one in this class is ordinary. Over the next 4 years you can train alone, in pairs, or in teams. It's your choice. He paused, letting the words sink in. College life here is relatively free. Aside from the mandatory tasks each term, your time is your own. But you must fight for credits and power with everything you've got. At the end of each year, the academy will evaluate your progress. Fail to meet the standard and you're expelled. Pinghai Academy of Awakeners doesn't keep dead weight. His last sentence rumbled like distant thunder, and more than a few freshmen paled. Your student card holds most of the details you need, and he'll post class missions from time to time. That's all for today. Feel free to talk, form teams, head out for fieldwork, or pick up assignments. With that, Tanghausen gathered his papers and strode out, leaving the spacious room to the students. The moment he was gone, a crowd swarmed Yunfeng. Is it true you single-handedly held off a level 75 extraordinary commander? Are you really from Jiangnan continent? Do you have a girlfriend? Can I join your training team? Questions flew in from every direction, even 2 girls offering eager invitations. If you've got time to gossip, find a way to earn more credits. Yunfeng rose, impatience edging his voice. His time was valuable, and he had no interest in being gawked at. Hey, stop right there. As he reached the door, a few students had been watching coldly spoke up, the same ones who had doubted his strength earlier. Yes? Yunfeng turned, frowning. The meeting isn't over. Where do you think you're going? One of them demanded, adopting a class leader tone. The advisor's gone. Who do you think you are? Yunfeng shot back, then walked straight out of the classroom. That guy Li Tian clenched his teeth, a dark look settling over his face. The surrounding students fidgeted with anticipation, wishing they could drag over stools for a ringside view. The one who had called Yunfeng's name was Li Tian, a native of Pinghai Prefecture. Born into a powerful family, he had grown up believing the world revolved around him. He expected to establish his dominance on the very first day, yet everyone kept talking about the still absent Yunfeng. Today, Li Tian had planned to give that newcomer a harsh welcome. Instead, he ended up humiliated in front of the class. That kid's way too cocky, Tienga. He's acting like you don't even exist. A lackey fanned the flames at Li Tian's side. Li's fists tightened, as if a blaze were trapped in his chest. The air in the classroom turned brittle. The other students exchanged knowing looks, wondering when the two would finally trade blows. Outside, Yunfeng paid no attention to the chatter behind him. Only one thing filled his mind: credits. If I cash in synthesized materials right after matriculating, they'll draw too much attention, he thought while walking, deciding instead to pick short, high-yield tasks. He raised his student card and opened the mission list. 1. Campus landscaping and upkeep, 10 credits per day. Requirement: wood element affinity. 2. New construction and building maintenance, 15 credits per day. Requirement: earth or wood element affinity. 3. Pest control, 20 credits per day. Requirement: beast type shapeshift talent golden toad, tiger, leopard, etc. So many sign-ups already. Yunfeng arched an eyebrow at the densely packed names. For freshmen fresh off the lower continents, these safe, straightforward jobs were the surest source of credits. He chuckled and kept scrolling. His current Lajinga standalone villa would expire in 3 days. Without a mountain of credits, he couldn't keep it, let alone pay the entrance fee for the Demon Grotto expedition he had his eye on. Ah, this one looks promising. A line of red text flashed across the screen. Eliminate sea beasts. Level 30 zone, 15 credits per kill. Level 40 zone, 1,025 credits per kill. Level 50 zone, 50,100 credits per kill. Level 60 and above. Details currently classified. Pinghai Prefecture faced the ocean, and dimensional rifts dotted the surface and the seabed. The area had become almost forbidden to humans, with all kinds of marine creatures collectively called sea beasts pouring out. To hold them back, the authorities had built multiple defense lines along the coast, and the universities issued long-term extermination missions, urging students to protect their homeland. One level 50 beast nets 100 credits. Drop a few thousand of those, and I'm set. Yunfeng was delighted and hit accept without hesitation. Ding! A prompt popped up in the corner. Mission accepted. Eliminate sea beasts. Please report to Defense Line 9, Eastern Sector 8, by 5 p.m. today. Yunfeng did a quick calculation. Traveling from campus to the coastal defenses would take just the right amount of time. This student card is truly handy. He pocketed it and headed for the gate. First order of business: track down Wenren Longyu. The mission rules never said he couldn't bring outside help. Yunfeng, you're out already? Wenren's voice brimmed with delight as she answered his call. She had thought she would have to wait a few more days to see him. College is even more laid back than I expected. Yunfeng laughed. I'm heading out on a mission today, gotta earn some credits and keep myself fed. They arranged to meet at the campus gate. Soon Yunfeng arrived, hauling a travel backpack. Wenren waved from beneath a street lamp. A yellow taxi pulled up. Yunfeng opened the door for her, and they slid into the back seat together. Destination: the coastline. On the far side of the gate, 2 more figures appeared: Shangwan Shui in snow-white robes, and Bailey Luyun in pale blue, her expression cool. Cousin, are we really going after level 30 sea beasts right now? Shangwan Shui whispered, excitement sparkling in her eyes. Bailey Luyun's attention stayed on the taxi speeding away, her brows knitting slightly. What are you looking at? Shangwan Shui asked. Nothing. Thought I saw someone I knew, Bailey Luyun murmured, shaking her head. Just then a midnight blue convertible screeched to a stop in front of them, its exhaust rumbling. Behind the wheel, in dark sunglasses, sat Long Kongji, known on campus as Long Xiao. Heading to the coastline too? How about we team up? Long Kongjia called out with self-assured ease. No thanks, we're fine, Bailey Luyun replied coolly. Shangwan Shui's eyes reflected the car's glossy finish, but when she saw her cousin already striding away, she hurried to follow. Long Kongji's face darkened. Under his breath he spat, stuck-up bitch, just you wait. His hands tightened on the wheel until his knuckles turned white. In the taxi, Wenren leaned back and teased, aren't you going to enjoy campus life? I hear the place is packed with gorgeous girls, stylish and sexy. Give it a rest. I'm not interested, Yunfeng replied, his gaze fixed on the scenery flashing past the window. They left the city behind, the iron-gray walls of the safe zone shrinking in the distance. After a 5 or 6 hour ride east, the taxi stopped at the assembly plaza outside the coastal defense line. A colossal structure stretched across the horizon like a slumbering dragon, the iron great wall of humanity. Even from several li away, the thunder of battle beyond its ramparts echoed in the air. Blood pounding, Yunfeng clenched his fists, his chest burned with fierce resolve. The Great Wall existed to repel, resist, and destroy the anemia flame that ignited every child of Huaxia. Following their assignment numbers, they reached Section 9 of the Eastern 8th Defense Zone. At the checkpoint, a gate soldier stopped them. Wrong place. The level 40 line is over there. The soldier gave Yunfeng a quick once-over. Sensing the young man's strength, he still refused to yield. Our mission targets extraordinary sea beasts. Could you make an exception? Yunfeng offered with a friendly smile, holding out his holoscreen. You can go in, but she absolutely cannot, the soldier said, pointing at Wenren. His tone left no room for debate. Yunfeng nodded. He'll escort her to the level 40 sector first. When her spirit power is high enough, we'll come back. Fine, Wenren agreed. They turned toward the level 40 area. After their credentials were verified, they put on protective goggles and, with the flow of travelers, stepped into the smoke-filled entrance of the front line. There are two ways onto the coastal defense. Melee fighters push through the wall to clash with sea beasts face-to-face, while ranged specialists climb to the battlements above. Yunfeng and Wenren were clearly gearing up for long-range sniping. The moment they reached the ramparts, the entire battlefield unfolded before them. The wall teemed with fighters, a kaleidoscope of offensive, healing, and support skills flashing in rapid succession. Below, melee defenders formed an impenetrable human barrier, stubbornly absorbing the sea beast's relentless, suicidal assaults. Only now did Yunfeng get a clear look at the so-called sea beasts. They came in every imaginable form. Some looked like the shrimp soldiers and crab generals from Journey to the West, shells gleaming. Others resembled the abyssal fiends of Western cinema, all whipping tentacles and jagged fangs. Remembering how the clerk at registration had kept urging caution, Yunfeng finally understood why. He casually tagged one of the creatures, and data flashed across his visor. Monster, Siren, Naga Elite. Level, 45. Combat power, 480,000. Skills, an A. These numbers dwarfed the level 45 elites he had seen in Jiangnan province, which topped out at only 320,000. Yunfeng clicked his tongue. Can the gap between monsters really be this huge? Let's get started. You handle the finishing shots, don't hesitate, he said. Because Wenren lacked burst damage, Yunfeng had previously outfitted her with a pulsar rifle-style weapon. Photon Barrett, violet quartz grade item, absorbs light to form rounds. 1 round every 3 hours, up to 8 stored. Effective range 2,000 meters, built-in 8 scope. Note, extremely powerful watch for accidental discharge. When he first found the blueprint, he couldn't help blurting out a curse. The thing was downright savage. They picked a level 49 elite as their target. If Wenren could secure 6 high-level, high-quality spirit bodies, she could practically coast. Yunfeng wielded ice elements to grind the creature's HP below half. Boom. The black sniper rifle in Wenren's hand spat a barely visible beam, the air sizzling with a sharp crack. The level 49 elite's head erupted into a cloud of yellow-white gore, flesh scattering everywhere. Scenes like this played out along the entire line, so no one paid special attention to this single shot. Nice shooting, Yunfeng remarked, raising an eyebrow. Of course. I've had plenty of practice, Wenren replied with a smug grin. Hurry up and extract the spirit. Wenren activated her art, and a golden eidolon rose from the corpse. Mission participants weren't allowed to loot the dropped gear, which explained the outrageous credit payout. Yunfeng did a quick mental conversion. Credits were definitely the better deal. With Yunfeng's help, they went on to fell 2 more level 49 elites, a level 48 rare, and a level 45 commander. 5 spirit bodies secured. Wenren hit full form and instantly became the most eye-catching figure on that stretch of wall. Her 5 spirits fought in rotation, virtually ignoring injuries. Though their strength would fade over time, the endless stream of sea beasts let her feed the fight with the fight and stay topped up. Don't rush your mastery. Watch your mental reserves. If all 5 spirits backlash at once, you're in real trouble, Yunfeng warned, then sprinted toward his own sector. He was already capped at level 14 with no mana bottleneck. This trip was mostly for credits and to boost his life and death stat. Had once thought maxing out attribute potions made him nearly invincible, but standing on this wall, he felt real pressure for the first time. Before stepping into the transcendent tier, he wanted every extra ounce of power he could get. This time the clerk didn't try to stop him. As soon as Yunfeng stepped onto the rough-hewn granite rampart, he noticed the change. The garrison was sparse, and there were even fewer monsters out on the water. Great, he thought. How am I supposed to rack up credits when there are more people than mobs? He was about to head back to the level 40 zone when a raspy laugh behind him made him stop. Not bad, kid. The speaker was a soldier in his 50s, gray at the temples, weather-worn face, eyes sharp as blades. When the big wave hits, don't you run. So the peak hasn't started yet? Yunfeng asked. Yeah. Anything below transcendent rank shows up only in dribs and drabs. The real tide hits right on schedule 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. 9 to 5, huh? Even monsters keep office hours. Yunfeng glanced at the time, 4:30. No wonder the quest said to arrive before 5. For the next half hour, he ignored the scattered transcendent sea beasts and waited behind the parapet. Latecomers soon filled the thin line of defenders, veterans who knew the rhythm and didn't waste time shivering in the wind. Fighters were spread along the wall by combat ratings so kills could be tallied. Yunfeng was assigned to a 100-meter stretch with 19 others, 10 melee, 10 ranged. As the minute hand inched toward 5, the distant sea suddenly heaved. Waves 100 meters high rose one after another, giant curtains of water rolling toward the wall. Prepare for battle. The order cracked like thunder. Before the echo died, several earth element awakened thrust out their palms, raising tawny walls of clay to meet the waves' heat. Yunfeng lifted his hand and unleashed a blizzard, freezing the first surge into a glittering sculpture. The next wave smashed into the ice, opening only spiderweb cracks without breaking through. The first clash ended in stalemate. When the water fell away, the sea beasts hidden inside were exposed. Yunfeng's eyes locked on one of them. Monster, ugly merfolk. Level, 53. Combat power, 1.15 million. Skills, unknown. Stronger than the batch in Jiangnan Prefecture, he judged. A regular level 53 here was tougher than their level 55 elites there. Once a target was claimed, no one else could interfere unless it crossed the danger line. So he had no reason to poach someone else's prey. He opened with frostbind, then chained icicles, freezing winds, and ice explosions, quietly stacking amplification buffs to speed the kill. 50, 50, he murmured after every takedown, counting under his breath. A few nearby ranged fighters kept glancing over. The kid was a little monster himself, just not quite right in the head. Yunfeng's monster-slaying speed left everyone genuinely impressed. Most members on the same defensive line moved in pairs or trios, charging forward in waves. Yet even with that cooperation, they could only just keep pace with Yunfeng. Some were noticeably slower. The most unbelievable part was that Yunfeng hadn't even reached the transcendent tier. As time went on, more and more transcendent sea beasts surged in like a tide, battering every section of the defense with constant roars and crashes. Only the stretch guarded by Yunfeng remained rock-solid, a creature that showed its head was cleaved in two before it even touched the warning line. Kid, you're a beast. Lend us a hand and take some pressure off. We'll credit the kills to you. Yeah, help us out. The two squads on either side were beginning to struggle and waved frantically at Yunfeng. Extra points suited him just fine. He flicked out a few ranged skills while continuing to one-shot every monster in front of him, plugging the gaps on both flanks at once. As for the sectors farther away, there was nothing he could do for now. Once I reach the transcendent tier and transform into a black dragon, maybe I can charge straight into the sea, he mused. About an hour later, the assault weakened until only scattered monsters remained, bringing the pace back to what it had been when Yunfeng first arrived. During the lull, military recovery teams hurried along the beach, scooping up loot, mostly shattered fragments. Yunfeng noticed that the drop rate here was absurdly higher than in Jiangnan province. Thanks for the save, brother. The squads on both sides jogged over to thank him. Without Yunfeng, they might have held the line, but certainly not as easily. No big deal. Is that wave over? Yunfeng asked with a casual wave. Not yet. In half an hour, the elite monsters will hit. We won't be able to hold, so a stronger unit will rotate in. When we report the mission, we'll allocate some of our kill count to you. Yunfeng nodded. He had earned it and needed the points. Aren't you coming out with us? You go ahead. I want to stick around for one more wave. His eyes stayed fixed on the sea. Seeing he couldn't be persuaded, they left. Soon the recovery teams withdrew. A military officer responsible for Yunfeng's sector passed by, marveling, your fragment drop rate is terrifyingly high. Yunfeng merely smiled and waited for the next round. In just that last hour, he had cut down more than 100 common monsters, averaging 2 per minute. Even at the minimum 50 credits each, that was over 5,000 credits earned. The elite monsters would be worth far more. Half an hour flashed by, and a new shift took over the wall. The incoming guards were clearly stronger. Transcendents were everywhere. Transcendents here grow on trees, Yunfeng thought in amazement. Back in Jiangnan, even the top factions outside the military cowled field this many transcendents, for one simple reason. Epic-grade monsters were scarce. Which means there are plenty of epic monsters here, he realized, and that's perfect for my talent. No sooner had 30 minutes passed than the sea that had just calmed erupted again, waves twice as high as before, a full-blown tsunami. A massive wall of water surged out of the night, and everyone on the defensive line held their breath. The tactics didn't change. Ice and Earth-type espers moved first, freezing or reinforcing the seawall to buy the backline time to strike back. Between interlaced ice crystals and rock walls, another horde of sea beasts crashed through the surf. This wave brought far fewer common creatures. In their place came rare elite monsters. Yunfeng's eyes narrowed as his sensing interface locked onto the brightest threat. Monster, Sea Dragon Lion Elite. Level, 52. Combat power, 1.35 million. Skills, Ultimate. It had a lion's head on a serpentine body clad in green scales. Its snowy mane bristled in the wind, and its armor plates gleamed under the shield's light. Yunfeng calculated quickly. If things kept scaling like this, his publicly known ice talent alone wouldn't survive the next wave. Even with his S-grade ice affinity and all the ice materials had absorbed, a single element was still too limited against rare elites. He pushed the thought aside. Credits were on the line. Freeze. Cold exploded outward. Chained with the other talents he kept hidden. Frostbite, Icicle Spike, Arctic Burst. Blow-white pillars locked onto the Sea Dragon Lion. Before it could unleash its ultimate move, the barrage shattered it into glittering shards, killing it before it even fought back. After an hour, Yunfeng had only 48 kills, slowed by the elites and the reduced monster count. Yet to the two nearby teams, he was still a legend. When they tallied the scores, they even handed over the 6 elites they'd taken. Yunfeng saw no reason to stay. The next wave would be rarer and stronger. He'd be better off in the level 40 defense zone, fewer credits per kill, but more targets. At the registrar, he logged his stats and moved on. Sea beasts slain, 166, including 6 seeded by allies. Credits, 8,700. A solid haul, especially since Wenrin's kills weren't counted yet. A little after 8, he reached the level 40 sector again. In the firelit night, the monster numbers were clearly down. Wenrin was slumped against a boulder, exhaustion on her face, her 6 spirit bodies gone. Guilt stabbed Yunfeng had focused so much on leveling her head, forgotten she was still recovering. You okay? He asked quietly. I'm fine, just need a break. Wenrin straightened when she saw him return so soon. The pocket dimension never spawned that many monsters, yet she was spent. Yunfeng understood. She'd been grinding non-stop, her spirits collapsing and being resummoned over and over. Idiot, you can't clear everything by yourself. Take it slow, one at a time. I just wanted to get more credits for you. Wenrin pouted at the word idiot. Pushing down his worry, Yunfeng asked, how many did you kill? A little over 1,200. How many? He thought had misheard. More than 1,200. No wonder her level had skyrocketed, and no wonder she was completely drained. Yunfeng gently brushed a lock of hair from her face, his voice unusually stern. Don't ever do that again. Yunfeng hadn't imagined that in just over 3 hours she would rack up so many kills, pushing her level to 42, almost 43. All right, I get it. How'd you end up over here? He asked, sheathing his weapon and beckoning Wenrin over. Wenrin patted the breastplate of her armor with a resigned sigh. The monsters on the other side are ridiculous. I couldn't hold the line, so I fell back to farm XP in this zone. Seriously? Even you couldn't handle them? Yunfeng raised an eyebrow. Had seen her power firsthand. They're far tougher than anything in Jiangnan province, and I don't want to show my trump cards too soon, Wenrin explained with a shrug. Yunfeng nodded. Makes sense. Spirit summoning here drains a ton of mental energy. Keep resting. You're benched until you're back to full. Wenrin started to stand, but Yunfeng pressed a hand to her shoulder, and she sat back down obediently. Inside the extraordinary grade defense zone, Yunfeng moved like the wind. To avoid triggering the mercy protocol, he targeted only monsters below level 49. Night deepened, and at midnight the two finally withdrew from the front. Wenrin had rejoined around 10 o'clock after most of her psychic power returned. The registration post blazed with light. Gunfire and howls still echoed behind them. Let's see today's haul, Yunfeng said, handing over his scorecard. He had cherry-picked the highest level monsters in the level 40 sector. Even so, 4 hours netted him just under 200 kills and 4,355 credits. Wenrin's numbers were even crazier. As her level climbed, she ignored anything weaker than herself. In the last 2 hours, despite Yunfeng's constant take it slow, she still bagged more than 300 kills, and with the 200 plus from earlier, she racked up 22,525 credits for him. Yunfeng clicked his tongue. With Spirit Command, as long as someone clears the way, your damage output is insane. Wenrin narrowed her eyes at him. That look again, regretting you didn't secretly eat the Spirit Command fruit yourself? Come on, give me a break, Yunfeng said, waving a hand, though he was already thinking. Next time I see Zhong Kuei, I'm begging for another one. It was late, yet other fronts still burned with fire. Since the aberration began, the war between humans and sea beasts had never stopped unless some peerless powerhouse could end it once and for all. We're ahead of schedule. One more day at this pace, and we're done, Yunfeng calculated. With the credits required to enter the Demon Rift, another high output day would do it. Snagging 35,570 credits in half a day was something an ordinary student could only dream of. Let's hit the rest area, grab food, and recharge, Yunfeng said, leading Wenrin toward the rear camp. Steam curled above hot soup. Wenrin took a sip, then looked up, eyes shining. Yunfeng, another layer of my talent just unlocked. Yunfeng set his bowl down with a thud. So you're a rank talent holder now, nice. Yeah, and every skill ID mastered has evolved. Wenrin's cheeks flushed with excitement. Yunfeng couldn't be happier for her. So what's different? Yunfeng asked, eager to hear what had changed now that Wenrin's talent was unlocked. Wenrin sat by the campfire, turning a piece of over-roasted hardtack in her fingers. It's not as dramatic as you think, she said calmly. The 3 skills I first learned, detection, prediction, and fate reading, have been merged by the system into a single ability, Oracle. Yunfeng's eyes lit up. Even the name sounds higher tier. It performs better, too. Wenrin held up 5 fingers. I can use it actively 5 times a day, and the passive function gives danger warnings with much higher accuracy. Yunfeng glanced around, then lowered his voice. How accurate are we talking? And the side effects? I still remember you burning through your lifespan last time. If I took it to a casino, I could call the final outcome every time, Wenrin replied with a shrug, pride slipping through her even tone. One thought filled Yunfeng's mind. Incredible. I haven't tested the passive range yet, and I don't know the backlash, Wenren added, drawing her cloak tighter. The rest of my old skills just got stat boosts, nothing worth detailing. Since merging freed up a slot, the system gave me 2 new skills. She nudged the embers with her boot. First is chosen one purely passive. My luck's been rewritten. No more empty-handed loot drops. The more seals that break, the better my fortune gets. Yunfeng nodded. That explained why their recent runs hadn't been cursed. The second is meditation, Wenren went on. It greatly speeds up mental recovery and pairs perfectly with my spirit taming. Convenient, Yunfeng said, giving an honest nod. Wenren lifted her chin, eyes gleaming. Want to hear about the skill I unlocked at level 40? Not really, Yunfeng answered without hesitation. She ground her teeth, tempted to bite him. I'm telling you anyway. Remember the redrobed guy with the Thunder God face? Thunder God face in Red Zhong Kuei? Yunfeng frowned. Exactly. Wenren clapped once. That day I erupted, pulled a giant sword from the void, and shattered every shield he had. That's my level 40 skill, Judgment of Fate. Yunfeng replayed the scene in his mind, the colossal blade, blazing with light, tearing Zhong Kuei's defenses apart. With it, I can finally farm spirits on my own, Wenren said lightly. Unless 5 or more high-tier monsters jump me at once, it'll be fine. Dungeons should be a breeze. Yunfeng laughed. Sounds like you could solo now. What? Trying to kick me out? Wenren narrowed her eyes. Wouldn't dare. Stay as long as you like. Yunfeng raised both hands in surrender. He had once tried to copy Wenren's talent with his mimic ability back when her power was still sealed and low level. The system returned only 4 words. Unique talent, non-copyable. As long as Wenren lived, her gift would remain one of a kind. Since she clearly wasn't ready to reveal her 7th skill, Yunfeng let the matter drop. Time drifted by, and the night soon passed. A pale flash skimmed the horizon, followed by a slow-rising streak of crimson. The newborn sun burst forth, leaving the entire sea hushed and serene. Yunfeng rested a hand on the battlement, knowing this calm would soon be ripped apart by blood and fire. Come on, time to earn our keep. Once we finish this run, we won't have to worry about credits for a while, he said. The day blurred past in the roar of steel and spellfire. After 8 that evening, Yunfeng rushed to the level 40 zone under Wenren's control and fought beside her. Ice, lightning, and ringing blades rose and fell as they battled non-stop until midnight. That's enough for this mission. We've got plenty of credits, Yunfeng said, dismissing his mana. In a day and a half they had racked up 108,972 credits, far beyond expectations. At 60,000 a day, that 80 billion legendary item will only take 30,000 years, he snorted. Just as they were about to leave, a terrifying pressure surged from the sea. Help an epic-grade monster. The frontline defender screamed. Epic tier Yunfeng had his confirmation. To the defenders, it was disaster. To him, it smelled like opportunity. From the dark water, a colossal shape plowed through the waves. Every defender froze, staring at the beast. Yunfeng locked on immediately and sensed dozens of other minds doing the same. Epic meant loot that could shatter the second shackle, yet no one dared strike first. Readout. Name, Disla. Rank, Epic. Level, 49. Combat power, 1.18 million. Abilities, Thick Hide, Charged Breath, Endless Tsunami, Rising Water Column. Model, Godzilla type. Against power like that, most people didn't stand a chance. How do we fight it, Yunfeng? Wenren whispered, seeing the fire in his eyes. If they want move, I will, he said to her, thinking, mission points on Lino loot. They care, I don't. I want its talents. Ice Dragon Break. A 10-meter frost dragon burst from his fingertip. Although Yunfeng's raw power edged out Disla's, epic beings enjoyed huge hidden bonuses. His real trump card was the artifact skill Love is a Beam of Light. Disla lowered its head and regarded the dragon with almost human contempt. A casual slap from its stubby forelimb shattered the creature of ice. Roar. Its bellow shook the night. Violet light flared in its chest, energy funneling into its throat. A 5-meter-wide beam of purple fury erupted, aimed straight at the defensive wall. Spectators scattered in panic, terrified of being clipped by the beam. Yunfeng glanced back at the wall, lingering there would cripple the defenses and get people killed. Ice Snowstorm. He hurled a blizzard, forcing a curtain of frost between the ray and the fortification, then vaulted off the wall, dropping the dozen meters to the ground outside. Is that guy insane? Since when are element mages this gutsy? People still on the wall looked on in shock as Yunfeng simply leapt into the air. What kind of crazy move is that? I thought he was an ice affinity user. Someone shouted, and a chorus of exclamations followed. Only when Ren watched the soaring figure with a faint, knowing smile. Yunfeng landed, tapped his toes, and shot sideways along the base of the wall. An instant later the water-slick ground beneath him erupted and pillars of spray, like enraged dragons, punched skyward, rattling the stone slabs. Each column howled past, brushing his sleeves, yet never touching him. No wonder the guy's so confident. A sharp-eyed hunter clicked his tongue, pointing down. That's definitely a Zion to your footwork, or better, and fully mastered at that. Another shook his head. Zing can't pull this off. Those jets come without warning. You'd need Han Yao tier at minimum to dodge like that. Han Yao? That explains it. A technique like that doesn't come from ordinary training. What's he doing down here scraping for hazard pay? Probably some rich heir here for a little real-world experience. Another speculated as the chatter swelled. Down below, Yun Feng weaved between the geysers, flicking his hands to hurl ice blades, freezing mists, and chains of frost, keeping the relentless Disala at bay. The spectators grew more animated. Hope the thrill ride doesn't cost him his life. Yeah, one touch from those water spears, and even elemental shielding would crumble head, be vaporized. A few hunters with grudges against aristocrats grew increasingly snide, and the scene became a jumble of voices. By then Yun Feng had lured Disala toward the shoreline. What's he up to? The officer on the level 40 watchtower muttered, frowning as the two figures drew away. He had been ready to intervene. Few could handle an epic class sea beast, but when Yun Feng struck first, he reluctantly lowered his spear. Regulations said once a volunteer engaged, the garrison could not interfere unless the fighter faltered. But if Yun Feng actually killed Disala, he would walk away with every bit of the loot. Indeed, Yun Feng had dragged the fight away from the wall precisely so outsiders could not glimpse his trump cards. He sidestepped and darted, throwing up ice walls and frigid gusts to slow the beast, coaxing it onto the tide-washed flats. Its attacks were clearly water-based and would grow stronger near the sea, but Yun Feng was confident he could unleash even more there. No one should be able to see me now, he thought. His combat blade hissed from its sheath, and 5 streams of black fire shot up, twisting like tongues from the underworld. He layered every buff he had: strength, speed, elemental affinity, one atop another with zero restraint. Disala opened its maw and unleashed a wave of violet energy as massive as a tidal bore. It had no idea danger was closing in. The 5 black flame doppelgangers stood 30 meters away in a plum blossom formation, blades weaving an impenetrable net, each slash layering another debuff on the creature. Blood sigils, corroding scorch marks, and sluggish hexes stacked up, black sparks crawling across Disala's scales. From the flank, Yun Feng kept firing ice, fire, and wind skills, both suppressing and waiting for the debuffs to reach critical mass, for that eerie hint of emerald to emerge. The energy from Sea King's green cap had been ready for some time. Light flared in his eyes. Now, with a low shout, the black flames shifted to emerald, spreading over Disala like ink spilling into clear water. Yun Feng raised a palm. Lightning exploded from his hand. Let me show you the lightning techniques I just mastered. He hadn't possessed the lightning element for long, yet he had already worked out 3 distinct abilities. The sky churned without warning, thunderclouds billowing overhead. A violet bolt of lightning shot down and smashed into the monster's skull faster than the eye could follow. A second, a third, 5 bolts in all poured out of the clouds, their currents weaving a blinding net in the air, the classic 5-fold thunderstrike. Floating in midair, Yun Feng smiled. He knew the lightning spell was only an rank talent, never meant for massive damage. Yet with the twin buffs of Love is Light and world-ending Black Flame, the purple bolts still sent Disala's body into spasms, crackles snapping between its scales. Lightning skills just look cooler, he murmured, though he also knew his other 2 thunder abilities, Bolt Flash for movement and the passive paralysis, were hardly lethal finishers. Disala roared, the salty sea wind carrying its fury along the shore, but faced with a peak condition Yun Feng, the sea beast could only rage helplessly. Without the passive damage reduction of thick hide, it would have collapsed long ago. An icy blue glow gathered in Yun Feng's palm. Frost meteors. A dozen crystal meteors tore through the air and slammed down, churning the sea into foaming white water. The final shard pierced Disala's heart, and the epic grade monster howled as it toppled into the surf, its corpse beaten again and again by the waves. Do I bother picking up the loot or not? Yun Feng landed on a reef and eyed the water, weighing his options. Thank you for the assist, young man. A figure appeared as if stepping out of thin air. It was Zhan Huntian, commander of the level 40 defense zone, who had been watching with his spiritual sense. The moment Disala's aura vanished, he rushed over. Yun Feng startled. He had never sensed the man's approach. He'll take the epic item. Your mission points will be credited later. With a flick of his wrist, Zhan Huntian split open Disala's chest. A purple crystal floated out, disappearing into his sleeve. He looked Yun Feng up and down, admiration in his voice. Not even extraordinary yet, and you fight like this? Which family do you hail from, kid? Just a regular student. Yun Feng cupped his fists, said nothing more, and headed toward the city wall. With the epic creature dead, no sea beast would mount another assault anytime soon. He might have missed out on the epic drop, but a new icon now flashed on his talent: Panelon's Shrank Water Element talent. One shot, and it triggered? Is the steal rate really that high? His heart pounded. He recalled shouting to Wenrin just before leaping off the wall, "I'm borrowing your skill." Moments later, she had discovered her blessing of fate temporarily gone, only borrowed. Thankfully, not stolen for good. Back at the base of the wall, Wenrin stood puffing her cheeks in protest. clearly upset about Yun Feng's unauthorized borrowing. What's there to be mad about? What's yours is mine, Yun Feng said with a grin. And what about yours? Wenren stared up at him. Still mine, of course. Ha. He turned and bolted before he even finished the sentence. That guy is getting more unbearable every day. Wenren sprinted after him. The next day Yun Feng was back on campus, and Wenren had returned to his own tiny room. I've booked this place already, so quit arguing. What makes you the one who gets it? If I say it's mine, will you believe me? Enough, all of you. We've still got half a day, what's the hurry? From a distance Yun Feng spotted 7 or 8 people surrounding his standalone dorm, the air crackling with tension. He quickened his pace, and only up close did he see what was going on. Here to claim this villa too? Can't you see how many of us are waiting? Move along, one of them said, waving him away. Nearly everyone in the circle was awakened, their presence intimidating. Not every detached dorm was taken, but they gathered here because of an unwritten rule. Taking over a freshman's dorm cost barely half the normal credits. Yun Feng raised the key in his hand, the metal flashing in the sunlight. Hope you enjoy the wait, he said, reaching for the door. So you're the owner. A tall, good-natured-looking student stepped forward, smiling. Rookie, I'm guessing you picked a villa out of curiosity. After tonight you probably can't afford it. Hand it over to me, how about it? Before Yun Feng could answer, another voice chimed in. Lu Yun, nice try trying to freeload. Give it to me, instead it'll pay you 200 credits, so moving out won't hurt. What are you talking about? Yun Feng asked, puzzled. The man laughed. Thought so, I don't know. The minimum lease on a villa is 1 month. You only paid for 3 days. When that's up, if you don't top up the rest, you owe a 1,000 credit penalty. Yun Feng froze, while the onlookers chuckled at the naive newcomer. No wonder the housing clerk kept asking if I was sure, he muttered. He looked up and bowed slightly to the crowd. Sorry, I'm not planning to transfer the place right now. Didn't mean to disappoint. Just then a hulking brute with a bulldog face, someone who looked nothing like a college student, strode over, flanked by 2 cronies. His voice was gravelly. Kid, your lease is up tonight. I want you to sign this villa over to me. Who are you? With all these people here, why should I give it to you? Yun Feng frowned, refusing to back down. Yeah, Peng Hu. What's your deal, planning to rob him in broad daylight? A few others grumbled. Peng Hu snorted. Not happy. Meet me in the arena, 1,000 credits a match. Any of you dare? The threat instantly silenced the crowd. No one wanted a beating, plus a fine. Peng Hu looked around in triumph, then jabbed a finger at Yun Feng. Well, kid, they're all quiet now. Hand the villa over to me. The heavy-set Peng Hu planted himself in front of Yun Feng, his tone brooking no argument. And what if I refuse? Yun Feng looked up. His voice was calm, yet icy enough to keep anyone at a distance. All he had wanted was some peace and quiet when he rented this standalone villa, but trouble had still come knocking. Ha, you all hear that? A first-year punk actually dared tell me no. Peng Hu's laugh grated like a cracked gong. Upper class and freshman onlookers turned to watch. School rules stopped seniors from doing anything too extreme, but a lesson was always possible. If you want the house, we can talk, Yun Feng said, changing tack. The crowd relaxed. Just a room, after all. Peng Hu nodded smugly. That's more like it. I want fleece you. Transfer fee 100 credits. I'm not interested in pocket change, Yun Feng replied flatly. Faces in the crowd stiffened. He went on. I hear there's a dueling stage on campus where we can bet. Let's fight there. The wager doesn't have to be big, 50,000 credits. Gasps rippled through the bystanders. The arena was one thing, but 50,000 all at once. Where did a freshman get that kind of nerve? Peng Hu scowled. Hand over the villa, and I'll forget your nonsense. Yun Feng twirled the key on his finger. What's wrong? Afraid? Kid, quit courting death. The arena forbids killing, but nobody'll care if I cripple you. Rage flooded Peng Hu's fleshy face. TSK. If you're scared, just say so, Yun Feng said, turning toward the door. Fine. You want to die? I'll oblige. 3 days from now, dueling stage. Peng Hu barked. Yun Feng looked back and twisted the knife. Wait, do you even have that many credits? Peng Hu froze, then snorted. Relax, I'll have them. He stomped off without another word. The crowd exchanged looks. So the ridiculous duel was actually happening. Are freshmen always this bold? 3 days from now, can't wait. Bold. More like throwing money away. No way a newbie beats Peng Hu. I'm not so sure. That kid feels different. The chatter died down, the night breeze sweeping away the last echoes. Over the next few days, the entire academy buzzed with the rumor. In 3 days, a freshman would challenge the senior Peng Hu. The stake a staggering 50,000 credits. Yun Feng's hard line was deliberate. He didn't want threats waiting at his door every day. Better to end it once and for all. Back at the villa, he showered, toweled off, and collapsed on the soft king-size bed, his mind linking to his student card. First things first, pay the rent. He spent 10,000 credits to extend the lease for a year. Just then a hot post on the forum caught his eye. Was about his bet with Peng Hu. The comments section overflowed with ridicule. Freshmen should learn humility. Know your limits. Yet plenty of first years voiced support. They didn't care who the challenger was. They just wanted to back a fellow newcomer. Idiots, Yun Feng chuckled, flicking to the next screen in search of other news. While browsing the university forum, there were still plenty of intriguing posts to read. Yun Feng leaned back in his chair, scrolling as he filtered for threads about the demon abyss. The first headline that popped up read, Junior XXX ventures alone into the 5th floor of the demon abyss, returns in less than a month with severe injuries and 50,000 credits, yet can't even cover his medical bills. And it was paired with a blurry stretcher photo splattered with blood. Right after that came another post. Sophomore elite squad clears the 4th floor in 5 days, slaughters more than 300 corrupted beasts, and makes a killing, complete with a clear battle record in the comments. As Yun Feng kept scrolling, a small notification in the bottom right corner caught his eye. Sophomore Nangong Chi, missing for over a year, returns to campus with skyrocketing combat power, reaches the transcendent realm within 6 months, shocking everyone. So he didn't let me down after all, Yun Feng mused, a faint smile tugging at his lips. The guy had promised to call as soon as he reached Pinghai Prefecture. Yun Feng had almost forgotten about that. He pulled out his phone and dialed. The number you have reached is out of service. The beeps alternated with the mechanical voice, and Yun Feng frowned before hanging up. He went back to the forum, locked the keyword Nangong Chi, and read every post from start to finish. Before long, Nangong Chi's background formed a clear timeline in his mind. 1. He was born into a small family in Pinghai Prefecture, not in the line of succession, the son of his father's mistress. 2. During awakening, he hit the jackpot with an S-rank talent. Thanks to that ability, he received good resources despite his mother's low status. 3. He was admitted to Pinghai Awakeners University with excellent grades, and everything seemed to be going his way. For his snow-white hair and excessively handsome face, Drew Trouble was adored by a woman he should never have crossed. 5. The girl came from a powerful clan, and the small Nangong family couldn't handle the pressure, so they abandoned him. 6. Nangong Chi refused to let go. They tried to elope, but her family pursued them. Separated on the run, he was forced into a dead end. It sounded like a soap opera plot, yet every bit of it was real. The last update on record read, I'm going into the 5th floor of the demon abyss to retrieve something that will prove my worth. More than half a year had passed since he went in, and there had been no word from him. Could something have really happened? Yun Feng's heart sank. If he knew the Startofterm date, he should have surfaced to register. Looks like I'll have to head down there myself. Nangong Chi wasn't just promising. He was loyal to the bone, and someone like that was worth saving if there was still a chance. After making up his mind, Yun Feng refreshed the forum again, bored out of his mind, when a gossip list grabbed his attention. New students arrive. Campus Beauty Top 10 reshuffled. Just taking a look, purely for appreciation, he told himself 3 times before tapping the post. The level of detail was absurd. Every girl's height, weight, measurements, even menstrual cycle and relationship status had been dug up, with no telling how much was true. Each entry was accompanied by lifestyle and training photos ranging from grainy to high definition. The photos were a mixed bag, but they were enough to validate the rankings. There was no denying it. Anyone who could break into the school's top 10 really was gorgeous. Her suntanned complexion, so typical of the Northwest, gave her an unmistakable burst of vitality. One word, fierce. Yun Feng flicked a finger across the holographic screen, paging through the images one by one. Suddenly, a familiar name leapt out at him. 4th place, Bailey Luyan, freshman, Jiangnan Province. He raised an eyebrow and opened the last picture. Since they had left the dimensional realm, the two of them had never met again. Bailey Luyan's features hadn't changed much, yet she looked livelier, even more striking than he remembered. The photographer had taste, catching her in a half-profile from the waist up. Light makeup, a teal gauze dress draping off one shoulder, the very picture of graceful ease. Her figure was no longer as thin and flat as it had been a year earlier. Though she still couldn't rival Wen Run, she now had noticeable curves. Amazing what a single year can do. Yun Feng skimmed the rest of the top 10 beauties and thought, they're average at best. If Wen Run had entered, the winner would be a foregone conclusion. He shifted his gaze to the sidebar and another bright red headline. Graduating seniors fierce battle for the top 100. Who will claim the crown? This was the Academy's gold standard ranking, the top 100 list, sweetened with massive credit rewards. First place, 300,000 credits a month. Second and third, 200,000 each. 4th to 10th, 100,000 each. 11th to 20th, 80,000 each. 21st to 50th, 50,000 each. 51st to 100th, 30,000 each. The numbers were mouth-watering, yet Yun Feng knew the odds. With nearly 100,000 gifted students on campus, cracking the top 100 would be brutal. Still, those easy credits set his mind turning as his eyes lingered on the list. He swiped to the next ranking, the Hidden Dragon list. Only 10 names, judged purely on potential, but its weight was undeniable. To his surprise, his own name sat at number 1, with a single note. Held off a level 75 commander class beast alone for 5 minutes. In truth, Wen Ren had been there and lent a hand, but she had been dismissed as small fry. Even funnier, the writer of the notes added. Initial awakening records list his talent as class, yet the author suspects a dual awakening, likely a high-tier exotic talent mimicry. Multiple observers have seen him use skills from several disciplines. Yunfeng slapped his thigh. Brilliant. They've done my cover story for me. An official academy statement carried far more weight than any explanation he could give. Facts aside, most people would accept what they read on the list. From now on, his talent was mimicry. 3 days flew by. The duel marketed as a showdown between a freshman and an upper-class maneuver became a campus storm, but the steady drip of rumors turned it into the freshmen's first must-see spectacle. Slanted afternoon sunlight spilled over Pinghai Awakener Academy's largest arena, and beneath the gray-white dome, waves of students kept filing in, their footsteps ringing against the metal bleachers. Who'd you bet on? Second-year Tiger, obviously. You're not backing that freshman Yunfeng who hasn't even hit the transcendent tier, are you? Bro, you haven't read the latest Hidden Dragon list? Yunfeng's number 1. Hidden Dragon, get it? A dragon's still grounded once he takes off. 10 tigers won't be enough. But right now, I'm low on credits, and his odds are better. He'll roll the dice. The betting zone outside the ring went live long before the match. The odds board's glowing light screens all belong to upperclassmen. Why not watch the fight and rake in credits at the same time? In minutes, the stands were packed, and the latecomers swiped their student cards to catch the live stream, the hologram hovering above the communicators on their wrists. Meanwhile, 2 figures trudged up the leaf-strewn path beyond the main gate, their combat suits still marked with faint traces of sea beast blood fresh from a coastal extermination drill. Cousin, they say a freshman's dueling an upperclassman tomorrow. Bailey Lu Yun answered flatly. She had grown noticeably colder since parting ways with Yunfeng. And rumor has it he's from Jiangnan province too. She paused, glanced over, a flicker of interest in her eyes. Plenty of students traveled from Jiangnan to Pinghai and made it into the academy, but only one fit that description. The headmaster told me he graduated from our old school, Shangwan Shui recalled, nibbling a fingertip. I started solo training right after I awakened, so I never met him. But, what's his name? For once, Bailey Luyin's calm mask rippled. Why so worked up? It's Yunfeng, the guy who saved all those students during the college entrance exams. Big hero, remember? Cousin, where are you going? Wait up. Bailey Luyun was already striding toward the arena. Shangwan Shui had to gather her chi and sprint after her, muttering, didn't know she was that into heroes. What's with Yunfeng? It's already noon, and he's still not here. Grumbling in the stands grew louder. Inside the livestream chat, comments flooded in. Freshmen have zero manners. Late to a duel making the whole school wait? The jeers lit a fuse under the freshman why pin Yunfeng's tardiness on the entire class. The virtual sparring arena erupted in trash talk that soon escalated to holographic fists and kicks. Quiet, all of you. Alone at center ring, Tiger raised a hand. His voice boomed through the sound array. Rage churned in his chest, but he forced a gracious smile. Thanks for coming to support me. Obviously, some people can wager big while flapping their gums, but once they realize they might lose, they stay home. He scanned the arena, lips curving in a faint smirk. If his opponent never showed, no one could blame him because, clearly, someone's too scared to cough up the credits. Pang, who was getting more and more worked up, but he wasn't worried, had already hired a notary in advance. If Yunfeng failed to appear, it would count as a forfeit, and the 50,000 credits plus the villa's usage rights would still be his. The idea of winning everything without lifting a finger made him positively gleeful. Who says I'm scared? The duel is today, and nobody specified the exact time. Pang, who scoffed, his tone dripping with contempt. At that moment, the arena's heavy doors creaked open. A figure stood against the light, pushed his bangs aside, and called out in a strong voice, "You're hardly worth fearing." With that, he strode inside, the neon green baseball cap on his head practically glowing. It was Yunfeng. As he walked toward the dueling platform, his gaze remained calm, yet forceful, each step echoing through the empty hall in sync with his heartbeat. In an instant, the freshmen in the stands straightened their backs, their embarrassment replaced by pride. Yunfeng! Yunfeng! The crowd chanted. Yunfeng hadn't expected such a welcome, and a small grin tugged at his lips. Apparently, you could build a fan base without even throwing a punch. Down below, Pang, who stiffened for a heartbeat. He had just mocked his opponent, only for the man to show up right on cue, awkward, to say the least. Yunfeng pulled down his hood and sneered. Of course you hoped I'd stay away. If you lose, how humiliating would that be? Even as he spoke, he was suddenly standing at the very center of the platform. Was that a talent skill? Someone whispered in the stands. Spatial type? No, looks like speed. Others focused on something else entirely. Hey, isn't that cap green enough? It's practically glowing. The chatter faded. Yunfeng and Pang, who faced each other across 100 meters, both donning protective goggles as their student IDs projected their stats into the air. Pang Hu's eyes widened. Yunfeng was level 14, already past the so-called limit rank. I thought he was from some backwater in Jiangnan province. How can he be above the limit? The shock lasted only a moment before he steadied himself. He still had nearly 400,000 points on Yunfeng. There was no way he could lose. After the match, he'd smooth things over. If this kid ever reached the transcendent tier, he'd be a real dragon. Yunfeng also frowned inwardly. Pang, who looked ordinary, yet he was already transcendent. His base power was 1.6 million. Geared up, It pushed 1.8 million. Definitely troublesome. The stands erupted again. Go, Yunfeng. Win or lose. Show them what the freshmen are made of. Yunfeng. If you win, I'll have your babies. Peng Hu. Teach these rookies who's boss. Peng Hu. If you lose, you're repeating freshman year. The referee and notary, who had been kept waiting all morning, finally lost his patience. Enough talk. It's late. Duel start. The whistle blew. The thunderous cheers were cut short, and the air grew taut like a drawn bowstring. Students held their breath, live stream chats froze, and every eye locked onto the two figures standing in the center of the arena. Today is Lunar New Year's Eve, so hey race wishing everyone a year of smooth sailing, safety, health, happiness, sweetness, family togetherness, great fortune, and prosperity. May all students ace their exams, officials earn their promotions, merchants make their fortunes, farmers reap plentiful harvests, may every wish come true. You need to understand that between an ordinary awakened and the transcendent, there's an unbridgeable gulf. Pang, who fixed Yunfeng with a murderous stare, threw back his head and roared. His muscles bulged, and, in the blink of an eye, he turned into a 5-meter turtle tiger wreathed in flames. SS rank beast form blazing tyrant tiger. Someone in the stands whispered, unable to hide their shock. Looking down from his massive height, the tiger spoke in a deep, human voice. Freshman, feel my passion. With that roar, the fire around him surged. Behind his back, 9 fireballs as bright as miniature suns form, 9 suns shining the world, his most intimidating opener. One strike to end it. Pang, who calculated, then loosed the fireballs in a fan-shaped volley. Spectators held their breath, bracing for the expected ice versus fire clash. Sure enough, Yunfeng lifted his hand, for ice blue cyclones shot up from the ground, blasting icy air toward the fireballs. So he's ice-aligned? Pang, who confirmed, but the next moment caught him off guard. A boulder the size of a millstone appeared in midair and hurtled toward the tiger's skull. What? Earth element? Confusion rippled through both the arena and the stands. Didn't you read his bio on the potential rankings? Someone reminded. Only then did the audience pull out their student cards and scan the text. Suspected height, ear, special talent. Simulation. Got it. Realization spread. Simulation could mimic skills from any element. The higher the talent level, the closer it came to the real thing. Judging by Yunfeng's performance, it was at least S rank, maybe brushing SSS. In theory, simulation had a limited skill list, yet Yunfeng was hurling abilities as though the supply were endless. 9 suns go. Pang, who recovered quickly. 8 fireballs slammed into the icy cyclones, while 1 shot off to pulverize the falling boulder. At the same time, he sprang forward like a living blaze. Simulators are usually glass cannons, he thought. Close the distance, and it's over. Boom. A ring of fire columns erupted from the floor, trapping Yunfeng at the center. Now let's see you run. Pang, who advanced, firelight carving a near-human grin across his tiger face. Yet Yunfeng stood unmoving inside the flames. Is he nuts? Dodge. Gasps rang out. Several girls even screamed. Bailey Luyun dashed to the arena entrance, only to be blocked by a staff member. The duel's underway, no entry, and it's already packed. What do we do? What do we do? She spun in panic. Shangwan Shui caught up, panting, and patted her shoulder. Cousin finally caught you. Swear, I want to watch from inside. Any ideas? It's full, but we can stream it on our student cards. The feed's crystal clear. Bailey Luyun nodded frantically. Then hurry. Bailey Luyun couldn't wait to pull out her student card. She fed her senses into it and instantly spotted today's duel on the livestream's homepage. On the projected screen, Yunfeng stood inside a ring of searing flames while the blazing tyrant tiger's massive claw swept across half the arena toward him. Even knowing how many tricks Yunfeng had, Bailey Luyun still let out a soft gasp. 1 strike and you're finished. Peng, who growled. The claw swelled, its shadow engulfing Yunfeng. Just before impact, he eased off slightly. The duel was fierce, but it wasn't a fight to the death. Before the heat wave hit, Yunfeng vanished without a sound. Pang Hu's paw sliced empty air, the scorching wind exploding in the void. Impossible. At that range, even the fastest movement should have been caught. He frowned, deep wrinkles folding across his forehead. Before he could recover, Yunfeng reappeared in the same spot, now holding a jet-black war blade. Trying to end it in close quarters? Flames churned around Pang Hu, his pupils glowing molten gold. Why shouldn't close quarters be my forte? Yunfeng smiled lightly. He spun the blade. Black fire crept from its spine to the edge. Heads up. The dark blade lashed out. Space around Pang Hu seemed to tear apart, arcs of blade light flashing into view. Roar. With a furious bellow, dozens of bloody gashes split open across Pang Hu's hide. Black fire burrowed into the wounds, burning and corroding at once. For the first time, the tiger of blazing flame understood what it truly meant to be burned. What a wicked flame. He tried to shake it off, but it clung stubbornly. Care to continue? Yunfeng asked calmly. Had Pang Hu not held back earlier, he wouldn't even have bothered to ask. Humph, just an oddball fire. Pang Hu snorted, erupting in blinding white flames that wrapped the black fire layer by layer. Self-delusion. Yunfeng scoffed inwardly, but said nothing. The black flames wouldn't fade so easily. Pang Hu slammed the ground and rocketed toward Yunfeng. In the next instant his body twisted, spawning more than 30 blazing clones, each carrying roughly a third of his strength. They charged together, their roars shaking the air. Forest domain, demon vines entwine. At Yunfeng's thought, the arena morphed into a lush woodland. Vines sprouted from the ground, the canopy everywhere lashing toward every flaming clone. Come on, how are we supposed to watch now? Spectators with weaker mental strength complained as the dense forest blocked their view. Startled, Pang Hu quickly grinned, baring his fangs. Wood element? Forgot that fire overcomes wood. Heavenly inferno. A torrent of flames exploded from him, sweeping outward. But then patch rain poured from the sky, thickening in seconds into a driving downpour. Wherever the water fell, the trees grew lusher, vines lengthened. Yunfeng's long-studied water-wood combo made its full debut. Water nourishes wood. Under the ceaseless rain and burgeoning greenery, Pang Hu's flames couldn't ignite the forest. With a furious roar he ignored the trees, locked on Yunfeng's presence, and forced his way forward. Yet vines kept wrapping around him. The clones faded one after another, and even his true body slowed under the twin pressure of water and wood, his fire faltering. It's over, Yunfeng murmured, leveling the black flame blade. Outside the arena, the crowd heard only a mournful tiger's roar. The forest domain faded away, and the dueling platform returned to its usual appearance. Dense shadows receded like a tide, and the two combatants came into sharp focus on the empty stage. The unexpected outcome silenced the audience. On the platform, Yunfeng gripped his gleaming warblade, its tip still dripping blood. Pang Hu had reverted from his half-beast form to human. The blade had pierced his left chest, and a bright red line of blood ran down the metal, pooling on the floor. The two men faced each other in silence. I lost, Pang Hu muttered, staring down in disbelief. He had never imagined that, as a sophomore at the transcendent level, he would fall to a freshman who had yet to reach that realm. Yunfeng slid his blade into its sheath with a soft ring and smiled. Thank yourself. The first time you struck, you held back. Yunfeng had always lived by one rules: how him a foot of respect, and head repay with a yard. He looked up at the referee, ready to announce the result. The winner of this duel, freshman Yunfeng. As the referee's voice echoed, the stands erupted. Almost every shout came from first years. Yes, I bet on him. Yunfeng is the GOAT. Me 250 credits turned into 500. Awesome. From now on he's my idol, my compass. With a single fight, Yunfeng crushed a transcendent upperclassman and became a legend among freshmen. Praise, however, always comes with its share of grumbling. Someone sneered. He loves the spotlight. One day, it'll bite him. So what if he can fight? He's making enemies before classes even start. Eyes rolled all around. The jealousy was obvious. Upperclassmen were just as stunned. Pang Hu wasn't the best second year, but he was definitely upper middle tier, and he lost this badly. Many groaned over lost wager credits. Yet most still applauded Yunfeng's performance and tore into Pang Hu without mercy. Losers deserve the heat, especially when they cost us so many credits. After the commotion died down, spectators drifted away, and the little drama came to an end. Yunfeng did some quick math. Not bad, 40,000 credits, easy money. Then he frowned. Why not 50? Right, the ref skimmed 10 grand as commission. Bloody robber. Still, the haul was enough to cover the fees for him and his teammates to enter the 5-layer demon lair. He was about to leave when the path ahead clogged up. The main gate, the arena's only large exit, had become a bottleneck, and people were now squeezing through 2 narrow side doors. What's going on? I've got credits to earn. How does a door that wide get blocked? Where's the courtesy? Complaints echoed everywhere. The arena's poorly designed exit always became a choke point when crowds converged. Someone craned his neck and asked, "Hey, what's happening up front?" News rippled backward. Word is one of the campus' new top 10 beauties, Bailey Luyunis, standing right at the gate. Think that won't jam things up? Bailey Luyun? Eyes lit up. Whispered speculation followed. Did she come to see Yunfeng? They probably came from Jiangnan Prefecture, so chances are they already know each other. She's my goddess, after all. The duel arena buzzed with gossip, its intensity no less than during Yunfeng's life-or-death match moments ago. Following the excited chatter, Yunfeng glanced toward the entrance and immediately recognized the slender, striking girl standing there. Bailey Luyun. Bailey? She came to watch my duel too? A flicker of surprise crossed his mind. Stop blocking the doorway, move along. A senior in charge of order rushed in, waving his arms to herd the crowd. The gawking fanboys at the door tamped down their excitement and shuffled away. The noisy tide receded, and the arena floor finally came back into view. Even so, every student who passed Bailey Luyun and Shangwan Shui slowed down for a quick peek, upperclassmen included. Their photos had topped the forum for weeks, yet seeing them in person was a different kind of shock. Bailey Luyun rose on tiptoe, scanning the arena. The burning stares made her uneasy and annoyed, but she endured them to find Yunfeng. When the last stragglers dispersed, she spotted the lone boy beside the platform. It really is you. Gathering her skirt, she trotted over. Why were you standing at the door? Yun Feng spoke first. Caught off guard, Bailey Lillian's ears flushed. She could hardly admit she didn't know the student card let you watch the live stream, and besides, she had wanted to cheer him on in person. So you're Yun Feng. I've heard so much about you, and now I finally get to meet you. Lively Shangwan Shui poked her head from behind her cousin and greeted him with wide, sparkling eyes. Shangwan Shui, I saw the principal whisk you away back then the school's only strength talent awakening. At the reminder, her eyes gleamed. Being remembered by a Jiangnan hero was something to brag about. My cousin didn't know the student card could stream the duel, so we dashed over, she explained, and only then did Yun Feng realize the two beauties were cousins. Congratulations on your victory, Bailey Luyun stammered. It was just a small duel. Yun Feng waved it off. It's lunchtime anyway. Let's grab something to eat and talk. Yes, let's. Before Bailey could answer, Shangwan Shui jumped in. Bailey nodded silently. Her cousin could be useful at times. Yun Feng led them toward the cafeteria. The remaining onlookers took note of every step. Within 10 minutes, the school forum exploded. Breaking. Freshman Yun Feng, fresh off his dual victory, invites one of the new top 10 beauties to lunch. Are they about to be an item? Strength earns first pick in romance. Campus goddess falls for Yun Feng, proving power is king. Headlines sprawled across the page. Pure invention no one involved could fathom. Yun Feng fine. You dare touch my woman. Staring at the forum, Long Kongjia ground his teeth. How's university treating you? Yun Feng asked through a mouthful of rare delicacies. Encountering an old friend far from home was already a blessing. The aroma of good food mixed with the joy of reunion made the moment even warmer. Not bad, but the competition's brutal and we're starting way behind, Bailey Luyun replied, setting down her chopsticks. Her voice was soft yet firm, and her lowered lashes couldn't hide her resolve to catch up. Right. I have to rack up credits fast and rebuild my combat strength, Shangwan Shui agreed, determination flashing in her bright eyes. She suddenly turned to Yun Feng, blinking expectantly. How did you manage to beat upper-class transcendence? That's insane. Shui, don't pry, Lu Yun chided gently. She remembered annoying people with questions when she was younger. Her tone held both warning and resignation. Fine, I get it. No harm meant. Shui stuck out her tongue, her playful air a sharp contrast to Liyun's poise so different from when Yun Feng had first trained with them. Though the three ate quietly, they'd already drawn the room's attention. Rare ingredients paired with three standout freshmen were more eye-catching than the dishes themselves. Yun Feng took a sip of soup and glanced at the two girls. You're right. This place is nothing like Jiangnan Prefecture. Pressure breeds drive. Only from a higher peak can you see farther. Coming from the lower three prefectures, adapting to the combat system and tempo here takes more than talent, it takes a strong heart. He paused, recalling the many prodigies who had crashed here. Plenty walk in confident and leave crushed. A real pity. Humph. We're not that fragile, Shangwan Shui declared, chin lifted. Confidence rang in her voice, while Lu Yun simply lowered her eyes, thoughtful and silent. Afterward, Yun Feng rose first. That's it for today. Add me on your student cards call if you need anything. He took a step, then stopped. By the way, I met your uncle, General Bailey. He asked me to look out for you. We're from the same place, so don't hesitate if you need help. With that, he walked off. Campus chores still awaited him. I don't need your help, Lu Yun muttered at his retreating back. Cousin, do you like Yun Feng? He's gone and you're still staring, Shui teased, leaning close enough for her breath to tickle Lu Yun's ear. Lu Yun flinched, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Don't be ridiculous. Let's go. Oh, then why are you blushing? Shui laughed, skipping after her. Maybe ever since that trial ended, we've been destined for different worlds, Lu Yun thought as she watched the direction Yun Feng had taken. Night settled in. Yun Feng returned to the dorm. Lights still gleamed in the first-floor training room. So he headed straight in and focused on the skills head just grasped, especially the combo of domain of trees and heaven-sent rain. Phantom vines spread from beneath his feet, while gentle rain condensed overhead. The synergy opened a fresh avenue of combat in his mind. Sweat soaked his training gear as the techniques grew smoother. After a long session, Yun Feng finally pushed through the door to his bedroom and exhaled in satisfaction. My prediction was spot on, wasn't it? You won, right? Wenren asked the moment he picked up Yun Feng's call. Of course. Your abilities are no joke. Yun Feng's tone was approving, though he was silently thinking, wouldn't I have won without your prophecy? He lowered his voice. There's something I need to tell you. What is it? Why so serious? Wenren's interest spiked, and he quietly activated his precognition skill. I'm heading into the demon grotto. Fine by me. Wait, sounds like you already knew I was going to. Yun Feng caught on. Did you use your skill on me again? When Yun Feng first discovered Wenren's foresight, they agreed not to use it on each other without cause. Feeling guilty, Wenren scratched his head. Your tone sounded off, so I took a quick look. Whatever. What did you see this time? Yun Feng sighed. You go in, I go in, Wenren chuckled. Got it. Yun Feng concluded from the vision that the demon grotto had no level cap. He would leave tomorrow. Yunfeng had enrolled at Pinghai Academy of Awakeners mainly to enter the grotto as early as possible. With Nangong Qi still missing for unknown reasons, he was even more pressed for time. Tomorrow, then. He'll wait for your message, Wenrin agreed readily. After hanging up, Yunfeng combed through every document he could find on the grotto's fifth layer. The Demon Grottoa dimensional space open only to Pinghai Academy operated outside direct military and government control, yet ultimately belonged to the state. Its entrance, located within the campus safe zone, was one of the few spatial rifts allowed to remain. Only Academy students could enter. Outside support was permitted, but their credit cost rose by 50%. Early the next morning, Yunfeng drove to the campus gate to pick up Wenrin, swiping his student card to sign him in. The six-figure credit balance made the guard extra cautious. At this school, credits meant near limitless possibilities. At the grotto entrance, two fully armed sentries blocked their path. One tried to dissuade them. You'd better turn back at least for now. Monsters in there are 50% stronger than sea beasts of the same level. Most rookies never make it out. The academy discouraged reckless newcomers, yet as long as students could pay the credits, they weren't stopped. Now, two such fearless, well-funded novices stood before the pitch-black gate. Unlike a typical portal, the entrance was a colossal black door, 100 meters tall and 30 wide. Its arch teemed with bas-reliefs of clawed, fanged creatures, their shadows forming a menacing outline. Inky mist seeped from the gap, swirling around their feet, cold, eerie, almost whispering. This place is seriously creepy, Wenrin muttered, staring at the gate. The stranger it is, the more I want to go in, Yunfeng replied, eyes shining as he studied the carvings. Seeing his warning fail, the guard sighed and sped up the procedure. All right, get in there. First time I've seen someone admire the scenery on their way to die. He had tried hard, given Yunfeng's combat rating, but couldn't change the young man's mind. Now all he could do was wave them through. Take these tokens. Step through the gate, and you'll be sent to the right floor. With that, the guard handed Yunfeng two pitch-black wooden chips. One side bore a fierce demon's face, the other 5 ancient characters that glimmered with dark light. Remember, these tokens are also your way out. Lose them, and you could be trapped forever, the guard warned again. Yunfeng nodded. He knew their purpose already. Each level of the demon pit held a single demon monolith, and these chips were the only tools that could lock onto it. He tucked the 2 chips bought for 125,000 credits inside his jacket, met Wenrin's eyes, and stepped through the stone gate. After a gut-twisting rush, they found themselves beneath a monolith so tall it blotted out the sky. Shadowy energy coiled across its surface, etched with glyphs Yunfeng had never seen. A handful of adventurers sat around the base, some treating wounds, others meditating. When they noticed the newcomers, they only curled their lips and muttered, 2 more suicides. An instant scan of the pair's power level killed their curiosity. Wenrin swept her gaze around. The monolith projects a barrier, she whispered. No monsters spawn inside it. Safe in here, real slaughterhouse out there, Yunfeng replied. He drew an item had been saving. The violet-grade, demon-suppressing pagoda. The description flashed through his mind while equipped. Damage to demons is boosted by 50%, and attacks can trigger a suppressing strike for massive extra damage. Full numbers in Chapter 64. The pit's environment was brutal. The ground oozed black slime that hissed against their boots, and the air was so thick with demonic miasma, it felt like sand scraping their minds. Surviving meant battling both monsters and the terrain. Use your seer skill, Yunfeng said. Pick the best route. Wenrin closed her eyes. An atragram array spun furiously behind her, flinging shards of light through the gloom. Yunfeng, as always, felt a stab of awe. Moments later the array shattered. She opened her eyes, a sharp gleam within them. This way. She pointed right. Yunfeng followed without hesitation. The black earth rose and fell beneath their feet. After a long trek, their first foe appeared. Monster, Horned Flame Fiend. Corruption level, 50. Combat rating, 1.68 million. Skills, Horn Volley, Hellfire Devour, Spiral Horn Thrust. Ultimate, Demonization. It resembled a giant hound wreathed in violet-black fire. 3 curved horns on its skull gleamed blood-red, and countless smaller spikes armored its limbs like inverted barbs. Rougher than a commander-class beast, maybe tougher than most epic monsters back in Jiangnan, Yunfeng muttered, noting a strange suffix in its name. Formidable, Wenrin breathed. This place is the apex of dimensional dungeons, Yunfeng said. If the first monster's like this, the rest will be worse. Stay behind me. He'll record a spirit body for you on the way. Light exploded from the pagoda as he launched forward like an arrow, racing straight at the Horned Flame Fiend. Its power was off the chart, so was his. Whoosh whoosh. Yunfeng had yet to strike, but the Horned Flame Fiend opposite him was already on the offensive. From its pitch-black hide, burning purple-black horns snapped free, turning midair into dozens of searing darts that screamed across the cavern. Yunfeng lifted a hand. A 3-layer Rashomon wall erupted from the earth. Boom, boom, boom. 3 stone ramparts, each a yard thick, shattered in rapid succession. Shards flew everywhere, Yet the horn shards barely slowed, still driving straight at their targets. These monsters really are something else, Yunfeng thought, unsettled but unmoving. He spread his arms. Blizzard. For ice-blue cyclones roared to life, flinging snowflakes as they met the flying horns. It was his trademark S-rank ice talent, vastly stronger than his earth spells. Gale and frost smothered the flames. The horn shards crashed to the ground, leaving charred, frozen scars. Just as he prepared to counterattack, a talon-like pain clenched his chest. What's wrong? Wenren asked when his brow furrowed. Their skill's odd, but it can't kill me. Yunfeng quickly identified the cause: heart-devouring hellfire. He had assumed it triggered only on contact. Even an energy clash could bite at the heart. The pain lasted a heartbeat. Then he forced it down. He tightened his grip on his saber. 5 black flame clones stepped out beside him. It was his standard opener against monsters. The replicas felt no pain and feared no hellfire, flanking the fiend in an instant, blades flickering. Whoosh, whoosh. Spines bulged across the fiend's shoulders. Fresh horns tore free, then shot out. The moment they pierced the clones, the hellfire struck Yunfeng's chest again. He answered with offense, not retreat. Thousand-wood venomous spear. Heaven-rending thunder. Terrific spears erupted from the void. Lightning crashed among them, drowning the fiend. Wenren added her own assault, marking the creature with a jade-green sigil of doom. Under the double impact, the fiend staggered back, its charred hide splitting. The demon-suppressing tower's passive kept proccing amid the barrage. Each demon-slaying strike gouged deeper wounds. Raff. The cavern walls shook with its roar. Demonic energy boiled around it. It was about to unleash its ultimate move. Ebony mist cocooned the fiend, pulsing like a gigantic heart, then was inhaled in one gulp. The fog cleared. A new monster stood there, dog-headed, human-bodied, a glowing horn on its brow, black blades in both hands. Post-transformation, its combat power had jumped by 200,000. Is the hat charged? Yunfeng asked, glancing at Wenren. The Sea King's green hat perched on her head, glowing emerald. Full. She nodded. The hellfire backlash while casting doom had topped it up. Then let's go. Wenren raised a hand. A lance of green light shot from the hat's brim, nailing the transformed fiend. Have Destiny's judgment ready. Fire when I say, Yunfeng reminded her. A purple-grade photon barret alone couldn't finish a transcendent beast. While the monster writhed in emerald chains, Yunfeng gathered power. Absolute zero, frozen tomb. A shell of lethal frost instantly encased the fiend. Yunfeng followed up with slashes, seals, and thrusts, unleashing one skill after another. Now, even after its corruption, the Flamehorn demon was still frighteningly strong, but under the crippling debuff from Love is a Light, it could barely stay on its feet. Wenren, the arbiter of fate, raised her hand without hesitation and triggered her only attack skill. The sky split like torn canvas, and an enormous golden sword appeared point down over the demon's head, plummeting with world-ending force. Roar. Sensing death closing in, the Flamehorn demon bellowed and thrust both arms upward. Twin black horn spikes erupted with fire as it tried to smash the sword in midair. The blade never slowed. It sheared through the flames, drove the charging demon back to the ground, and with a shriek of metal against stone pinned the creature where it stood. Yunfeng, the spirit energy from corrupted monsters, is ridiculous. Wenren shouted, exhilarated. It's a full tier above commander rank. I got 900 points from that one alone. Yunfeng did the math. Epic monsters only paid out that much. He patted her shoulder. Summon your spirit. He'll check the loot. He jogged to the corpse and started searching. No epic grade gear. Of course, if every corrupted beast dropped epics, they'd be littering the ground. Instead, he found an item labeled Demon Heart. Ability 1. Boost talents tied to the dark element. Ability 2. 100 demon hearts can be fused into a single demon seed. What does a demon seed even do? He muttered, slipping the heart into his storage ring. His fingers brushed something else, a blood-red shard that pulsed like a miniature heart. Whoa, a Crimson Radiance talent upgrade catalyst. Yunfeng almost jumped. What's got you so happy? Wenren asked, leading her newly summoned spirit over. This place is a gold mine. He held the crimson shard under her nose. Delight flashed in her eyes. Finally, his luck didn't stink. After stowing the shard, Yunfeng looked at the spirit beside Heron intact, corrupted Flamehorn demon. If that spirit were permanent, you'd be unstoppable, he said enviously. Keep dreaming, Wenren laughed. One summoning burned a third of my mental energy. Quit whining. Let's move. They pressed deeper with the demon spirit in tow. Barely 5 minutes later, they met another level 50 Monstera Gale Reaper, a blue-gray whirlwind with scythe-shaped forelimbs, nothing like the Flamehorn demon. The fight ended as fast as it began. Yunfeng pocketed another demon heart and a Crimson Radiance shard, while Wenren added a Gale Reaper spirit to her roster. The farther they got from the demon steel, the thicker the monsters became. They ran into several different level 50 species in quick succession. 3 hours later, 6 radiant spirits circled Wenren, 2 Flamehorn demons, 1 Gale Reaper, and 3 Shadow Stalkers. End of the bunch, The Shadow Stalkers were hands down the nastiest. If Wenren hadn't been carrying an item that blocked lethal damage, she would have been finished. The Shadow Fiend was born invisible, its presence so faint it was almost impossible to detect, and it was viciously cunning. At their first encounter it struck from behind. Wenren was only level 42 then and couldn't survive a strike of that power. The life-saving charm shattered instantly, and a bloody gash opened across her chest. Seeing the danger, Yunfeng's face darkened. With a furious punch, he blew the fiend's spirit apart. After gulping down a red glare healing potion, Wenren finally steadied her wounds. That was way too close, Yunfeng said, still pale. I let my guard down, Wenren answered, clenching her fist. Lesson learned. She bound the weakened Shadow Fiend to her side as a sentry and kept the dual reversal skill ready at her fingertips. That brought her total to 6 spirits. The two of them pushed deeper into the cave, their pace clearly lighter. At this speed, it'll level up in no time, Wenren said, watching her experience bar rise. Each monster now granted a generous chunk of energy. Level 43 was only a step away. I want you to climb as fast as possible, Yunfeng replied, eyes lingering on her prematurely white hair. The sight made his chest tighten. We don't have to rush that hard, she said modestly, though her heart warmed. Then a thought struck her. Your level's been capped for ages. Why haven't you stepped into transcendence? I know you own at least one transcendent artifact. No hurry. I'm still waiting, Yunfeng said calmly. Does he only have that one piece, and he's saving it, so I can unlock my second shackle first? Wenren wondered, but she let it go. They chatted as they swept aside monsters. Apart from that first ambush, nothing posed real danger. Though the 6 spirits lacked skills, they retained their former strength, and numbers alone let them crush opponents of the same tier. So much for this demonic cave, Wenren said, brow raised in mock contempt. Easy to say when you're not the one watching the flanks, Yunfeng laughed, eyes still alert. Before nightfall, Wenren hit level 43. Over the next days, they hunted level 50 corrupted beasts. Wenren gained a level every 2 or 3 days, while Yunfeng almost never struck the final blow, serving only as her bodyguard. Yunfeng, I'm level 45 now, and I've unlocked Heaven's Insight. They'll be fine on my own, Wenren said, pointing at her status panel. With 6 spirits I can farm solo. You can't stay glued to me forever. What are you getting at? They'll stick near the demon steel. If anything happens, they'll retreat immediately. They'll be safe. Her tone was firm. Yunfeng stayed silent a moment, then finally nodded. The only reason Head remained at her side was the fear of another ambush like the Shadow Fiends. Stay close and keep farming, but watch your mental stamina. If you feel it dip, sit down and meditate, and while you're meditate. Enough. I'm not a kid, I know the drill. Wenren cut Yunfeng off, moved by his concern yet amused by the nagging. Still uneasy, Yunfeng stuffed a bundle of potions and small gadgets into Wenren's arms. These could save your life. Hold on to them. With Wenren's hands overflowing, they finally separated. They'll be fine, and I've got this, remember? We can talk anytime. Wenren tapped his forehead, the dark lenses of his goggles catching a cold gleam in the mist. The goggles, upgraded back in his Enforcer days, carried a built-in local network. As long as they shared the same dimensional layer, communication was instant. Yunfeng smacked his own forehead. Right, my memory. Call me the second anything happens. With that, he strode into the fog alone, following Wenren's directions. Just before he left, Wenren jammed a green cap standard low-tier protection onto Yunfeng's head. I'm fighting without level suppression now. That hat suits you better. Yunfeng grumbled, but didn't argue. He pulled the brim lower and hurried toward the depths of the demon pit. A thin black miasma hung over the pit year-round, curling around the ankles like smoke. Prolonged exposure gnawed at mind and flesh, turning ordinary people into shambling fiends. That was why most adventurers never lingered. Yunfeng knew he had to find Nangongqi quickly. If he hesitated, there was no telling what the man would become. He sprinted onward, one-shotting every creature in his path, blade flashes and black flames weaving into fleeting afterimages. After 3 days, he broke through the level 50 sector and met his first level 51 opponent. Monster, Earth Fiend Demon. Corruption level, 51. Combat power, 1.87 million. Skills, Terra King's Aegis, Lethal Miasma, Death Shock. Ultimate technique, Earth Fiend Metamorphosis. Yunfeng frowned at the stats. 1 level higher, and its power jumps nearly 200,000 at this pace. The final levels might be impossible. The Earth Fiend resembled an immense wild boar clad in earthen plates, twin ivory tusks coiled in gray-black chi. Locking onto Yunfeng, it pounded the ground and shot forward like a shell, tusks aimed at his chest. Yunfeng flickered into the void, dodging the charge. He reappeared an instant later, warblade wreathed in black flame, cleaving downward. Clang! The blade rebounded with a sharp crack, leaving the monster untouched. Sparks danced across the layers of the Terra King's Aegis, but not a scratch remained. Ridiculous defense. That armor earns its reputation. Even with the demon subduing tower's armor break buff, he couldn't pierce it, though dark fire runes were now searing into the shell. He split into 5 black flame clones that rushed the fiend from different angles. They weren't meant to deal damage, only to stack the whirlwind black fire debuff. Within seconds, every clone was crushed to ash, yet the earth fiend now carried 30 full layers of burn and weakening. Howling in pain, the beast's massive body began to swell, fissures cracking across its rocky armor. Yunfeng narrowed his eyes. Great, a tough pig. Might as well call you Zhu Ganglai. All the signs were clear. It had triggered its ultimate, Earth Fiend metamorphosis. The Earth Fiend demon was now fully transformed. The transformation was much like the horned flame demon's possession. His frame ballooned to several dozen meters, though this time he wore the head of a boar atop a humanoid body. The once form-fitting Earth Emperor armor exploded outward into a full suit of bronze gold plate, heavy rivets, and swirling engravings proclaiming uncivil power. Fresh Earth element gauntlets formed around his arms, bristling with backward curving spikes that flashed with kill light. Worse still, the 30 stacked layers of Annihilation Black Flame debuff Yunfeng had painstakingly applied were cleansed in an instant, the black fire snuffed out without a whisper. The Earthshade Fiend threw back its head and roared, an earthborn tyrant that could shatter mountains. Standing 60 meters tall, it raised both fists like twin meteors and hammered down toward Yunfeng's skull. For the first time, Yunfeng truly felt the suffocating grip of a hard-locked physical attack. In the blink of an eye, he cast Ice Prison and Giant Wood Dragon as layered shields, then whipped his warblade upward to meet the falling fists. A dull, deafening clang followed. Yunfeng was driven back several dozen steps, the stone beneath him webbing with cracks. Fortunately, the power of the true dragon had wrapped him in advance, shaving away 90% of the impact and leaving him unscathed. My turn. He licked his cracked lips. The single collision had topped off the energy in Sea King's green hat. For the next 30 seconds, he unleashed a monsoon of skills. Gale winds, bolts of lightning, blades of fire, lances of ice, dozens of strikes slammed into the boar-headed giant without pause. Shards of the massive Earth Emperor armor whirled away, mingled with sprays of flesh and blood. Demon Bane strike triggered several times, carving man-sized holes through the creature's chest and abdomen. One more layer of Doom's descent, he reckoned, and those holes would have doubled. After the barrage, the Earthshade Fiend teetered on the brink of death, and a few follow-up blows from Yunfeng finished it off. The fight had been brief, yet he knew the truth. The era of effortless steamrolling was gone. Even if Nangongqi returns, pushes his power to the limit, and steps into the transcendent realm, he'll still be confined to this zone. With that in mind, Yunfeng chose not to advance deeper. He remained in the level 50 own monster area and began a meticulous search. What do I do? If I don't get out soon, I may never leave. Elsewhere in a parallel gorge, demonic miasma was so thick a raised hand vanished from sight. Sheer walls were lined with towering black pillars, each coiled by massive iron chains that rattled and clanked. Look closely and you would see countless human-shaped souls shackled to the links, writhing and howling in agony. At the valley's center rose a diminutive palace, the only spot untouched by the miasma. At its heart stood a 3-headed, 6-armed effigy more than 10 meters tall, fangs bared and eyes bulging in frozen fury. Beneath the statue, silver-haired, striking Nangongqi sat cross-legged, jaw clenched, sweat beading on his brow. The gorge was inescapable, and prolonged exposure to the miasma would surely corrupt him. Yet inside the palace he had to endure the statue's daily, heart-gnawing chant. Without his spatial gift to block most of that sound at critical moments, he would have lost control long ago. Last time I was lucky someone pulled me out of the forbidden zone. I doubt I'll be that lucky again. Nangongqi gave a wry smile and glanced toward the palace gates once more. You should have reached Pinghai Prefecture by now. I promised I would wait here and place my life in your hands, but it seems I'm about to break my word. Unkin Humaklong. The abyssal chant rose again, seeping into his mind layer by layer. Blood filled Nangongqi's eyes, and he bit down hard as he activated his ability, blinking into a pocket of space for a precious moment's escape from the eerie sound. Time flew by, and Yunfeng had already spent 7 days in the level 51 monster zone. He hadn't actually killed that many corrupted beasts, yet his skill life and death command gave him a 50% chance to steal 1 attribute point with every kill, letting him accumulate 11,841 points. His overall combat power now exceeded 20,000, a jump anyone could see. Wondering, are you sure your prediction is accurate? I've been searching in this direction for a whole week and found nothing. Unable to hold back, Yunfeng opened a channel through the goggle's comms. It can't be wrong. Wenren's voice was firm on the other end. The heading is correct. Hang on, I'll use my seer skill again. He closed his eyes for a few seconds, then reopened them. The vision shows a massive valley. You'll be there in no more than 3 days. Got it. Yunfeng ended the call and looked around. Mountains rolled on for miles, broken by countless valleys. The general bearing was right, but which valley was the one? He considered waiting 3 days in place, but quickly dismissed the idea. Sitting still had never been his style. Clearing his thoughts, Yunfeng moved on. 2 days passed. He still hadn't located the so-called special valley, but he had cut down plenty more corrupted creatures. While sorting his spoils, he noticed a small pile of demon hearts in the corner of his storage ring, nearly 200 of them. That should be enough to fuse. He pulled out 100 jet black hearts and thought, how do I combine them? A surge of information flooded his mind. Link the 100 hearts with mental energy, and the fusion would complete. So it's that simple. Yunfeng extended his psyche, wrapping every heart. They pulsed like living organs, drew together, compressed, and merged. In an instant, a pitch-black seed that seemed to swallow light hovered above his palm. Once thick with demonic energy, the hearts now revealed none. They had become a single demon seed. Demon seed special item. Effect 1. Greatly enhances demonic affinity. Effect 2. Can substitute for an epic level artifact to break the second human shackle. Note: limited success rate and carries risk. Use with caution. The goggles display updated. Pretty much what I expected, in par with an epic item. Just a bit weaker, Yunfeng muttered, then shrugged. A demon seed couldn't match a true epic relic. Yet the entry cost was far lower. Kill 100 demon pit creatures and fuse. No wonder extraordinary fighters flocked here. As long as the demon pit existed, transcendence would never be in short supply. The thought lingered in Yunfeng's mind as he continued on his path. He had oversimplified the problem. In the abyssal pit, only monsters at the transcendent level drop complete demon cores. Below the 5th layer, every core is shattered. Piecing one together takes dozens, sometimes hundreds, of kills. Huh, someone's here. The edge of Yunfeng's senses brushed against a 5-person squad. They felt him too, shifted their footing slightly, but didn't bother to steer clear. Interesting, let's see who they are. Yunfeng drew a violet-grade item, a cloak of silence, from his storage ring. The moment it draped over him, his presence collapsed inward, and the squad lost track of him. Bro, looks like that guy's gone, the teammate with the keenest mental sense whispered. Good. Let him go, the leader answered coolly, and the 5 stopped thinking about the lone wanderer. For the next half-day they wove through jagged mountains littered with boulders. The leader held a bronze disc, adjusting course as he walked. Whenever it hinted at nearby monsters, they detoured in advance. Bro, are we really going in? People say no one who enters ever comes back. A nervous voice broke the silence. They weren't ready. I am. The leader brushed a finger over his ring, eyes blazing. Strange places breed strange fortunes. Whether we rise or fall hinges on tonight. His words were sparks. Doubt vanished, morale soared. No one noticed the slim figure gliding through rocks and shrubs a few dozen meters away. Every word reached Yunfeng's ears. What are they chasing? Could it be the same trail I'm on? He tightened the cloak and drew even closer. Wenren's prediction might revolve around this very group. Time inched by, dusk creeping in. Yunfeng muttered, Wenren, your skill had better not misfire. Suddenly the 5 halted. A solitary peak blocked the way, its cliff face straight as a monument. Brown-green rock fit together seamlessly. Sparse brush offered no hint of an entrance. Yunfeng remembered scouting it from the air, just an ordinary valley with a few monsters, and nothing more. The captain's disc is reacting, he noted, eyes narrowing. The wheel began to spin, faster and faster, then slipped free and hovered. Its pointer snapped to a mark. A lance of golden light shot toward the cliff, sweeping across the stone like a searchlight. 2 meters up, the rock's texture rippled. A hidden stone door surfaced in the glow. This is it. We found it too, finally found it. The leader shouted, fists clenched in triumph. Get inside. After tonight the Black Moon squad could be famous across all Pinghai. Buoyed by the cry, the leader stepped into the golden beam. The others followed close behind, vanishing through the stone door. After the 5 of them stepped through the stone portal, they called the spinning disc back from midair, and the portal vanished without a trace. Damn, does that mean I'm locked out? Yunfeng stared at the mirror-smooth cliff face, frustration written all over his face. Unwilling to give up, he swung a fist at the rock wall only to stumble forward as half his body slipped straight through it. The surface rippled like water, swallowing him whole. The compass, he realized, wasn't the key at all, it merely marked the entrance. By pure accident, he had slipped inside. The passageway was deep and clammy. Yunfeng stopped chasing the squad ahead of him, slowed his pace, and moved forward steadily. Farther in, the 5-man squad was also feeling its way through the tunnel. Boss, this place is giving me the creeps. The farther they went, the colder their backs felt. Yeah, I've got a bad feeling about this, another muttered. Aside from the leader, morale plummeted. Their earlier eagerness had been doused with ice water. Humph, that's all the courage you've got? When have you ever suffered by following me? The leader snapped, his brow knotted. A demon grotto isn't an ordinary pocket dimension, there's bound to be real treasure inside. Chastened, the others swallowed their fear and pushed on. Roughly half an hour later they broke through the mountain's bulk, and the ground fell away beneath their feet. Where are we? The moment they stepped out, a miasma of demonic energy rolled over them so thick it seemed to congeal into fog darker than the tunnel behind them. Sight was smothered entirely, and their senses were squeezed to a pinprick. Quit panicking, it's just demonic energy. The leader sounded confident. He fished a talisman from his storage ring and hung it around his neck. Stay close to me, and you'll be fine. The talisman glimmered, and the miasma recoiled like a nest of startled snakes. Only then did the other four breathe easier without that charm. They wouldn't last long in air this dense, and the corruption would soon turn them into mindless killers. Huddled around their leader inside the talisman's glow, they inched toward the valley floor, relying on what little perception they had left. By now Yunfeng had also reached the tunnel's end. Darkness, so complete, he couldn't see his own hand, made him suck in a sharp breath. What on earth is this place? The demonic energy is insane. Surprised, but never truly afraid, he relied on his rank talent, bronze skin iron bones, which offered partial resistance to corruption. In the past few days, he had even awakened a passive skill demon-proof hide that shaved off 80% of the miasma's erosion. No harm in picking up a defense against demonic energy, he had thought at the time. While others leveled up cautiously, he experimented freely. The memory reminded him he still hadn't asked when run what skill he unlocked at level 45. He made a mental note to ask later. Clearing his thoughts, he slipped into the pitch-black miasma, following the faint traces the squad had left behind as he crept toward the valley floor. Ah! A blood-curdling scream suddenly echoed from ahead. The squad froze, and moments later a chorus of shrieks rolled through the miasma-shrouded valley. Bro, what's that sound? It almost sounds human. In the gloomy passageway, distant wails drifted in and out of earshot, sliding up their spines like icy water and making every hair stand on end. Beyond their line of sight, for stone pillars wide enough for two people to encircle began to tremble, as though they had caught a scent. Chains clinked softly, and the bound souls writhed and moaned, the threads of their voices thin yet sharp enough to shred the students' nerves. It's just whatever's inside trying to scare us, so we won't take its treasure, the leader said, forcing calm when he noticed the others wavering. They exchanged a glance, swallowed their fear, and edged forward in a half circle. Whoosh! A shadow darker than demon mist streaked past them, like splintered ink slicing the air. Did something just rush by? I thought I saw it too. The five bunched even closer. The leader wanted to bark, quit acting scared, but he feared shattering their morale. Stop spooking yourselves, there's no shadow. Whoosh whoosh. Before he finished, several more shapes slid past, and for a split second they caught the twisted grins on those faces. Ah! One of them finally cracked, the scream knifing through the silence. At once, more shadows bloomed around them, their mournful cries overlapping in a ghostly chorus. Sweat ran from the leader's nape down his back. None of the shadows registered a single data marker in his visor. If they had been monsters, he wouldn't have cared. All five students were awakened at the transcendent level and had slain plenty of beasts. Don't panic, it's only an illusion. These things can't hurt us, he shouted, steadying his breath. Die, you spooks. The most fragile of the group flung out his hand. Countless golden blades burst forth, scattering like a shower of shooting stars. The blades passed straight through, only churning the dark mist. The shadows kept drifting, their expressions angry, pleased, or tormented brushing past their faces. One popped up nose-to-nose, while another slipped right through a body, leaving a chill in its wake. See, nothing happened, someone murmured, relaxing as the spirits continued their mischief. They hadn't gone much farther when it struck. My heart, it hurts. Zhang Qi, thin and tall, clutched his chest. His face turned chalk white, and froth bubbled at his lips. Zhang Qi, what's wrong? He didn't answer. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed. Spurt. Another student moved to catch him, but blood burst from his mouth. He clamped both hands to his throat, his nails digging deep. The sight froze the remaining three where they stood. Boss, I think they're possessed, one of them whispered, voice shaking. Am I beautiful? The terrified student suddenly preened, stroking imaginary long hair and batting his eyes flirtatiously, the coy tone making their skin crawl. I don't want treasure. I don't want fame. The last one broke entirely, his body morphing into a huge silver wolf. He smashed the floor and bolted for the entrance. He had barely sprinted a few seconds when a piercing howl exploded in the mist and cut off. Only the leader was left. He clenched his talisman so hard the veins in his hand bulged, sweat beading on his forehead. His feet felt nailed to the floor, his mind blank. Then, slowly, a crooked smile spread across his face. What on earth are these things? Yunfeng found himself encircled by hazy, shifting silhouettes. His goggles provided no data, yet the figures floated weightlessly in midair, looking uncannily like the wandering spirits of old legends. They kept a distance of about a dozen meters, swaying from side to side, but never daring to come closer, as though something held them back. Once he was sure they posed no immediate threat, Yunfeng ignored them and headed straight toward the heart of the valley. He had not gone far when he caught the voices of the five-man team ahead. A few exchanges later their tone turned to panic, and a shrill scream cut through the miasma. Yunfeng frowned, glanced at the soul shades still drifting at his flank, and, on alert, moved in to find out what had happened. After several more steps he saw a young man lying on his back, naked, his body covered with mottled wounds. Silver-white fur was scattered around him. The dead man had been one of the 5, yet the ground showed no sign of battle. The corpse had been cooling for some time. A bona fide awakened superhuman, no lightweight in a fight, had died here without a sound? Yunfeng's chest tightened. He bent down and took the man's storage ring. Inside was a student ID. Li Ming, sophomore, beast shifting department. The credits on the card were non-transferable. Stowing everything away, Yunfeng pressed on and soon came across 3 more bodies, each in a different posture. One wore a twisted expression, blood oozing from every orifice. Another lay on his side, as if asleep. A third had had his neck snapped by brute force, clearly killed by a teammate. Yet there was still no trace of a struggle anywhere. What in the world happened here? The question only grew heavier in Yunfeng's mind. The 3 storage rings were already missing, so he could only sigh and keep moving deeper. Ting clang. A crisp, metallic chime suddenly rang from the depths of the dark fog, echoing across the gorge. Drawn by the sound, Yunfeng drifted closer. The 5-man squad had only 1 survivor left. There was no point shadowing him anymore, and Yunfeng had been using them merely to clear a path toward the center. Halfway there, he realized the lone figure was steering him toward the valley rim. Let's see where you're trying to take me. Confident in his talents, skills, and gear, Yunfeng let curiosity win and followed the trail of demonic haze. Ting, tang, ting, tang. The chimes grew faster. Minutes later, the mist abruptly thinned, revealing a pitch-black stone pillar towering ahead. Every bright clang was coming from it. The moment Yunfeng stepped within 10 meters of the pillar, a stabbing pain ripped through his head, as if an alien will were forcing its way in. His vision inverted. He was suddenly seated at an office desk, a monitor in front of him crammed with lines of code. You can't even handle a program this simple? The client chewed us out, and you still have the nerve to stay? Don't bother coming in tomorrow, you worthless piece of trash. On the phone next to the keyboard, his skinflint boss was still roaring with rage. Yunfeng, let's break up. I'm never happy when I'm with you. The words blazed across his holoscreen, a ruthless verdict from the girlfriend who had stayed by his side for 7 years. It felt as though he had only closed his eyes for a moment, yet he now stood in a brutal reality. The dim office lights, the piles of messy files, and the lifeless faces of his co-workers all reminded him that he was still the wage slave who could win neither his boss' favor nor his lover's affection. Staring at the monitor, Yunfeng let out a bitter, self-deprecating smile. What's the point of living? The thoughts spread like weeds, and he was already sketching out ways to end his life. Boom. A thunderclap exploded right against his eardrums, jolting him awake and sending a chill down his spine. If not for the passive talent of his lightning affinity, Jinglei Pe, triggering at the last second, the hallucination might have torn his soul from his body. His vision refocused on a massive gray-black stone pillar nearly 10 meters thick. One end was driven deep into the ground. The other pierced the swirling miasma and vanished into the sky. Demonic runes clung to its surface like vines, while grotesque carvings writhed between coils of iron chains whose clanging echoed through the gorge. Even more horrifying, the drifting spirits that had hovered beside him were now bound to the pillar, their elongated forms stretched tight, faces twisted in agony. Help me, please, help me. Their eerie, raspy pleas seeped out with pale blue demonic mist, quickly filling the valley. Yunfeng noticed every soul was human and alarmingly young. Had he really taken his life inside that illusion, he would likely be one more wraith fastened to this pillar. Evil thing, it'll destroy you today. He drew his warblade and slashed through the air. Clang. Sparks flew, but the pillar remained unscathed. An enraged howl rumbled from within. Iya. Blade raised. Yunfeng braced himself, mental senses flaring to avoid another hallucination. Fortunately, only a flicker of shadow flashed across his mind. The pillar made no further move. So, you don't have a trick for me either. He swung again, then tried elemental strikes, arcs of steel, blades of wind, balls of fire, yet nothing left a mark. Only when he gathered his strength for the lightning ultimate Wulei Hongding did the magic mist shred slightly and the pillar tremble. Still, it refused to fall. My lightning level is still too low. Several rounds of Wulei Hongding and Zhangxin Lei followed, but the target never wavered. Finally, Yunfeng exhaled, forcing his surging energy to settle. If I can't break it now, I need to pull back. He pulled up the comm interface on his visor, but the screen showed no signal, no way to reach one run, no way to contact the outside world. Yunfeng looked up at the gorge, swallowed by demonic haze, and felt questions churning in his chest. After leaving the stone pillar, Yunfeng retraced his path toward the center of the valley. The rest of the way was uneventful, and he soon reached the heart of the gorge, only to find a vast, time-worn palace. Demonic miasma filled the valley, yet it thinned around the building, growing weaker the closer he came. Yunfeng hesitated, wondering whether to enter, when the gates swung open of their own accord. Benefactor? A voice rang out, filled with surprise, joy, and a hint of worry. I can't believe you're really here. It was Nangong Qi. Seeing the familiar figure, Yunfeng relaxed a little. So you actually came looking for me? Yunfeng teased. You promised to meet me at the start of term. I've been here forever and haven't seen a trace of you. Nangong bowed his head, ashamed. I'm sorry. I came in hoping to snag a trophy, but I stumbled into this place and got trapped. As long as you're alive. Don't forget, your life belongs to me now. Yunfeng waved the matter aside. If I hadn't spotted a few clues on the school forum, I'd never have known you were stuck in the maze rift. The entrance is well hidden. I only found it by tailing those 5 people. Now tell me how you ended up here. They walked side by side into the main hall, while Nangong began to recount his story. After leaving the restricted zone on Wind Thunder Island, he drank the potion Yunfeng had given him, instantly boosting his combat strength to the upper mid-range of the Ping High tier. Rather than return to his clan, he hid his identity and slipped in and out of dimensional zones, hunting monsters, gathering resources, and racking up credits. After more than half a year, he had collected enough materials to trade for a full set of attribute potions. The next step required an epic-grade artifact to break into the transcendent realm, but he couldn't afford one. Luck was on his side. In one-dimensional zone, he stumbled upon an epic-class beast, and, after battling it for most of a day, managed to bring it down. Even now, the memory left his face tense with lingering fear, and Yunfeng could tell the fight had been perilously close. That hard-won kill propelled him into the transcendent rank and exposed his identity. The Yu clan dropped their earlier grudge, but now the Long clan began to suppress him. They had already proposed marriage to the Yu family, with Yutong as the bride tope. Yutong is my girlfriend. Just mentioning her put a sappy grin on Nangong's face. Stay on topic. Yunfeng cut in impatiently. The Yu elders set a condition. Bring back 500 demon cores and 100 ice demon stones from the rift, and they'll consider our match. Nangong agreed without hesitation. With transcendent level strength, collecting 500 demon cores was only a matter of time, but ice demon stones were another story. What exactly is an ice demon stone? Yunfeng asked, intrigued. It's the secondary drop from a level 53 monster called the Frost-Fighting Demon, Nangong explained. In addition to its core, it yields a single ice demon stone, which does wonders for anyone with an ice element talent. Yunfeng hardly needed to ask. It was obvious Yutong was an awakened ice element user. ID only just stepped into the transcendent ranks, barely strong enough to grind in a level 50 monster zone. I never dreamed the Long clan would strike inside the demon grotto itself. Nangong crouched on a crumbling stone step, his voice still quivering with the shock of survival. He explained that assassins from the Long clan had chased him clear to a level 50 own area. Cornered, he burned his mental energy and triggered his strength talent spatial shift. One blinding burst of vertigo later, he was hurled into this mist-choked valley. Yunfeng leaned against a pitch-black pillar and clucked his tongue when the tale ended. That's some luck, he murmured. One blink lands you here out of the tiger's jaws and straight into a cage. The valley's outer wall was ink-black, its inner face etched with strange runes. Getting in was hard enough. Getting out was another matter entirely. He suddenly realized that both times he had met Nangong the man had been cornered. The thought drew a soft chuckle from him. Nangong glared. What's funny? There really is no way out. I'm in Shrank's spatial envoy, yet no matter what coordinates I target, I can't jump beyond this cursed zone. It's uncanny. Yunfeng waved for calm. There's always a way. My psionic reserves won't last much longer. Nangong wiped his brow. His fingertips trembled. Only then did Yunfeng notice how deathly pale he looked, though he had blamed it on the man's silver-white hair. The hall contained no demonic miasma, yet each day a bizarre sound pierced straight into their minds. No sooner had Nangong mentioned it than the noise rose again. Kin Humalong. It stabbed the ears like a stone awl. Nangong seized Yunfeng's sleeve, dragged him close, and cast spatial sever, folding space to blunt the sound. No matter how tightly he reinforced the barrier, faint shards of noise leaked through. Thunder boomed inside Yunfeng's skull, his eardrums screaming. He looked toward the statue in the center of the hall. The blood-red figure stood nearly 10 meters high, 6-armed and 3-headed. Its savage features reminded Yunfeng of illustrations of Neza from Journey to the Westonly twisted by boundless malice. Maybe it isn't an idol, Yunfeng muttered. When the cacophony faded, Nangong dropped the spatial sever and asked, We're in a demon lyre if that thing in the middle isn't an idol. What is it? How do you know it's being worshipped? Yunfeng countered. He gestured around the empty chamber. No incense table, no offerings, not even an altar. It looks less like veneration and more like a seal. The notion reminded him of the little dragon imprisoned beneath Wind Thunder Island and the master the creature had spoken of. Nangong let out a bitter laugh and slumped to the floor. Getting out matters more than guessing. Yunfeng produced a pair of violet metal earplugs. First, steady your mind. Silence plugs, amethyst grade. They'll block most sonic attacks. Nangong accepted them as if they were priceless, shoved them in, and visibly relaxed. He trusted this immortal who had escaped the Forbidden Land. You've been trapped here 3 months, Yunfeng said, circling the hall and running a hand along the walls. Cold stone and heavy dust greeted him, nothing more. Have you noticed anything else? Nangong's gaze sharpened. Now that you ask, I did find something odd. Let's hear it. Yunfeng's curiosity was piqued. In the grand hall thick with demonic miasma, Nangongqi steadied himself and said, I've been trapped here for months and spotted a pattern. There are 4 black demon pillars in this valley, did you know that? So there were 4 in total. Yunfeng nodded for him to go on. Each pillar trembles 3 times a day, about 9 in the morning, 3 in the afternoon, and 8 at night. Yunfeng asked, anything special about the tremors? Nangongqi shook his head. The timing itself seems ordinary, but whenever it happens the miasma thins across the valley, and the howling inside this hall quiets down. Anything else? The statue changes to its face looks a little softer. I noticed by chance. Yunfeng checked his goggles. 8 o'clock was near. He stopped walking. Let's wait and see. The valley lay under a blanket of dark fog, making day and night indistinguishable. Soon 8 o'clock arrived. The ground shuddered as Nangongqi had described, subtle yet unmistakable, echoing from every direction and accompanied by the wails of tortured souls. Through a crack in the door, Yunfeng saw the valley floor brighten just enough to outline distant cliffs and the spectral silhouettes of 4 towering pillars. Even so, his attention stayed on the statue inside the hall. The once vicious face had indeed softened. So this isn't a shrine, it's a seal, Yunfeng concluded silently. The Pinghai Academy of Awakened had controlled this cavern for years. Had they missed the truth, or were they powerless to fix it? The question nagged him. Benefactor, did you find anything? Nangongqi asked cautiously. Yunfeng didn't answer. He paced around the statue, studying it. Nangongqi followed, thinking that after months of searching he himself had found nothing, while this newcomer had been here less than an hour. At last Yunfeng stopped behind the statue, eyes fixed on a slight bulge at its waist. Is that a mechanism? Nangongqi asked. No, Yunfeng said, scratching his nose. Probably just sloppy carvage, it looks off, that's all. He brushed away some dust and said, the statue isn't the problem. If we want out, the answer lies with those 4 pillars. Before he finished, Nangongqi's face went pale, as if recalling a nightmare. Benefactor, whatever you do, stay away from the pillars. When I first arrived, a strange voice lured me to one of them. And you fell into an illusion and nearly died. Yunfeng finished for him. Nangongqi stared. You've been to a pillar? How did you escape? If you could get out, why couldn't I? Yunfeng rolled his eyes. Nangongqi had to admit the logic was flawless, leaving him with nothing to say. Yet the real problem remained. The 4 demonic pillars were as untouchable for him as well. Across from him, Yunfeng sighed softly. His steer lightning affinity no longer possessed its former destructive edge, which left only one option: he would have to ascend here and now. With that decision made, Yunfeng drew out an ice blue dragon pearl. It was the first epic-grade relic he had claimed after slaying the Xianbing dragon, and frigid tides and draconic might still lurked deep within the gem. The moment Nangongqi saw it, he understood Yunfeng was about to transcend. Ever since Yunfeng had stepped into the hall, he had suspected the man carried a method to break beyond the limit. After all, he himself had done so, and Yunfeng's aura was already well past the threshold. Guard me. I'm starting the breakthrough, Yunfeng said. The dragon pearl settled into his palm, unleashing a roaring surge of power. Nangongqi drew a long breath and took position at his side. Though they trusted one another, Yunfeng still kept a sliver of attention on him. Relics this rare could tempt anyone. Icy force flooded Yunfeng's body, making every cell feel as if it were boiling. Through Nangongqi's visor, steam rolled off Yunfeng's frame, and white vapors curled from his hair like smoke over a fire. As the pearl shrank, the combat power readout on the goggles climbed at breakneck speed. Boom! The great stone doors of the hall burst inward under a massive impact, sending a shockwave curling through the air. Yunfeng remained as calm as a still pond, continuing to absorb energy. Nangongqi's head snapped up. The intruder was the leader of the 5-man squad they had met earlier. His eyes were swirling crimson vortices, the blood vessels forming streams of liquid scarlet, demonic energy coiling around him, muscles bulging, face twisted with mania. Kill! With a roar, the man's right fist shot forward, leaving a streaking afterimage as he flashed to Yunfeng's brow in an instant. Unmoved, Yunfeng sat like a monk in meditation. Nangongqi would never let the blow land. His spatial powers erupted distance at a touch. The approaching fist seemed a hair away, yet was suddenly stretched across infinity, unable to close the final gap. A jagged rift of darkness then sliced sideways like a blade. Despite his frenzy, the assailant's battle instincts held. He flickered out of sight and reappeared at Nangongqi's flank. Thud! The fist crashed into an invisible wall with a thunderous crack. Nangongqi's spatial shield held firm. The two clashed throughout the vast hall. The berserker clearly possessed a body-type awakening, speed so high it left overlapping afterimages, strength heavy enough to hurl stone slabs, a living weapon forged for slaughter. Nangongqi, by contrast, juggled dodging with keeping a protective screen around Yunfeng, his movements constrained. Crash! One misstep and Nangongqi was launched across the room, slamming into a pillar. Fortunately, he had already wrapped himself in the aerial bulwark, preventing serious injury. Seeing him hit the floor, the possessed fighter wasted no time, lunging for Yun Feng again, intent on eradicating every living thing in his path. But just as the crazed fighter's fist was about to smash into Yun Feng, he suddenly spewed blood and was hurled backward. Yun Feng, who had been sitting cross-legged, now drifted into the air. His robe billowed without wind, every strand of hair crackling as if charged with electricity. Half kneeling on the floor, Nengongqi finally let out a long breath. The time he had bought with his life had been enough. Yun Feng had absorbed the Ice Dragon Pearl's vast power, shattered the second bodily shackle, and stepped into the transcendent realm. Suspended above the ground, Yun Feng felt his limbs and bones flare open as if baked by fire, blood surging freely in an almost intoxicating rush. Incredible. So this is transcendence. His eyes snapped open, releasing a blinding beam that lit the hall like daylight. Several corrupted fighters charged, but under that divine light their bodies paused, clarity flickering for an instant before the raging demonic chi swallowed their minds again. Thanks for holding the line, Yun Feng said, voice calm, yet razor-sharp. My turn now. He had heard every sound while breaking through. Benefactor. Nengongqi coughed from the rubble. I told Yumi life is yours. Anyone who wants you must step over my corpse first. Pain still churned in his organs, but his eyes stayed resolute. Yun Feng's chest warmed. A bond forged in life and death needed no more words. Roar. The leading madman bellowed and charged. If you've fallen beyond redemption, I'll send you off myself. Yun Feng tightened his fists, eager to test this fresh strength. Bang! Their fists met with the clang of iron. Gifted with the SS rank beast form, Black Dragon, Yun Feng's body had always been formidable. Now, as a transcendent, he rivaled any close-quarters titan. His single punch blasted the man through several pillars, black blood spraying in his wake. Nengongqi stared, slack-jawed. In his mind, Yun Feng had always been an elemental caster. When did his melee become so terrifying? Yun Feng kicked off, the floor webbing with cracks, and shot forward like a cannon shell. Under the vaulted ceiling, corrupted fighters flew like rag dolls, fists blurred, bodies ricocheted, dark blood spattered in midair. Boom. The final blow cratered the floor, pinning the leaders spread-eagled and lifeless. Yun Feng hadn't used a single elemental spell. It was raw, visceral hand-to-hand combat, and each thudding impact was addictive. That finishing punch was a newly awakened Black Dragon skill. Dragon Fist, the Beast Bloodline's first true offensive technique, where earlier Black Dragon Roar was merely support. Dragon Fist. Focus every ounce of strength into fist claws and unleash a relentless barrage, each hit stacking 10% more power, up to 10,000%. If the chain breaks, the boost resets. In other words, land 1,000 uninterrupted blows. Damn, that's basically 100-fold Kaioken, was the first thought that flashed through his mind. Stringing 1,000 hits together would be tough, but not impossible. Poor Bastardy never even stood a chance. After finishing off his opponent, Yun Feng realized he'd picked up no spirit, no talent, nothing at all. Bitterly, he slipped the man's storage ring into his pocket as a bit of pocket money. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes. He raised a hand and poured out a jet of pitch-black fire. The black flame gnawed at bone until the corpse crumbled to dust, leaving Yun Feng to handle the funeral from start to finish. The aftershocks of combat were still churning in the air, yet not a single brick had fallen from the great hall. Stroking the unblemished floor, Yun Feng marveled. If I could take this material home and forge weapons from it, it might be tougher than any composite blade. SSO strong. Nengongqi dropped to one knee and gulped down a healing potion. Green light flowed through torn flesh, and most of his wounds sealed within seconds. Nothing special, just barely passable, Yun Feng said modestly, though the praise pleased him. What now? Do we head straight for the demon pillar? Not yet, Yun Feng answered, shaking his head. We rest tonight and move at dawn. Yun Feng's tone left no room for debate, so Nengongqi stopped asking questions and sat down to recuperate. Yun Feng also folded his legs, lost in thought. He had only just broken into the transcendent tier and needed time to sort out the changes in his body. Besides, each of the 4 demon pillars had a daily vibration cycle. Tomorrow at 9 the demonic energy would be at its weakest. An assault then might work wonders. With that in mind, he opened his status panel. Name, Yun Feng. Level, 50,010,0000. Combat power, 2.48 million. Talents, SSS, Void Black Flame, Beast Form Black Dragon. SS, Element Ice. S, Element Water, Element Lightning. A, Element Wood, Element Earth, Element Wind, Beast Form Wild Lion. Plunder, Copy, Iron Skin, Regeneration, Enhanced Senses. B, Beast Form Wolf. D, Beast Form Cat. Skills, SSS Beast Form Black Dragon, Cloud Ascension, Full Augmentation, Dragon Roar, Dragon Flash, True Dragon Might Passive, Dragon Fist. SSS Void Black Flame, Void Flash Strike, Black Flame Edict, Black Flame Doppelganger, Slip into the Void, Void Walk, Doomsday Black Flame, Black Hole Cremation, SS Element Ice, Frost Spike, Ice Armor, Ice Dragon Break, Frozen Meteor, Absolute Zero Ice Seal, Ice Prison, Blizzard, Domain of Ice, S Element Water, Heavenly Rain, Ninefold Wave, Water Manipulation, S Element Lightning, Thunderfall, Palm Lightning, Thunder Break Passive, Storm Cage, A Element Wood, Demonic Vines, Colossal Wood Dragon, Thousand Poison Spears, Summon Demon Tree, Forest Dominion, A Element Earth, Stone Spikes, Earth Dive, Triple Rashi Wall, Rockfall, Sea of Sand, A Element Wind, Wind Blade, Devouring Gale, Cyclone Bind, Eye of the Storm, Wings of Ascent, A Regeneration, Rapid Recovery, A Iron Skin, Arcane Hide, Bramble Aura Passive, A Plunder, Judgment of Life and Death, Steal One's Beloved, Devour Spirit. Looking at the crowded screen of abilities, Yunfeng's face scrunched up like a dried pickle. Crossing into the transcendent realm is supposed to let high-level talents evolve, but none of his top tiers had shifted. Instead, the two talents he least wanted to change had just upgraded, as though fate was singling him out. Still, as an awakened, his overall gains were acceptable, so he begrudgingly graded himself as barely adequate. The one pleasant surprise was that after ranking up, the Plunder talent had spawned a new technique. Devour Spirit. Every kill allows you to seize the target's soul power to strengthen yourself, with the reward scaling with the victim's soul strength. Brutal as always, true to the Plunder line. And because the soul was such an enigmatic thing, Yunfeng was eager to see what it could do. Night ended in the blink of an eye. The sky was still oppressively dark, as though a torrent of demonic miasma might come crashing down at any moment. Yunfeng rose, flexing his wrists, and Nan Gongqi did the same. They exchanged a brief nod, then pushed the doors of the hall wide open. Outside, rolling black mist slammed against the steps like a tide, but the pair ignored it, striding straight into the gloom toward the nearest demon pillar. At exactly 9 o'clock, the ground shuddered. Yunfeng finally understood why the miasma had thinned. Each of the 4 pillars was acting like a massive pump, ravenously sucking in the surrounding haze. As the murk was drawn up the stone, dark red veins pulsed along its surface, like blood being strained through a filter. So that's it, Yunfeng thought. The pillars must be purifying the miasma at set times every day. Whatever their real purpose, they had to be destroyed. Raging Thunder Gale, he shouted. Azure violet lightning burst from him, spreading in all directions until it formed a crackling arena 100 meters across. Raging Thunder Gale, within a 100-meter radius, lightning damage is doubled, 50 chance to triple it, 20 to quintuple it, 5 to multiply it tenfold. Lasts 5 minutes. Cooldown 1 hour. This was Yunfeng's trump card mastered with his recent breakthrough to the transcendent realm and prepared for this very day. Combined with 5-fold Thunder Strike, which cooled down in 10 seconds, and Palm Lightning, ready every 2 seconds, it could unleash devastating power. As the jail took shape, the pillar shuddered violently. The souls chained to its surface wailed in terror, as though recognizing their mortal enemy. 5-fold Thunder Strike. Palm Lightning. The 2 skills erupted almost simultaneously. Thick bolts crashed from the sky, then gathered in Yunfeng's palm, hammering the pillar in a relentless barrage. Uahea. No one would believe a solid demonstone pillar could scream like a person unless they heard it themselves. Compared to his pre-transcendent days, Yunfeng's lightning now hit several times harder. He exploited every second of his 5-minute window. Every 10 seconds, another 5-fold Thunderstrike speared down. Every 2 seconds, a Palm Lightning slammed the same spot. At first, the pillar merely quivered and shrieked, holding together. 3 minutes in, it reached its limit and forced the chained souls to hurl themselves at Yunfeng. Fear twisted their faces. They resisted, yet the black chains dragged them forward. Yunfeng, watch out, Nan Gongqi warned. Instinct told Yunfeng the same. He mustn't let those souls pass through his body. He sidestepped, lightning trailing behind him. Strangely, when the souls missed, relief flashed across their faces before the chains yanked them back to the pillar. Yunfeng continued his assault, dodging nonstop. In the last few seconds before the thunder jail dissipated. Crack! A sharp snap cut through the thunder. A fissure nearly a foot long split the pillar's surface, black mist seeping from the gap. Fall back, Yunfeng ordered as the jail's glow vanished. Without hesitation he retreated. Nan Gongqi followed, and together they withdrew to the hall, leaving the pillar wailing in pain or rage behind them. Yunfeng, it's working. Nan Gongqi's eyes blazed, though he kept his voice low. Head felt the spatial barrier locking the valley loosen the moment the crack appeared. Though he lacked the skill to tear it open yet, that weakening was a perfect start. Yunfeng nodded, the last sparks fading from his palm. His eyes remained cold and resolute. I know, but we'll need a little more time. Time slipped by. An hour passed. The cooldown for Wrath of Thunder Prison ended, yet Yunfeng didn't charge toward the demon pillar. Yunfeng, the space that had just loosened is tightening again, Nan Gongqi warned with a frown. 3 hours later, Seeing Yunfeng still motionless, he could no longer hold back. Have you noticed the miasma in the valley is thinner? A bit. You wouldn't sense it unless you look carefully. Yunfeng remained seated, perfectly composed. Another 3 hours went by. The pillar trembled for a second time. This round is mine. Yunfeng rose and approached the same familiar pillar. 5 minutes later, he was back in the hall. How did it go? He asked. The space is even more unstable. We'll be able to leave soon, Nangongqi answered, clearly encouraged. Yunfeng nodded but thought to himself that escape wasn't his true objective. Over the next few days, he struck that same pillar at 3 fixed times daily, spending the rest of his hours in the hall studying lightning arts. Each time the pillar cracked and was repaired, he only grew more persistent, for the valley's demonic haze was now visibly thinning. Let's see how much energy you have left to mend yourself, he chuckled at the doorway, the outside view now clear even without a tremor cycle. Nangongqi suddenly understood. Yunfeng, don't tell me you intend. You've noticed too, right? Yunfeng confirmed. I just want to escape, but you mean to destroy the whole valley. Nangongqi gave a helpless smile, admitting his own smaller ambitions. Evil things deserve no mercy. Yunfeng also wondered what would become of the hall and the statue if the valley fell. A few more days passed. The miasma was nearly gone. Yunfeng made up his mind. Today, he'll break off one of its fingers. At 9 in the morning, he appeared before the pillar. Sensing his aura, the entire column shook violently. Without hesitation, he unleashed Wrath of Thunder Prison. Let's see how you handle my new spell. A pitch-black thundercloud formed overhead, lightning flickering as energy surged. Feeling the threat, the pillar trembled even harder. While the cloud gathered, Yunfeng hurled 2 more lightning techniques, ripping at the pillar's defense. Boom. A deafening crash split the air and a torrent of lightning poured down. This was his newly comprehended art atoning heavenly tribulation. Atoning heavenly tribulation redeems all with divine thunder. It begins with 3-9 white lightning, advances to 6-9 violet glory, and culminates in 9-9 cataclysmic black lightning. For now, he could only summon the initial 3-9 stage, yet its force far surpassed 5-fold thunderstrike or palm lightning. Before all 27 bolts had finished falling, the pillar was already laced with jagged cracks. 10-fold damage bonus, lucky me, Yunfeng muttered, accepting the windfall. 27 strikes should trigger a 5% chance at least. Chains snapped link by link, and the souls bound to the pillar were released in a single surge. In an instant, hundreds, perhaps thousands soft wailing phantoms rushed straight at him. Yunfeng, get out of here now. When Nangongqi saw the thousands of gray-blue spirits surging toward them, a chill raced down his spine. He was about to activate his spatial gift and flee, but Yunfeng only frowned slightly. Calmly, he swung his longsword, sending wave after wave of storming lightning crashing into the demonic pillar. The wailing souls closed in, howling like a bitter wind, and in the blink of an eye they were less than a meter away. Nangongqi's heart leapt into his throat then. All at once, the spectral swarm froze and slowly bowed. Return to dust and rest in peace. Yunfeng spoke quietly. Pale smoke drifted from the shattered husks and soon faded into nothing. Every soul bound to the pillar had been a tortured victim in life. Now, at last, they were free. The chains snapped under the raging lightning, and cracks spread across the towering pillar, deepening like a growing web. A shrill, drawn-out wail rose from the core of the pillar, less a cry of pain than a plea for mercy. Yunfeng's expression stayed hard. He acted as though he heard nothing, striking again and again with bolts of lightning. Boom. Stripped of demonic energy to mend it, the pillar shattered, and massive stones crashed in every direction. Yunfeng, it's open, the barrier is gone. Nangongqi shouted in delight. His ability told him he could now step out of the valley at any time. Yunfeng spared him a glance. What's the rush? There are still 3 pillars left. The earlier blast had torn away the miasma in the ravine, letting clear daylight pour in. Yunfeng looked at the remaining pillars now. He no longer needed to wait for the 3 special moments each day. Once Thunder Purgatory cooled down, he could attack again. Unfortunately, the skill Heavenwrath Requiem required a 12-hour cooldown. Time slipped by. By mid-morning the next day, the last pillar crumbled under the lightning, and Yunfeng reduced the entire valley to ruins. He turned toward the main hall to investigate, only to find it already burned to ash, leaving only a tall stone statue in the center. The statue looked nothing like the vicious figure it had once been. Its features were gentle now, almost smiling at Yunfeng. Thin cracked first fissure split its face and raced downward. Stone chips flew as the statue collapsed, and a thread of pale smoke, barely visible, drifted upward toward the sky. Young friend, you have returned a fragment of my soul today. One day, I shall repay you handsomely. An ethereal voice echoed through the ravine. Yunfeng looked up and smiled lightly. Just as I thought, the valley itself was a seal. I look forward to meeting you in person, senior. He raised a hand in farewell. The phenomena vanished, and the scene before them shifted. The valley returned to the way it had looked when Yunfeng first arrived. Let's go. We've wasted enough time here, Yunfeng said, turning away. Nangongqi lowered his head, shame coloring his voice. Yunfeng, you saved my life again. Good. Remember it. I don't want to clean up your mess every time we meet. Yunfeng's voice cooled noticeably. He was no altruist and certainly not some ever-timely hero who could always arrive in the nick of time. I understand. He'll keep my promise, Nangongqi said with a solemn nod. I hope so. Haha. Go handle your own affairs now. Yunfeng knew Nangongqi still had unfinished business, and he had little interest in training alongside him. Nangongqi clasped his fists in salute, nodded, and left without another word. The moment they separated, Yunfeng pulled several devices from his storage ring, ready to test them, when a message from Wenren suddenly appeared on his visor. You've got great timing, Yunfeng chuckled, stuffing the gear back into the ring. ID barely stepped out when you came looking for me. You've got some nerve talking like that. Wenren's voice carried undisguised worry through the visor. You vanished for 10 days. How was I supposed to stay calm? What could possibly happen to me? Who in this world could cause me trouble? Yunfeng boasted, earning an eye roll from Wenren on the other end. Enough bragging. How are you? 10 whole days. Surely you raked in some serious gains. Of course I did. Pride colored Wenren's tone. I leveled up twice in that time. Impressive, right? Since gaining her beast-taming ability, her combat power had skyrocketed. Even Yunfeng had to admit her leveling speed rivaled his own. Unfortunately, raising beast mastery proficiency was painfully slow, especially inside the demon caverns. It takes 5,000 proficiency to hit the next tier, and I've only used the skill a little over 1,000 times, Wenren sighed. Once we're out of the caverns, it'll take Sea Beast Extermination Quest. The proficiency goes up much faster there. Sounds good to me, Yunfeng agreed. I've got plenty of shards, too. I'll pass them over when we meet. Great. He'll be in here a while longer. Talk soon. The call ended, and the visor dimmed. Yunfeng exhaled and pulled several vials from his ring. When am I finally going to find an awakening stone? All he had left were 6 Scarlet Radiance attribute potions, his last stash before the ancient jade lost its power. Scarlet Radiance Strength Potion adds 10,000 strength. Uses remaining 0-10. Recommended level 50-80. Compared with Violet Glow Grade, the attribute boost merely doubled. The later the stage, the less difference potions made. True combat power ultimately depended on innate potential. Tilting his head back, Yunfeng downed all 6 vials, 2 strength, 2 defense, 1 agility, and 1 spirit, instantly raising his combat power by 120,000. Hey race, hoping the deeper layers hold what I'm looking for, he muttered. Ever since reaching transcendent rank and returning to this section of the demon caverns, the local monsters posed almost no challenge. Yunfeng felt barely motivated to lift a finger. It was simply too easy. A draconic roar burst from his throat. In the next instant, a majestic black dragon surged skyward. Though only a few dozen meters long, its presence was overwhelming. Its obsidian scales gleamed like polished armor, exuding an air of invincibility. What a strange sensation, Yunfeng murmured, twisting the enormous body through the air. Each sweep of his tail sent him hurtling 1,000 meters. After a long bout of testing, he finally adapted to his draconic form. The moment the transformation reached completion, inspiration struck, and he grasped a new technique. Divine Dragon Tail Whip. Swing the dragon's tail to unleash a devastating strike and greatly boost flight speed. Cooldown, 5 seconds. With a flick of his tail, Yunfeng streaked into the sky like a jet-black arrow. Below, several trainees in the middle of their field exercise heard a continuous cascade of dragon roars overhead, the vibration making their ears ring. I'm pretty sure there aren't any dragon-type creatures on the 5th layer of the abyss, right? One of them muttered, staring at the dark blur that flashed across the clouds. Could it be a dragon form beast shift? No way. Beast shifting into a dragon means at least an S-rank talent. The 5 students from Pinghai Awakener University watched the shadow disappear into the distance, their faces a mixture of awe and envy. Most of them were stuck at S-rank, and one was only a rank. Impressive, but nowhere near the rarity of a dragon form shift. Riding the thunder of his own roar, Yunfeng arrowed straight toward the level 55 monster zone. With his combat power already past 2.5 million, the creatures there no longer frightened him. In true dragon form, his speed skyrocketed. Whenever he met a flying fiend, one sweep of his tail sent him whoosh out of combat, leaving the sky clear before him. After a day and a half of high-altitude sprinting, he dove toward the edge of the level 55 region and shifted back into human form the instant he touched down. A deafening roar split the air as a 10-meter-tall brute lunged at him. Monster, Han Yuan Gold Fiend. Corruption level, 55. Combat power, 2.57 million. Skills, Golden Blade Cleave, Han Yuan Gold Armor, Ultimate Corruption, Han Yuan Infinity. One glance told Yunfeng all he needed. Anyone without extreme, breakthrough-level strength would never leave this place alive. Before he could think further, a massive golden blade came crashing down, the edge grazing the hair at his brow. He met it with a straight punch. Clang. Metal rang against metal. The gigantic sword blasted backward and smashed several boulders before grinding to a halt. Yunfeng lowered his gaze to his fist, The black scales on his knuckles showed only a faint white mark. This kind of fight takes no skill, just brute force, he muttered, withdrawing his hand. A tight black combat suit flowed over his body, and a blade wreathed in black flame materialized in his grip. Little monster, be honored to mark my step into the transcendent tier. The tip of his sword pointed at the Han Yuan gold fiend, black flames crackling. A buzz filled the air. 10 golden greatswords coalesced out of nothing, whirling toward him in a deadly fan, their owner clearly unwilling to give him more time to grandstand. So you think having more blades makes you special? Yun Feng sneered and vanished. He slipped into the void, muttering to himself, no sense taking a hit for nothing. Let's dodge first. When he reappeared, the golden blades had already slashed past. So many skills, I'm not even sure which one to open with. He hovered for an instant, thinking, fire counters metal black flame it is. The moment the thought formed, 5 avatars of black fire lined up behind him, each radiating the exact combat aura of the original. A full 100%. Yun Feng raised an eyebrow, then felt his heart jolt at what happened next. All 5 avatars turned their heads to look at him. Don't tell me they've developed minds of their own. He quickly realized head worried for nothing. They were merely awaiting orders. Go show our guest what you can do, he said, striking a pose far more dramatic than necessary. Each black flame avatar carried his full combat strength, but could wield only the talent void black flame. When he thought about it, having 5 helpers with the equivalent of SS strength talent was nothing to scoff at. The 5 clones puffed with exertion as they charged the Han Yuan gold fiend. A sudden shriek split the air. Yun Feng snapped his head around to see the 10 golden blades that had been stationed behind him swing back, their edges aimed straight for his true body. Water Aegis, he barked. A clear, gossamer-thin curtain of water unfolded at his back. The blade slammed into it, and the barrier lasted no more than a heartbeat before it burst into a spray of droplets. Yun Feng had already flickered away, smiling wryly. One water Aegis could never stop 10 of the fiend's abilities. Deprived of resistance, the blade slowed, then redirected toward the 5 clones. Once clear of danger, Yun Feng withdrew to a distance and unleashed his innate skills one after another: scorching flames, slicing gales, crackling lightning, biting frost, jagged earth spikes. Spiritual power churned at his fingertips like a storm. He was testing whether his abilities had truly skyrocketed after reaching the transcendent realm. The results were exactly as had hoped. Every skill now hit far harder than it had at the mortal stage. The second shackle is the shackle of potential, he realized. Breaking it lifts not just combat strength, but the ceiling of one's talent. No wonder the gulf between mortal and transcendent is like a chasm. Testing complete, his gaze sharpened. Let's end this. A downpour of skills hammered the Han Yuan gold fiend. Even after it triggered its ultimate demon art, Han Yuan Infinity, the golden armor covering its body shattered, fragments scattering like sparks. Stripped of protection, the creature had nothing left to rely on. With a final, tearing scream, it was skewered by a simple earth spike and died. Yun Feng strode to the corpse, pocketed the obligatory Dropa demon core and spotted an extra reward: a fist-sized lump of Han Yuan demonic gold. Demonic material greatly enhances gold element talent. Warning: excess absorption may lead to demonic corruption. Looks just like the iced demon stone Nangong Chi has been scouring the land for, he thought, though sadly no shards dropped this time. He stored the loot and delved deeper into the demon domain. New power needed more battles to settle in. Before long, in a roiling mist, he ran into a creature almost identical to the gold fiend, save that its shell rippled like liquid water. Monster, Han Yuan water fiend. Demonization level, 55. Combat power, 2.57 million. Skills, Oblivion water lance, Han Yuan water armor. Ultimate demon art, Han Yuan Infinity. Looks like his twin, Yun Feng quipped. Aside from the elemental swap, it was a perfect copy. After a brief struggle, he felled it, earning another demon core, a wad of Han Yuan void water, and a single red glare shard. Han Yuan void water had the same effect as Han Yuan demonic gold, but for water element talents. The gold element didn't suit him, so this was the perfect chance to test the water variant. He set the azure liquid on his palm. Though it appeared to be water, not a drop fell. It behaved like a solid mass. Fine strands of black mist drifted within. Yun Feng activated his cultivation art and began to absorb it slowly. As the sphere shrank, the dark mist seeped into his body as well. So that's how it works, he realized. The demonic energy entered along with the elemental power. The amount was small, so the immediate effect was negligible, but purging it would take time. If too much ever built up for him to handle, the consequences would be horrifying. It could ravage his body and drive him into madness. After absorbing the mass of primeval void water, Yun Feng felt a modest rise in his water affinity. On top of his scrayed foundation, even modest meant a sizable leap, proof of the liquid's true value. His eyes lit up, crystalline elemental light flickering in their depths. The demonic miasma that slipped in with the void water was refined away almost instantly. Yun Feng handled it with ease thanks to a layered set of gifts. The black dragon blood in his veins served as a blazing furnace. His agrade regeneration and ironclad physique formed an unbreakable bulwark, and his lightning element pulsed inside him, shaking off impurities at every beat. With offense and defense working in concert, the miasma was nothing more than a few irrelevant wisps. Deeper in, he met primeval fire demons, earth demons, and wood demons in quick succession. Only then did he realize that the entire level 55 zone was populated solely by primeval demons of water, fire, earth, wood, and wind. The concentration suited him perfectly. Lacked metal essence for now, but that could wait, and every other scrap of loot was immediately useful. He decided to camp here for the next few days and grind. 1. Comparable level. Every monster fell in a single strike. 2. Lucrative spoils. Elemental essence, materials, and gold in abundance. 3. Plentiful man. Each kill instantly refilled what he spent. Boom. The ground shook, and chunks of dirt blasted skyward. A primeval earth demon unleashed a subterranean burst, turning the field into a honeycomb of craters. Yun Feng darted through the dust, muttering, "Disgusting," though his expression stayed relaxed. A few blinks and hammer fists later, the demon crashed down, and the dust settled. Ugly little charmer, he began to quip, when a streak of brilliant gold bounced off the crater wall and into his eyes. He froze. Then bright Nita stone veiled in warm golden luster lay half buried in the wall, silent and pristine. No effort at all, he chuckled, dropping to the bottom. The moment his fingertips brushed the surface, a familiar current shook his palm. An awakening stone, the very thing had been praying for. He lifted the ancient jade at his neck and pressed it against the stone, just as in his first awakening. A deep hum rose, and a torrent of power was swallowed by the jade in an instant. At his current level, he could clearly feel the flood pour through him, yet the transfer ended in a flash. Yun Feng raised the jade for inspection. The once dull surface now shimmered with faint rainbow hues, still shy of its peak, but proof that the stone had been small. He wasn't disappointed. The energy reservoir was running again, more than enough to kickstart his next plan. Finish the 7-color divine gear, or he frowned. Forging an offensive artifact now would cost a fortune and deliver only partial power in the short term. After a beat, his gaze settled on 2 paths. 1. Keep taking attribute tonics and push every stat to its theoretical cap. 2. Synthesize a Scarlet Radiance talent serum and boost his core ability straight to Scrate. He weighed the options, and silence attribute tonics offered immediate combat gains, but the talent upgrade was equally pressing at this stage. Upgrading a talent from grade A to grade S is a huge leap. With his combat power sufficient for now, Yun Feng devoted himself to improving his talents without hesitation. After a short pause, he produced the fragments of Crimson Radiance tier talent enhancement potions he had gathered in the Demon Den. A flash of light from the ancient jade fused the shards, and nearly 20 full vials appeared in his palm. The jade dimmed noticeably, but a faint glow persisted. Alright, let's see what plunder looks like. It's great. Yun Feng tilted back his head, swallowing the potions one batch after another. When the 5th batch 15 bottles in total went down, a familiar but far more violent power erupted. Anyone watching would have seen a boiled shrimp. Yun Feng's skin turned scarlet, heat poured off him, and layers of steam wrapped him in a dense cocoon. From a distance, only a thick white fog marked his location. No one knew how long had passed before the mist suddenly scattered and Yun Feng emerged, throwing back his head with a laugh. Haha, incredible. S-grade talent. Plunder. 1. When you kill an enemy, you have a chance to steal a portion of their spiritual energy. 2. Killing a monster grants an extra 6 points of spiritual energy. 3. When you kill a human, you have a chance to steal 6 of their current experience. 4. 20 chance to steal the opponent's talent. That crucial figure had doubled from 10 to 20. Realizing that gaining new talents or upgrading old ones would now be far easier, Yun Feng couldn't help but shout again, yes. He continued reviewing the talent's derivative skills. The 2 newest remained unchanged, but the first had evolved yet again. Taking what they cherish. Designate 1 target skill to steal. The skill becomes yours while the target temporarily loses it. Duration, 30 days. Cooldown, 1 month. So now it's seamless, Yun Feng muttered, rubbing his chin as he pondered the next step. If Scrade already offers uninterrupted use, will the next tier just extend the duration or add a brand new effect? To reach God grade, he would need divine fragments. With the current drop rate, he had no idea how many awakening stones that would take. The thought made him sigh. Fragments weren't the real obstacle, now the dwindling energy in the ancient jade was. Each upgrade demanded more potions than the last, and there might not be enough power left to advance his other talents. Only 2 options remained. Hunt an epic rank monster with the same talent, or hunt humans. A chill ran down Yun Feng's spine. Kill innocents just for an upgrade? That line could never be crossed unless absolutely necessary. He made a solemn vow to himself. Fingering the jade pendant at his neck, he saw the faint light still flickering. Next on his list were the attribute potions. Yun Feng arranged the potion fragments in the order of mind, power, defense, and speed, then started fusing them. Before the energy sealed in the jade could be completely drawn out, the supply ran dry halfway through the defense potion. All he managed to refine were 24 bottles, which he swallowed in one breath. Added to the 6 heads saved earlier, the total came to exactly 30. Of the 4 full sets he needed, he was still short 1 defense potion and 9 speed potions. Those 24 bottles raised his combat power by another 480,000. Name: Yunfeng. Level: 50 EXP 18,760 for 100,000. Total combat power: 3.11 million. Gear: 2 Crimson Radiance items, 150,000 power each, others negligible. 3 million power at just level 15. Numbers like that were jaw-dropping. In the Pinghai region, most people consider themselves lucky to max out on Violet Hero potions. Crimson Radiance gear is already elite, and gulping it down the way Yunfeng did burns through a fortune. Flush with success, he went back to harass the primal earth fiend, hoping for another awakening stone. Apparently that first stone had exhausted every shred of his luck. After half a month of scouring the level 55 zone until it looked like the moon's surface, he never saw a second one. "I'm getting too fixated," he muttered. The stat bonus from the primal 5-element fiend stops after 50 absorptions. He should have moved on long ago instead of gambling on luck. So he left the level 55 area. To make back the credits had spent, he had to push deeper. He passed through the level 56 and level 57 zones, and finally reached the level 58 field. Trainees were almost unheard of here. Level 58 corrupted beasts topped 3 million power, while even an awakened hood broken their limits hovered around 2.5 million. Surviving in this place took a well-equipped squad, every member with strength talent and a stash of Crimson Radiance potions. In short, the bar was brutal. Scree. Just as Yunfeng was about to shift from dragon form back to human, a shrill avian cry split the sky. He looked up to find a lightning-wreathed monster hurtling toward him. Monster: Thunder Apex Rock. Corruption level: 58. Combat power: 3.18 million. Skills: 1000-fold Thunder Flash, Lightning Fast Evasion, 100 kilovolt Shock. Ultimate Corruption skill: Devouring Storm. I've never tested my dragon form against an aerial type. Perfect chance. Hovering in midair, he held his draconic shape and waited. The Thunder Apex Rock's wings spanned dozens of meters, electric arcs dancing along its feathers and trailing blue-white bolts behind it. As it closed in, the bird's image suddenly fragmented. Countless thunderous afterimages filled the sky. In a heartbeat, those phantoms converged into an even larger lightning rock that dove straight for Yunfeng. Trusting in the might of a true dragon, Yunfeng lashed out with his tail, cleaving through the thunder phantoms. He curled a claw into a fist and drove it toward the heart of the lightning bird. Dragon Fist was already active. Each hit would stack the effect and crank up the damage. Yunfeng's dragon claws sliced through the air toward Lei Gmo Peng, the tips just inches from the massive body, only for the target to vanish in an instant. The beast triggered a burst of speed so extreme that not a single feather was left behind. Yunfeng hovered, stunned, his senses momentarily blank. A line from his previous live's physics class flashed through his mind. When velocity approaches the limit, time itself begins to warp. Lei Gmo Peng wasn't quite bending time, but it was far faster than he had expected. Should have prioritized those speed potions, he cursed silently. A hiss split the air, followed by the crackle of electricity. The threat came from behind. Before Yunfeng could fully react, the rock's massive wings slammed into his draconic body. He skidded through the sky for several hundred meters, lightning dancing between his scales and a numbing tingle racing down his limbs. So that's how it is picking on me, because my lightning affinity is low. Irritated by the cheap shot, he decided to stop playing fair. Absolute zero freeze. A beam of frigid light locked onto the rock and froze it in midair, green frost spreading over its wings. Yunfeng closed the distance, raining dragon fist strikes like a storm. In the 3 seconds of stasis, he landed more than 50 blows, stacking the technique to 500% power. Take a 50-fold Kaioken. With a thunderous burst of aura, every buff he had flared at once, and in the final heartbeat before the ice shattered, his clenched dragon fist punched straight through Lei Gmo Peng's abdomen. The rock's shriek tore through the sky, feathers and blood scattering in every direction. Instead of fading, its cry grew louder, and a massive suction burst from its throat. Trees, grass, and stones were ripped from the ground, funneling toward the not-so-large beak. Yunfeng, directly in front of it, felt the strongest pull. His clothes and hair whipped wildly, yet he remained unmoved. He noticed the creature's wounds knitting together at an alarming rate. So it's using absorption to heal. Fine, let's feed you till you burst. He lifted his hand, hurling dozens of high-powered skills like comets straight into the rock's gaping mouth. The sudden torrent of energy made its eyes bulge with terror. It tried to close its beak, but couldn't, and was forced to swallow the payload. The absurd spectacle wasn't over. An even larger wave of skills blazing fire and icy blue frost crashed down its throat. The rock swelled like something suffering catastrophic indigestion, its thunder wings trembling under the strain. Having fun yet? Let's kick it up a notch. Yunfeng dumped every long cooldown, area-wide ultimate he had left. The rolling wave of energy kept piling up until Lei Ji Mo Peng could hold no more. The overinflated body detonated, drenching the sky in a torrential rain of blood. Chunks of flesh hurtled toward Shuiyu. Yunfeng raised a hand and conjured a curtain of water, blocking the grisly debris. Gazing at the blood-red mist hanging in the air, he knew his force-feeding tactic had been excessive, but there had been no other choice. My loot. Yunfeng wailed when he realized Lei Ji Mo Peng hadn't left a single drop of salvage. At last, buried inside the biggest lump of carcass, he unearthed a crimson radiant shard, and the day suddenly felt less like a total loss. Rolling the blood-glimmering fragment between his fingers, he made himself a promise. Keep grinding the monsters methodically and quit gambling with his points. He began patrolling the surrounding zone. After only a handful of skirmishes, he was sure of one thing: the beasts in this abyss were outrageously strong. Each fought with its own peculiar style, though none possessed the innate talents reserved for epic-class creatures. That settled it. Instead of pushing deeper, he set up shop right here and farmed non-stop, letting the days slip by unnoticed. A month later, locked in a brutal clash with a blood-mad demon monk, a chime sounded in his earpiece. Yunfeng, time to head back. What's wrong? What happened? His chest tightened. With a sudden burst of speed, he shredded the monk in a single cascading combo. Nothing happened to me, Wenrin answered softly. You've just been in there 2 full months. Only then did Yunfeng realize how long had stayed. A flick of the wrist brought up his storage ring. Demon hearts were stacked like a little hill. Crimson radiance and amethyst shards glowed in a dozen hues. The gear labeled on them covered every category imaginable. 2 months of grinding, half of it spent in Demon Gorge, had still pushed his level up by a full tier and a half. Advancing that fast after stepping into the transcendent realm was, to his mind, nearly unheard of. That can't be the only reason you called. Sharp as always, Wenrin said, voice low. My seer passive fired off some visions. They looked bad. Really bad. Say no more. I'm on my way. A seer's warning was never baseless. Whether the danger lurked deeper inside the abyss or outside it, he wasn't about to ignore it. During the return trip, he hardly paused between dragon's tail whip leaps, vaulting skyward, diving, and then blasting forward again. 3 days later, a vast black dragon silhouette loomed above the monument that marked the entrance. Down below, the resting awakened reeled in alarm. What is that? Are the abyss monsters attacking the pillar? The stronger fighters squinted and quickly noticed the newcomer had no monster tag. Relax, that's a person. Which upperclassman can morph into a black dragon that epic? No one on campus, that's for sure. Maybe an alumnus? I think someone 3 years ago awakened a similar gift. As the guesses flew, the dragon rolled midair and shrank into a young man with inky hair, black clothes, and fine features who drifted lightly to the ground. He's way too young to look like a senior. Could he be a freshman? The crowd erupted in astonishment. Yunfeng ignored them all and strode straight toward Wenren. Long before Yunfeng arrived, people had already noticed Wenren. Her silver-white hair, almost the color of snow, draped over her shoulders, and under the lights her delicate features looked as if they had been carved from marble. She was impossible to ignore. The moment she stepped into the rest area, several people approached with friendly smiles, eager to start a conversation. Yet as soon as they drew close, they spotted the faint lines near her nose beneath that lovely face and quietly slipped away. What a shame. Such a pretty face, but she's just an old auntie. No amount of beauty can hide her age. Some merely sighed to themselves, while others left with snide remarks. At first those cutting words made Wenren's chest tighten. What girl doesn't care about her looks or her age? But after hearing them again and again, she grew numb and buried the feelings deep inside. Just then Yunfeng strode over, his brows knitted. Are you all right? He saw the color drain from her face and her uneven breathing. I'm fine. What could be wrong? She answered, her tone still tough. Stubborn. Yunfeng pulled out his entry token, ready to crush it and teleport away. Come on, let's leave first. Wait a second, you two. A clear voice called from behind. Yunfeng turned, eyes narrowing in caution. Someone still dared cause trouble within the demon steel's range? The newcomer wore an apologetic smile, and Yunfeng simply stood his ground, shielding Wenren behind him. A quick scan through his visor revealed the man's stats. Level, 56. Combat power, 3.02 million. He had broken into the transcendent tier, and with all that top-grade gear, he was anything but ordinary. What do you want? Yunfeng asked coldly. Don't get the wrong idea, freshman. I'm Wang Dahai, senior year, exotic division, the man said hastily. I lost my wooden plaque during training. Could you spare me one? Seeing Yunfeng still doubtful, Wang Dahai made it clearer. You two have 2 plaques, right? If you leave pressed together, 1 is enough. Could you give me the extra? Why should we? Yunfeng shot back. I'm not asking for it free. He'll buy it. Wang Dahai flourished a hand, and a pile of materials and shards clattered to the ground. Pick whatever you like. Any of it for one plaque, you won't lose out. People nearby immediately chimed in. Senior, I've got a plaque. Trade with me. Several rushed over, waving their tokens. But Wang Dahai ignored them, his gaze fixed on Yun Feng, his smile still gentle. Only then did Yun Feng realize the plaque was just a pretext. The man wanted something more. Relax, classmates, Wang Dahai said sincerely. I only want to get to know you. He laid his cards on the table. A month ago, in the level 55 monster zone, I watched you kill a Han Yuan 5-element demon. I was stunned. I wanted to speak to you right then, but you took dragon form and flew off. I thought I'd lost my chance, until 2.5 days ago I saw a black dragon shadow overhead. I followed it all the way here and finally caught up before you left the demon cave. I really did lose my plaque, but more than anything, I wanted to meet you. After listening, Wenren decided Wang Dahai meant no harm. She spoke softly, Yin Feng, why not help him out? Her glance held a hint of uncertainty and a trace of anticipation. Thinking about having to press close to Yun Feng when they left the demon cave wasn't exactly unpleasant. Yun Feng heard Wenren's words. His face stayed calm, yet a flicker of surprise crossed his mind. Wenren was never the sentimental type. She must have another motive. Here, catch. He flicked his wrist, sending the wooden token toward Wang Dahai. Thank you, thank you. I hope we can be friends. Wang Dahai bowed repeatedly, crushed the token with a crisp snap, and vanished into the depths of the cavern in a streak of light. Before leaving, he hesitated, then set a handful of items on the ground. Yun Feng glanced down and arched a brow. 5 crimson glare shards. They were trivial to him, but a windfall to most students. Let's head out too. He took Wenren's hand, signaling her to use her token. That won't work like this. Wenren blushed and whispered. Yun Feng realized he was only holding her hand, not standing close enough. Before he could react, she stepped in, wrapped an arm around his, and snapped the token. Even after reverting to her true form, Wenren still wore her loose robe instead of battle gear. As the transport light flared, 2 soft curves pressed against Yun Feng's arm, warm against the chill around them. Whether from nerves or instinct, Wenren clutched tighter, sending his thoughts spinning. Never had their contact been this direct. The light faded, space settled, and they reappeared before the massive stone gate at the cave's entrance. While Yun Feng was still caught in the lingering sensation, Wenren quickly let go. 2 months gone. Who knows what's happened outside? Yun Feng sighed, pushed away an odd sense of loss, and removed his goggles, linking his mind to his student card. A blood red alert filled the homepage, flashing nonstop. He tapped 7 times before the warnings closed, yet the words were already burned into his memory. Notice, outside the Pinghai Prefecture safe zone, multiple dimensional rifts have erupted. More than 50 outlying bases have been destroyed, countless soldiers are dead or wounded. Hordes of monsters are massing in the wilderness, and the safe zone may be breached at any moment. All students are urged to enlist and defend the city. Outstanding performers will receive generous rewards and highest honors. To register, contact Teacher Meng Jing, 139x times x times x times x. Dated a week ago, and resent every day. Yun Feng frowned, a weight settling in his chest. Yun Feng, what's wrong? Without a student card, Wenren couldn't see the notice. She only saw his grave expression. Several dimensional spaces have erupted all at once. The academies issued a mass mission. His voice was steady but heavy. Wenren's face grew even more serious. What is it? Did your foresight skill sense something? Yun Feng studied her. Yun Feng, if never mind, it's nothing. Still troubled, Wenren kept her prediction to herself. She didn't want to sway his judgment. From the look in her eyes, it seemed as though she had just witnessed something truly terrifying. Don't worry, let's head back to campus first. Since we're already here, come see my dorm. It's not much different from that old villa, Yun Feng said reassuringly as he strode toward the residence halls. Okay, Wenren murmured, head down, trailing behind him. The corridor lights flickered, and anyone watching closely might have noticed the faint tremor in her shoulders. Once the dorm door closed, the small but tidy room fell silent. Yun Feng handed her a mug of hot water. Steam curled into the air, yet he could feel the growing strangeness radiating from Wenren. She remained quiet, and he pressed his questions down for now. I'm going to check what's going on, he said, patting her shoulder before sinking his mind back into his student card. A holographic overlay appeared. Dimensional rifts continue to surge, and monsters are massing on the wild outskirts. Large military forces have been deployed to suppress them, but with limited success. Universities have issued full mobilization orders, requiring students to provide immediate support. Monster hordes are 5 kilometers from the safe zone walls. Confirmed casualties exceed 580,000 and are climbing by several thousand every minute. The largest riot in 3 centuries, cause unknown. Line after line of brutal data scrolled past, darkening Yun Feng's expression until the room felt steeped in storm clouds. He exited the interface and opened the class group chat. Dozens of new messages popped up every second, bursting with excitement and bravado. Clearly, every lunatic recruited from the various provinces was itching for this trial. 5 kilometers is only a blink for high-level monsters, he judged, making up his mind at once. He had to move now. The next two skills tied to his core talent demanded a flood of kills, and a stellar performance in the upcoming siege might earn him an awakening stone from the academy. He needed it badly. His stat serums weren't maxed out yet, and he had to reserve a share for Wenren. When they'd left the demon pit, had noted her level had reached 48, pressing right up against a bottleneck. Picking up his comm chip, he dialed teacher Meng Jing. It rang 7 or 8 times before connecting, a sign of how many students were registering. Hello, teacher Meng. I just left the demon pit. I'm signing up now. Got it, I'll log you in. The battlefield will be assigned randomly, her gentle, steady voice replied. While he spoke, Wenren hovered nearby, eavesdropping, her fingers white-knuckled. Over and over she whispered in her mind. Please, anywhere but the west gate, anywhere but the west gate. Halfway through, she quietly cast a fate blessing on Yunfeng. A flat system prompt chimed from his phone. Student Yunfeng, you have been randomly assigned to the west gate defense sector. Depart immediately and report to the academy's liaison, teacher Luo Long. The words drilled into Wenren's ears. She froze, then let out a powerless sigh. The spell had worked. Fate had a cruel sense of irony. It's my fault. I shouldn't have kept wishing. She scolded herself silently, convinced she had just put Yunfeng in danger. Perhaps that is the true terror of destiny. Wenren, the mission site is set. I'm heading for the west gate right now. You what's wrong? After hanging up, Yunfeng noticed Wenren's face had gone deathly pale, a light sheen of sweat breaking across her brow. I'm fine. She wiped her forehead. Going to the west gate is perfect. We'll come with you. I can summon spirits, so will be useful. Awakeners who could command spirits were already rare among their peers, and Yunfeng nodded in approval. All right, we'll go together. He ruffled Wenren's long silver hair and chuckled softly. The next moment he swept her into his arms, a gale swirling at his feet. A pair of translucent wings made of wind unfurled behind him with a sharp rustle and shot them into the sky. Regulations inside the safe zone forbade the use of powers unless absolutely necessary, but the present crisis left no choice. Yunfeng merely avoided turning into a black dragon to keep things low-key. With every beat of the wings, wind roared past their ears. They cut across vast stretches of defensive lines, reaching the west gate in less than half a day. Inside and outside the gate, crowds churned. The parapets were packed with soldiers and awakeners as far as the eye could see. People looked up at Yunfeng's windborne wings with envy, but no one seemed surprised. After a few quick inquiries, Yunfeng and Wenren located teacher Luo Long, the man coordinating the forces from Pinghai Awakener Academy. Welcome to the resistance, students. Luo Long first confirmed their ranks and combat strength, genuine admiration flashing in his eyes. Having students like you is our school's pride. He grew solemn and handed them a special communicator. Frontline intel says transcendent class monsters are focusing on the southwest wall. Remember, your safety comes first. He repeated the warning several times. Students like these should still be growing, yet the crisis demanded their early service. Following orders, Yunfeng carried Wenren to a several-kilometer stretch of the southwest rampart. The defenses here were thin, barely 100 awakeners scattered along the long wall. Though Pinghai Prefecture was one of the top 3 provinces and comparatively well supplied, it was far from overflowing with transcendence, and the entire safe zone was strained, forcing troops to spread out. Beyond the wall, the sun was sinking, dusk pressing low against the sky. In the distance, a black tide of monsters rolled forward. Several kilometers away, an army phalanx formed an iron barrier, their uniforms catching the last glint of light. Even at this range, the clash of steel and shouts of battle carried on the air, rumbling through their chests. Yunfeng steadied his girlfriend, pausing to take in the grim panorama. Suddenly, a familiar voice called from behind them. Hey classmates, is that you? He turned to see Wang Dehai scramble onto the parapet, travel-worn, yet beaming. The senior they'd met at the demon pit exit, apparently, had also raced over after receiving the call and had been assigned to this same sector. It really is you. Wang Dehai grabbed Yunfeng's arm. Yunfeng smiled and introduced himself. Nice to meet you. I'm Yunfeng, a first-year special admission student. Hi, I'm Wenren Longyu, his girlfriend. Since fate had brought them together, Yunfeng was more than willing to make a new friend. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the two stood shoulder to shoulder in the shadow of the city wall, squinting at the tide of beasts churning through the blood-red sandstorm in the distance. Captain Liu, there are too many of them. We can't hold out. On the front line, a soldier drenched in gore shouted while parrying, despair thick in his voice. You think I don't damn well know that? Captain Liu roared back, veins bulging as he pointed at the wall behind him. See that? The old folks and the kids are hiding in there. Even if we spend our last breath today, those sons of bitches aren't getting past us. With that, he raised his massive axe and split the skull of a wolf-like creature, the crunch of bone and spray of brain and blood erupting at once. In the mist of blood, the shouting soldier hesitated for a heartbeat. A jagged fang burst through his chest, his blood blooming like a crimson lotus. Such deaths repeated with every breath along the front. More monsters flooded in, and the line began to buckle. Soldiers fought while falling back, bodies piling up until the stench of blood felt solid in the air. Why won't they let us strike back yet? Teams atop the wall gripped their weapons, itching to leap into the fray. A deep, ancient horn suddenly rolled across the battlefield. Frontline soldiers jolted, shot the beasts one last murderous glare, and sprinted toward the wall. Panels in the smooth stone slid open, revealing gaping ports. Thick black barrels hummed as they extended. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderous fire raked the ground. The pursuing monsters blundered straight into a kill zone, where steel storms tore the earth apart and threw up curtains of dust. Lesser beasts were shredded on the spot, and even elite creatures staggered away howling. Watching modern firepower clash Hedon with otherworldly monsters for the first time, Yun Feng was quietly awed. At first he thought these shells could only thin the rabble, but the next moment proved him wrong. The rounds were forged with dimensional alloys, and each detonation took a different form. Spears of lightning, clouds of venom, blazing domains that scorched everything inside. Even heightier beasts emerged covered in wounds. Human ingenuity truly knows no bounds, Yun Feng murmured, eyes never leaving the fight. A deafening roar suddenly rose from the rear of the horde. Shells already in flight seemed cursed midair, their glow dying as they thudded harmlessly into the dirt. The horn sounded a second time, and every barrel slid back into the wall. Battle stations. The command rang from the highest tower. Defenders snapped into formation, pairing ranged and melee specialists according to their registered talents. The soldiers who had just retreated charged out again, linking up with volunteers to seal the breach. Ready, Junior? Wang Dahai clenched his fists, power swirling around him like a hidden current. When they met, Wang Dahai had called himself a wielder of an exotic talent. Yun Feng was eager to see exactly what that talent could do. Under Yun Feng's expectant gaze, Wang Dahai suddenly unfurled a pair of snowy wings. Each feather glowed with a soft white light, and the gentle beat of those wings stirred the air. As Wang lifted off, the sight instantly reminded Yun Feng of the holy wings he'd seen in the angel realm. Could this guy's gift be angel-related? The question had barely formed when a humming sounded from Wang Dahai's palm, and a dim blue Gatling gun appeared. Wings and a heavy machine gun. Yun Feng almost doubted his eyes. What kind of absurd combination was that? Was it a double gift? Before he could make sense of it, the Gatling barrel spun up. Instead of metal rounds, the weapon spat orbs of lightning, fire, ice, and toxic mist, tracing multicolored paths through the air. Yun Feng's mouth twitched. This guy's powers were even messier than his own. There was no time for questions. A tidal roar rose beneath the wall. More and more extraordinary class monsters were crashing against the defenses. Azure white wind scars erupted from Yun Feng's shoulders, forming his soaring wings in an instant, and he shot skyward to hover beside Wang Dahai. Wind element? Wang Dahai asked, confused. Back in the demon pit, Yun Feng hadn't used anything like that. Icefall. Yun Feng answered with action. A curtain of icy blue light poured down, covering a broad swath of monsters. Razor icicles and freezing mist erupted, splashing dark blood in every direction. Seriously? Now ice. Wang Dahai's expression matched Yun Feng's earlier disbelief. Boom. 5 black flame clones plunged from above. On impact, they burst into a storm of dark fire, shredding the horde. Quit staring and open fire. Yun Feng barked. Wang Dahai snapped back and raked the battlefield with his Gatling gun. Lightning orbs exploded into violet arcs. Fireballs twisted into burning vortices. Ice spheres froze into walls and shattered. Poison clouds billowed in emerald haze, elements colliding in deafening blasts. Amid the chaos, Wang Dahai yelled, "How do you have so many different abilities?" He knew he shouldn't ask, but curiosity won out. To avoid misunderstanding, he blurted his own secret first. "My gift is manifestation. I can create whatever I imagine, so that's why my attacks look all over the place." Yun Feng swore inwardly. A talent like that was insane combat power limited only by imagination. Still, Wang Dahai's creations were fairly simple. Clearly his mind hadn't fully opened up yet. Returning the candor, Yun Feng said, "Mind simulation, so I can copy a lot of things." Wang Dahai nodded. "We should compare notes sometime." They dived back into the fight, holding the wall with everything they had. Within minutes, Yun Feng's stats climbed steadily. Strength 1, Speed 1. Each kill sent invisible energy pouring into him, making his soul feel denser. He didn't sense a big change yet, but Yun Feng knew that if he kept this up, the payoff would be immense. Yun Feng broke through the defensive line and plunged straight into the heart of the horde. "Wenren, stay on the wall, I'll be right back," he shouted, and an instant later the dust and the black sea of monsters swallowed him whole. By the time Wenren opened her mouth, only a fading streak hung in the air. "Yun Feng, don't." On the far side, Wang Dahai's face turned ashen. He shrieked after him. "Yun Feng, wait for me." Wenren clenched her bow on the rampart, watching them disappear and praying silently. "Come back alive, please." She didn't dare voice the prophecy weighing on her heart. Adding more pressure to Yun Feng would help no one. Forcing down her unease, she spun and joined the fight. With no spirit to guard her, she had to rely on long-range firepower alone. Arrows and sigils mingled as she loosed shot after shot from behind the crenellations. That monster is mine. Across the field, a level 51 beast charged. A young man swung a flaming longsword, excitement bright in his eyes. In this melee of tens of thousands, his small extraordinary squad was no more than dust on the wind, but the rewards could be immense. The beast's death throws were vicious. The longsword pierced only an inch of armor, missing the vitals. In the next heartbeat, a razor talon slashed toward his head. Captain, bro. His four teammates screamed, despair written on their faces. Had they lost a man the moment reinforcements arrived? Even if I die, no regrets, the young man thought. He had no strength left to parry. Metal sheared bone, blood sprayed. The talon stopped a hair's breadth from his brow less than 1/100th of a millimeter. Still alive? He stared, stunned. A golden greatsword had nailed the beast to the ground. When the blade dissolved into glittering dust, the menace remained, for from the corpse rose a golden figure identical to the dead creature. Ready. All five raised their weapons. The golden monster ignored them and sprinted into the densest part of the swarm. It was a spirit Wenren had just summoned. From the moment she climbed the wall, Wenren had been scanning the battlefield for the perfect opening. Seeing that squad in peril and the beast on its last legs, she struck, saving a life and claiming a fresh spirit. With one spirit secured, the snowball started rolling. Wenren's summoning art thrived on battle. Minutes later, 6 gleaming spirits were tearing through the horde. At first, the defenders mistook them for a new enemy mutation. Only when the golden creatures slaughtered monsters did realization dawn. An awakened ability. Which prodigy just arrived? That power is insane. Give me 6 of those war machines, and I'd be a saint already. Please, you only hit extraordinary because of your rich dad, and now you're dreaming of sainthood? The teasing couldn't hide their envy. As the fighting raged, the 6 ordinary spirits quickly evolved into 6 elite, extraordinary ones. Who is that youngster? Such terrifying talent, a commander muttered, half shocked, half elated. But Wenren kept urging herself. Faster got to be faster. Since Yunfeng left the wall, the dread in her chest hadn't stopped twisting. She was sure something huge was about to happen, and Yunfeng would be caught right in the middle of it. To have any hope of finding him in this vast battle, she needed at least 6 commander-level spirits at her command. Why aren't our elite fighters stepping in yet? The monsters crashed forward like an endless tide, showing no sign of fatigue. Under the mounting casualties, the human defensive line grew desperate. Even the volunteer reinforcements were nearly drained of ether, many so exhausted they could barely swing a blade. Although every surviving awakened had gained tremendous power during the battle, those gains could vanish the moment they felt life itself was hanging by a thread. Forget it, someone growled between clenched teeth. The monsters haven't deployed anything above commander class. Until they do, our high rankers won't make a move. Everyone understood. This wasn't just a siege, it was an extreme trial. Yunfeng, don't go any farther. It's too dangerous. From the rear of the crowd, Wang Dahai sprinted after him, sword in hand. Why are you following me? Yunfeng frowned over his shoulder. He had slipped behind enemy lines to find an opening large enough to unleash a few ultimate skills, letting Reap and Soul Shatter harvest their full potential. I'm worried about you. Worry about yourself. Yunfeng's voice was impatient. Wang Dahai refused to back down. Relax, I've got plenty of talents to keep me safe. Before he finished, a suit of bizarre, rough-cut power armor materialized around him. The bulky plating and exposed ports betrayed a lack of refinement. Yet to Yunfeng, it was every boy's mecha fantasy. He almost drooled. Clearly, Wang Dahai's current strength still couldn't project anything more sophisticated. Suit yourself. Just stay alive. Yunfeng shifted his gaze back to the onrushing horde. Forest Realm. Ice Dominion. With Yunfeng's low shout, 2 fields spanning hundreds of meters erupted at once. The swarm split in an instant. On the left, ancient trees burst from the earth, vines coiling tight. On the right, blizzards howled, sealing everything in frost. The monsters roared in frustration. They were extraordinary great, yet Yunfeng trusted that a pair of skills powered by true dragon force could weather any counterattack. Beams and energy bolts tore through the air, but his scale-like energy armor flickered and shrugged them off. Time to harvest. While those skills cooled down, Yunfeng poured fresh elements into each domain. Inside the ice field, a frost dragon roared, ice lances ripped across the ground, and blazing ice meteors fell in fiery arcs. Within the forest, devil vines shot up, wooden spears pierced the air, and ranks of treants crashed into the enemy line. When both realms finally faded, only piles of mangled limbs remained. This wasn't a demon nest. The monsters here were far weaker and couldn't endure such ferocious cleansing. Sandstorm Cataclysm. Black Hole Inferno. With his first 2 skills cooling, Yunfeng unleashed 2 more. Sandstorm Cataclysm, an earth element spell, raised raging walls of sand that sliced like razors. Black Hole Inferno was his newly awakened trump card, hadn't even tested it before. The sky cracked open with a deafening boom, and a circular void spread among the clouds. Everything nearby shattered: stone, severed limbs. Even the light itself was dragged inside. Yun Feng sensed that the core wasn't empty. Jet black flames burned within, eager to incinerate all creation. Every creature beneath the vortex was swept up and consumed, erased so completely that not even ash remained. What a monstrous skill, Yun Feng muttered with a grin. I love it. In less than a minute, hundreds of monsters were swallowed by the terrifying black hole, flooding Yun Feng with spiritual energy and souls. Damn. Barely 60 seconds in, a wave of vertigo slammed into his mind like a sledgehammer, and he hurriedly cut the skill off. Its power was monstrous, but its drain was worse. 80% of his mental strength vanished in a heartbeat. Had he not downed bottle after bottle of Crimson Flare's psychotropic elixir ahead of time, he doubted he could have lasted 30 seconds. What just happened over there? It felt like the sky got punched through. I thought I was seeing things. Everything went black for a moment. Did one of our top fighters finally step in? We might actually survive this. The instant the vortex of flame burial opened, every soldier and monster on the battlefield froze. Volunteers hanging by a thread felt their hope flare anew, while the commanding general on the wall narrowed his eyes. If a human powerhouse really had acted this early, the defensive plan needed immediate adjustment. Yun Feng had no idea the others now saw him as a big shot. Below the dissipating hole lay a vacuum. No monster dared set foot there. Why, Yun Feng, was that you? Wang Dahai, fighting nearby, gaped at him. Who else would it be? Yun Feng shot back, then plunged back into the fray. His earlier onslaught had butchered waves of creatures, even quite a few transcendent-class beasts, yet fresh enemies kept surging forward like a tide. Why were they so intent on battering the safe zone? Who was orchestrating this unprecedented riot? Was their only goal to butcher humanity? Roar. A thunderous bellow cut through his thoughts, louder than every previous beast cry combined. Moments later, enormous blood-red shapes swept in from the horizon. Yun Feng, high-grade monsters incoming. Fall back. Wang Dahai blanched, spreading his wings to bolt for the wall. Yun Feng looked up, locking onto the crimson shadows bearing down on them. Monster, Bloodbat Dragon. Rarity level, 55. Combat power, 2.18 million. Skills, Sonic Burst, Blood Mist Veil, Scarlet Shift, Bloodlust. Ultimate skill, Rebirth from a drop, activated once. The sky teemed with blood-red creatures, bat wings fanning around draconic heads, at least several hundred of them. Yun Feng's heart tightened. An entire pocket dimension's worth of rare beasts might have broken loose. He glanced at the defensive line and city wall behind him. Either was far, but retreating wasn't an option. The current forces could never hold against a horde like this. Once the line fell, the wall would be shredded. You go. They'll handle them. With that, Yun Feng charged straight into the Crimson Storm. Wang Dahai's jaw dropped. Madman, absolute madman. He knew Yun Feng was incredible, but not this reckless. Then he'll risk my life at your side. He finally understood Yun Feng's plan, and running was no longer an option. Blood sprayed from Yun Feng's mouth before he even reached the swarm. The impact hurled him backward, and the metallic smell of his own blood filled the air. Are you okay? A steady voice asked from behind as Wang Dahai caught him in mid-fall. Clutching his chest, Yun Feng managed a wry smile. He had dropped his guard. He never expected the Bat Blood Drakes to release a synchronized ultrasonic burst. Dragon Force was useless against sound, and the shockwave had crushed him in an instant. It's too dangerous here. Why haven't you pulled back? He warned between ragged breaths. If you're still here, how could I leave? Wang Dahai steadied him, a stubborn grin tugging at his lips. Besides, I'm your senior. The quiet conviction in his words surprised Yun Feng. Dahai's combat power was hardly enough to survive this battlefield. Yun Feng's expression hardened. You've got talent. Don't throw your life away. He'll hold them off. You retreat, and make it back to the academy alive. Wang Dahai burst out laughing. Huh. The moment I set foot on this wall, I stopped caring whether I lived or died. As the laughter faded, his Gatling gun vanished, and a massive RPG settled on his shoulder. A flash of golden light, and the rocket screamed into the horde. Boom. A fireball billowed into a gray-black blossom, but the damage was limited. The Bat Blood Drakes merely shed chunks of flesh, healed, and roared again. Holstering the empty launcher, Wang's gaze remained unshakable. Inspired, Yun Feng's blood surged. Then let's fight them together. But Wang quickly noticed something off. They're only after you. No matter how he provoked them, every Drake locked onto Yun Feng, pouring their attacks his way. Yun Feng scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Maybe I killed too many. In the past half hour he had cut down over 1,000 creatures, easing the pressure behind him and earning their special attention. The Bat Blood Drakes were barely 2 meters across, yet lightning fast. Each dive left a coppery tang in the air. Yun Feng raised a hand and cast 2 defenses: Ice Prison and Ironwood Dragon. A blue-white wall sealed Wang inside, while thick wooden vines spiraled around Yun Feng like living coils. Thanks. Wang felt the solid ice and flashed a grateful look. Weapons, both firearms and blades, materialized at his side as he prepared to lay down fire. Yun Feng shook his head. Stay put. He'll lure them away. His own presence limited his movements, and Wang, a rare manufacturer type, couldn't afford to die here. With a beat of his wings, he shot skyward, a blur of motion. Just as Head guessed, the drakes shrieked and followed, turning the sky into a crimson torrent. Yun Feng, I can help, let me help. Wang hammered at the ice, but every crack sealed itself instantly. An S-grade ice barrier wasn't going to break anytime soon. Far from the blood-soaked front line, in the heart of Pinghai Prefecture, a modest yet imposing administrative building glowed under stark white lights, the atmosphere tense. A man who looked about 60, plainly dressed, sat behind a solid wooden desk. Silver strands threaded his otherwise neat hair. On the opposite wall, a giant screen streamed live footage from the ramparts. Yun Feng locked in aerial combat with the drakes. The governor's brows knitted in a deep frown. There was nothing more he could do from here. Teams collated data and soothed civilians. Both the front and rear lines were stretched taut. Governor, the situation is still stable, the secretary reported. The monsters keep coming, but no high-tier beasts have appeared yet. His voice was low, but carried undeniable weight. Casualty report? At this point, the messenger lowered his head and fell silent. Speak. What's the situation? The governor pressed in a low but commanding voice. Over 1,000,000. The room went deathly quiet. The governor clenched his fist, his suppressed sigh almost tearing the air. This is the highest death toll since the safe zone was founded. A long stretch of peace had lulled everyone into complacency. This brutal siege struck like muted thunder, jolting them awake. Pain tightened the governor's features, his knuckles whitening. A massive tactical display broadcast the battle to every corner of the safe zone. On every street and in every shelter, people stared up at the screen. They whispered prayers, hoping the monsters would be driven back and their loved ones would return alive. All 9 provinces rallied behind Pinghai Prefecture, united in spirit. Meanwhile, across the ocean in the beautiful nation's Black House, a frail, white-haired man pointed at the screen with excitement. I hope the monsters hit harder this time. The more extraordinary fighters die, the better. The leader of Eagle Nation's only safe zone also grinned at the feed. Wagwa has had this coming for a long time. What a show. The entire blue planet watched Wagwa struggle. Most hoped to see retribution, though a handful of true allies sincerely prayed the sudden catastrophe would end quickly. High above the ruins, Yun Feng streaked in circles with a string of bat blood dragons in tow, playing a deadly game of cat and mouse. Almost there. My skills are about to come off cooldown, he calculated, waiting for several ultimates to be ready at once. With so many monsters, killing them one by one would take forever. But the kite had already cost him dearly. Wave after wave of ultrasonic blasts had left his eardrums nearly deaf and blood oozing from every orifice. Worse, the blood dragons spewed in unison, overlapping what should have been small, single-target shockwaves into a force several times stronger. Without repeatedly using phase shift and chugging healing potions, he would have vanished long ago. He'll remember this debt, Yun Feng swore. I need a skill that resists special attribute attacks, or he'll suffer again next time. 2 icons flashed ready at once: Desert Shroud and Verdant Domain. He unleashed them almost simultaneously. A haze of swirling sand fused with towering green trees, blocking sight and sound. The crushing pressure lifted at once. Sand and foliage intertwined, shredding the ultrasonic waves. Yun Feng could finally hear his own ragged breathing, and the ache in his chest eased a little. Now, it's my turn to clean you up. Standing at the heart of the verdant domain, he closed his eyes to sense the monster's positions. Blade in hand, 5 black flame clones lined up behind him, murderous intent gathering. Yet he had underestimated these rare-grade beasts. The bat blood dragons darted through the trees but did not dive at him. Instead, they circled high above. Moments later, a thin blood mist rose within the vast forest. It thickened quickly, cloaking the entire domain in an instant. What are they up to? The mist seemed harmless, but Yun Feng felt a chill of warning. A heartbeat later, he realized how naive had been. The blood haze ate into the timber. Trunks sizzled as if soaked in concentrated acid. Whole groves collapsed into putrid green slurry that seeped along the roots. The barrier that had just given him a sense of safety dissolved in moments, leaving only rotting debris. Seeing this, Yun Feng's face darkened, his heart sinking as grim realization set in. He was in serious trouble. The tree realm had already been eaten away, but at least the swirling yellow sand still hung in the sky. Hundreds of converging ultrasonic waves formed a massive gray tsunami that scattered the sand in an instant, leaving Yun Feng fully exposed. As the curtain of grit was swept aside, a vacuum corridor opened in front of him, and a torrent of brutal energy roared through. With no time to spare, he triggered phase shift, letting his body blur into a faint silhouette that slipped between the cracks of space. His 5 newly summoned black flame clones were not so lucky. The ultrasonic flood overtook them, tearing them apart and blasting the embers into a spray of obsidian sparks. When Yun Feng reappeared, The ground beneath him had been gouged into a gigantic crater, its walls charred and crumbling. He felt a chill. He had never realized just how outrageous that attack could be. The thought lasted less than a heartbeat. A flock of blood dragons, bat-winged and crimson, dove in while the enemy's sonic barrage was on cooldown, switching to close-quarters assault. Their thick wing membranes snapped, and a row of talons glinted along the edges, shredding the air with shrill whistles. Yet even their savage bites and raking claws could not penetrate the Dragon Force aura shielding Yunfeng's scale mail coat. 60 seconds, Yunfeng muttered, tracking the timer in his head while swinging his warblade in reverse arcs. Phase shift needed 5 full minutes to recharge, and their ultrasonic strike would be ready again soon. Kill as many as possible now. Each slash unleashed a gleaming arc that carved through the air. Blood dragons shrieked, gore spattering outward. But Yunfeng knew the truth. Every one of them still had a single drop-off blood rebirth left. In the final dozen seconds of that deadlock, a thunderous boom rolled across the plains. Yunfeng, hang on, I'm coming. Wang Dehai had finally shattered his icy prison and was sprinting at full speed in Yunfeng's direction. Seeing his old classmate besieged ignited his blood. These monsters had originally been hunting him. He could have lured them toward the defense line, yet he chose to fight shoulder to shoulder with Yunfeng instead. He raised his hand, and 10 gigantic flying saws materialized, each trailing a white-hot tail flame that was his innate skill, now clearly boosted to its 10-weapon limit. The blades spun like high-speed grinders through the horde, spraying flesh and bone. The blood dragons surrounding Yunfeng were scattered, more than a dozen shredded into pulp on the spot. Yunfeng, however, frowned. As he had feared, the spilled blood began to churn and coalesce. Mangled bodies reknit themselves in the crimson pools. Within seconds the slain blood dragons reared back, roaring anew, and Wang Dehai's triumphant grin dissolved into bewilderment. Scree. The enraged creatures split their focus. About half abandoned Yunfeng and hurtled toward Wang Dehai instead. He hadn't expected one shout of support to paint a target on his chest, but he clenched his teeth and held his ground. You think I'm scared of you? He growled, preparing another strike. Yunfeng shouted a warning. Don't go toe-a-toto. Their sonic blast will tear you apart. Yunfeng could tell the monster's abilities were about to come off cooldown. Even a small portion of them would overwhelm Wang Dehai. He reacted instantly. Black Dragon flash blazed, and in the next heartbeat he appeared in front of Wang, seized his wrist, and backed away while shouting, I need you to manifest something right now. Name it. If it's too complex, I can't do it, Wang Dehai replied, stumbling as he was pulled. It's easy, Yunfeng said, raising his hand. Frost surged and a tiny ice crystal formed in his palm. Make this 1,000 times larger. Wang stared, then laughed in sudden understanding. You could have just asked for a giant loudspeaker. Exactly. Big and toward them, small and toward me. Hurry. Yunfeng sensed the swarm of bat blood dragons behind them charging up a mass ultrasonic blast, and his voice tightened. The moment he finished, a colossal megaphone coalesced in the air, its metallic cone gleaming with icy light and positioned precisely as ordered. Hold on, I'll reinforce it. Wang Dehai flashed a series of hand seals. Golden light washed over the loudspeaker, instantly multiplying its durability. Yunfeng offered a silent prayer. Please let Master Xing's trick work. He stepped to the narrow end, drew a deep breath, and unleashed his only sonic skill, Black Dragon Roar. Roar. The dragon's cry surged through the megaphone, thundered across the sky, and shattered the device in half a second, but the job was done. Amplified dozens of times, the Black Dragon Roar tore the air apart. Its shockwave swept the battlefield like a tangible blade. There's a dragon roar over there. Is it an actual dragon? That sound is terrifying me. Heart skipped a beat. Both fighters and monsters froze, as if the heavens had paused. The next instant, a visible wave of sound punched through the sky and slammed into the 100+ bat blood dragons. Boom. Blood mist exploded in midair. More than half the creatures disintegrated on the spot. The rest spiraled downward with broken bone wings. System text flashed. Acquired 17,204,506 34 spirit energy. 34 of the slain monsters were ones Yunfeng had previously killed once. That was brutal, Wang Dehai muttered, stunned. One skill wiped out dozens of rare monsters. Was it really the megaphone? Yunfeng's fists trembled with exhilaration. So good. A few more blasts and all these rare beasts are mine for the taking. With only a 30-second cooldown, Black Dragon Roar recharged quickly. Yunfeng glanced at the drifting blood mist and spotted a handful of multicolored shards and 34 blood orbs falling through the air. No wonder when Ren insisted on giving this guy a chance at the maze exit. Did she foresee this? The thought flickered by. He scooped up the loot and called to Wang Dehai. We're doing this again, let's wipe them all. Great. One more miracle, coming up. Wang's eyes gleamed. 30 seconds later, Black Dragon Roar charged once more. A second savage soundwave blasted out. The megaphone shattered again, the sky filled with fresh blood mist, and another wave of bat blood dragons fell. Yunfeng swept every drop of loot into his bag, clapped Wang's shoulder, and said, "After the fight, you get half." Then he turned, eyes blazing with greed at the surviving monsters. But something changed. Nearly 300 remaining bat blood dragons halted midair and shrieked as one. Whoa. Far off, an even more terrifying roar answered, its shockwave dwarfing that of the 300 dragons combined. Spurt. Yin Feng tasted copper and spat blood. Wang Dahai fared worse, spraying it like a fountain before collapsing unconscious. Yin Feng caught him just in time. One word did that? What kind of monster is on that level? Terror hammered Yin Feng's heart. This is bad. Damn. The man posted on the highest part of the wall sprang to his feet. The sudden explosive roar was unmistakable. Only a high-tier monster could make a sound that chilling. Was the final battle finally upon them? Then let it come. He clenched his fists, eyes locked beyond the shattered battlements on the brooding horizon. Meanwhile, on the ruins to the east, Yun Feng sensed trouble the instant he heard the same roar and triggered Void Walk without hesitation. Half dragging, half carrying Wang Dahai, he shoved the man into the void, his own body already halfway inside. Bang! Like a porcelain flask shattering, the pitch-black space splintered and spat Yun Feng back out. He barely regained his footing before a pair of lantern-sized eyes flared in the darkness, death's own gaze that drenched his back in cold sweat. The monster had appeared behind him without a whisper. He hadn't felt a thing. Lines of data flashed across his goggles. Monster, Geo Nether Dragon Epic, level 75. Combat power, 5.2 million. Skills, Eye of the Nether, Flames of the Nine Hells, Ninefold Imprisonment, Endless Night, Nether Dragon Roar, Forbidden Soul Severing Abyss. Ultimate, King of the Nine Hells. The numbers alone told Yun Feng he would be lucky to escape alive, and an epic-grade monster carried hidden power boosts besides. Human, for slaughtering my kin, you deserve to die. The Geo Nether Dragon's ancient, thunderous voice made the air itself shudder. We were born enemies, either you kill me, or I kill you. What mercy is there to discuss? Since the dragon did not strike at once, Yun Feng tried to stall, mind racing through its skills while noting that his own Duo Rinsaw AI ability was ready. Well said, the dragon growled. Then it is only right that I kill you now. It opened its jaws and expelled a jet of pitch-black nether miasma. Death closed in. Yun Feng knew instinctively he could never survive that breath. With no time to spare, he activated Duo Rinsaw AI. He didn't know the exact attributes of each dragon skill, but the ultimate move, King of the Nine Hells, sounded formidable enough. He gambled on that one. A frigid surge flooded his body, and new entries appeared in his skill panel. Passive, Body of the Nine Hells, 90% immunity to nether damage. Basic attacks gain nether element and deal nether damage. Active, Summon the King of the Nine Hells, all stats 200%, nether element 500%. Not bad, he thought. I may not win, but at least I can stay alive. The nether breath passed through him without leaving a mark. He exhaled in relief, but his face went pale. At once might be immune, yet Wang Dahai was not. The black mist pierced the man, and the already weakened Wang Dahai went limp, life snuffed out in an instant. No, Yun Feng howled at the sky. He hadn't known Wang Dahai long, but the man's integrity and self-sacrifice had earned his respect, and he had risked everything to save Yun Feng. Rest for now. We'll find a way to bring you back. Yun Feng gathered ice into a crystal coffin, laid Wang Dahai's body inside, and stored the coffin in his spatial ring. As the lid sealed, cold mist drifted away and his fingers trembled. If a gift or relic that could raise the dead truly existed, he would never abandon the chance. The urge to bring Wang Dahai back burned fiercer than ever. Why do you carry my clan's aura? A rumbling voice split the silence. At the same moment, a vast nether energy burst from Yun Feng, like an abyss yawning open. He ignored it, fury boiling in his eyes. Wang Dahai's death felt like a spike through his heart. One little insect dies, and you're angry? The chilling mockery came with a blast of searing air. You butchered so many of my kin, just no, wasn't that fun? Only then did Yun Feng see the intruder. A jade dark dragon coiled in midair, its body as thick as a mountain ridge. Every scale burned with ghostly flame, staining the air crimson. Explain why you bear the scent of our bloodline. The nether drake looked down, unaware its signature skill had already been stolen. In its eyes, Yun Feng was beneath notice. Monsters deserve to die? You invaded our territory, so killing you is only just. Yun Feng, stubborn as an ox, brandished his saber and charged. Boom! Nether flames crashed over him like surf against cliffs, hurling him backward. He wasn't badly hurt, yet he hadn't touched the dragon's hide. Regaining distance, he hurled wave after wave of elemental strikes, all shredded by the ghostly fire. Void flame burial. Spending every drop of power, he tore open a vast black hole in the sky. Its brutal pull, wreathed in searing fire, warped the heavens. The drake's slit pupils narrowed. The vortex actually made it feel a flicker of danger. With a flash of ghost light, it saw through the trick. So that's how it works. Let's see how long you can keep it up. After a minute, Yun Feng was panting, sweat pouring down his back. At 90 seconds, his face had gone ashen. The dragon had lost only a few wisps of nether flame and a couple of dull scales. Drained of spirit power, he let the spell collapse. Stop struggling and tell me why you carry our aura. The nether drake pressed again. Yun Feng stayed silent. He knew he couldn't shake this foe, so he forced himself to calm down. A gentleman can wait 10 years for revenge. He stepped into the void, ready to slip back to the safety zone walls. Nether cage. The dragon roared. 9 obsidian pillars slammed into the ground around him, locking space as solidly as cast iron. Yun Feng's void-black flame shattered the instant it touched the barrier. Despair flooded him. Couldn't win, couldn't flee. Was this where he died? He stared at the drake, every talent and skill now useless. Even if I die, it'll make you suffer. 9 Nether Sovereign. Yun Feng suddenly triggered the skill he had just stolen. The world lost its color. Crushing pressure swept in from the underworld's depths. High above, an immense phantom appeared, features blurred, yet robed in imperial splendor, a crown of 12 beaded tassels hovering over its head. Its regal presence smothered the land. The Nether Sovereign? How can he summon the Nether Sovereign? The drake recoiled, mind reeling. Then it realized its core skill was gone. The mystery of Yun Feng's aura vanished from its thoughts. Anyone who profaned their sovereign had only one fate: death. At that moment, the Jiuyu Minglong burst with Jiuyu Qi, waves of murderous intent rippling across its scales. Ghost blue Minghua blazed in its copper bell eyes, staining the sky in eerie azure. When it caught sight of the phantom Huang Yun Feng had forced into being, the dragon lost all reason and went berserk. What a savage power! Shrouded by the Mingwang apparition, Yun Feng's strength spiked in an instant. The Jiuyu GTI he had stolen through the Duo Rin Sua AI skill seemed to awaken for real, flooding his body with unprecedented might. Roar! A deafening dragon cry split the heavens, shattering Yun Feng's concentration before slamming straight into him. Even with the Mingwang double boosting every attribute, the dragon's Yuming Longshao still blasted him backward. Worse, his own foundations were far weaker than his foes. Forcing the dragon's ultimate art through his body was like channeling a flood through cracked clay. Cracks raced across his limbs and bones, and his flesh peeled back like shattered porcelain. His regeneration talent worked frantically, barely sealing the widening gaps. He threw back his head and howled, black hair bristling, every inch the image of a madman. Overestimating yourself. The Jiuyu Minglong snorted. With its voice, the sky Dimmadon impenetrable black curtain swallowed all light and sense in an instant. Boom. Yun Feng had no chance to counter. A heavy fist smashed into his chest, hurling him hundreds of meters away. Caught like a sandbag, he was pummeled again and again, crimson spraying through the air. This won't Doi can't strike back at all. Miserable as it looked, the dragon's offense was essentially physical damage plus Jiuyu energy. Against Yun Feng's own Jiuyu GTI, the actual wounds were limited. Perhaps frustrated by the futile barrage, or realizing it could never kill him this way, the dragon suddenly halted. So Jiuyu power is useless. Looks like you stole the entire physique. The icy voice echoed through the darkness. Suspended midair, Yun Feng's features were a blur of blood. He knew most of it came from the backlash of forced regeneration, not the dragon's blows. But you still have to die? The Jiuyu Minglong had no wish to waste more time. It sensed powerful auras racing toward them from afar. A vertical slit opened slowly in the dragon's brow, a bottomless well of darkness. An obsidian longsword inched out of the fissure, its frigid aura stabbing straight into Yun Feng's bones. Why would a monster kick off the high-tier fight first? The dragon's appearance completely upended the battlefield rhythm. Not only the human army, but even the monster ranks were thrown into momentary chaos. Commander, what now? Atop the western wall, an officer hurried over and bowed for orders. They'll go have a look. Before the words had fully settled, a black blur flickered and the commander vanished. Just who dragged that thing out ahead of schedule? At the rear of the battlefield, the boundless darkness hanging over heaven and earth unleashed suffocating pressure. Both human and monster warriors froze mid-swing, as though they had agreed to a truce in advance. What on earth is going on over there? Those consecutive, bone-chilling dragon roars had everyone on edge. There's no way we can withstand power like that. Mid-flight, Wardenshire suddenly froze, eyes fixed on a shadow so black it swallowed the starlight. Something unforeseen seemed to be stirring within the void. What kind of monster did we provoke? He gulped, cold sweat sliding down his temple. Across the battlefield, Wenrin felt a sharp pain in her chest. She pressed a hand to her heart and glanced back at the bottomless rift. Yun Feng, please be safe, she whispered. Her usually infallible prophetic ability now felt as if its strings had been cut, offering no guidance whatsoever. At that very moment, Yun Feng, still pretending to be gravely wounded, shuddered. Somewhere beyond normal sight or spiritual perception, an icy, deathly aura pierced the air, stabbing into his marrow like a needle. He had already wrested the ghost dragon's greatest power, the 9 Nether Dark Sovereign, yet its most lethal technique, forbidden art, soul-severing nether, was the true killer. When the blade of darkness so black it devoured lightfully formed between his brows, time itself seemed to snap. His blood froze in his veins, as though had been hurled straight into the 9 nether springs. A wry smile flickered in his mind. This was the cost of reckless pride. He could have defended the city alongside his companions, yet had chosen to slip behind enemy lines alone. Boom! Darkness shattered, and daylight returned. The soul-numbing nether blade hovered before him, inching forward like a snail. Yun Feng couldn't move a finger. He could only watch death crawl closer, the agonizing weight fraying his sanity. At last, the blade neared the space between his eyes. Human whelp, you dare insult a dragon emperor? Dying like this is mercy, the 9 nether ghost dragon roared. Its fierce face settled into calm, certain the nether soul sword would pierce Yun Feng's mind. Yun Feng's heartbeat faltered, yet his thoughts raced. Wang Dahai can't be saved now. The chosen tournament in 2 years, he'll never make it. Forgive me, Lord Zhong Kue. Black monkey, bamboo pole. I still wanted one more dive into a dimensional pocket with Yuguyu. I wish I could see you fully charged with energy. Most of all, I want one more look at Wenren. Help her ascend. Watch her silver hair turn black again. Less than 3 years since awakening, and already I have so many ties to this world. Don't. Just then, something inside Yun Feng's storage ring began to vibrate. Huh, what's going on? Just as Yun Feng shut his eyes and waited for death, his storage ring began to tremble on its own. In the next instant, a scale veined with lightning and crackling with electric arcs shot out of the ring and slapped onto his forehead like a bolt of light. Clang! The nether blade struck the scale with a shrill metallic screech, yet failed to leave so much as a scratch. Yun Feng froze, frantically searching his memories. Finglay Island's forbidden zone. When he had left that place years ago, the little dragon had slipped him this scale and solemnly promised, "It will save your life when it matters most." Now the promise was being kept. Impossible. Jiao Yuming Long glared at the tiny scale in disbelief. Its full power move, dominating slash, had been brushed aside, and a crushing backlash hammered its own body. It spat a mouthful of black dragon blood and was hurled hundreds of meters back, shattering the 9 ceiling pillars around them. Wiping the blood from its lips, it stared warily at the scale. What are you? It had done nothing, yet its own skill had rebounded on it. With the attack blocked, the space that had been compressed to a standstill snapped back to normal. The 9 pillars were now nothing but powder, and the spatial prison collapsed. Remember your promise. Reach sanctification, then return to the forbidden zone. A steady voice came from the scale, and then it dissolved into sparks of lightning and vanished. Yun Feng clasped his hands in thanks. Senior, I will never forget this debt. He'll return to the forbidden zone one day. No sooner had he spoken than he took a step toward the void, driven by an overwhelming sense of impending death that urged him to flee. Boom! A torrent of radiant energy slammed into Jiao Yuming Long, knocking the stunned dragon back another few hundred meters and leaving black smoke swirling around its body. Following the sound, Yun Feng saw a square-jawed man in a military uniform hovering in midair, wrapped in golden light. The newcomer nodded to him in greeting. Di Xing, garrison officer of the West City Gate. Di Xing's tone was calm, but a storm was raging in his chest. He had assumed the fighter at the center of the battlefield was at least his own age and cultivation, yet the man before him was so young. The data scrolling across his goggles stunned him even further. Level 79. Combat power 5.38 million. Yun Feng was drenched in blood from head to toe, but those numbers were still blinding. Seeing reinforcements, Yun Feng halted his retreat. Di Xing's stats sparked a faint hope in him. The officer had clearly broken through the mortal limit into the transcendent realm, and his gear looked first-rate. Get back. They'll hold him off, Di Xing said in a low voice. Though his power now edged out the wounded dragons, facing an epic-grade monster, he dared promise only to stall, not to kill. That alone spoke volumes about its terror. Yun Feng's voice was hoarse, yet carried a hidden edge. Maybe we can kill it. Roar. Knocked back, but unbroken, Jiao Yuming Long bellowed and reappeared before them. Residual lightning from the vanished scale still crackled over its body, but its arrogance remained undimmed. Hey, another fool come to die. The dragon's eyes gleamed with cruel amusement, as though Di Xing were nothing worth noticing. The aura that leaked from that single scale had truly unnerved him, even filled him with fear. Yet the chilling pressure lasted only a few heartbeats before it faded, and the Jiao Minglong instantly realized it was nothing more than the remnant of a one-use artifact. Whether him courting death or not, we'll see soon enough. Being openly scorned by a monster, no matter how close it was to the peak of the epic tier, was something the proud warden Di Xing could not stomach. In the next instant, he summoned the Sky Glow sword, a great blade of pure light 3 zhang long, its tip aimed straight at the Jiao Minglong. Rays of brilliance kept pouring into it, and the white glow at the sword's heart was not blinding but serene, like the first light before dawn. Child's play. The Jiao Minglong snorted and swept its massive tail across the blade. The sword shattered at once into countless specks of light that fizzled out against its dark scales like a dying meteor shower. Dixing's pupils contracted. This heavy light-type technique was far from his trump card, yet it should never have been smashed so casually, especially when the dragon had not even used a real skill. He quickly unleashed several more light spells, but each was brushed aside by a flap of tail or a flick of claws. The creature before him was clearly no ordinary epic. Lord D, it isn't at full strength. We still have a shot. Yunfeng saw Dixing hesitate and spoke up at once. This was the perfect window to kill it, and he would not let it slip away. Only then did Dixing notice Yunfeng's condition. In mere moments, most of the blood on him had dried, and the gashes had scabbed over. Yun's injuries came mainly from the backlash of the Jiyo Mingwang's skill, and with his regeneration and some healing potions, he was almost restored. What had nearly ended him was that shadowy Longsworth Jiyo Mingwang's most powerful attack short of its ultimate. Because that move's cooldown was long, Yun dared stay. If he suffered it again, he no longer had the life-saving scale. Even so, he could not linger for long. What's your plan? Dixing panted. He knew that any man able to stall the Jiyo Minglong, with barely 3 million combat power, had to have something up his sleeve. Its ultimate is gone, and it's already used Jin Hun Duan Yuming. This is our opening. Yunfeng kept his voice low. But I can't even break its defenses. Dixing was frustrated. His light affinity seemed completely suppressed. I can cut its strength in half for 30 seconds. In that half minute, can you finish it? Yun opened his palm to reveal an ancient bronze circlet scored with runes. Are you certain about 50%? Dixing's eyes widened in disbelief. If the dragon truly lost half its power, he could fight flat-out earning suppression into overwhelming damage. I can't promise it's exactly 50, but it'll be close. Yunfeng's confidence in the item was unshakable. Last time he had used it, it crippled the level 75 Commander 8 arms to great effect. Fine, he'll go crazy with you. Dixing wiped the blood from his lips, his gaze ablaze. If we still can't bring it down in 30 seconds, he'll trigger the ultimate guard order and let someone else finish the job. Despite the tough talk, the fire of the hunt was already roaring in his eyes. If he could slay this monster here and now, the merit would be enormous, perhaps enough to grant him access to the one thing he had dreamed of, and maybe even lift him another step higher. 2 insects die? The Geo underworld dragon hovered in midair, icy slit pupils blazing with fury. These 2 humans were actually discussing how to kill it right to its face. Sensing that they were about to unleash the Enwu Tianri ritual, Yunfeng didn't hesitate. He pushed Neptune's green cap to its limit. Then an emerald beam ripped through the sky and struck the dragon just before the curtain of darkness could close. If Enwu Tianri had finished forming, he would have lost his target inside that shadow realm. Now, Yunfeng roared, his voice cracking like thunder. Dixing understood at once. He raised a hand and intoned, "When I speak light, darkness shall flee." A dazzling white flare exploded at the heart of the gloom. The pitch-black ritual lasted less than a heartbeat before waves of radiance devoured it, and daylight flooded back in. Caught off guard, Yunfeng clapped both hands over his eyes, tears leaking through his fingers. Seriously? Friendly fire. A far more miserable scream rose behind Dixing. The Geo underworld dragon had blinked to his back for a sneak attack, only to face the blast heat in. The searing pain felt like needles. Tears ran down between its scales. Perfect opening. Dixing's eyes gleamed. Judgment of light divine blade. The clouds churned and 100-meter sword of pure radiance plunged from the heavens, so fast the naked eye could barely follow, aimed straight at the dragon's heart. Roar aware of mortal danger, the dragon howled and tried to dodge. Luminous shackles. Dixing shouted. Countless golden chains whipped out and wrapped the dragon up like a stuffed zongzi. Why does that look so familiar? Yunfeng wondered, thinking of the legendary binding immortal rope. It was practically identical. The Geo underworld dragon roared, writhed, and lashed its tail, but the chains only tightened. Dixing kept up the tempo. At level 79, he commanded 25 skills. 30 seconds was plenty for a full volley. ZZZ, ZZZ, blades of light, spears of lightning, and arrows of holy brilliance hammered the dragon's scales, carving charred grooves into the armor. Black blood spurted out, glaringly bright under the sacred glow. Seeing the effects exceed all expectations, Dixing's pulse raced. Yunfeng hadn't lied. The counter-effect was overwhelming. If my Geo Dark Lord were here, you ants couldn't even scratch me. The dragon roared, yet for the first time a flicker of fear crept into its heart. Chains it once snapped with ease now felt like a fatal yoke. Yunfeng watched the dragon's mounting hysteria and quietly gathered power. What I still lack is a single target finisher on par with Forbidden, soul-severing Nether Slash, he mused. He cursed his lack of preparation but wanted the kill even more. He didn't care who took the loot, yet the surge of spiritual energy was his for the taking. Years of high-intensity combat had taught him to shift his path of enlightenment on the fly and adapt to the unknown. Boom clouds split apart as the divine sword of light finally drove straight through its target. Unable to evade, the Geo underworld dragon was skewered through the heart. A massive gash split open across its back, and blood erupted like a volcano, rising in a black column. The Jiao Yuming Long let out a sky-rending roar as unthinkable pain spread from its spine to the tip of its tail. Barely 15 seconds had ticked by on the timer, less than half of the allotted 30, and it was already badly maimed, its wings trembling, its enormous body about to collapse. The blinding white blaze of brilliant funeral was still burning. Seeing the devastating damage his skill had dealt, Di Xing's eyes flashed with wild delight. Seizing the moment, he lifted his hand again. A fiercer, deadlier blade of psionic light fell, powerful enough to split the heavens themselves. From the depths of the void came a holy yet frigid voice, its notes weaving into a sinister hymn. What ought to have been praise now sounded like confession, ice cold and piercing. Yun Feng didn't yet grasp the skill's mechanics. His ears only hummed, and then he watched as the Jiao Yuming Long, pinned by the sword of radiance, shed scale after scale, each fragment dissolving into black mist beneath the hymn's vibration. Your Majesty, save me. The Jiao Yuming Long cried, its blood-red eyes full of grievance. It gazed up at the endless sky like a wronged child calling for a parent, unaware that any plea was already futile. Di Xing now felt like a god descended, every motion an act of judgment. Yun Feng refused to fall behind. He rapidly formed several skills and fired them at the dragon in a burst of light and flame. If he hesitated, even the finishing blow would belong to Di Xing. To them, the dragon's last cry was merely a wail of despair. A long, guttural sigh suddenly swept across all of Pingaizu. Raspy and deep, it felt as though it rose from the bowels of the infernal abyss. Yun Feng and Di Xing stiffened. An invisible force bound their limbs, freezing them to the fingertips. Worse still, that paralysis spread across the entire battlefield, indeed the whole province, as if time itself had paused. What was happening? Di Xing's mind nearly cracked. The sigh echoed from his soul, drowning him in bottomless despair. Yun Feng's features twisted, yet icy defiance still flickered in his eyes, as though he were wrestling unseen chains. The world fell silent. High above, a pair of colossal eyes as black as night appeared. They had no pupils, only endless darkness, yet they felt chillingly real. Ancestress, save me. The Jiao Yuming Long burst into tears of relief when it saw those eyes, like a bullied orphan at last finding shelter. But the eyes neither looked at it nor at Di Xing, the one who had wounded it most. Their icy focus landed on Yun Feng alone. If this boy lives, calamity will follow. A flicker of murderous intent passed through the abyssal gaze. Ordinary people only trembled before it. Only a peerless genius still struggled under its oppression. Thunder erupted and dark clouds churned. Just as the eyes were about to unleash a killing blow, some unseen power yanked them back, halting the strike. I am hardly frightened by a youngster. Whether he ever grows strong enough is yet to be seen. The eyes seemed to mutter, perhaps answering an invisible rival. Incompetent, yet you dare plead for mercy? Die. With that, all their displeasure fell upon the Jiao Yuming Long. Already at death's door, the dragon met in even greater pressure. Its pupils bulged, life fled, and its massive body crashed to the ground. Withdraw. The eyes commanded, their voice rolling like thunder. The besieging monsters instantly reversed course and poured back into the wilderness like a receding tide. The siege of Pingaizu was over. At last the eyes swept toward the heart of the city, the Academy of Awakeners, or rather the abyss beneath its grounds. Humph, come in if you dare. Somewhere within the academy, a cold snort answered, heavy with disdain. WWE held the line? Did we actually win? Oh, we did it. Hoarse cheers erupted across the front. Seasoned defenders and last-minute volunteers alike stared in disbelief. The creatures that had been swarming moments ago suddenly broke off and poured back like a receding tide. Only one explanation remained. The battle was over, and they were the victors. Once the monsters withdrew from the west gate, the assaults in every other direction collapsed as well. Live feeds carried the news across Pinghai Prefecture and the entire nation, setting off a wave of jubilation. At the same time, the eerie eyes that had hovered above the field faded away, and Yun Feng jolted back from the edge of death. Seconds earlier he had felt himself dragged into a bottomless, tar-black pool. The viscous darkness climbed from his ankles to his thighs, then to his throat, sealing off his breath until his chest nearly burst. Then the grip shattered, and he was free. Opening his eyes, he saw the colossal corpse of the Nethernight dragon sprawled nearby, its icy horns still slick with fresh blood. Di Xing stood beside it, staring in shock. The stampede of retreating beasts thundered past them, paying the pair no heed whatsoever. Marshal D, what just happened? Yun Feng forced down the pounding in his chest. I have no idea, Di Xing replied, still fixing his gaze on the dragon. The Nethernight dragon simply dropped dead, and the entire siege force pulled back. Remembering something, he flicked a hand and swept the huge carcass into his storage ring. I've got urgent business, excuse me. Before the last word left his mouth, he vanished in a streak of light. Yun Feng gaped at the empty air. After all that effort, he hadn't even claimed a single trophy. He had hoped to slay the dragon himself, if not for its talent, then at least for a surge of spiritual power, but had come away empty-handed. The brush with death still made his heart race. Ever since advancing to the transcendent realm had grown complacent. Today's battle had been a brutal reminder. As the smoke cleared, he washed the blood from his armor and replayed every moment of the fight, weighing gains against losses. Boom. The ground quaked, a rolling roar swelling behind him. He spun around to see 6 golden behemoths lumbering after the retreating horde, each footfall gouging craters in the mud. A slender figure sat astride the shoulder of the lead beast. What are you doing here? Yunfeng spread his wings and landed beside the girl. This place is dangerous. Why would you? And Ren's words trailed off as she looked him over. The bloodstains were frightening, but she found no serious wounds and exhaled in relief. I'm just glad you're all right. I missed you. Yunfeng pulled her into a sudden embrace. Stunned, when Ren froze. Ever since she had returned to her true identity as a girl, their daily interactions had carried a trace of ambiguity. Yunfeng had always behaved with flawless courtesy, never overstepping. Even the brief moments when their hands touched had felt accidental. Yet now, without warning, he opened his arms and drew Wenren close. Wenren did not pull away. Quietly, she placed her hands behind his back, fingertips tracing the ridges of his armor as if smoothing the creases in his heart. She knew Yunfeng would never lose control for no reason, and in that moment silence spoke louder than any question. You weren't laughing at me just now, were you? He asked after a pause, straightening up but avoiding her eyes, as startled by his own impulse as she was. Are you all right? Wenren shook her head gently and smiled to show she was unharmed. See, I'm perfectly fine, and the monster horde has retreated. Yunfeng drew a deep breath and forced a lighter tone. Come on, let's head back. Today is worth celebrating. He took her hand and shot skyward, light flaring beneath his boots. Wind gathered under Wenren's feet, and side by side they flew toward the safe zone. She understood he had been through something extraordinary, but since he kept silent, she asked no more. The safe zone blazed with light, its streets roaring with the cheers of survivors. It had been the most brutal assault since the Enclave was founded, with the heaviest casualties, yet the living still celebrated at the top of their lungs. Meanwhile, after gathering the monsters' corpses, Di Xing hurried straight to High Command. Reporting, Commander. He halted in the Great Hall and snapped a crisp salute. Guard Captain D. Thank goodness you're back, the commander said. Scouts had already reported the anomaly at the West Gate, and Di Xing's safe return brought visible relief. Thank you for your concern. Mission accomplished, Di Xing replied in a ringing voice. Intelligence confirms the main assault hit the West Gate. You did well. Driving off the monsters and protecting the safe zone is my duty. He then reviewed the battle in detail: ferocious beasts, his own desperate stand, and his final slaying of the epic class 9 Nether Dark Dragon. He mentioned Yunfeng's name not once, claiming every honor for himself. Don't blame me, Yunfeng, he told himself silently. Only by doing this can I earn the legendary relic and step into that mysterious realm. Once I ascend, I'll repay your help. A magnificent victory. The commander laughed, clearly satisfied. The army will not forget this service. It was merely my duty, sir, Di Xing demurred, though the smile tugging at his lips was harder to suppress than the recoil of an automatic rifle. Commander, about that final pair of eyes. That isn't for you to ask, the commander cut him off. Even his own information was limited. Di Xing switched topics. The 9 Nether Dark Dragon's carcass is in my storage space. Requesting instructions for disposal. Send it to Ordnance, and the Institute will need a specimen as well, the commander ordered, voice turning grave. The fight is over, but the work has just begun. Site cleanup and loot distribution must be fair. We've lost many. Compensation and commendations must reassure every soldier. New recruits need to be mustered immediately. Yes, sir. They'll see it done, Di Xing responded. Students, you've worked hard. When Yunfeng pushed his psychic sense into his student ID again, a pop-up appeared. A few colorful flowers spun around a bold line of text, unmistakably celebratory. After he closed the window, another reminder flashed in the bottom right corner of the screen. 8 a.m. tomorrow, teaching Building 1, Room 308 class meeting. He needed no guess to know what it would be about. Setting the card aside, he surveyed the empty villa. The vast living room was drowned in night, and the loneliness rushed at him like a wave. He had wanted to bring Wenren over. There were more rooms than he could count, but the guard had vetoed the plan on the spot. Helpless, he had sent her back to her cramped rented flat. After scanning the rest of his notifications, Yunfeng flopped onto the soft king-size bed and fell asleep between breaths. 2 months of slaughter in the demon lair, the mad dash to the West Gate without a second's rest, and another brush with death had emptied him completely, transcendent or not. The night was as cool as water. The cheers that had followed the battle died out at dusk, and the city slipped into a suffocating silence. Every TV channel and news site played the siege again and again, and the casualty reports soon followed. The monster siege is finally over. United, we have achieved the ultimate victory. According to official figures, 1.35 million awakened fell in this campaign, more than 500,000 of them on the final day. Let us mourn these fallen warriors. The dimensional realm is not the tame land we imagined. It remains a ferocious beast. The cold numbers quenched the fever of triumph at once, dragging everyone back to reality. The cost was far too high. Yunfeng slept like a log, but the ordinary, Frank awakened in the safe zone spent the night wide awake, haunted by the bad news. Rise and shine, my sweet baby, time to get up. The grating ringtone hauled Yunfeng into the morning. He wiped his eyes and checked his phone, 7:30. With a swift kip up, he sprang off the bed. Plenty of time today, no frantic rush like last time. A little before 8, he was already at the door of room 308. When he pushed it open, only a few eyes flicked toward him before dropping away, and the air felt thick enough to solidify. He chose an empty seat and noticed how conspicuous the vacant chairs were. On the podium stood their advisor, Tang Haojian, his expression grave. Everyone who can be here is here, so let's begin. He cleared his throat. You all know the purpose of this meeting. In the recent battle, all of you performed admirably. Except for the 5 who were training in the dimensional realm, every member of the class took part and produced outstanding results. One student deserves special recognition. Give them a round of applause. A listless rustle of claps moved through the room. Tang Haojian's gaze swept over the class. War always means losses. Against monsters from the dimensional realm, the greatest loss is people that awaken themselves. You've seen the reports. The death toll is unprecedented. At Pinghai Awakener Academy, 43,884 students joined the battle and 1,121 fell. 3 of them were from our class. Tang Haojian stood at the lectern, his voice low, and the room fell silent. He lowered his head for a moment of silence, honoring the 3 who had died. The air seemed frozen. Everyone stared straight ahead, their faces tense, jaws clenched. They did not die in vain, he said, lifting his gaze and sweeping it across the room. They are the pride of this class and of the entire academy. Every student who fought has been awarded a first-class merit. With your exchange voucher, you may choose any item worth up to 30,000 credits in the point store. The vouchers have already been sent to your terminals. With the announcement made, he closed the roster. That concludes the class meeting. Yunfeng, stay behind. The dismissal bell rang, and chairs scraped the floor in a jumble of sound. Tang Haojian stepped down from the platform and motioned for Yunfeng to follow. The headmaster wants to see you. He'll take you over. The headmaster? Me? Yunfeng pointed to himself, bewildered. Perhaps it's about the recent monster assault. I don't know the details. See, I'll find out soon. Tang Haojian said no more and led him through the academic buildings toward the depths of the campus. Night had fallen, and the streetlights stretched their shadows long across the pavement. Yunfeng realized the route looked familiar. It was the private path to the abyssal pit. Isn't this the way to the pit? Correct. The senior administrators live near it, so they can respond quickly if anything happens, Tang Haojian explained. Soon they stopped before a small, single-story building of faded gray-white brick. The walls were worn, and there was no sign above the door. It might have been mistaken for a neglected storage shed. Go in. The headmaster is waiting. He lives here? Yunfeng eyed the building skeptically, half convinced it was a public restroom. Creak. The wooden door swung open by itself, letting a soft light spill out. Come in. The voice was gentle rather than imposing, yet it carried an inexplicable reassurance. At Tang Haojian's encouraging nod, Yunfeng stepped inside. The interior was astonishing. Grotesque horns, gleaming hooves, and iridescent feathers hung on the walls, along with monster eyes suspended in glass jars that shone with eerie colors. These are trophies from my younger days exploring dimensional rifts. Interested? The speaker was an older man of about 60, roughly 170 tall. His hair was white, yet he stood as straight as a spear, radiating a quiet, undeniable authority. You're the headmaster? But the rumors say you're 2 meters tall, with 3 heads and 6 arms. Yunfeng blurted out. The old man chuckled. Idle gossip, pay it no mind. Collecting himself, Yunfeng bowed. May I ask why you wanted to see me, sir? You fought outside the west gate, didn't you? Yunfeng's heart skipped. How do you know? Did Warden Dixing tell you? That night, aside from Dixing, no one else had been near the line. Dixing has no obligation to report to me, the headmaster replied. Besides, the military communique released last night didn't mention you at all. Yunfeng's brow furrowed, but only for a moment. You're not angry? The headmaster observed. A little, but I'm nobody. I can't change it, so anger won't help. Yunfeng shrugged. Clear-headed at your age, that's rare, the headmaster said approvingly, then narrowed his eyes, his tone becoming intriguing. What if I told you I have a way to make sure you get the credit you deserve? When the principal spoke, Yunfeng's eyes lit up, then quickly grew calm again. The military had already issued its report, so filing an appeal now would be ill-timed. Scratching his head, he weighed the situation at lightning speed. He had charged into the battlefield at enormous personal risk, ignoring Wenren's warnings, purely to earn some merit and a few awakening stones. If the principal stepped forward to reason with the army, all 3 sides of the army, the academy, and Yunfeng himself would lose face, and even the little credit he had secured might vanish. You got the short end of the stick and still want to play the bigger man. Are you sure you're not just putting on a show? The principal joked half seriously. Not at all. I simply don't want to strain your relationship with the military, Yunfeng replied, waving his hands. Don't worry, they won't make a fuss over this, and I never said I wanted to overturn their report. Oh, then what do you think we should do? The principal asked, smiling faintly. Do you have an idea? Yunfeng's eyes lit up again as he looked slyly at the old man. The two foxes, one old, one young, traded a glance, and instantly reached an unspoken agreement. We'll discuss this later. First, let me ask you a question, the principal said, suddenly serious. Knowing the main topic had arrived, Yunfeng straightened in his chair. Please ask, principal. I'll tell you everything I know. You transferred from Jiangnan Prefecture, correct? After last night's battle, I requested your file from Jiangnan. The old man's eyes were probing. There seems to be something odd about your talent. Here it comes, Yunfeng thought, his heart skipping a beat. He had known this issue would surface eventually, just not so soon. Given his performance, he qualified as a prodigy, but it still shouldn't have been enough to draw such interest from the legendary principal. Why had the principal suddenly investigated him? Seeing Yunfeng's expression, the principal laid it bare. Wondering why I looked into you? Yunfeng nodded, admitting it honestly. At the very end of yesterday's fight, what did you see? The principal asked gravely. The end. Yunfeng recalled. I was about to steal the kill before Di Xing finished off the Jiuyou Minglong. I had just launched my skill when everything went black, like being dragged into endless nine nether. When I came to, the Jiuyou Minglong was already dead and the monsters had retreated. Just as I thought, the principal murmured. Pardon? Yunfeng didn't catch it. Something changed at the last moment. That's why I'm here, the principal said with a wave of his hand. Now, let's talk about your talent. My talent is simulation, Yunfeng answered, sticking to his original story. Really? The file I received lists you with grade plunder. On grade alone, you couldn't have reached your current level. I awakened a second talent ladder in S-grade simulation. Honest, no tricks. Yunfeng patted his chest to show sincerity. In that case, explain why the Jiuyou Minglong's vanished ultimate suddenly appeared in your arsenal. The principal pressed, eyes locked on him. You were there? Yunfeng blurted, unable to stay composed. He was the only one who knew. Even Di Xing merely suspected the Jiuyou Minglong had never unleashed its ultimate. Make a guess. Think I was guessing? The old man retorted. You're something else. Yunfeng muttered, choosing to keep silent. The principal waved a hand. Enough. Pushing further would be prying. Let's just say you're a dual talent awakener. His gaze softened. Today I didn't come to dig up your little secrets, anyway. The principal dropped his previously friendly tone and grew serious. At the final moment of the battle, the Netherlord of the Nine Hells appeared and he wanted you dead. What? Yunfeng blurted out. He didn't know what sort of being the Netherlord of the Nine Hells was, but remembering the oppressive force that had made even a level 75 epic monster bow to the Emperor, he quickly guessed it had to be a level 80+ legendary creature. Knowing such a monster had shown up and called for his head sent cold sweat down his spine. Headmaster, how am I still alive? His lips trembled. So you do know what fear is? The principal suddenly laughed. Someone intervened for you. If that fellow had actually tried anything, he'd have become a laughingstock. Still, the fact he wanted you dead means there's something about you they fear. From this moment on, the Academy will protect and train you at the highest priority. Yunfeng froze, then felt a surge of delight. Surviving disaster really does bring fortune. Highest priority? How high? How about starting me off with a few artifact-grade defensive items? Make it several at once, and then, hold it. The old principal's white beard bristled with irritation. Since when do we just hand things out, and in bulk no less? Pinhai Academy of Awakeners doesn't give anything away for free. If you want gear, earn it with credits. He softened slightly. Priority means you'll get higher level access on campus. You'll soon see how valuable that is. Yunfeng rolled his eyes, thinking he hadn't scored a single immediate benefit. Come on, I'm taking you to military command. No one bullies my students, the principal declared with a wave of his hand. The words were barely out when the world spun around Yunfeng. Once he regained his balance, he found himself in a vast room nearly 1,000 square meters. In the center stood an enormous terrain model that filled half the space. At its heart lay the Pinhai Continent safe zone, while the surrounding area bristled with tiny flags green, red, and yellow marking spatial rifts to different dimensions. There are way too many rifts, Yunfeng muttered. An elderly officer in uniform was pacing around the model, deep in thought. Sensing two newcomers, he snapped his head up, killing intent sharp as a blade. For an instant Yunfeng felt dragged into a sea of corpses, his breath caught in his chest. Then the officer recognized the visitors, and the pressure ebbed away like a receding tide. Senior Qing, what brings you here? The officer cupped his hands, then noticed the principal feigning shock. With that aura just now, you looked ready to cut me down. Please don't joke, sir. I wouldn't dare, the officer said with a wry smile. Oomph, you'd better not. The principal snorted, sat at the head of the table, and asked, Xiao Hai, what brings you here today? The officer, named Xiao Hai, began to reply, but couldn't help glancing toward Pinhai Academy. Stop looking. The principal flicked his sleeve. Relax, nothing will go wrong on campus. I never doubted it. My confidence in you is absolute, Xiao Hai said, forcing a grin. The principal's eyes narrowed. Xiao Hai, isn't the military being a bit unfair this time? Zia Hanley, the old headmaster, dared to address Long Shanhai, the supreme commander of Pinghai Prefecture, that way. Elder Qing, what do you mean? Long Shanhai looked up at the familiar voice. Instead of annoyance, the nickname stirred a long-lost warmth in him. The headmaster smiled and pointed to the teenager beside him. See the kid standing next to me? Long Shanhai had noticed the boy the moment they entered and cupped his fist. I saw him when you arrived and was about to ask you about him. His gaze fell on the youth Yunfeng. Fine features, straight shoulders, a gentle exterior with hidden steel. A rare talent at first glance. The headmaster snorted. He doesn't need your praise. He's one of the academy's key protégés. Appraised face-to-face by two seniors, Yun Feng grew awkward. He lowered his head, fingers interlaced, thumbs tracing circles in his palms. Sensing the tension, Long Shanhai cleared his throat. So he's my junior. His future looks bright. But why bring him here so suddenly? Please, no riddles. Yun Feng blinked, only now realizing Long Shanhai was also an alumnus of the Pinghai Awakening Academy. No wonder he showed such respect, though Yun Feng knew their strength gap was vast. The headmaster raised his brows. During the recent defense, your junior rendered considerable service, especially in the final battle. Yet the communique issued by the military department didn't mention him at all. The words hit Long Shanhai like a weight. If the story spread, the department would be disgraced, and he could hardly vent his anger on his own teacher. He steadied himself. Elder Qing, all reports on the final engagement were filed by Di Xing. I've always trusted his integrity and didn't re-verify them. I take full responsibility. Long Shanhai trusted Di Xing, but he trusted the headmaster even more not to lie about such matters. He clasped his fists toward Yun Feng. Junior, the department's mistake has wronged you. They'll summon Di Xing immediately and make him come here to admit his fault. Yun Feng felt caught in the middle. He could hardly let a gate sentinel kneel and beg forgiveness. Xiao Hai, no need to make a scene. The headmaster stepped in, rescuing Yun Feng. He spoke gently. I know that lad Di Xing. He served as the West Gate Sentinel for 10 years. No great merit, no great fault. Now he finally sees a chance to advance, so he tried to claim the credit. Understandable. Long Shanhai snorted. Understandable or not, he can't steal credit. If everyone did that, how would the department reward merit and keep order? He dared not push his teacher too hard, knowing the old man's ways all too well. The communique is already out. Revising it would only undermine authority. The headmaster clasped his hands behind his back, as if thinking of the department's dignity. Long Shanhai bowed at once. Thank you, Elder Qing, for your concern. Before he finished, the headmaster added, however, Long Shanhai's heart tightened. Nothing was ever that simple. Your junior can't be left empty-handed, can he? So the headmaster had come to demand justice for Yun Feng. Long Shanhai glanced at the boy again. For the headmaster to lobby in person, the kid had to be extraordinary, yet nothing in his appearance or aura gave it away. Once Elder Qing leaves, I'd better look into him carefully and find out who this junior of mine really is. Long Shanhai kept the thought to himself, his expression unchanged. Since the junior brother earned the merit, the military won't steal his credit. Long Shanhai turned to Yun Feng, his eyes filled with encouragement. Whatever you need, just say the word. If we can do it, we will. Anything at all? Yun Feng asked softly. He looked up, met the old headmaster's gaze, and, after receiving a faint nod, straightened his back. Anything, Long Shanhai laughed, waving his hand. Just don't go overboard. I want an awakening stone. The simple request left everyone in the room momentarily stunned. An awakening stone? Long Shanhai almost thought he had misheard. Yun Feng could have asked for mountains of shards, high-grade artifacts, even a rare piece of equipment, yet he had chosen an awakening stone. An awakening stone was free for students. Even civilians could use one at the Awakening Pavilion once they came of age. 3 centuries of research had shown it did only one thing: enable a person's first awakening and break the initial barrier. Beyond that, it was worthless. The military kept it under strict control only to prevent unsupervised awakenings. Why in the world did Yun Feng want it? Even Elder Qing, usually unruffled, raised an eyebrow and stared at Yun Feng as though studying a machine gone rogue. Commander, you heard correctly, Yun Feng said. I need an awakening stone. May I ask what you plan to do with it? Long Shanhai remained courteous, but curiosity crept into his tone. Perhaps Yun Feng knew a hidden value that centuries of scholars had missed. Could a mere boy outdo generations of researchers? That's my secret, sir. I'm afraid I can't say. Yun Feng's voice was steady, neither humble nor arrogant. Elder Qing's heart skipped a beat. During a background check, had heard the academy grumble. That kid was the last in his class to awaken, drew the lowest grade talent, almost drove me mad. Worse, a year later the stone he used burned out. He had laughed it off then, but paired with Yun Feng's current request, a fresh possibility flashed through his mind. Plunder? The registry said the boy's talent granted a bit of extra energy from slain monsters. Clearly something had been hidden, most likely connected to the awakening stone. Yun Feng never guessed his request had nudged the old headmaster towards suspecting his talent. Junior brother, don't waste the opportunity Elder Qing just carved out for you, Long Shanhai advised, still fishing for details. I appreciate the advice, sir, Yun Feng replied politely, but I stand by my request. He knew that once the stone was in his hands, the initiative would be his. Unless the military offered a legendary grade item, nothing could match this bargain. If the boy wants one, give him a few, Elder Qing said softly when he saw Long Shanhai hesitate. All right, they'll let you have this worthless trinket, Long Shanhai laughed. The stones were classified, yet the military had stacks of them. They were anything but rare. By asking for one, Yun Feng was actually saving the military resources. Hearing them relent, Yun Feng finally relaxed. He had worried they might refuse, unsure how tightly the stones were controlled inside the military. Very well, Long Shanhai said. They'll take our junior brother to pick up his awakening stone. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.